The nation is possessed by the conglomerates, or rather, it is the conglomerates that possess the nation. Chapter 1. Arrival in Britain. The pockmarked road resembled a face marred by pockmarks. The entire street lay in ruins, shrouded in a haze of smoke hovering above the city. The remnants of destroyed buses and cars were strewn chaotically across the thoroughfare, while gaping craters erupted with the spouting of both fresh water and sewage from shattered pipes, transforming the street into a filthy pit reminiscent of a latrine. The jarring sound of air raid sirens had finally ceased. Yayan wandered aimlessly through the streets, confronted by a scene akin to the apocalypse, yearning for this nightmarish vision to be but a dream. Yet it was all too real. Just moments ago, he had been burdened with a backpack full of goods, engrossed in the pages of beginning analysis. The American tycoon on his phone, while delivering supplies to his roommate's stall in the square. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on an unfamiliar street. The iconic red double-decker buses, the crimson phone booths, and the police officers clad in black helmets, whistling to direct the chaos, appeared as if they had leaped from the frames of an old film depicting London. In the 21st century, London was not a place where one would hear the blaring of air raid sirens or see panicked pedestrians darting about, nor witness the roar of propeller-driven fighter planes soaring above. Despite feeling somewhat dazed, Li Yan instinctively followed the throng of fleeing individuals, rushing into a nearby subway station. Then came the deafening explosion, the shockwaves rendering him momentarily numb, lost in a haze of confusion. Time became an abstract concept as he emerged from the subway station, swept along by the crowd, aimlessly wandering the streets of London, unsure of how many blocks he had traversed. Finally, wearied and breathless, he settled onto a bench by the roadside, contemplating the harsh reality before him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a half-torn old newspaper floating in a puddle at his feet, its headline proclaiming, "From one victory to another. German forces in North Africa surrender to the Allies." The German forces in North Africa surrendered. Upon inspecting the date on the newspaper, he was struck with disbelief. May 13th, 1943. Had he truly traversed time? Wandering the streets of London in this state was hardly a sustainable course of action. What should he do next? This predicament was indeed troublesome. Having indulged in numerous web novels, he was acutely aware that physical time travel was the most tragic form of translocation, without exception. With the opportunity to identify his lineage now lost, the likelihood of facing the gallows grew ever more imminent. During wartime, an unidentified foreigner loitering in the streets. This equation unequivocally marked him as a spy. If not him, then who would be condemned to the gallows? It was impossible to ascertain how long he had been wandering, yet with thirst and hunger gnawing at him, Li Yan felt increasingly despondent. Fortunately, in the recently bombarded city of London, fire trucks and ambulances raced about, leaving no one to pay him any mind. Even the police seemed disinterested in his presence. After all, an Asian person still strolling the streets of London at this time could hardly be mistaken for a Japanese national. The Japanese community in Britain had been incarcerated years ago, fully experiencing the fervent embrace of Great Britain. What to do? Sigh. Let us take it one step at a time. After graduating from university, Li Yan, who has been striving a first-tier city alongside his classmates, has long since learned to adapt to circumstances. In truth, worrying serves no purpose, having traversed through tumultuous times without being apprehended, as a spy is a testament to divine providence. However, it appears that the moment is not far off at this juncture. The sky has darkened. Once night falls, the police, too preoccupied to attend to their own matters, will have the leisure to address him. As he rummaged through his satchel for a cigarette, Li Yan let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps I shall indulge in a smoke first, to regain my composure. At that moment, an Englishman approached him. Upon noticing the camel logo on the cigarette pack, the man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before Li Yan could light his cigarette, the man stepped forward with a congenial inquiry. "Sir, are you smoking Camel cigarettes? Is this an olfactory perception?" Indeed, Li Yan was smoking the American version of Camel, the unfiltered variety, noted for its potency. As the saying goes, one cigarette could last 2 hours. How remarkable that someone could identify the brand so readily. Even a dog's nose might not possess such acuity. Li Yan nodded, and the Englishman's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "It truly is Camel cigarettes." "Huh, I knew at the moment I caught a whiff. In reality, he had merely spotted the camel on the pack and was staring at the cigarette in Li Yan's hand. Tentatively, the man asked, "Sir, do you have any more camel cigarettes?" "What?" The man was direct. "If you have any left, I can offer you a penny for each." "What do you say, sir?" "A penny." Though the Englishman's proposition was perplexing for Li Yan, who was utterly destitute and famished, this was undoubtedly a serendipitous opportunity. A penny. After a moment's contemplation, observing the man's eager gaze, Li Yan flicked open the lighter as the lid of the lighter snapped open. A resounding ping echoed, capturing the Englishman's undivided attention. That sound unmistakably emanated from a Zippo lighter. Camel cigarettes and a Zippo lighter, both quintessentially American products. Such items are beyond the reach of mere currency. "Sir, if you would include that Zippo lighter in the sale, I would offer you 4.06 for whatever cigarettes you have left. What do you think?" The man, gritting his teeth, proposed a handsome price. Holding Camel cigarettes and a Zippo lighter signifies one's status. With these two objects in hand, one becomes the most stylish individual in the vicinity. Noticing the unmasked desire etched on the Englishman's face, Li Yan pondered briefly before responding. "I have 17 cigarettes left in the pack. I shall keep 5 for myself, and sell you the remainder for 5. What do you say? One must always reserve a bit for oneself." This is the last vestige of defiance for a true smoker. Upon hearing this, the Englishman beamed with joy. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. It must be said, when a man encounters something he covets, he is as defenseless as a woman in similar circumstances. .12 cigarettes and a Zippo lighter. Remarkably, they sold for £5. As he received several banknotes from the man's hand, Li Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon realizing he held bills nearly the size of half an A4 sheet. At last, he had money. He had managed to uphold the dignity of a time traveler, securing his first fortune on the very day of his arrival. Chapter 2. Madam, I do not charge. As Li Yan reveled in the exhilaration of earning his first fortune, he suddenly froze in place. A luminous screen materialized before him, displaying the streets of London with astonishing clarity, yet everything appeared to be frozen in time. A double-decker bus halted in the middle of the road. Pedestrians stood motionless like wax figures, and even the smoke he had just exhaled lingered suspended in the air. A series of words appeared on the translucent screen. Complete the first transaction, activate the learning skill and oppos, commerce and oppos. Would you like to learn? Was this truly a system? Instead of fear, he felt a surge of delight. Was this the golden finger of a time traveler? I had always suspected that crossing over would come with its perks. What exactly is the skill of commerce? Is there even a need for hesitation? If not now, then when? Learning it was imperative. Noticing Li Yan's hasty decision to learn, a rush of basic commercial knowledge flooded his mind. Indeed, it was a system. At that moment, another message flashed across the screen. First transaction completed. Sold 12 Camel cigarettes and 1 Zippo lighter. Current black market price for £5. Premium of 120 pence. Experience points rewarded 2. Current experience points 7. There were rewards as well. This transaction capitalized on the buyer's urgency to inflate the price. Would he like to activate storage space? There was even storage space? Naturally, he would activate it. Upon doing so, a symbol resembling a house appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Attempting to use the backpack function, a brilliant light enveloped him, and the heavy burden on his shoulders vanished, leaving a red dot beside the warehouse symbol on the screen. His shoulders were finally liberated. What a marvelous sensation. What other functions did this system possess? However, now was not the time to explore the system. Exiting the interface, a ravenous Li Yan made his way towards a nearby restaurant. Now that he was wealthy, he deserved a steak, did he not? Moments later, having not consumed even a morsel, Li Yan stood dazed by the roadside. "Sir, could you please provide your food ration booklet?" What on earth was this? Damn it. It was a food coupon. What food coupons did I possess? Looking up at the air balloons drifting in the sky, the acrid smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, reminding him that these were wartime conditions and many things were starkly different from the norm. Otherwise, why would those few cigarettes command such a high price? No wonder people were willing to pay exorbitant sums for cigarettes. Without a cigarette coupon, having money meant nothing. In reality, even with a cigarette coupon, he surely could not obtain Camel cigarettes or a Zippo lighter, for the British foreign currency had long been depleted. The Camel cigarettes and Zippo lighters on the market were most likely procured by British women through unsavory means from American soldiers. Clearly, the uninformed Li Yan had no grasp of the current situation in Britain. Currency had become utterly worthless. What mattered now were tangible goods. In the face of the tumultuous times, Li Ian found himself destitute despite possessing currency. With no alternative, he trudged along the streets, his stomach grumbling in hunger. During this grim journey, he rummaged through his backpack, discovering it filled with feminine products. As he casually extracted a sample bottle of perfume from a box, a profound sense of despondency washed over him. In a world rife with chaos, who would desire such trivialities as perfume? At that moment, a woman with chestnut hair approached him, capturing his attention not with the spectacle of her delicate figure, but with the paper bag cradled in her arms, from which a portion of bread peeked out. The taste of the bread was of little consequence to Li Ian, his gaze, brimming with longing, fixated on it. Saliva pooled in his mouth as his stomach seemed to reach out, yearning to devour the bread whole. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, he was both parched and ravenous. The woman, adorned in a red and blue floral dress, sensed the hunger in his eyes. Yet, rather than retreating or feeling shy, she boldly met his gaze, surveying him from head to toe. Although he was Asian, he exuded youth and handsomeness. The intensity of his desire caused the corners of her lips to lift slightly, and her finely arched brows appeared to dance lightly. Their eyes lingered on one another, slowly shifting. As they brushed past each other, in that fleeting moment of near separation, Li Ian inhaled deeply, the aroma of the bread mingling with a faint, peculiar scent. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and he took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Mississippi. Is there something you need, sir?" She replied, striving to maintain her composure, though a hint of unease fluttered within her. This was not her first encounter with a man attempting to flirt, yet past experiences had often been disappointing. Most men were bald and elderly, a lamentable truth of the times. The young ones were either conscripted into the military or laid to rest. However, this man was different. He was young, his eyes and demeanor radiating vitality. More importantly, he wore a charming smile that made her heart race like a startled doe. "Miss, do you require some perfume?" "Pardon?" she replied, her eyes widening slightly, her emotions swirling within her like a tempest. What did he mean by that? Did he call out to her merely for this? "I have some perfume here," he said, lifting the sample bottle in his hand. "I thought you might appreciate it." Stana furrowed her brow. This sample was evidently not an ordinary item. In these times, the supply of perfume had long since dwindled. Ever since Prime Minister Churchill had ordered a cessation of all cosmetic production 3 years prior, perfume had become exceedingly rare and precious. "Excuse me, miss." Stana's displeasure surfaced as she revealed the ring on her finger, realizing he was merely a false perfume salesman. Li Ian, mistaking her irritation for a misunderstanding, quickly corrected himself. "I apologize, madam." With a heart full of mixed emotions, she straightened her posture slightly, the wedding ring on her finger glimmering faintly under the setting sun. "No, I do not require these imitations." Imitations? How could that be? Though the man had never sold authentic goods, surely he could discern the counterfeit at a glance. Li Ian oppos, and picked up a bottle of perfume and spritzed it gently, instantly enveloping the air with a delicate blend of floral and fruity aromas. Stana found herself momentarily speechless, utterly captivated by this sudden fragrance. She inhaled deeply, as if she could distinctly perceive the refreshing scent of fruits in the gentle allure of blossoms, a fragrance far beyond the reach of any cheap imitation. As she savored the unique scent wafting around her, she softly repeated the words "pink rendezvous," and once again, the image of the man and Apos' longing gaze resurfaced in her mind, as passionate as the fragrance itself. The perfume indeed possessed an exquisite scent, yet Stana bit her lip lightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a struggle and helplessness. She was acutely aware of the distinctive aroma while her heart was a tumult of emotions. "But I have only a few pounds left." Stana sighed, realizing that this perfume must be extraordinarily expensive, something she could not afford at the moment. Li Ian observed her complex expression, understanding her plight. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "Madam, I do not require payment." Stana paused in surprise, finally noticing the glimmer of desire in his eyes. So, this was his true intention. Men, after all, are all the same. Just as Stana's thoughts became increasingly intricate, the man's voice reached her again. "Madam, may I exchange some food with you?" Chapter 3. Learning New Skills. What? Food. If Stana had felt a tangle of emotions before, now she found herself in a situation that was both amusing and bewildering. It was only then that she noticed the man's gaze. He was not merely looking at her, but rather fixated on the loaf of bread in her arms. In an instant, a wave of laughter surged within her, yet this impulse was swiftly subdued by an undercurrent of disappointment. Li Yan remained oblivious to Stana's subtle emotional shifts. Madam, may I? He inquired, just as a rumble emanated from his stomach. Of course, she replied, a smile breaking across her face at the sound from his belly. However, it seems rather inappropriate to exchange merely this loaf of bread. I reside in the building ahead. If you don't mind, you could come to my place. Besides bread, I can prepare some soup for you. Mind? How could I mind? To have a warm bowl of soup when one is both hungry and thirsty is simply delightful. What has come over me? Several minutes later, while slicing potatoes in the kitchen, Stana remained perplexed. What had prompted her to invite a stranger into her home? As she chopped, she listened to the silence emanating from the living room. Unable to resist, she paused, her gaze drawn to the man seated on her sofa. The very man she had invited into her abode. He appeared to be surveying her home. Li Yan indeed scrutinized the residence. The decor was rather opulent, indicative of the woman's affluent background. At least it had once been so. Flanking the fireplace, a bookshelf brimming with tomes stood on one side, while on the other, a piano, long untouched, lay cloaked in dust. A few photographs adorned the mantelpiece, capturing a couple, one of whom was the woman who had invited him over, while the man beside her in military attire was presumably her husband. Her husband is an officer? This seemed quite normal, given the context of the Second World War, where most men of good standing served in the military. After surveying the surroundings, Li Yan's curiosity was overshadowed by the persistent grumbling of his stomach, his thoughts consumed by the question of when they might dine. Though sustenance was paramount, another concern loomed large: his identity. Here he was, in wartime London, a foreigner lacking proper identification, vulnerable to being mistaken for a spy, apprehended, and potentially executed. Such a fate would spell the end of his journey. What should he do next? How could he explain his origins? Or, more critically, how could he acquire legitimate identification? These questions pressed upon him with urgency. Even in the realm of time travel, one ought to choose a favorable location and moment. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Li Yan found himself lamenting, unable to stave off the multitude of challenges that lay ahead. As thoughts meandered, time slipped by unnoticed. When darkness enveloped the surroundings, the woman emerged with several plates, announcing, "Sir, dinner is served." "Thank you, madam." The man's face radiated joy, eliciting a smile from Stana, yet a sense of inexplicable melancholy stirred within her. It seemed that what truly captivated him was the food. Upon taking a piece of bread, the delicate aroma of wheat wafted through the air, accompanied by the enticing scent of bacon. With each bite, Li Yan experienced, for the first time, the exquisite taste of bread. Indeed, after a few missed meals, anything would taste delightful. There was also mashed potatoes, and, though this dinner was not lavish, given the limited ingredients, as the man savored his meal, Stana inquired, "Sir, you must be Chinese, am I correct?" "Yes, how did you know?" "Before the war, I lived in the South Seas for 2 years. The Japanese were quite short, and the locals were dark-skinned with rather unappealing features, so I surmised you must be of Chinese descent," she explained. "Madam, you are remarkably astute. Your guess is spot on," Li Yan complimented. "However, why would you trade such an expensive perfume for just a mere dinner?" At last, she struck at the heart of the matter, for deep within, Stana harbored a certain anticipation. "Actually, I and Oppos, V, just arrived in England." Li Yan had anticipated such a question. "Just arrived in England?" Stana queried. "From China? At this time?" "No, I escaped from France." Li Yan sighed in resignation. Stana paused, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "You escaped from France? How could that be?" "Several years ago. To evade the ravages of war, I left China with my family for Saigon. Before the outbreak of war, I sailed to France for my studies. Little did I expect that war would erupt upon my arrival. France's defeat and subsequent surrender rendered life for foreigners there exceedingly difficult. Only a few months ago did I find the opportunity to flee to Spain, from where I boarded a fishing vessel to England." As Li Yan spun this elaborate tale, he recalled the perfume in his pocket and smiled, shifting the conversation. "God bless. I arrived in London only to encounter such a kind lady as yourself. Otherwise, I might still be famished. This perfume was a gift from a friend in France. I am immensely grateful for your dinner." As he spoke, he placed the perfume on the table. "Now, it belongs to you. Are you truly willing to make this exchange?" Stana exclaimed in delight. "Certainly. Thank you for your warm hospitality." She eagerly grasped the perfume, cradling it like a treasured possession. "Thank you." At that moment, a light screen appeared out of thin air. "Second transaction detected. The system has reappeared? Is this considered a transaction? Is my experience about to increase?" As Li Yan's spirits soared with anticipation, the screen indeed flashed, revealing the rewards he had earned. "This transaction is a proactive endeavor. seeking suitable opportunities. And whether to acquire the skill of and oppos, psychology and oppos, remains to be considered. Learning is indeed essential. The prospect of acquiring a new skill is rather delightful. This system is truly commendable. Upon noticing the indication that psychology has already been mastered, Li Yi's heart swells with joy. The ability to learn new skills, even if it is psychology, is undoubtedly beneficial. What other skills may be learned in the future? Although he has recently traversed into this realm, Li Yi cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation for what lies ahead. Chapter 4 Greetings, Plumber. With the support of the system, even the mere acquisition of new skills is sufficient to instill hope in anyone for the future. The future is indeed promising. Amidst this reflection, Li Ian exited the system, and the voice of a woman soon reached his ears. Thank God you escaped. Had you not fled France, how could I have the perfume? Gazing at the man before her, the seemingly polite Stana experienced a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her charming visage grew somewhat rigid, and her smile appeared a tad forced. He has come from France. Is that possible? Who could possibly arrive from France now? A spy. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Stana's heart began to race. Would you like some coffee? I still have some here. Nervous, Stana excused herself and hurried to the kitchen. Once there, her panic surged, and she took several deep breaths. What should she do? He is a spy. I must call the police, but the phone. The phone is in the living room. The open window of her neighbor's house sparked a sudden idea. She swiftly grabbed a pen and a notepad from the kitchen cabinet and scribbled a message on a piece of paper, placing it in a small glass bottle before tossing it out the window. The glass bottle suddenly crashing and startled the woman preparing dinner. She turned to see Stana, half leaning out of the window, gesturing anxiously. Moments later, the rich aroma of coffee filled the room. Thank you. Li Yi and Amp, Oppos, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude as the woman handed him a cup of coffee. He took a sip, only to find it exceedingly bitter. Unable to suppress a grimace at the taste, he was about to complain when the woman spoke up. I'm sorry, we have no sugar left. She smiled apologetically, though her heart was tightly wound. Black coffee is quite pleasant, and besides, I haven't had coffee in ages. You know, since the war broke out, coffee has become quite scarce in France. Li Ian remained oblivious to the woman's unease. He suppressed the bitter flavor, pretending to savor the black coffee as he engaged in light conversation with her. From their dialogue, he learned that her husband was a senior employee at a North Borneo company, and she only knew that he had once accompanied troops to resist the Japanese forces after the war erupted, after which he vanished without a trace. He must be alive and well. Sometimes, no news is not necessarily bad news, Li Ian reassured her, but she shook her head in response. Let us hope so. Now, let us change the subject. What are your plans moving forward? The woman shifted the topic, and Li Ian set down his cup, pondering for a moment before replying, Madam. Could you kindly inform me where I might rent a house? Rent a house? The woman glanced at him, then at her watch. Where were the police? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, causing her heart to leap with joy. Finally, the police have arrived. She, who had barely managed to suppress a smile, promptly inquired. Who is it? Madam, I am the plumber, Huck. The residents downstairs reported a leak in your bathroom, so I came to assess the situation. As the woman rose to open the door, Li Ian sensed nothing unusual. Upon the door's opening, two men dressed as workers entered. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Li Ian noticed that they seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. The thought that troubles often befall widows crossed his mind, but he did not notice the two individuals stealthily sidestepping towards the bathroom before suddenly lunging at him. In the instant he was tackled, Li Ian hurriedly shouted, Help! Someone is robbing. Spies. Captain Adam glanced at the man handcuffed before him and turned to ask, Have you ever seen Germans sending Asians to Britain as spies? As an officer in the counterintelligence division, Adam found it difficult to describe these policemen. They were adept at apprehending spies, yet they had never actually captured any spies. Sir, I am not certain, but that lady reported to the neighbors, claiming he appeared suspicious, suggesting he was a spy from France. That is why I called you. From France? Captain Adam queried in confusion. Does he possess any identification? No identification whatsoever. Then how did he come to be in that lady's home? Captain Adam glanced at the slumbering spy, and without needing to ask, he understood the reason. He was a young and handsome man, the sort to attract numerous invitations from women. The bag was permeated with a nauseating stench. How many had worn that black hood? The smell was overwhelming, nearly causing Li Ian to retch. However, he had grown accustomed to it, from the moment of his capture to being escorted to the vehicle, and now, with his hands cuffed and seated in a chair, a singular thought occupied his mind. Where am I? Amidst his confusion, Li Yi and Oppos, and resolutely accepted his fate as the unluckiest time traveler in history. From France. Identity unknown. Spy. These phrases together spelled one outcome. He was destined for a second journey through time. Just then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the hood was yanked off. As he squinted to adjust to the light, Li Yi discerned his predicament. Before him was a table, and seated behind it were two British men, one sporting a handlebar mustache, both clad in military uniforms. Soldiers. A chill ran through Li Yi and Oppos, and, having seen numerous World War II films and read many novels, he instantly grasped his situation. The British military was interrogating him, which indicated they suspected him of espionage. Spies, surely, would face the gallows. There was no escape. There was even no need for a trial. Oh heavens, it seems I am truly on the verge of a second journey through time. What should I do now? At that moment, the man with the mustache spoke. All right, sir, do you have anything you wish to say? What? I do not understand what you were saying. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his back, Li Yi managed to compose himself, swiftly activating his psychological skills, an ability to read body language and analyze minds, designed to decipher human intentions during negotiations and aid in financial gain. Though still at the novice level, this rudimentary skill allowed him to conclude that his interlocutor harbored doubts about him. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your mission here, as dispatched by the Germans? Inquired the man with the mustache. In response to this inquiry, Li Yi replied, Sir, I am Chinese, and China stands as a member of the Allies. Why would I assist the Germans? When faced with skepticism, the most effective strategy is often to counter with a question, thereby destabilizing the opponent's stance. Indeed, even at the introductory level of psychology, certain insights can be gleaned. Captain Adam, for his part, harbored deep skepticism regarding the man's claim of being sent by the Germans. Yet, he found himself intrigued by the tale of escape from France. Li Yi continued to engage him with another question. Furthermore, sir, the appearance of a Chinese person is markedly distinct from that of a European. One would easily attract attention on the streets of London. If you were indeed a German, would you dispatch an Asian individual to serve as a spy in Britain? Indeed, that seems rather implausible, Captain Adam chuckled. But, who can say for certain? Perhaps we should first discuss your journey to England. Chapter 5. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. Could you kindly reiterate your itinerary? Captain Adam inquired once more within the confines of the police interrogation room. After departing from Paris, France, I first traveled to. Once again, Li Yi recounted his journey of fleeing France for the United Kingdom. In truth, these were not his own experiences, but rather those of a university classmate. Unlike the majority of their peers engaged in mundane pursuits, this affluent gentleman, born in Rome, embarked on a journey as a vagabond post-graduation, traversing the globe. Not only had he explored Europe, but he had also ventured across Africa. Nearly every corner of the world was visited. Out of admiration for his classmates' adventures, Li Yi occasionally perused his social media updates. The young man had traversed Africa, entering Spain through North Africa, before making his way to France. Reversing this route became Li Yi's escape plan. As for language barriers, he felt no trepidation. During his university years, he had diligently studied French and German in addition to English, aiming for a career in a prestigious firm. His proficiency in English and French enabled him to communicate and draft reports with ease. After Li Yi had reiterated his story yet again, Captain Adam left the interrogation room. Pondering the situation, perhaps he truly had escaped from France. Subsequently, he issued an order, notify the embassy to come and verify his identity. At 49, Portland Square, Li Guirin, pushing his bicycle, remained perplexed as he approached the embassy. It was indeed remarkable that someone could have escaped from France. Presently, the Germans had sealed off the French coast, while the British had fortified their own shores. The English Channel was so heavily monitored that even a fish crossing would likely require a report. Yet, in these times, peculiar occurrences were not uncommon. As a third secretary, he was not overly concerned about the intricacies of the situation. The ambassador was currently in the United States, and the counselor had dispatched him to investigate. So he proceeded without hesitation. However, it was merely a formality. Upon arriving at the police station and stating his purpose, he quickly met with the person in charge. As usual, he addressed the British politely, saying, "I apologize for the trouble caused." In a courteous tone, he added, "However, Chief, I cannot assist in verifying anything. At most, I can have a conversation with him. Since he possesses no identification, we cannot ascertain his identity, which is why we need you to speak with him to confirm." All right. Confirm his identity? Who can truly ascertain his identity? If a mistake is made, who bears the responsibility? This fellow. Why not remain in France and avoid such troubles? Upon their meeting, Li Guoren spoke directly. What were you thinking? Running around in such chaotic times instead of staying put in France? As he spoke, he placed his bag on the table, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. The familiar dialect, tinged with a Jiangsu accent, sounded endearing, yet his words were rather sharp. Observing the gentleman sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a meticulously styled 3/7 partition, Li Ian casually inquired, "Are you from the embassy? May I ask if Ambassador Gu is present?" Ambassador Gu? The expression on Li Guoren's face subtly shifted, as he scrutinized Li Ian with newfound seriousness. The impatience that once marred his countenance vanished, replaced by a smile. "You know Ambassador Gu?" "Ambassador Gu. The one who refused to sign at the Paris conference is Gu Weijun." Of course, Li Ian was unfamiliar with the man. Yet he had come across an article regarding Gu's wife, Huang Huilan, which detailed her former role as the ambassador to France before the war, and later her transfer to Britain after France's capitulation. The article described not only Huang's luxurious lifestyle but also her travels alongside her husband from France to Britain, and then to the United States. If memory serves, they should currently be in the U.S., accompanying the First Lady on her visit. Li Ian made a point to add, "My family has had some business dealings with the Huang family." Why mention the Huang family? Because the Huang family is affluent and influential. Huang's father is renowned as the Sugar King of the South Seas, and their family is among the wealthiest in the Dutch East Indies. The Li surname is also prominent, and dealings with those sharing the surname is quite commonplace. Thus, Li Ian felt emboldened to claim a connection with the Huang family. Moreover, given Japan's occupation of the South Seas, communication has been severed, even if Mrs. Huang were to appear in person, he would not fear exposure. More importantly, only by invoking the Huang family and Appo's esteemed name could he hope to elicit assistance from the embassy personnel, perhaps even secure a legitimate identity. Otherwise, considering Li Guoren's previous display of impatience, it was unlikely he would extend any help. "Ah, I see. My apologies." Li Guoren's demeanor grew increasingly cordial. For anyone with business ties to the Huang family must surely belong to the South Seas elite. It was no wonder he had managed to escape from France. This man was wealthy. Almost instinctively, Li Guoren and Appo's tone shifted to one of deference, recognizing the significance of his association with the superior and Appo's wife's acquaintance. More crucially, he was affluent and influential. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the chance to form connections with such individuals. "Mr. Li, you may not be aware, but both Ambassador Gu and his wife are currently in America accompanying Mrs. Song on her visit and are not at the embassy." "Oh, what shall I do?" Li Ian furrowed his brow, expressing his helplessness. "The British suspect me of being a spy. Without Mrs. Huang to vouch for me, how can I prove my innocence?" Before he could finish, Li Guoren interjected resolutely, "The British are exceeding their bounds. Mr. Li, you are clearly one of my compatriots. Yet they dare label you a German spy. It is astonishing that the British could even conceive such a notion. Rest assured, I will confront the British on your behalf. These British, steeped in old imperialism, will only dismiss us unless we show them some firmness." With that, Li Guoren rose and began to pound on the iron gate, shouting in English. As the door swung open, before Captain Adam could utter a word, the previously submissive Li Guoren boldly inquired, "Captain Adam, what do you truly mean by this? What grounds do you have to detain allied expatriates? Our compatriots have suffered innumerable indignities under German rule, and having barely escaped to England, they are now unjustly accused of espionage and held captive by your forces. This is utterly preposterous. I shall lodge a protest at the Foreign Office and at Downing Street. Is this truly how your nation treats its allies?" Faced with Li Guoren's fervent accusations, Captain Adam hastily interjected, "Secretary Li, did you not just assert that there was no proof?" "Proof?" Li Guoren retorted with righteous indignation. "Mr. Li's family is a prominent clan of overseas Chinese in the South Seas, closely connected to the family of the ambassador's wife. How could I possibly lack evidence?" In an instant, Captain Adam comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared this individual indeed possessed significant connections. "Very well, let them go." Chapter 6. The advantage of connections indeed. Those with connections experience a treatment that starkly contrasts with that of ordinary individuals. Even if such connections are merely superficial, they can yield numerous unforeseen benefits. Had it not been for his association with the Huang family, Li Guoren would not have advocated fervently on his behalf, nor would he have exerted himself to dispel any suspicions of espionage. even if it were merely a fade in Li Guoran's eyes. This young man not only shared a long-standing friendship with the ambassador's wife, but also hailed from an affluent family in the South Seas. For someone of such pedigree, it was imperative not only to provide attentive service, but also to seize the opportunity to forge valuable connections. After all, during the tumult of the war, what would China rely upon for its military endeavors? It is not solely the blood and sacrifice of its 40 million compatriots, but also the generous donations from millions of overseas Chinese. As an official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Li Guoran was acutely aware that before the fall of the South Seas, remittances and donations from the overseas Chinese accounted for 80% of government expenditures. Naturally, he understood the immense influence that community leaders wielded over high-ranking officials, a power beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, it was undoubtedly prudent to cultivate a relationship with the down-and-out scion of a South Seas aristocracy. Such an alliance would be beneficial in both the political and business realms. With such thoughts in mind, Li Guoran escorted his newly recognized cousin to a long-term rental apartment provided by the embassy. Upon entering, Li Guoran and Appo's tone was suffused with contrition. "Oh, my dear brother, do not say such things. As a refugee in London, I am already content to have found a place to rest. Had it not been for your assistance, I fear I would have struggled to find even a temporary refuge." As he spoke, Li Yian expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a deep bow. "Your kindness is something I shall never forget." "That is all that matters," Li Guoran replied promptly. He was straightforward and did not linger to deepen their emotional bond, opting instead to take his leave, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future. Having connections truly is a blessing. Observing the exuberantly warm demeanor of his cousin, Li Yian could not help but reflect on his previous worries regarding identification and other matters. "Look, now my concerns have been effortlessly resolved," he mused. "I must trouble you no further, dear brother." With that, he bowed deeply once more, overflowing with gratitude, which he felt was indispensable. "See, you are being courteous again." Li Guoran laughed, playfully gesturing towards him, embodying the spirit of a true brother. "Now, get some rest." By the way, just as he was about to exit, as if struck by a sudden thought, Li Guoran retrieved a small booklet from his pocket. "This is my ration booklet. You should keep it for now." As he spoke, he pressed it into Li Yian's hands. "But how can this be, elder brother? What will you eat? Look at you, already calling me elder brother and yet treating me as a stranger." "The embassy has a separate ration supply. I usually eat and stay there, so I have no use for this. Take it for now. Once you are settled, you can return it to me. Moreover, this ration certificate serves as identification. It belongs to diplomatic personnel, so you need not worry if you encounter the police. It will certainly make your movements more convenient." After emphasizing the utility of the ration certificate, Li Guoran jested, "Without this, what will you eat? How could it be? Do you expect people to call the police again? Or perhaps fall victim to deceitful schemes? Enough of that, my brother, no need for pleasantries." Just as Li Yian was about to express his gratitude, the door was shut. Listening to the fading footsteps down the corridor and gazing at the ration booklet in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good person. Truly a commendable soul." As he marveled, the light screen flickered to life. Persuade others through words to assist oneself, earning free accommodation, experience points. 20? Goodness, such an abundance of experience points. It is no surprise, considering the exorbitant rental prices in London, to secure free lodging merely through eloquence. How could that not elevate one's experience? Attribute functions unlocked. Would you like to view? Without hesitation, Li Yian opted to explore, and information materialized on the light screen. Currently mastered skills: business, LV1, psychology, LV1, business management, LV2. Upon reaching the final entry, Li Yian couldn't help but grimace, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The business and psychology skills were bestowed by the system. Yet his university major in business management had somehow been upgraded to a skill, rated at LV2. But what utility does it hold? He had chosen this field merely due to a moment of folly, and if he had pursued pharmacology or even veterinary medicine, he could have perhaps discovered penicillin and achieved great success. Despite his grievances, Li Yian was pleasantly surprised to discover that these skills were subject to enhancement. With today's experience points gained and attributes unlocked, it indicated that continuous skill upgrades could yield more functionalities. What capabilities might the system provide in the future? Gazing at the light screen, Li Yian and Appo's, and felt a surge of determination, eager to hone a skill to its utmost potential. Observing his skills, he noted that business management had reached LV2. If he could find a way to increase the skill points in business management, elevation to a higher level would soon follow. The future held promise. However, business management? At present, what enterprise was there for him to oversee? Resolute in his thoughts, Li Ian exited the system and found himself lost in contemplation on the sofa, pondering how to enhance his business skills. This skill not only pertained to unlocking new functionalities, but was also crucial for his future. While he currently had a place to stay, it was merely a temporary refuge. What could he accomplish in 7 months? Certainly, he aimed to strengthen himself, compelling Madame Huang to acknowledge their acquaintance. People tend to shy away from impoverished relatives. It is human nature. Approaching the window, Li Ian gazed out at London, his expression shifting with uncertainty. At this moment, he was unsure whether the city was rife with opportunities or fraught with peril. Yet, one truth remained clear. Only by stepping outside this room could he seize the chance. Taking a deep breath, Li Ian spoke to himself, "All right, London, here I come." Chapter 7. Hello. Checking the water meter thus, I threw the bottle to my neighbor, who promptly reported it to the authorities. The police then disguised themselves as plumbers, entering the room to apprehend the spy. On the tram, Stana boasted to her friends about her clever maneuvering against the spy, feeling quite elated, not merely for her service to the British Empire, but because of the envious gazes directed her way. "Stana, I can hardly bear to part from you," said Geely, instinctively leaning closer, adding, with words like that, "I might catch a whiff of your fragrance. Oh dear, I can scarcely recall the scent of perfume." Once again, Geely leaned towards Stana and Apos' neck, inhaling deeply, her expression one of greed, as if she wished to absorb every trace of the aroma. "Ah, darling, if you simply strolled around Grosvenor Square, those Americans would undoubtedly vie to gift you perfumes. Not only perfumes, but even stockings," she remarked. Grosvenor Square, the site of the American Embassy, is surrounded by office buildings predominantly occupied by Americans, including their military headquarters and various agencies of the U.S. State Department. Consequently, the square teems with Americans, far outnumbering the British. In contrast to the resource-deprived Britons, these Americans possess an abundance that exceeds the wildest imagination of the locals, prompting many British women to meander through the square in hopes of encountering an American who could fulfill their material desires. American perfumes are mere cheap imitations. Who would covet them? Geely sighed, her head resting on her friend's shoulder. However, stockings, that wouldn't be unwelcome. Inhaling the fragrance of her friend's perfume, Geely inquired, "My dear, did you perhaps exchange your beauty for that perfume?" As she spoke, Geely playfully caressed Stana's thigh, her touch as smooth as butter, casting doubt on whether Stana wore stockings, which was indeed a source of envy, her skin pale and flawless, almost devoid of body hair. "Of course not. It is a gift from a friend who traveled abroad," Stana replied, concealing the truth that the perfume had been given by the spy. In fact, she hadn't even disclosed this to the police, fearing it might be confiscated as evidence. "How I envy you," Geely said with an envious tone, filling Stana with a sense of satisfaction, perhaps the last vestige of her pride. God bear witness, ever since her husband had gone missing, she had transformed from a high society lady into an ordinary woman struggling to sustain herself, forced to seek employment like any other woman. Reflecting on her past, Stana felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Soon, the bus arrived at her stop. Bidding farewell to her friend, she disembarked alone. Upon returning home, Stana followed her usual routine, washing up in the bathroom. Just as she changed into her nightwear, a knock echoed from the door. Who could it be now? Puzzled, Stana made her way to the living room and called out, "Who is it?" "It's that woman, without a doubt," came the hushed voice of Li Ian. "Madam, I'm here to check the water meter." Despite her confusion, Stana opened the door. The moment it swung wide, her eyes widened in astonishment. She attempted to close it again, but the man outside held it ajar with his arm. You. "Greetings, madam. We meet once more," Li Ian said with a smile, propping himself against the door. "What? No invitation for me to enter and visit? You weren't apprehended by the police?" Suddenly, Stana appeared to comprehend something, a realization dawning upon her. "You're not a spy? If you were a spy, there is no way you would have been released so swiftly. What do you think?" The recollection of her misunderstanding him for a spy, and the police's vigorous capture of him, made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she felt her strength dissipate against the door. "Sir, would you like some coffee?" Instantly, the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly awkward, with neither party uttering a word. After what seemed like an eternity, Stana tentatively ventured, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the previous misunderstanding, but between us." "What is there between us?" Stana faltered, uncertain of how to continue. knowing she had indeed misjudged him. "There is nothing between us," Li Ian interjected. "I am here to assist you." "Assist me?" "Indeed." Observing the woman before him, Li Ian surveyed the living room. During his last visit, he had noted the faint outlines of paintings on the walls, and now there remained only a solitary sofa. It was evident that her current circumstances were far from favorable. During wartime, circumstances are not as they once were, Stana remarked. "Yet, madam, your situation is considerably worse than before. What brings you here?" "Because of that photograph," he replied. The insignia on the woman's husband in the picture, a crown and a star, signifies the rank of a lieutenant colonel. A lieutenant colonel from the colonies. Undoubtedly part of the upper class. This was precisely why Li Ian had come. He required this woman, or more accurately, he needed a woman who could grant him access to the upper echelons of society to help him secure his first fortune. Stana adjusted her nightgown and, seated elegantly in the armchair, crossed her long legs with grace, revealing her alluring figure. "What is it you wish to convey?" "You are in need of money." Stana erupted into laughter, her mirth causing the fabric of her nightgown to ripple. "Ah, a quintessential example of the slender branch bearing ripe fruit. Who does not need money? How grand." In the midst of her astonishment, Li Ian retrieved a carefully prepared item from his bag. Instantly, her laughter ceased. Her gaze fixated on the object resting on the coffee table, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "Am I dreaming?" Stana blinked, then regarded the man with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "What is it that you desire from me?" Her eyes remained locked on the object, a pair of stockings. My God, is this man intending to accept or reject? Oh, how difficult it would be to refuse. Within the depths of Stana's heart, myriad thoughts flickered as her gaze flitted between the alluring stockings and the youthful, handsome man. Ah, this man. He possesses an innate understanding of the irresistible allure that captivates women. Just as Stana contemplated yielding, his words reached her. Indeed, everyone requires money. Yet not all possess the opportunity to earn it. At this moment, you have a chance. What kind of chance? Stana's eyes remained fixed on the stockings. And as the man held them aloft, showcasing their delicate translucence, a captivating smile once again graced his visage. Assist me in selling them to those who desire them and can afford to purchase them. Chapter 8. A foreign guest what? A foreign guest? In an instant, a wave of despair washed over Stana. Her hazel eyes blazed with fury. How could this insufferable man treat her so? Last time it was for bread. And now he expected her to assist him in selling stockings. Did he truly believe that women held no significance in his eyes? Stana's suspicions were confirmed. At least at this moment, Li Ian was devoid of any regard for women. Having traversed through time, who would still be concerned about such matters? Earning money was the only imperative. As for the thankless task of assisting this man, her haul included not only sample perfumes and women's lingerie, but also an abundance of knee-high stockings. 5 pairs for $10, no less. In this era, stockings were indeed valuable. Yet, precisely because of their worth, one needed to find buyers who could afford them. Were it not for this woman's connections to the upper echelons of society, Li Ian would have shown her little interest. With a glare directed at the man, Stana found herself engulfed by a tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, disappointment, as she grappled with her feelings in the face of his blatant disregard. Just then, the man spoke once more. These stockings can serve as samples for your use. Of course, the cost will be deducted from your salary. Really? In that instant, a spark of unrestrained joy ignited in Stana's eyes. Ultimately, women could hardly resist the allure of stockings. At that moment, however, she pondered. Was this man truly fixated solely on such trivialities? Ah, have I grown old? After he departed, Stana made her way to the bathroom. Standing before the large mirror to scrutinize her reflection, her figure remained as slender as in her youth, yet it possessed a curvaceous allure. Her beauty surpassing that of the past. But how could he remain oblivious to her? In an instant, despondency enveloped her. Yet the thought of those stockings instantly rekindled a radiant smile upon her face. The stockings, they are mine. As Stana, with her long legs, joyfully strode towards the bedroom. Li Ian was descending the stairs, his gaze fixed upon a screen only he could perceive. Employees can actually gain experience points? This is simply marvelous. Wait, no other rewards? Despite a tinge of disappointment, Li Ian remained optimistic about the future. After all, employing a mere staff member was just the beginning. Eventually, he aspired to establish a multinational corporation with a workforce starting in the tens of thousands. A towering edifice begins with a solid foundation. With a ration card serving as identification, he could explore London further. In wartime London, soldiers were a common sight. Yet the more prevalent image was that of long lines outside food shops. where people eagerly craned their necks to gauge the number of souls ahead of them. Li Ian, of course, was no exception and joined the queue, for the necessity of sustenance is a universal truth. While waiting, he observed the individuals in line, predominantly women, with only a handful of elderly men, distinguished by their white hair. The younger men, and even those of middle age, had all enlisted in the military. As a young man himself, he naturally attracted attention. Indeed, during the wait, he felt the gazes of women upon him, vibrant young girls and alluring married women, their looks ranging from direct to bashful, creating a palpable tension. However, in this setting, the primary concern remained food, not merely its availability but also its price. After all, everyone possessed a ration book, serving merely as a purchasing voucher, but payment was still required at the point of sale. The ability to afford and obtain the goods was paramount. What? 2 ounces of sugar for 10 pence? Why not just rob a bank? A voice rang out from the front of the line, prompting others to echo their outrage. My God, a pound of sugar costs 80 shillings. A pound of sugar? Are you dreaming? Do you possess that many ration coupons? An elderly man interjected amidst the clamor. Madam, if you seek to assign blame, direct it towards the Germans. Did you not read in the newspapers that their submarines have sunk another dozen ships? Our sugar must surely be at the bottom of the sea. The crowd erupted in a chorus of curses directed at the Germans and their ilk. As the throng surged forward, it finally came to Li Ian's turn. Upon presenting his ration book, the shopkeeper glanced at it, then at him, and inquired, Sir, what would you like? Please, give me 2 loaves of bread, a pound of bacon or ham, and some butter. In a bid to avoid further waiting, Li Ian decided to purchase extra. However, he failed to notice the peculiar glances from both the shopkeeper and those in line. Very well, sir. As the shopkeeper accepted his ration coupons, a voice from behind boomed. Harry, why are you selling him so much? We are allowed only 4 ounces of bacon. Indeed, why grant this fellow such an abundance of food? As Li Ian sensed the growing discontent around him, the shopkeeper replied, Ladies, he is a diplomat, utilizing the red book. Instantly, the previously disgruntled crowd fell silent, their gazes towards Li Yi and Appos, and now laden with complexity. Was this the privilege afforded to foreign guests? For a fleeting moment, a thrill of excitement surged within him, for he was experiencing the legendary treatment reserved for dignitaries. After receiving a bag brimming with provisions and expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, Li Ian departed amidst the envy and jealousy of the onlookers, particularly the admiring glances from women. As he reached the street corner, poised to purchase some fruit, a hoarse voice called out to him, Greetings, sir. Do you possess any gasoline vouchers? Following the sound, I beheld a slender man with golden hair and azure eyes, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and adorned with a flat cap, gazing intently at me. Sir, if you have gasoline vouchers, I am willing to pay a handsome price for them. As he spoke, the man rolled up his shirt sleeve, revealing a gleaming gold watch, and continued, I have here a genuine gold watch, sir. Chapter 9, The Path to Wealth, a Mere Novice. Anderson, who had roamed the streets for over 20 years, gleaned everything from the bewildered expression of his interlocutor. In that fleeting moment, he wished to slap himself. A gold watch, what on earth was he thinking? A gold watch, indeed, is an object of great value. Consequently, items such as gold watches can procure anything in the market, including highly sought-after gasoline coupons. May I treat you to a drink? A drink? The rations are rather scarce, Anderson replied uncertainly. Even diplomats share this plight. Is there a bar nearby? Why would he want to buy this fellow a drink? Li Ian surely had his own motives. The existence of a black market indicates profit and wealth. Anyone who has ever purchased a vegetable package understands this. Discovering a path to riches is akin to unearthing a new world. However, this new world requires some inquiry, and the current middleman is the perfect candidate for gathering insights into market trends. Gasoline coupons are the most precious among all vouchers, as nearly everyone requires gasoline. It was regulated even before food, and due to such regulations, goods like fuel and food have found their way to the black market, where transactions flourish. After all, everyone is in need, and gasoline coupons are the hard currency that can be exchanged for anything: food, luxury watches, gold coins. After indulging in 2 long-awaited whiskeys, Anderson felt at ease to speak candidly, enlightening Li Ian about the intricacies of London's black market. This imparted a foundational understanding of how, for those shrewd enough, scarcity and rationing present excellent opportunities for illicit profit. Store owners often manage to procure scarce goods, selling them privately at inflated prices. Black market traders hawk everything in demand on certain streets, and buyers are well aware of the dubious origins of these goods. As for meat, at the port. Hundreds of tons are lost daily, and this lost meat inevitably makes its way to the black market, where it is resold at exorbitant prices to those in need. Sir, Anderson said earnestly, I am aware that your diplomatic rations far exceed those of ordinary individuals. You receive a weekly allocation of 10 packets of cigarettes, yet often, you find yourself not in need of them, as food, cigarettes, and alcohol are delivered weekly to your embassy. Should we cooperate, I assure you, you could earn at least 10 pounds every week. In Anderson's view, this man standing in line might merely be a minor figure within the embassy, and such minor figures could find a sum like 10 pounds quite enticing. Just like that package of food you purchased for about 2 pounds. I could sell it for 4 or even 5 pounds. So, what items are in highest demand? Cigarettes and sugar, Anderson stated plainly. Cigarettes are primarily supplied to the military, resulting in a chronic shortage in the market, compounded by the necessity of purchasing them with tobacco coupons. These coupons allow for the acquisition of only a few packs per month. Consequently, cigarettes are exceedingly sought after. As for sugar, who does not require it? Anderson addressed the individual behind the counter directly. Billy, does your wife need sugar? Do you have any? He continued, every kitchen requires sugar. Although we possess sugar coupons, we can never procure enough. Why? According to the newspapers, it is due to the German submarines relentlessly sinking merchant ships. Yet, the reality is that, for Downing Street, sugar, milk, meat, and tobacco are deemed less critical than tanks, aircraft, and artillery. They refuse to expend precious foreign currency on such commodities, conveniently attributing the blame to the Germans and compelling ordinary citizens to endure these so-called hardships. Taking a sip of whiskey, Anderson added, thus, everyone is inevitably reliant on the black market. Everyone needs it. Even those operating postal planes at the airport are known to transport cartons of cigarettes to America, where a pack of Lucky Strikes or Camels costs merely a dime or two, while here, it can fetch at least a pound. Such exorbitant profits? Surely, they must be making substantial sums. Anderson realized that the individual before him was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the black market. Sir, judging by your expression, you are entirely unaware of the current market dynamics. Britain enforces regulations, and so does America, albeit with less stringent measures. Nonetheless, quotas exist. Although those flying postal planes can smuggle a limited quantity, it is still only a fraction. If it were otherwise, not only the pilots, but also the crew at the ports would be smuggling entire cartons. Consider that ships offer far more space than planes. Even if pilots wish to carry more, they may not have the capacity, whereas ships could readily accommodate significant amounts. However, the issue is not merely about how much they wish to purchase. Quotas prevail. So, purchasing cigarettes in America is also subject to quotas. No wonder the prices remain so robust. Enlightened by this market information, Li Yan gleaned a significant nugget from the black market dealer. Are you suggesting that there are planes flying from Britain to America? Postal planes, Anderson clarified. Even before the war, postal planes traversed between Britain and America, specifically designed for transporting mail. They are piloted by crews of large aircraft capable of flying directly from Britain to America. Who could have anticipated that a pack of cigarettes could yield tenfold profits? Regrettably, they cannot obtain sufficient stock. Otherwise, they would surely fill an entire plane. Anderson's lamentation sparked a realization in Li Yan. He instantly recognized this as a potential opportunity. Perhaps even a new frontier. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yan proactively poured another glass of whiskey for him, expending a full 7 ration coupons. It was only after the drink arrived that he inquired, do you know where these postal planes land? At the seaplane dock on the Thames River, who knows? In contrast to those individuals, the larger crew preferred purchasing items from the ship's personnel. One could scarcely imagine what the crew might smuggle: cigarettes, sugar, coffee, and a myriad of other goods. However, as Anderson continued to educate, one tends to be softened by the hospitality of others, having indulged in a glass of whiskey. They wouldn't accept pounds, as pounds hold no value in America. They demand dollars, which of course are unavailable. Yet, watches, cameras, and even antique furniture are their favorites. Such shops abound in the port, where these items fetch a handsome price in America. Particularly watches and cameras. As you know, those American folks simply cannot produce quality timepieces or cameras. German and Swiss products have always been their preference, but due to the ongoing war, they are unable to procure such items. Finally, after 2 glasses of whiskey were consumed, Anderson broached the matter at hand. Sir, do you happen to possess any gasoline coupons? I am willing to pay a premium. Chapter 10. The first bucket of gold after leaving the bar. Li Ian began to contemplate the information he had just acquired. This significant price disparity existed solely within the context of a wartime economy. Yet if he could seize the opportunity, he could undoubtedly achieve capital accumulation. The crux of the matter remained how to infiltrate this market. The key was to transport the goods. Demand spurred the market, inevitably giving rise to a black market. For Li Ian, who had once purchased a 100 yuan vegetable bundle, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant profits the black market could offer. Of course, he also understood that this market was transient, with only 2 years left to capitalize on it. Cigarettes, white sugar. That night, as Li Ian lay in bed, his thoughts revolved incessantly around the black market, fixating on this opportunity to strike it rich. He was astounded by the stack of pounds on the table. 5 pairs of stockings, each sold for 200 pounds, totaling a remarkable 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. For merely 5 pairs of stockings. Was this the staggering profit of the black market? Just then, the screen flashed again. Employees successfully sold 5 pairs of stockings, reaping substantial profits and entering the high-end market, earning 500 experience points. What? It awarded 500 experience points right off the bat. What a delightful surprise. It seemed that if things continued this way, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up at all. Li Ian felt a surge of excitement. After all, the cargo belonging to the manly woman contained several hundred dozen stockings. Vintage, seamless, pantyhose, and even crotchless varieties. Everything one could desire. Those were not mere stockings. They were stacks of cash. Upon exiting the system, the voice of Stana echoed in his ears once more. Mr. Lee, you must know that I have not attended a ladies' salon in quite some time. I only visited a book club yesterday, where only a few women could afford to buy anything. However, I have received an invitation to join a salon that promises a plethora of affluent ladies, who will surely be willing to purchase more stockings and spend lavishly. Stana appeared somewhat exhilarated. It had been ages since she had felt the adoration of the crowd. She vividly recalled how, just yesterday at the book club, the very women who had once ostracized her because of her circumstances were now fixated on the stockings adorning her legs. They recognized at a glance that her stockings were not merely painted on, but were genuine articles, as she subtly hinted at having an abundance of stockings. They flocked to her, eager to curry her favor, hoping to procure some of her wares. After all, during wartime, even if they were wealthy, it was exceedingly difficult to acquire stockings. Compared to money, women yearned far more for nylon stockings. Lee, do you believe it? Even the proud Lady Charlie feels that a woman like me, who ventures out to work, is unworthy of sharing afternoon tea with them. However, yesterday she persistently sought to win my favor. When she spoke of her accomplishments, a radiant smile adorned Stana's face, and even her gaze towards the man transformed. After all, it was he who restored her sense of dignity. As women flaunt their achievements like proud peacocks, perhaps moved by her emotions, she involuntarily crossed her long legs, revealing her slender limbs to the man's view. Yet, to her disappointment, he seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. As various complex feelings swirled within her, she observed the man picking up some banknotes, counting out a few and stating, "This is 100 pounds, and it is your remuneration." "What?" Stana exclaimed, astonished at the stack of bills. "Did you not say that these stockings were my reward? Why are you compensating me further?" "Madam, your work merits recognition," Li Yan replied while gesturing toward the stockings adorning her legs. "They are indeed your prize, hence I must provide you with your wages." Instantly, the woman erupted into joyous exclamations, impulsively rushing to Li Yan's side and planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you. This is the finest gift I have received since the outbreak of war." Overwhelmed with excitement, Stana momentarily forgot her marital status and, in a fervent display of emotion, bestowed upon him another kiss, this time on his lips. It must be said, her kiss was both powerful and alluring. Following an intense embrace, her eyes became dreamy, her hands cradling the man's face as her enticing crimson lips gently parted. "Darling, please do not restrain yourself." With that, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she fervently kissed him once more. Restraint. At that moment, any man would find it impossible to exercise self-control. Just then, a prompt appeared, asking whether to activate a skill. "Very well, learning brings me joy. Let joy be doubled." When he awoke once more and beheld the sleeping woman, Li Yan smiled, then rose, dressed, and made his way to the living room, where her long dress and high heels lay carelessly discarded on the floor. Indeed, the battle had been fierce. Just as Li Yan picked up the garments, a knock echoed from the door. "Ha, brother, these past few days, you must have been waiting anxiously. Who else could it be but Li Guoran?" As soon as he entered, having uttered those words, Li Guoren detected the lingering scent of perfume in the air. A quick scan of the living room made it abundantly clear to him that a woman was present. Yet, he chose not to confront the matter directly. Instead, he produced a document. Here, brother, this is your identification document. It took a bit of effort, and I apologize for the wait. The implications were understood without needing to be explicitly stated. Upon receiving the thin identification document, Li Yan was filled with gratitude. How could he not be? With this piece of paper, he now possessed legal status, no longer fearing the gallows. Thank you, elder brother. Such kindness is beyond words. I shall forever remember this favor. You and I are bound by blood. There is no need for such formality, Li Yan expressed with gratitude. Elder brother, please wait a moment. As Li Yi and oppose and opened the money folder, Li Guoren was momentarily taken aback. The folder contained a thick stack of banknotes. Where had he acquired such wealth? When he left the police station, did he not possess a mere £5? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself thrust a dozen or more £5 notes. Little brother, what is the meaning of this? Please accept this money, elder brother. I am well aware of your kindness, but in this world, nothing comes without a price. I cannot allow you to bear both the burden of goodwill and financial expense. Li Yi and oppose and explained as he attempted to return the money to Li Guoren. To be candid, I have recently reconnected with an old family friend in London. This is, he said, raising the banknotes with a smile. Currently, I need not worry about my livelihood. Truly, you are a scion of a wealthy family. Observing the young man in his 20s before him, Li Guoren felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he had not misjudged him. This fellow genuinely hailed from an affluent background, merely seeking an old acquaintance, and he was greeted with a substantial sum of money. That stack must contain no less than £800, if not 1,000. No wonder there is a fragrance of perfume in this room. With wealth, who needs to worry about women? Seeing Li Guoren appear somewhat dazed, Li Yan smiled inwardly. The reason for presenting the money was twofold. Firstly, to ensure Li Guoren would assist him more effectively, and secondly, to subtly convey the complexity of his own background. With both factors combined, Li Guoren would undoubtedly devote himself wholeheartedly to assisting him. By the way, elder brother, I have one more matter to trouble you with. What is it? As long as it is within my capabilities, do not hesitate to speak. Li Guoren promptly replied. I have just arrived in England and am unfamiliar with many things. I wish to inquire if you know of any means to travel to America. Li Yan then emphasized. I mean at this moment. He asked him this because the ambassador and his wife were currently in America. Surely Li Guoren must have some insights into potential channels. To America. Li Guoren was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow, given that shipping has been halted. This is indeed a challenging task. That is precisely what I require from you. Acknowledging its difficulty. Difficult does not equate to impossible. Rather, it signifies a formidable challenge, yet one that can be surmounted. Li Yan remarked with a smile, if it were easy, there would be no need to trouble my elder brother, would there? Chapter 11. Chinatown wealth can move mountains. This adage resonates universally, transcending borders. What can £500 procure? A round-trip ticket to America, of course, but to board this flight, one must don the airline's uniform, essentially masquerading as a crew member. As Kent navigated their vehicle toward the seaplane terminal, he glanced at Li Yan in the rearview mirror and assured him candidly, rest assured, Captain Kent, I shall not waste anyone's time. Shortly thereafter, the automobile halted in a parking lot adjacent to the Tower Bridge, where a grand four-engine Empire-class C seaplane was moored by the banks of the Thames. Behold, the Empire-class C seaplane, Major Kent remarked, directing his gaze towards the aircraft. Before the war, it served as the primary passenger aircraft linking the British Empire's homeland with its overseas colonies. Weekly flights traversed routes to Egypt, India, East Africa, South Africa, Malaysia, and Australia. Now, only a weekly service to New York remains. As he spoke, he stepped forward towards the terminal. Upon nearing the dock, the station guards merely cast a cursory glance at them before granting passage. It was evident that Kent had arranged everything in advance. The guards' indifferent demeanor suggested that Kent and his companions were no strangers to such escapades. Even after Li Yan boarded the aircraft, he drew no attention from the crew, blending seamlessly into the background as he settled into a seat amidst a cluster of mailbags. Approximately 20 minutes later, with the cabin door ceiling shut, the engines above the wings roared to life, and the colossal seaplane gradually glided to the center of the Thames before accelerating. The spray kicked up by the plane's movement splashed against the windows, and suddenly, the aircraft began its ascent. For Li Yan, embarking on a seaplane for the first time, curiosity soon gave way to tedium. I think I'll take a nap, he declared. The mechanic, Richard, tossed him a sleeping bag, stating, "We have another 26 hours of flight ahead." 26 hours. This was the duration from London to New York, although it was not a direct route. A refueling stop in Greenland was necessary before continuing to New York. Throughout the ensuing hours, the plane soared over the Atlantic, occasionally revealing columns of smoke rising from the ocean, evidence of merchant vessels sunk by German submarines, their flames illuminating the waters. These smoke plumes served as a stark reminder to Li Yan that the Nazi wolf packs were not mere folklore, including the stopover in Greenland. It took nearly 27 hours before the aircraft finally touched down at New York Harbor. Once the plane docked, before the cabin door even swung open, the crew members appeared rather impatient, eager to rush into the city, intent on exchanging the watches and cameras packed in their luggage for essential supplies. In 1943, New York, although not as prosperous as in later years, was already one of the most vibrant metropolises of its time. The towering skyscrapers created a sense of temporal dislocation, particularly with iconic structures like the Empire State Building dominating Manhattan and Oppo's skyline. As Li Yan walked through the bustling streets, surrounded by throngs of people and flanked by lofty buildings, he experienced a profound sense of detachment, as if traversing through time. As a Chinese expatriate in New York, unfamiliar with his surroundings, his only refuge was Chinatown. His initial destination was Chinatown, seeking a means to procure cigarettes. Upon entering, he quickly noticed several individuals clad in uniforms strikingly similar in style and color to his own. At that moment, a Chinese man dressed in a collared shirt approached him with a friendly greeting. "Hey there." The Cantonese dialect caught Li Yan off guard. Before he could respond, Zhu Yihai discerned his struggle with the language and switched to Mandarin. "Hello, sir. Is this your first visit to Chinatown?" Noticing that Li Yan appeared to be a newcomer, he recognized an opportunity. The Mandarin laced with a Cantonese accent stirred a sense of familiarity within Li Yan. "Yes, indeed. It is my first time here." Despite sharing a common ethnicity, he remained cautious in this unfamiliar environment. Although this era lacked the dangers of northern Myanmar, prudence was always wise. Observing Li Yan's evident wariness, Zhu Yihai hastened to reassure him. "Sir, you need not worry about me causing you harm. A significant portion of the residents in Chinatown rely on seamen like you for their livelihoods. We would never jeopardize our own means of support. Rest assured, in Chinatown, no one will deceive you. I noticed you seem to be unfamiliar with the area. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Curiosity piqued, Li Yan inquired. "A significant portion of Chinatown's residents rely on seamen? How so?" "Sir, look around. The seamen in Chinatown are your compatriots. Currently, the most lucrative business here involves purchasing watches, cameras, and fur coats from you." Through Zhu Yihai's explanation, Li Yan learned that there were thousands of Chinese seamen in the Allied merchant fleet. Upon reaching England, they would exchange cigarettes and other goods for watches, cameras, jewelry, and fur coats, which they would subsequently sell in Chinatown for cash and supplies. Understanding dawned on Li Yan. "So, if I am not mistaken, you are here for the purpose of trading goods as well." "Indeed," he replied with a nod and a smile. "I have brought some items with me, but I am uncertain of their value." "That depends on what you have brought," Zhu Yihai responded. "I will assist you in finding the most suitable vendors. As for my commission, you need not worry. Regardless of which shop I take you to, the owner will provide me with a cut." Li Yan scrutinized the man before him, who appeared to be in his 30s. Though his attire was clean and tidy, the frayed collar suggested that his circumstances were not particularly favorable. After some contemplation, Li Yan paused and inquired, "What if I require a substantial quantity of cigarettes? Is it possible to procure Lucky Strikes and Camels?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yihai immediately sensed the stability of the deal. "Isn't that the very reason you ventured into Chinatown? How many cartons do you require? 20, or perhaps 50? As you are aware, cigarettes in the United States are currently subject to a quota system, allowing each individual only a few packs per week. Hence the prices are rather steep." "And how much will the price increase?" Li Yan asked. "At a minimum, it will rise by 50%, Zhu Yihai elucidated. "There are instances where it may escalate to 60 or 70%, as the price fluctuates with the market. However, if your order is substantial, we might negotiate a more favorable rate." "I genuinely need a considerable amount," Li Yan responded. "More than all of them combined. If you could assist me in locating a reliable supplier who can guarantee a steady supply, we can certainly discuss the commission." Chapter 12. International trade more than any of them? Is it possible to ascertain the exact amount? Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Zhu Yihai was naturally eager to seize it. His heart swelled with joy, Yet he understood that the feasibility of grasping this chance hinged on his ability to introduce a reliable supplier. There are indeed numerous trustworthy suppliers, but the question remains, how many does he require? Perhaps around 20 boxes. Venturing into unfamiliar territory to seek out a seller would likely result in delays. By the time he found one, the opportunity would have slipped away. Moreover, his current time was limited, leaving no room for wasted efforts. What? Zhu Yihai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. 20 boxes. Observing Zhu Yihai's stunned expression, Li Yan inquired, is there a problem? Indeed, there is a problem, sir. Do you have any idea how much that is in cigarettes? A box contains 250 cartons, not merely 250 packs. Even in the United States, cigarettes are subject to rationing. Such a vast quantity of cigarettes. Noticing Zhu Yihai's agitation, Li Yan calmly remarked, is there an issue? Certainly, there is an issue. Zhu Yihai replied. Such a multitude of cigarettes could only be amassed by purchasing the entire inventory of Chinatown. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Yihai glanced toward Chinatown and whispered, however, I know someone who undoubtedly has sufficient stock, though he is not of Chinese descent. Not of Chinese descent? Is he trustworthy? Indeed. Much of the merchandise in Chinatown is sourced from him. During the Prohibition era, his family engaged in the illicit liquor trade. And now they are involved in the clandestine cigarette business. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhu Yihai would hesitate to mention this individual, but given the astonishing commission at stake, he had no intention of withholding information. However, transactions with him would necessitate cash payment. Nevertheless, he added, before heading there, you could sell the items you have brought along. All right, please assist me in finding a buyer. The primary items I brought are watches. I'm speaking of luxury timepieces. Thank you for your trust. I shall lead you there immediately. Please follow me. As Zhu Yihai spoke, he guided Li Yan outside Chinatown. Mr. Covell, this is Mr. Li, who has come from Europe. You may address him as Li. They arrived at an opulent watch shop outside Chinatown, where they encountered Mr. Philip Covell. Hello, Li. Covell greeted them warmly. The array of watches displayed in his shop attested to its suitability for their needs. Li, you may call me Philip, Covell said, extending his hand to shake Li Yan's. In contrast to Covell's enthusiasm, Li Yan was intent on swiftly concluding the transaction to expedite his subsequent plans. Thus, he directly delved into the matter, producing a watch from his backpack and placing it on the counter, saying, Mr. Philip, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. Here lies the exquisite timepiece I present for your appraisal. Almost instantaneously upon its unveiling by Li Yan, Covell's gaze was ensnared by the watch resting upon the table. He picked up one of the watches, exclaiming in astonishment, a Longines flyback chronograph, powered by the 13 Zen movement. As Covell scrutinized the watch with meticulous attention, he even lifted the case back, employing a magnifying glass and a small lamp to conduct a thorough examination. Meanwhile, Li Yan and Zhu Yihai sat quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of his inspection. Upon completing his evaluation, Covell had formed an appraisal of the watch in his mind. Although the war had impacted the luxury market, it primarily affected the supply of such goods. The outbreak of conflict had rendered it exceedingly difficult for Swiss timepieces to reach American shores. Nevertheless, even amidst wartime, the affluent retained their demand for luxury items, with this desire often heightened, as many had profited handsomely from the turmoil. Are you considering a sale? Covell inquired. If you are amenable, I could offer you 200. Prior to the war, a new watch would fetch a similar price. Your timepiece, though a 1938 model, has been exceptionally well maintained. The war has indeed inflated the prices of numerous luxury items. 200? Li Yan responded without hesitation. I propose 250, if it pleases you. I also possess 5 additional watches of the same model, all of comparable quality. As his words lingered in the air, both Covell and Zhu Yihai regarded him with expressions of astonishment. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Covell acquiesced, 5 watches for 250. This was merely the beginning. During his time in London, aware that pounds would be of little use in America and could not be exchanged for dollars, Li Yan had taken the initiative to purchase several watches and cameras from the second-hand market. In London, countless individuals had sold their cherished possessions, watches, cameras, even family heirlooms, renowned paintings, and ancient artifacts. During these tumultuous times, such items had become commonplace. The Longines flyback chronograph was among the more accessible options, not particularly rare, yet still not inexpensive, typically obtainable for a mere dozen pounds. In his possession were several Patek Philippe watches, but the true treasure was a Patek Philippe 96 Quantimi Lune. The moment he revealed it, Coville's eyes widened with interest. This model had ceased production immediately after the onset of the war, making it a rarity that could not simply be purchased, regardless of one's wealth. What price would Mr. Coville be willing to offer for this watch? Li Yan asked, taking the initiative rather than waiting for Coville to propose a figure. His impression of the Patek Philippe was profound prior to his journey through time. He had read an article stating that only 7 of this particular model were known to exist, and the watch being auctioned was the 8th. Never before seen on the market, that particular timepiece had fetched an astounding 48.85 million Hong Kong dollars at auction. Were it not for his need to raise funds for inventory, he might have considered keeping this watch as a family heirloom. After a moment of contemplation, Coville finally spoke. I shall offer you 1,800. Mr. Li, this is undoubtedly the highest price in the market. It is unlikely anyone could offer a sum greater than mine. $2,500. Li Yan stated his price with remarkable decisiveness. It's a deal. Upon Mr. Kuehl's agreeable response, Li Yan couldn't help but express a hint of regret, saying, well, the family heirloom is yours now. At the moment the words left his lips, time seemed to freeze, and the screen illuminated once more. Completed the first international trade, selling 11 second-hand watches, earning a total of $460, with a profit of $835 and rewarded with 412 experience points. The system rewards have arrived again. Chapter 13, The Well-Connected Mr. Li. 20 cases of cigarettes? In a bar on Little Italy, adjacent to Chinatown, Anastasia scrutinized the man before him, who held a Cuban cigar between his lips. Are you certain this is the quantity you desire? 20 cases, perhaps even more, Li and Apo's, and replied straightforwardly, having just left Coville and Apo's watch shop with several $1,000s in cash. Mr. Anastasia, if our collaboration proves fruitful, I may require an even larger supply next time, provided you can guarantee delivery. Delivery is certainly not an issue. We are the sole providers of sufficient cigarettes in New York, Lucky Strikes, Camels, you name it. Anastasia looked at the man, incredulous. But are you really sure you want this many? His skepticism stemmed from the understanding that most crew members typically smuggled only a handful of cigarettes, perhaps 50 or 60 at most, along with a few dozen pounds of coffee beans. Yet here was this man, speaking of 20 cases, 5,000 cigarettes. A mere drop in the ocean, considering a smuggling vessel could transport hundreds of cases. Rest assured, I am quite certain, Li Yan affirmed. However, you must understand that each case of cigarettes requires the purchase of 100 pounds of coffee beans. This is customary. If this price is unacceptable to you, then I regret to say we must part ways. Why the coffee beans? A month prior, the government had lifted restrictions on coffee beans, leaving the Gambino family, who had just imported a shipment of Colombian coffee from Cuba, with a significant financial loss. To expedite the sale of their coffee, they had mandated the bundling of beans with each case of cigarettes. Coffee beans are also in high demand in London. As a businessman, Li Yan could not afford to dismiss this opportunity and promptly agreed, certainly, but we need to negotiate the pricing further. He continued. It is well known that your cigarettes are transported by small boats from Cuba, where there are no restrictions, and since you are purchasing in bulk, the prices must be considerably lower than in the United States. For the sake of our future collaboration, I hope you can offer me a favorable price. Well then. For the sake of a long-term partnership, Anastasia readily replied. I will offer you the market price, the same as in regular stores. How does that sound? To his delight, Li Yan realized there would be no markup. He immediately concurred. Trust me, Mr. Anastasia, this transaction is merely the beginning of our collaboration, I assure you. We will continue to work together, and you will not regret it. God willing, may we maintain this partnership. As their hands clasped firmly in agreement, a peculiar expression crossed Zhu Yihai's face as he sat nearby, his mouth poised to speak, yet no words escaped him. The deal was struck. It was too late for any further discussion. After both parties had agreed on the delivery method, Li Yan departed from Little Italy. On the way, he noticed Zhu Yihai's hesitant demeanor and inquired, It seems you have something to say since we left the bar? Mr. Li. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yihai revealed what he knew. In fact, perhaps a lower price could have been negotiated earlier. The price they offered you could still yield a profit of at least double. Through Zhu Yihai's elucidation, Li Yan finally grasped the origins of the cigarettes, which could be from either Cuba or Mexico, both of which had American cigarettes dominating their tobacco markets. Despite the outbreak of war in the United States imposing strict rationing on tobacco, exports to South American countries did not diminish. On one hand, American tobacco companies feared losing their markets. On the other, they sought to cultivate relations with South America, maintaining trade even under domestic quota systems. Indeed, foreign guests are prioritized. The same applies to the United States. This was also during the Prohibition era, where smugglers from places like the Bahamas and Cuba saw an opportunity. Much like the Prohibition era, they utilized small boats to transport various goods, including tobacco, into the United States, thus reaping enormous profits. Due to the absence of tobacco taxes, those cigarettes are at least 50% cheaper than in America. If priced at market value, their profit margins would be at least double. After explaining, Zhu Yihai expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry I couldn't remind you before you went. You've lost quite a bit of money, and I truly regret it." Li Yan, however, did not share this sentiment. According to the system's rules of rewards and penalties, a loss would undoubtedly incur a deduction in experience points. Yet the system had not penalized him, suggesting he had not suffered any loss. Moreover, from Li Yan's perspective, he had not experienced any detriment. "I wouldn't say it's a loss," he chuckled. "Given that everyone knows purchasing cigarettes from Cuba yields a profit of over 100%. Why does Chinatown still source from Little Italy? Knowing it doesn't change anything. It's impossible to transport them in." Smuggling contraband cigarettes is akin to the illicit liquor trade during Prohibition. It requires not only shipping vessels, but also bribing customs officials, police, and various authorities. We could bribe the police in Chinatown. As long as we pay them, they will turn a blind eye. However, once we leave Chinatown, we wouldn't even know whom to approach for bribes. In essence, once outside Chinatown, all connections are severed. Why did the Irish, Germans, and Italians engage in the smuggling of liquor during Prohibition, while the Chinese communities never ventured into such enterprises? One would think that, given the nature of our people, they would seize any profitable opportunity. The reason for their reluctance is simply, some businesses cannot be pursued at will. Therefore, it's all about the channels. Li Yan remarked with a smile. Those Italians can achieve double the profits because they have established those channels, which is why they enjoy such lucrative margins. Observing Zhu Yihai, Li Yan noted that although he had not grasped the underlying key elements, his willingness to offer a warning indicated that he possessed a degree of integrity. If this business is to continue, this person could indeed be of use. Glancing at the time, Li Yan spoke up. "It is getting late. Could you recommend a familiar restaurant? I haven't savored Chinese cuisine in quite a while, and the cravings have begun to stir." Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter with a physics luminary in the 43-year-old Chinatown. One could find only Cantonese restaurants, for the majority of the inhabitants were from Guangdong. Although there was a strong desire to savor Sichuan cuisine, its popularity would not emerge until the new century. At present, the offerings in Chinatown were solely Cantonese. Yet the dishes served were remarkably authentic, remaining largely unaltered for foreign palates. The succulent roasted goose and delectable barbecued meats tantalized the appetite, allowing one to relish the culinary delights. Successfully concluding a transaction upon arrival in America was undoubtedly the result of Zhu Yihai's efforts, and during the meal, Li Yan felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Mr. Li, I am immensely grateful for your support of my business. If there is anyone to thank, it is undoubtedly you." For Zhu Yihai, who had not opened his business for several days, the earnings from that day nearly equated to his income over the past 2 months. He had received a $50 commission from Cowell, complemented by another $50 from Anastasia in Little Italy, totaling a remarkable $100. This sum was akin to the monthly wage of an average laborer, especially considering that American incomes were not particularly high. A soldier's monthly salary amounted to merely $50, a figure sufficient to compel many to leave their hometowns and fight for their country. Earning $100 in a single day left Zhu Yihai exceedingly content, and he could only hope for such fortune to continue. "Mr. Zhu, may I inquire about your monthly income?" Li Yan asked. Contemplating the prospect of establishing a long-term business venture, he recognized the necessity of having someone in the United States to oversee operations not merely confined to Chinatown, but rather functioning as a corporate entity. Initially, Li Yan lacked personnel to manage the business here, but Zhu Yihai's performance had left a lasting impression. While Zhu may not have been astute, his reliability was commendable, prompting Li Yan to consider granting him an opportunity. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Yihai replied, "To be candid, as you know, it is not easy for us Chinese to find work abroad. During the Great Depression, white individuals were prioritized for employment. After graduating high school, I could find no suitable job in Chinatown, merely taking on odd jobs here and there. When the war broke out, I had hoped to seize the opportunity as factories were hiring, Yet the constant influx of sailors selling goods kept me tethered here. This business has its ups and downs. It merely sustains my livelihood. Zhu Yihai chose to be forthright about his lack of a fixed income. I am preparing to establish an import-export trading company in New York. Would you consider working for me? Are you planning to set up a company here? Zhu Yihai exclaimed in surprise. Is that so astonishing? The business I intend to pursue extends beyond just cigarettes. I will undoubtedly engage in other enterprises in the future. Operating a company would facilitate matters considerably. Joining a company? Zhu Yihai mused. That would entail a respectable job, donning a suit and tie, a position I have long yearned for. If I were to work for you, what would my responsibilities entail? What would the salary be? Despite the yearning for stability, remuneration remains paramount. No one would decline a steady income. However, the stability of this position is known only to fate. Your responsibilities are straightforward. Oversee the company's daily operations, procure goods as per my directives, and manage their transportation to the warehouse for storage. This is merely the initial phase, and as the business expands, there will undoubtedly be a need to hire additional staff. As for the salary, reflecting on the job advertisement he had seen in the newspaper, Li Yan remarked, the monthly wage is $80, with additional bonuses for exceptional performance. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Yihai nodded in agreement. Mr. Li, I appreciate this opportunity, and I assure you, I will not disappoint. Although aware that the terms he proposed would be hard to refuse, Zhu Yihai's acceptance still delighted Li Yan, as he required someone to handle procurement and gather market intelligence. The latter, in particular, is of utmost importance. Information is wealth. Sometimes, matters can be more intricate than anticipated. The simplest approach to registering a company is to engage a lawyer. That very afternoon, Zhu Yihai visited several nearby law firms, only to find that none were willing to take on their case because they were Chinese. Things have improved significantly compared to over a decade ago. Back when I was in high school, even black students would not sit at the same table as me. If all else fails, we might seek out a black lawyer. They should be more accommodating. It's just company registration, after all. If that doesn't work, we can handle it ourselves. As he finished speaking, a young man approached their table. Excuse me, gentlemen. I hope I'm not intruding. I overheard your conversation while dining next door. Are you in need of a lawyer? The young man smiled at them. If you don't mind, I could assist you. I'm a lawyer with qualifications to practice across the United States, including New York. If you would permit me, I would be glad to lend a hand. The connections between people are remarkably serendipitous. Just when Li Yan was struggling to find a lawyer, someone approached them, and astonishingly, he was a compatriot. Zhang Weilun's gaze reflected a glimmer of hope. It is well known that the Chinese are generally reluctant, even averse, to engage in litigation, rendering lawyers unnecessary. Thus, when the opportunity to enlist legal assistance arose, Zhang Weilun would not let it slip by. You are the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yan declared. What is your fee? Let us adhere to New York standards. We should ensure that our fellow compatriots earn a fair wage. With this, noticing another individual with the young man, Li Yan extended an invitation. Lawyer Zhang, why not invite your friend to join us for a meal? Zhang Weilun glanced at his friend, saw no objection, and nodded in agreement. His friend, wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, approached the table. And Zhang Weilun introduced him. This is my friend, Yuan Jiaoliu, who currently works at a laboratory for an American radio company. Yuan Jiaoliu. In an instant, Li Yan was taken aback. This individual was indeed a luminary in the realm of physics. Both he and his wife were esteemed figures in the field, with his wife, Wu Jinxiong, having come close to receiving a Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, her straightforward demeanor had offended some prominent figures in the physics community, causing her to miss out on the prestigious accolade. With the assistance of a lawyer, matters progressed rather smoothly, and the necessary procedures were completed in just one day. While they busied themselves with leasing an office and a warehouse, Li Yan, accompanied by others, traversed the entirety of New York in merely 5 days to gain an understanding of the current market conditions. After several days of exploration, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The situation was far more complex than he had initially anticipated. Upon making a simple comparison of the regulated materials between the two countries, Li and Oppos, and was compelled to confront a sobering reality. In contrast to the United States, the resources in the United Kingdom were significantly more scarce. There was hardly anything suitable for transportation. As he pondered this, an advertisement in the newspaper caught his eye. At first, he paid it little heed. But as he scanned the entire page, he was struck with astonishment. He hurriedly sifted through the advertisements on his desk, grabbing several other newspapers to peruse in haste. Suddenly, It was as though he had discovered a new continent. With excitement, he exclaimed, "I found it." Chapter 15. The smoke of the Ripper Gang in London. In the mirror, a graceful silhouette twisted and turned, her gaze fixated solely on her black lingerie. Lace gathered. "I can scarcely believe." "What?" "That I could be so beautiful." The woman glided forward with light steps, her sparkling eyes radiating an undeniable allure that captivated all who beheld her. "Thank you for your gift, Tistana." The black lingerie she adorned was merely a present from a man who had traveled from New York. A gift so intoxicating that it inspired her to transform herself into a present for the man she had not seen for several days. As she approached the bed, she suddenly recalled something, turning back to retrieve an item from the drawer of her wardrobe. "My dear, during your absence, I attended several gatherings and introduced our seamless stockings to some ladies." Observing the woman's enticing form as she bent down, Li Yan could not help but swallow hard. She was indeed a disruptor of the atmosphere. One must possess composure. "As for money, we shall discuss it later." At last, when all was calm, the woman lazily sprawled atop the man, and they began to converse. "So, your trip to America was for cigarettes?" "Not just cigarettes, but also other scarce commodities, such as stockings. If the opportunity arises, I may procure some more from there." "Ah, I see." Stana finally understood from whence the man's stockings originated, her fingers gently tapping against his solid chest. She softly cautioned, "But you must be careful. Commodities like cigarettes and coffee beans differ from stockings. Those who can afford stockings are wealthy women, yet cigarettes can easily attract official scrutiny." "Official?" Li Yan inquired, puzzled. "Is the government cracking down on the black market? What do you think?" Rolling her eyes, Stana lifted her long legs and rested them on the headboard, seemingly seeking relaxation. If the government were not to intervene, would it still be called a black market? Since the outbreak of war, numerous inspectors have been dispatched nationwide. Should a black market trader be apprehended, not only would they face fines, but they could also serve a 2-year prison sentence. As she spoke, she flipped over, pressing herself against the man, gazing intently into his eyes. "Promise me, you must ensure your safety. I do not wish to visit you in prison." The fog enveloping London was the smoke expelled by the Ripper Gang. If the underground order of New York belonged to the mafia, then London's underworld was under the dominion of the Ripper Gang. The moment Li Yan stepped into the bar, he felt the weight of the gazes upon him. Tailored suits, bow ties, newsboy caps, and, of course, the razor blades sewn into the brims. This was a collection of suited thugs, a band that had surged from Birmingham to London, ultimately becoming the foremost criminal organization in the city. While most British men were serving in the military, these men continued to roam the streets in their suits, adorned with bow ties. While many British individuals struggle to find beer, resorting to brewing inferior spirits from potatoes, they can still indulge in the finest Scotch whiskey. Only the gangs have the means to acquire substantial supplies, and Anderson, that street vendor, is affiliated with the Razor Gang. As the introducer, Anderson settled himself at the bar, awaiting developments. "Are you Chinese?" John inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "When did the Chinese enter this business?" John asked bluntly. "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can provide 5,000 packs of gold leaf and camel cigarettes, along with 2,000 pounds of coffee beans." As Li Yan finished speaking, every individual present, including John, regarded him with astonishment. A nearby youth interjected, "That's impossible. No one can produce such quantities at present." "But I can," Li Yan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Moreover, this is merely the beginning. I can supply even more in the future, provided the price is right." Assessing the Chinese man before him, John queried, "Do you have your own ship?" Both parties understood the reality. All vessels suitable for oceanic navigation had been requisitioned by the Navy, with cargo ships repurposed for transporting goods and fishing boats deployed for anti-submarine warfare. Even yachts were pressed into service for patrols. How could he possibly own a ship? Yet, how did he obtain these supplies? Could they have come from the American military's supply depots? After mulling it over, John stated, "At 3 per pack of cigarettes and 2.50 per pound of coffee beans, I can offer you 20,000. I don't want money." Li Yan's response once again elicited astonishment from his counterpart. "What? You don't want money? What are you saying?" John thought Li Yan was jesting, while a nearby drinker contemplated drawing a blade concealed beneath their hat brim. A razor. Inexpensive and easily purchased, ideal for personal defense, and serving as the gang and Oppo's namesake. Furthermore, such a blade would inflict harm without attracting undue attention. "Kid, what do you mean?" "Carl, when will you learn to remain calm? Let the man finish." John replied coolly. I require some goods. With a smile, Lee and Appos and unabashedly glanced at the blades hidden in their hats. Oh, and what goods might those be? Cars. Lee and Appos, and stated plainly. Nearly new cars. What? Cars? Are you certain that that's what you want? Anderson, overhearing Ian's request, was equally taken aback. Carl, beside him, was practically bouncing with excitement. Cars. He actually wants cars. This is simply unimaginable. It is well known that, at present, automobiles are among the least valuable commodities in Britain, due to the scarcity and exorbitant cost of gasoline. Automobiles have become mere ornaments, necessitating annual taxation. In an effort to evade such levies, some contemplate selling their vehicles. However, who would be willing to pay for a heap of scrap metal? Surprisingly, there are indeed individuals seeking such scrap. Yet, it is not the ordinary car that I desire, but rather luxury vehicles, Ian remarked with a smile. In the classified advertisements of American newspapers, numerous listings seek to purchase cars. Unlike in the United Kingdom, automobiles have long been an essential part of life for the vast majority of American households. Their existence is inextricably linked to the automobile. However, the war has resulted in the destruction of many vehicles, rendering replacements unattainable. Following the outbreak of hostilities, the United States mandated a halt to the sale and production of all civilian automobiles. For Americans during wartime, the sole avenue to acquire a vehicle is through the second-hand market. Yet, the scarcity of cars in that market has led to a situation where even slightly better-conditioned used cars can fetch prices equivalent to new ones. The stark contrast in the automotive markets between the United Kingdom and the United States presents an opportunity, not only for substantial profits but also for highly sought-after commodities. John scrutinized him for a moment before stating unequivocally, "It's a deal. I can provide several luxury vehicles, all brand new." Chapter 16. Opportunities abound in the warehouse. A fleet of silver and black sedans lay parked. 60 vehicles presented themselves before Lion. The front of these cars bore emblems of blue skies and white clouds, as well as 4 rings and 3 crosses within a circle, unmistakably indicating their German manufacture. "Behold, this is a BMW 326, John proclaimed proudly, pointing to one of the cars. "As you mentioned, these are all luxury vehicles, the finest," he stated bluntly. 60 Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis for merely $20,000 before the war. You could purchase at most 10 of these. This is the opportunity that war has brought forth, Li Yan remarked casually. "Without me, they would merely be a heap of scrap metal." As his words faded, a luminous screen appeared before him, in exchange for cigarettes and coffee valued at $5,432. Acquire 60 vehicles, including 15 BMW 320 SIXs worth $1,700 each, and Mercedes. Reward, 115, 500 experience points. The system and Appos' reward had arrived. Simultaneously, additional text materialized on the screen. "Congratulations. User has successfully leveled up to LV2. We hope you continue to strive for excellence." He had leveled up. In the midst of Li Yan's excitement, he pondered the transformations that this advancement might bring. His focus shifted away from subsequent matters. He was eager to finalize the transaction. As he observed boxes of cigarettes and sacks of coffee being loaded onto the vehicles, John inquired with curiosity, "May I ask how you procured these goods?" "Well, I've made the acquaintance of a significant figure, a military one. As long as we maintain our collaboration, an endless supply of goods will flow here. So, you merely need to prepare the funds, or rather, the automobiles. That influential individual will arrange for naval transport ships to bring the cigarettes in batches." Dealing with individuals like the Razor Gang required Li Yan to exercise caution. At such times, revealing to them that he had the backing of a powerful figure served as a warning. It was to indicate that he had formidable support capable of facilitating smuggling operations. Such individuals were certainly not to be trifled with, and this assertion could instill a sense of caution in them. At the very least, it should alleviate concerns regarding potential betrayals. The truck and Appos' cargo hold brimmed with cigarettes. Tommy, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, gazed at the stash, merely a small venture in his eyes. Even the highly coveted coffee beans paled in significance. Yet, he approached, casting aside the coffee beans in his mouth, and asked, "Did all of this come in exchange for cars?" "Indeed, and he has instructed us to be prepared. Next time he will bring even more goods," John replied directly. "He claims to know a prominent figure who can arrange for ships to transport those cars to America. Shipping them to America is no ordinary feat." Tommy took a drag from his cigarette and mused. "John, does this mean he truly has influential connections?" Indeed, it is unlikely for an ordinary individual to supply such a vast quantity of goods all at once. If it were possible to transport them to the United States, those automobile dealers would have long since sold their surplus vehicles there, for even second-hand cars are in high demand in America. Contemplating this, Tommy remarked, "Inform him that we require 200,000 pounds of coffee beans. If he can facilitate the shipment, we shall proceed with our collaboration." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Tommy added, "Let us withdraw the individuals waiting outside our warehouse." Chengjia, having served long in the foreign ministry, do you have any acquaintances in Cuba? In a refined restaurant near Grosvenor Square, Li Guoren, while savoring a steak, wore a peculiar expression upon hearing the conversation. He glanced at Li Yian and said, "To be candid, the envoy Li Dajuan is indeed my distant uncle. His ability to work at the foreign ministry and be assigned to the UK was greatly aided by that very uncle." "What a remarkable coincidence!" exclaimed Li Yian, barely able to fathom the situation. Upon discovering that Cuba was a primary source for the mafia's illicit goods, his interest in Cuba had been piqued. More accurately, it was his interest in America that was aroused, for the American market was more expansive and its populace wealthier compared to that of Britain. Seizing the opportunities of the next 2 years would suffice for him to achieve significant capital accumulation, with Cuba serving as his initial gateway into the American market. Should Ziyuan require assistance in Cuba, do not hesitate to express your needs. I am quite close to my third uncle, Li Guoren offered. For that, I am deeply grateful. In high spirits, Li Yian ordered a bottle of whiskey. The restaurant, recommended by Li Guoren, catered to diplomats from various nations, and while the prices were somewhat steep, it offered a rich selection of fine wines, whiskeys, and steaks without the need for ration coupons and uncommon delight. During the meal, Li Yian did not conceal the fact that he had established a company in America. To his surprise, Li Guoren expressed his approval, saying, "In this day and age, making money necessitates engaging in business with Americans. Look around." He gestured toward the patrons in the restaurant. "Most of the people here are Americans. Some hold considerable power over the distribution of Lindley supplies, while others are military officers involved in planning bombings against Germany. The presence of American forces in Britain is steadily increasing. However, do you know who the truly formidable individuals are?" Li Guoren's rhetorical question piqued Li Yian's curiosity. "Who?" "Those individuals have come from Washington," Li Guoren replied, pointing with his chin. "Ziyuan, do you understand their purpose?" "I cannot say that I do. They are here to dismantle the British Empire." "Dismantle the British Empire?" "I have heard whispers of such matters." Observing the eloquence of Li Guoren, Li Yian regarded him with newfound respect. Even he, despite his limited grasp of history, understood how the United States had exploited World War II to undermine British global dominance, compelling Britain to relinquish its colonies and thereby paving the way for its post-war strategy. There is a saying that while Britain emerged victorious in World War II, it ultimately lost its grasp on the world. The actions of the United States were primarily aimed at enabling itself to intervene in the affairs of former British colonies in the post-war era, including gaining access to their markets. This endeavor harbored immense advantages, considering that Britain's overseas colonies spanned over 30 million square kilometers. Gazing at the gentleman before him, Li Guoren remarked, "This situation encompasses much more than just India. If Britain can relinquish India, it stands to reason that it may abandon its other colonies as well. Should Britain forsake its colonies, the French and the Dutch would certainly struggle to retain theirs. Ziyuan, your family has long resided in the South Seas. This could very well present an opportunity for your kin." Chapter 17. Opportunities amidst the empire's collapse. Isn't it also an opportunity? A seemingly trivial remark took on a different hue in Li Yian's ears. Before he could fully comprehend, Li Guoren continued, "Look at those individuals." He gestured with his knife and fork towards some well-dressed figures nearby, clearly not government officials. They are connected to Morgan, Rockefeller, General Motors, Ford, essentially, the colossal American conglomerates. Unlike the officials engaged in verbal battles to dismantle the British colonial empire, these individuals silently assume control over the post-war world. They require neither firearms nor bloodshed, merely money and resources. Everything comes at a minimal cost. Any significant mines, factories, and financial groups will inevitably be absorbed by American corporations. The British have no recourse. Observe those dining on steak, cutting it just as we do. Li Guoren remarked with a hint of derision. While Shirley's husband drops bombs over Germany and Beth's lover eats sand in North Africa, these genteel American affluent individuals are charting the post-war world in their own manner. This map diverges from Roosevelt's political cartography and the general's military schematics. It features unique mountains, rivers, towns, and troop deployments. They too are engaged in a world war. Yet this map does not belong to Shirley's husband, Beth's lover, or the countless ordinary people. Instead, it belongs to the American tycoons. However, setting down his knife and fork, seemingly disinterested in the American beef on his plate, Lee Guern spoke with gravity. As long as one seizes the opportunity, one may partake in it. In response to his words, a thought suddenly emerged in Li Yian's mind. This individual is not simple. Indeed, he is remarkable. How many can, in 1943, pierce through the American plans for the post-war world with just a few straightforward statements? It is essential to remember that it is now 1943, not 1953. Participate? How does one participate? Lee Guern smiled and replied, some feast while others savor the broth. Seizing the opportunity is key. This opportunity, of course, involves aligning oneself with the Americans. As the British withdraw from various regions, Americans, especially those large corporations, will certainly assert their influence. By forging good relations with them now, in the future, how could one, like Ziyuan, possibly lament the lack of wealth? Well, the initial part of his statement made sense, while the latter half seemed to kneel in submission. The stark contrast left Li Yian momentarily bewildered. However, he wholeheartedly agreed with Lee Guern's assertion that earning money would require aligning with the Americans. Indeed, great talent, Master Chum. Your humble disciple admires you. This is merely a humble opinion, and what I express here is but a mere echo of others' insights. Ambassador Gu often states that this great war presents a rare opportunity for our nation. The Americans, intent on avoiding the mistakes of the previous European war, are bound to dismantle the colonial empires of Britain and France in pursuit of their own interests. Following the war, Japan, defeated as an ally, and the British and French, driven by the Americans, will inevitably contribute to the balance of power in Asia and, consequently, support our nation. If this holds true for our country, how much more so for individuals? While Americans indulge in their wealth, even a sip of broth suffices for their prosperity. One need only cling to the Americans' coattails. When the British and French withdraw from Southeast Asia in the future, seizing the opportunity will surely lead to thriving fortunes. The sentiment may be rough, yet the truth remains that the decline of the British and French colonial empires is inevitable. Within just a few years, under the collaboration of the United States and the Soviet Union, vast colonial empires crumbled to dust. What will then be revealed to the world? It will be a bounty of resources and expansive markets, with everything truly opening its doors to American capital. Seizing such opportunities, others too can thrive. Consider the post-war scenarios of Japan and South Korea. Did they not prosper by aligning themselves with Americans, reaping substantial benefits? Those conglomerates that now dominate the new century emerged during this very process. In the ensuing time, Li Yian engaged in extensive discussions with a relative serving at the embassy, his gaze frequently drifting toward the impeccably dressed Americans. Among them were officials and corporate executives, occasionally raising their glasses to savor the rare delights of Scottish whole-grain whiskey and French red wine. Their knives and forks not slicing into steaks, but rather into the very flesh of the British Empire as they jovially divided the spoils of the post-war world. They are the true victors. In that moment, Li Yi and Oppos, and comprehended why it is said that the Americans are the genuine victors of the war. The benefits they reaped from the conflict are unfathomable. They have not merely transformed European nations into loyal hounds, but, more significantly, American conglomerates have been quietly taking over the world. The so-called multinational corporations were, in fact, birthed from the chaos of this war. Using the fortunes amassed to finance exile governments and provide lifelines to foreign companies on the brink of collapse, acquiring their stocks at shockingly low prices. While millions of allies sacrificed themselves for the noble cause of justice, from Asia to Africa, and from Africa to Europe, across the Pacific to the Atlantic, these seemingly polite, well-dressed individuals were already negotiating in silence with exiled governments, securing the most promising mines, oil fields, and factories. Moreover, at a time when people across the globe are ensnared in turmoil, they meticulously chart their maps. Under their influence, American officials wield their authority to compel the British and French to relinquish their colonial empires. Meanwhile, those seemingly innocuous American conglomerates lie in wait like slumbering giants, poised to seize the moment and silently take over the world before anyone even realizes it. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Li Yian perceives those impeccably dressed Americans as lurking behemoths, continuing to lie in ambush, patiently biding their time. In this unfolding drama, anyone capable of discerning the underlying truths and seizing the opportunity will reap substantial rewards. And is this not, indeed, his own chance? As he swirls the wine in his glass, gazing at the French red within, Li Yan smiles. Yes, this is undeniably his opportunity. Chapter 18. The North Borneo Company what possesses the following abilities: to deprive thought, to bestow spirit, to invigorate energy, to exhilarate the body, to exhaust the mind, and to refresh the soul? The answer is charm, enchantment. Not only does Stanana appear alluring and captivating, but she is undeniably a siren, proactive with a formidable battle instinct. Albeit her combat prowess leaves much to be desired. After the lingering breaths of entanglement subsided, Li reluctantly extricated himself from the warm embrace of the bedding, tousling his disheveled hair and yawning as he made his way to the bathroom. Upon emerging, he found Stanana, sprawled upon the bed, her body languid and weak, gazing at his broad, sturdy back, her eyes shimmering with profound infatuation. "My dear, yesterday I received an invitation from Lady Jazz to attend a book club at her residence. If all goes smoothly, our products will have penetrated the upper echelons of London society." Turning over, Stanana unabashedly exposed her form to the sunlight, reflecting on her circumstances. "I once believed I had lost everything, yet in comparison to them, I consider myself quite fortunate. By the way, darling, did you know her husband is Sir Robert Smith, the governor of North Borneo? When the Japanese occupied North Borneo, Sir Smith surrendered to them in Sandakan. Unfortunately, he met an untimely demise in a prisoner of war camp a few months ago due to an infectious disease. Merely a trivial squabble among imperialists." Li thought with a sardonic smile, dismissing Stanana's reflections as he brushed his teeth. "Died of illness? You are rather naive. When have the Japanese ever shown kindness?" With the occupation of North Borneo, the company ceased to generate revenue, and thus could not disburse salaries or the promised compensation to the Baron. "What? The company pays salaries? Shouldn't it be the British government?" he inquired, expelling foam from his mouth. "My dear, North Borneo belongs to the company, not Britain. It is a chartered company. You know, what is a chartered company?" Initially, he had merely indulged her, but now curiosity piqued his interest. Resting her head on her arm, Stanana elaborated. "It is a company endowed with royal charter, governing 30,000 square miles of land, where everything belongs to the company. There. The company administers affairs akin to a sovereign state. In fact, Jerry is also an employee of the company. So, it's somewhat akin to the East India Company?" Li was astonished. Even in the 20th century, such entities still existed. "My dear, North Borneo is not a British colony. Though it holds a royal charter, legally, it is merely a company accountable to its board of directors," Stanana remarked with a cold mockery. When Sandakan fell, neither the army nor the Royal Navy dispatched even a single battalion there. For Britain, it was merely private land, not a colony at all. Stanana's words were imbued with discontent towards the British government, to the extent that she failed to notice Li Yan, seated at the bedside, momentarily lost in thought due to her remarks. Private land, not a colony. Did this not imply that the territory belonged to no nation? At least, to some degree. It did not belong to a country, but rather to a company. If it is indeed a company, then, the prospect of transactions arises. The most tormented individuals must be those board members, who once received annual dividends amounting to tens or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. However, now they not only forfeit dividends but also bear the burden of bank interest. Stanana's words startled Li Yan, prompting him to inquire urgently. "What interest?" "Bonds. The corporate bonds issued by the company before the war, totaling several million pounds. Although the company has been occupied, the directors must shoulder the company's debts, including the payment of bond interest. During my last afternoon tea with Lady Dunthorpe, she mentioned that the bondholders had once again rejected the request to halt interest payments. After all, everyone is struggling now. Everyone needs money. Although the directors are wealthy, merely sitting idly and consuming their wealth while also paying bond interest is quite a significant burden." Lady Dunthorpe said that if there were fools willing, she would sell her shares at the first opportunity. Stanana's eyes fluttered shut as she turned, reclining on the bed, arms outstretched, exposing her flawless figure to the sunlight, allowing the warm rays to envelop her. Lazily, she remarked, "But where in this world would one find such fools? Perhaps there truly are such fools. What? How could there possibly be such fools?" With a playful slap on Stanana's pert backside, feeling its quivering resilience, Li Yan pondered thoughtfully. "Please help me learn more about the company's circumstances." "What?" Stanana swiftly turned over, exclaiming anxiously, "Darling, you don't intend to become that fool, do you? You mustn't think of it as a bargain." Even those ladies are aware that after the war, Britain will undoubtedly grant autonomy to the colonies. Without the support of the British government, the company will surely struggle to operate, and at that point, those shares will be utterly worthless. Observing Stana's concerned expression, Li Ian chuckled. "Isn't it already worthless? Not only is it devoid of value, but it also represents a negative asset that continuously drains their wealth. A negative asset is still an asset." Despite Li Ian's clear understanding of the impending future, recognizing that Britain's colonial empire would swiftly disintegrate post-war, it did not deter his interest in the North Borneo Company. Initially, he was unaware of what that place truly entailed. Under the enlightening guidance of Stana, he came to realize that the so-called North Borneo refers to the northern part of Borneo, encompassing an area of approximately 75,000 square kilometers. In contrast, Borneo, known as Kalimantan in another realm, is the third largest island in the world, with a sprawling area exceeding 700,000 square kilometers. While such a vast island might seem overwhelming, the focus here is not on the size of the island itself, but rather on the potential of North Borneo, a land of over 70,000 square kilometers. The crux of the matter, however, lies not in the land but in the power it bestows, the power of the sovereign over the soil. If one could seize the opportunity to claim the North Borneo Company as their own, it could pave the way to escape the most daunting predicaments and transform into a coveted asset. In this era, being a Chinese individual, whether in America or elsewhere, possessing wealth can often be a double-edged sword. In instances of substantial affluence, one may become a target of envy, drawing the ire of others. How might one safeguard their fortune amidst a throng of ravenous, greedy individuals? A single misstep could lead to becoming a delectable morsel in their eyes. Thus, Li Yan must remain vigilant. Previously, he had no options, but now, an opportunity has arisen. Chapter 19. The Art of Acquisition. Who could have imagined that remnants of the 19th century would linger in the 1940s? The North Borneo Company, a corporation that governed a colony, where the company itself represented the law and encompassed all authority. Now, the plight of the North Borneo Company presented Li Yan with a remarkable opportunity. Seizing this moment could allow him to transform the company into his own. Yet, the question lingered, could this opportunity truly be grasped? Li Yan furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing more solemn. Such a fortuitous chance, if missed, would be regrettable. Acquiring it may be straightforward, but retaining it would prove to be a challenge. Ian Sop, the esteemed barrister, found it utterly perplexing that anyone would consider targeting this company. Did they possess the authority to do so? Li Yan countered, aware that this distinguished barrister, valued at £1,000, was essential for navigating the complexities of acquiring the North Borneo Company. Ian Sop pondered for a moment before shaking his head. What a fortunate circumstance indeed. He proclaimed with an air of condescension. "Sir, this is London, not a colony. Britain is a nation that upholds the rule of law. No one has the authority to prevent you from acquiring any enterprise, and the North Borneo Company is merely one such entity, with the exception of its stakeholders." He then perused a report before him, adding, "The board of directors of the North Borneo Company currently consists of 5 members. According to corporate law, if 2 of the 5 directors consent to a proposal, it can be passed. In reality, these 5 individuals collectively hold only 48% of the company's total shares. The remaining 52% is dispersed among over 5,000 shareholders across Britain, many of whom are married women or widows, having purchased shares prior to the Great War, with most of them perishing in that conflict. Undoubtedly, after the Japanese occupation of North Borneo, the company's stock was rendered worthless, to the extent that it now incurs dead interest. Despite his confusion regarding the interest in a company destined for historical oblivion, Ian Sop, as a barrister, still advised, thus, "Sir, I believe this is not the opportune moment for acquisition. Should you remain resolute in your desire to acquire this company, you might consider waiting until next year, when they receive yet another demand for bond interest payment. I am confident that by then, they would be eager to transfer their shares to you without compensation. For all are aware that." As he closed the folder, Ian Sop adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and remarked, "Post-war British colonies are destined for self-governance, and colonial companies cannot continue their operations. Consequently, the stocks they hold are of no value whatsoever. Before the war, its stock price was 18 shillings per share, but now it stands at merely 1 shilling and 3 pence per share, and it is expected to decline further by next year. Leaning forward in his chair with his elbows resting on the desk, Ian Soap remarked, "However, we certainly shall not acquire at this price. If next year brings no change in perspective, I can assist you in realizing your aspirations at an exceedingly low cost." Exceedingly low? How low? Li Yian was uncertain, yet he promptly sought a direct audience with White. He inherited a 9% stake in the company from his father and, as a board member, while not the foremost shareholder, he stood among the top 5 shareholders, having served in the company for many years. As one of the company and Oppo's managers, White was acutely aware of the current plight of the North Borneo Company. The situation was dire. The North Borneo Company was finished. For several decades, White had maintained a most respectable lifestyle through dividends. However, with the outbreak of war, those prosperous days had come to an abrupt end. Each year, dividends were subject to a staggering 99.5% personal income tax, and they invariably arrived late. Following the Japanese occupation of the North Borneo Company, dividends ceased entirely, and shareholders were legally bound to pay interest on debts. It must be said, his suffering as a shareholder was profound. At this moment, he scrutinized the Chinese man before him. In his youth, as the company's deputy manager, he had lived in North Borneo and Singapore for over 20 years, and he was no stranger to the Chinese. "So, you are indeed interested in the shares I possess?" Li Yian's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. "Mr. White, I am here to help you resolve your troubles." While speaking, he retrieved a fine cigarette from a golden case, offered it to White, then lit his own with a lighter, taking a puff as he gazed at him. "Interest, you say? In this world, a businessman will always be inclined towards profit. Yet no merchant is ever interested in a losing venture. It is widely acknowledged, including by the colonial minister, that post-war, the colonies must at the very least implement self-governance, which implies that the North Borneo Company is likely to cease operations after the war." As his words lingered in the air, White cast him a casual glance, then took a drag from the tobacco, responding nonchalantly. Li Yian offered a cold smile, laced with irony. Chapter 20. The Art of Seizing Wealth. Part 2. A Heap of Ruins. The seemingly light words echoed in Mr. White's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. He was well aware of the implications. War would obliterate everything. North Borneo had already been laid to waste, including its exceedingly costly ports. By military decree, the company had dismantled numerous facilities, ports included. The reconstruction of all this post-war would demand substantial funds. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Li fixed his gaze upon White and spoke unequivocally. "You possess nothing, nor does the company. So, what will your options be when the time comes? Ultimately, you shall relinquish everything to the government. After you've paid years of interest on your debts. Mr. White, that is the only compensation you can hope for. The burden of hefty interest payments, followed by surrendering the company back to the government. For that is your sole recourse." Li did not grant him a moment to breathe. Seizing upon White's uncertainty, he continued, "Otherwise, you will not only bear the staggering interest on your bonds, but also grapple with the task of reconstruction. But, sir, would you invest in land that is destined to be lost?" This was the most devastating blow of all. As the principal shareholder of the only colonial company in the British Empire, White had maintained close ties with the colonial office. Just months prior, at a banquet, he had personally heard the colonial secretary declare the empire and Oppo's struggle to retain its colonies. This was common knowledge. Even India had been promised autonomy post-war. Autonomy. For the North Borneo Company, this was undoubtedly catastrophic. Without official assistance, the company would find it exceedingly difficult to continue its operations. And would the government extend help? Certainly. It would favor the reconstruction of Singapore over North Borneo. White inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "However, sir, it is well known that the company possesses everything there. Surely, there will be those willing to purchase the company's bonds. Let us see if the empire denies the colony's autonomy then. And just how long can your assets endure?" Li spoke candidly. "Your dividends over the past 40 years amount to 35,000, which was the last dividend you received. Yet, over 99 of that was consumed by personal income tax. In 1941, North Borneo fell, and in the past 3 years, you have received not a single penny in dividends. Instead, you are required to pay 29,000 annually in bond interest. Over the past 3 years, you have disbursed nearly 100,000 in interest. Mr. White, this is depleting your resources. How long can you sustain this?" "Sir, the war will come to an end," White mused pensively. "When the war concludes, I will have another chance. What if the war persists for another 4 or 5 years? As it stands, there are no signs of resolution. His words rendered White's countenance as pale as death. His fingers, still clutching the cigarette, quivered involuntarily. How long would the war endure? No one knew. It could be 4 years or 5, who could say? The German military stands formidable, with their submarines relentlessly sinking merchant vessels. Newspapers even express concerns that Britain may soon face famine, as the rate of merchant ship losses far surpasses the speed of their construction. This war is starkly different from the last. Germany emerges more powerful, while Britain finds itself increasingly weakened, so much so that it lacks the strength to resist the German invasion and must rely on the Americans. Yet, the Americans harbor ulterior motives, seeking to compel Britain to relinquish its colonies. Does Britain have a choice? None whatsoever. Why did Li Ian disregard the counsel of Ian Sop, the esteemed barrister, to wait until next year to acquire the North Borneo Company? Simply put, it is due to the disparity in information. In 1943, no one could have anticipated when the Axis powers would be defeated, but by 1944, the world witnessed the unmistakable signs of their impending downfall. By next year, whether the stock price of the North Borneo Company would decline remains uncertain to Li Ian. However, it is undeniably true that the shareholders will cling to their illusions, yearning for a restoration of past glories. This fantasy will ultimately shatter in 1945, coinciding with the war's conclusion. If circumstances permitted, Li Ian would indeed wait until 1945. For by then, it would be clear to all that North Borneo could not be preserved. Yet, time may not be on his side. He must return to North Borneo at the earliest opportunity following the war, which entails a series of subsequent endeavors. However, in these 4 or 5 years, one must contend with interest payments amounting to hundreds of thousands of pounds. The singular question remains, can you afford it? Li Ian remarked lightly, then took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke with an air of contentment. When you can no longer bear the interest, creditors will sue, and the court will auction your assets to settle the debts. Mr. White, by then, you will find yourself destitute, losing everything, including this very house. The man and Oppos' words pierced Mr. White and Oppos' heart like a dagger. The over 60-year-old Englishman understood the truth in what was said. Indeed, this was his own fear, as well as that of several other major shareholders, who were equally apprehensive that the prolonged war would culminate in their utter ruin due to exorbitant debts. Very well, sir. I concede that you speak the truth, if you wish, at 1 shilling per share. Before he could finish, he noticed the derisive expression on the other's face, as if mocking his naivety. Mr. White took a drag of his cigarette while Li and Oppos, and rose to his feet. If that is the case, there is no point in continuing our discussion. We both know that the stock of the North Borneo Company is utterly worthless. With that, he turned to leave, prompting Mr. White to hurriedly interject. Mr. Lee, what price do you consider fair? Transfer the shares to me at no cost, and I will assume the debt obligations, paying you an annual pension of 2,000 thereafter. Li Ian stated his terms plainly. He had never contemplated parting with any money. Having spoken, he placed his business card upon the table and addressed him. Mr. White, I shall be departing from London in the coming days, so I implore you to reach a decision swiftly. With that, he took his leave, leaving Mr. White in a state of utter confusion. Chapter 21 New skills are surprisingly engineering. What is information asymmetry? Information asymmetry is wealth. On this day, in Ian Sop's law firm, White, after signing the equity transfer contract, looked at Mr. Lee and said, well, now the North Borneo Company is yours. I hope it thrives under your management. As he uttered these words, one could only imagine the malicious glee that flickered in White's mind. How could he think this way? After all, he was to receive a pension from him. That was certain. Mr. White, once the war concludes, you are warmly invited to visit North Borneo. As he extended the invitation, Li Ian inscribed his name on the contract. The screen flashed. User acquires 48 equity in North Borneo Company through information asymmetry. Rewards 1,000 experience points. Is that all? This is a company worth tens of millions of pounds. Even now, it must be worth several million. Why such a meager reward? But upon reflection, Li Ian quickly grasped the reason. North Borneo was still under Japanese occupation, classified as a liability, and its true asset status remained uncertain. It seemed that the path to becoming a local sovereign was still distant. Opportunities are prepared for those who are ready. To seize opportunities, one must accumulate resources and wealth. Regardless of one's ambitions, sufficient strength must first be established. Otherwise, all is mere empty talk. To aspire to be a local sovereign, one must amass adequate wealth. Thus, the role of a human cargo hauler must continue. As cars filled the space like building blocks, it appeared that there was still room for a few more. With the intent of maximizing space utilization, Li and oppose, and was determined not to allow any wastage. If new cars were unavailable, second-hand ones would suffice. After all, in America, second-hand cars do not sell for significantly less than new ones. What is the greatest change brought about by the war? It is the rise in prices and the scarcity of goods. Many, in order to sustain their livelihoods, were compelled to sell idle possessions, among which automobiles were the least valuable, as British car owners could only obtain 4 gallons of petrol each month, less than 12 liters, barely enough to drive 100 kilometers. The limited petrol supply rendered most cars owned by the public useless, and even taxis were left idle. Many taxi companies, seeking to cut costs, opted to sell their vehicles. However, it was merely a reduction in price. They had to find buyers. A Cadillac V8, the finest luxury car in the world, for only £120. Upon entering a second-hand car dealership filled with vehicles, Li was greeted by a multitude of advertisements and an array of cars, including British, German, and French models, but predominantly American ones, as before the war, America was the largest automobile manufacturer in the world. Approaching a Ford vehicle, before he could take a closer look, an elderly salesman with a head full of white hair approached him. "Sir, this is the 1936 Ford Model 48, an exceptional automobile." As he spoke, he lifted the hood, saying, "You see, it is equipped with a V8 engine, the engine's power." While the old man was elaborating on the vehicle's engine, Li, who had been feigning an examination of the engine, suddenly found a luminous screen materializing before him. The system prompted, "Categorical skills available for activation. Would you like to proceed?" Categorical skills? Naturally, if there is a new skill, it must be learned. Automotive engineer skill available for learning. Would you like to acquire it? What? An automotive engineer? What does this skill entail? Moreover, Li was genuinely intrigued by this skill and promptly chose to learn it. Immediately, a torrent of knowledge regarding automotive mechanical engineering flooded his mind. Automotive engineer skill acquired. Good heavens! I have surprisingly transformed from a liberal arts student into a science student. This system is extraordinarily powerful, now possessing the identity of an automotive engineer. As he inspected the engine, the screen displayed the engine structure in a three-dimensional format, allowing him to intuitively comprehend the engine's composition, facilitating his examination. This system is quite formidable. However, Li chose not to continue his inspection, as the Ford Model 48 was a commonplace vehicle, nearly equivalent to the T model, and he could not afford to waste valuable cargo space. Upon leaving the used car dealership, Li not only acquired several Cadillacs and Chryslers, nearly all of which were the most popular luxury cars in America at the time. In the following days, Li lived a life of leisure, wandering through the streets of London by day and enjoying the company of Stana, whose long legs measured a striking 175 centimeters, while also keeping track of the modest profit Stana made from selling stockings during her afternoon tea. Although the earnings were not substantial, they provided a delightful pastime. Yet, life was not entirely carefree. Just as he was preparing to travel to America once more, London was bombarded again, with a bomb landing directly on the street where he resided. Emerging from the air raid shelter, he gazed at the massive crater in the middle of the street, surrounded by debris and shattered glass, and his desire to leave grew stronger. London was undeniably perilous. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid danger is inherent in human nature. For Li who harbored grand ambitions of becoming a local sovereign, he had no desire to experience the destructive force of bombs in London. Early the next morning, Li arrived at the dock by the Thames River. As before, he had to part with 500 for a plane ticket, but unlike the last time, this time the crew members were more inclined to greet him, as they were now somewhat familiar with one another. While they were curious about why he was once again flying to America, no one inquired. Many matters were understood without words. To the outside world, it was evident that his journey to America was due to the fact that the money he earned far outweighed the expense of the pricey ticket. The following morning, after a grueling 26 hours of transit, Li arrived once more in New York. Unlike his previous visit, he now possessed a foothold in the city. The company had leased a commercial building in the Brooklyn district, a red brick factory. On the second floor, partitioned by a floorboard, lay his office, from which he could gaze upon the majestic Brooklyn Bridge through the window. Upon entering the office, Li discovered it devoid of personnel. Striding toward his desk, he had yet to settle into the leather chair when his eyes fell upon a report and a note left by Zhui Hai. "Boss, I have conducted market research, and this report contains the product information you require." Though the company was currently lacking in business, Zhu Yihai had been diligently gathering various product data from his adjacent office. Taking a cursory glance at the report, Li Ian unfolded it only to realize he had indeed chosen wisely. The document detailed consumer goods prices and demand statistics for New York and several neighboring states, accompanied by clippings from newspapers. The report was devoid of superfluous remarks. With a summary that was succinct and to the point, it indicated that the most critical demands in the market were for tires and gasoline, essential for every household. However, the most surprising revelation was the unexpected leading consumer product, sugar. Chapter 22. Hooking a big fish like any astute businessman, Li Yian understood the paramount significance of information in commercial endeavors. This is precisely why every major conglomerate possesses a corresponding intelligence agency. In the marketplace, information equates to currency, and intelligence translates into wealth. Sugar, seemingly the most unremarkable of bulk commodities, currently stands as the most sought-after product in the American market, priced at 55 cents per pound. Sitting in his chair, Li Yian surveyed the figures in the report. Following the Pearl Harbor incident, the market price of sugar entered a period of frenzied escalation, surging from an initial 12 cents per pound to a staggering fluctuation around 55 cents, over 4 times its original price, according to official rates. The black market price soared to $1. The profit margins appeared modest at first glance. However, given the substantial demand, even modest profits become significant. The public's insatiable craving for sweetness persists, and demand remains robust. Due to the government's allocation of transport resources for other urgent necessities, sugar has become scarce. Confectionery manufacturers struggle to secure adequate raw materials, leading to sugar's disappearance from many households. Candy shop proprietors reserve their finest confections for those willing to pay the highest prices. And even bubblegum transactions have spawned a black market. The current deficit in the sugar market stands at an astonishing 5 million tons. Li Yian calculated in his notebook. Even at the official pricing, each ton of sugar could fetch around $200. 5 million tons translate to a staggering $6 billion in market potential. $6 billion, an amount that could sustain a lifetime of indulgence. Just then, a gasp interrupted Li Yian's reverie. My heavens! It was Zhu Yihai. Upon entering the company's premises, Zhu Yihai was awestruck by the sight of the warehouse brimming with vehicles. Rows of pristine BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis were neatly parked, leading him to question his own perception. Boss, he exclaimed, spotting Li Yian emerging from the office and standing at the balcony on the second floor. Did you bring these from England? All brand new. More or less. With a few pre-owned ones, Li Yian replied. Boss, there are no second-hand cars here. I can assure you, the moment these cars hit the market, people will scramble to snatch them up. Scramble? No, they won't even have the chance to compete. Thank you for the tea. The voice was soft and gentle, the smile sincere, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Not at all. As he regarded Carlo Gambino, Li Yian mirrored the smile. He was prepared for this moment. For dealings with the mafia inevitably lead to an audience with the Godfather. Now, the elusive mafia patriarch had finally made his appearance. Dozens of cars had unveiled a big fish. The reclusive mafia Godfather was now in the spotlight. The Godfather's presence signified the continuation of a burgeoning business partnership. What is the greatest advantage of dealing with the mafia? They are succinct in their discourse, seldom inquiring about the origins of goods, and their payments are swift and straightforward, provided one dispels any thoughts of betrayal. The information conveyed by these automobiles was sufficient to dispel their intentions. Most importantly, he needed to leverage the sales channels of the mafia to market his goods, and this required the direct involvement of the Godfather himself. I usually refrain from delving into business matters, Carlo Gambino remarked while observing the young man before him. His greatest characteristic was his understated demeanor. He has always conducted affairs through strategists and trusted subordinates, never making an appearance himself. His presence here was not merely due to the numerous vehicles, but rather the capability of the other party to transport them. I have come today with the hope of establishing a long-term collaboration should you have more vehicles or other merchandise, Carlo Gambino stated with a smile. Just as today, I shall offer you the most favorable prices, and all transactions will be in cash. This is also the reason I chose to partner with you. Li Yian responded with a smile. I believe we will have many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. He then candidly added, I have some connections within the official transportation team, allowing me to import a substantial amount of goods from the UK, as well as from other locations. Li Yian's caution in dealing with the mafia was prudent. In these times, the mafia wielded Thompson submachine guns. And revealing both true and false information was a tactic to instill caution, making them believe that larger figures were backing him, thus alleviating fears of betrayal. Carlo Gambino paused momentarily, suddenly realizing, so, the last transaction was merely a test? In an instant, he seemed to grasp the other party's identity. This Chinese man might merely be a representative put forth by certain individuals, possibly even officials from Washington. After all, any vessel capable of transoceanic travel had been requisitioned by the authorities, and only those in power could load substantial cargo like automobiles onto ships. Moreover, the short interval between the two transactions could not be anything but a test. Mr. Gambino, often we must cultivate genuine trust through long-term cooperation, Li Yan remarked. Indeed, true trust requires time to develop, but I am confident that your choices are sound. With this, Carlo Gambino felt reassured, confirming his inner suspicions. Certainly, meeting you today has reinforced my belief that my choice was correct. I anticipate that we will have ample room for future collaboration. We will ensure a continuous flow of goods to New York. Thus, as long as you have sufficient funds, we will arrange for naval transport ships to deliver the cargo in batches. Li Yan's grandiloquent words prompted a shared glance between Carlo Gambino and Anastasia. After which Gambino slowly responded, Li, in the future, should you have automobiles or other goods, simply give me a call in advance, and I will prepare the funds. Even if the transaction amount is 10 times greater than today, I have no objections. Soon, the transaction was completed. As Gambino instructed his men to drive away the car, he cast a glance at the warehouse rented by Li Yan and then addressed Anastasia. Anastasia, ensure that those petty thugs from Brooklyn keep their distance. This is Mr. Li's territory, and he is our ally. An ally? The mafia is as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. Such words are merely for show. Nevertheless, mafia money is still money. The profit from this transaction amounted to a staggering 510,000. However, what truly astonished Li Yan was not the 500 profit margin, but the fact that this transaction granted him over 120,000 experience points, and the system unexpectedly unlocked a new feature. System trading function available for activation. Would you like to enable it? System trading? Does this mean transactions can now occur within the system? Could this be the long-awaited system gift pack? With a sense of excitement, Li Yan chose to activate it, and soon, more text appeared on the screen. Temporary increase in storage capacity available. The enhancement cannot exceed 50 and is valid for no more than 24 hours. Upon receiving this prompt, Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Is this the much-anticipated gift pack? How substantial is this gift? The capacity can be temporarily expanded, yet it costs a staggering 10,000 experience points. Goodness, that seems excessively expensive, he muttered to himself, but his body was honest. Despite feeling that the temporary increase in storage was somewhat overpriced, the returns were indeed quite substantial. In fact, he could consider Cuba as well. Once more, Li Yan directed his thoughts toward Cuba. Firstly, Cuba is in close proximity to the United States. Secondly, it is a crucial supply source for families such as the Gambinos. Perhaps, a venture to Cuba should be contemplated. Resolving this in his mind, Li Yan exchanged a few words with Zhu Yihai, instructing him to explore other avenues for cigarette procurement. He then drove to the consulate in New York, where he found an old colleague of Li Guoren. With the aid of U.S. dollars, he effortlessly acquired a passport, compared to the previous temporary document. This passport served as a legitimate form of identification and a pass to other countries. Chapter 23. Tenfold profits upon the landing of the flight from New York at Havana Airport. A fleet of cars provided by hotels awaited alongside the runway. As passengers disembarked, drivers approached to assist with their luggage. It is certain that hotels capable of providing such services are not inexpensive. However, Li Yan was indifferent to the hotel prices. What mattered was that when in unfamiliar territory, staying at a luxury hotel is invariably a wise choice, at least alleviating concerns regarding safety. Upon arriving at the Nacional Hotel, Li Yan found himself further reassured. Situated in the bustling heart of the city, it exemplified a quintessential luxury establishment. Indeed, the Nacional Hotel was not only opulent, but its shareholders predominantly comprised Cuban aristocrats and American magnates, which justified its access to the airport runway. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Li Yan, for his purpose in Havana was to explore business opportunities. After settling into the hotel, he took a car to the consulate. The consulate, in essence, was a modest building, a gift from local Chinese expatriates. Prior to the war, The Cuban minister had always been a part-time appointee from the American minister. It was only after the war, in efforts to solicit donations from the expatriates, that the foreign ministry dispatched a full-time minister. Since his appointment in Cuba, Minister Lee Dajuan's daily endeavors revolved around fundraising. For in a country facing fiscal collapse, and with the Japanese occupying large swathes of Southeast Asia, Cuba, with its substantial Chinese population, became a vital source of remittances and donations. As usual, while pondering strategies for fundraising, he received a visitor. The guest was none other than Li Yan. As a junior, he respectfully acknowledged Minister Li, bowing to him due to his relationship with Li Guoren. Ji Yuan, no need for formalities. Before your arrival, Guoren sent a telegram. I did not expect you to come so swiftly. Did you fly here? Indeed, those who could afford a ticket costing several $100s were undoubtedly affluent. Should one not seek donations from him? Yet, being a friend of his nephew, it would be inappropriate to broach the subject of contributions immediately. Yes, given the current tumultuous sea conditions, flying is certainly more convenient. You are Guoren's friend. Now that you are here, I shall assist you in any way I can. However, dear nephew, he paused, continuing, while there are ample commercial opportunities in Cuba, wartime conditions differ greatly from peacetime. To engage in trade here, one must possess a vessel. Although the shipping routes to Cuba remain intact, merchant ships are exceedingly scarce. Those vessels are either controlled by American companies or... Before Li Dajuan could finish his sentence, Li Yan interjected, to be frank, Uncle Li, I know individuals who can assist me with some shipping capacity. While it may not be substantial, transporting around 10,000 tons monthly is feasible. What? 10,000 tons? Li Dajuan sprang to his feet, gazing at Li Yan with exhilaration. Is this true? Indeed, I can manage at least 4,000 to 5,000 tons. That is indeed good. I wonder if my dear nephew has any interest in the sugar trade? Sugar, this. Observing that Li Yan appeared somewhat troubled, Li Dajuan interjected. My dear nephew may be unaware that at present, the most lucrative commodity in Cuba is sugar. With this, he continued to elaborate. My dear nephew should be cognizant that sugar serves as the backbone of the Cuban economy. Nearly 90% of Cuban agriculture is devoted to sugarcane cultivation. Since the outbreak of war, sugar supplies from Hawaii and the Philippines have been cut off, causing prices to soar to 20 cents per kilogram. Consequently, sugar production has surged, currently reaching no less than 7.3 million tons annually. Wait, what is the current price of sugar? Li Yan inquired, somewhat astonished. Approximately 20 cents per kilogram. Perhaps slightly lower, Li Dajuan continued. Historically, the Cuban sugar industry has been predominantly controlled by Americans, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to penetrate. Since the onset of the war, due to the skyrocketing sugar prices, the Cuban authorities have been incentivizing the development of the sugar industry, prompting some Chinese merchants to venture into this field. However, they did not anticipate that American companies would exploit their monopolistic shipping industry, demanding that Chinese merchants sell sugar to them at a low price. Currently, those Chinese merchants investing in the sugar industry have been suffering immensely. If my dear nephew had a ship, it would perfectly alleviate the urgent predicament of our compatriots. Of course, if this minister could assist our compatriots in resolving this matter, he could also rightfully solicit donations, especially since the domestic conflict is raging and urgent funding is needed from all sectors. 20 cents per kilogram. 1 kilogram is equivalent to 2 pounds, which is approximately 10 cents per pound. How much is it in the United States? 55 cents. On the black market, it can reach $1. Does this not equate to a tenfold profit? How does that adage go? When capitalists can achieve 100% profit, they will risk the gallows. Yet this represents 1,000%. As Li Yan was preoccupied with calculating the profits from sugar, noticing his silence, Li Dajuan hastily added, Is there something troubling my dear nephew? Troubling. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yan replied, What difficulty could there be in matters concerning our compatriots? Upon hearing this, Li Dajuan was visibly excited, repeatedly exclaiming, My dear nephew's noble intentions, my dear nephew's noble intentions. May I inquire where you currently reside? Tomorrow I shall accompany several fellow merchants to pay you a visit. After asking for his residence and learning that he was staying at the National Hotel, Li Dajuan's gaze shifted somewhat. It is widely known that the National Hotel is characterized by one prominent feature, its steep prices. Indeed, it is quite expensive. A steak costs $5. In these times, $1 is not mere paper, but rather, it is true currency. However, compared to certain establishments where fried rice costs $698, one might say that Cubans are still not overly greedy. Although the prices are not modest, the service is certainly exceptional. In stark contrast to the various regulations in the United States, there are no such constraints in Havana. As long as one has the money, everything is at their disposal. Even while Americans are tightening their belts for the sake of their allied cause, beef continues to be shipped by the boatload to Cuba, for indeed, Cubans require their meat. And of course, they also desire their drink. American beef, French red wine, and regrettably the absence of British waitstaff. Otherwise, it would have been a trifecta of service from three great nations. After indulging in a meal costing a mere $10, the unoccupied Li Yan cast a glance at the alluring Cuban ladies seated at the bar before departing the restaurant, choosing not to follow the crowd towards the casino. Chapter 24. The despicable oppressors. Upon returning to his room and freshening up, Li Yan settled into bed. The spring mattress was incredibly soft and comfortable, enveloping him as he relaxed his mind and nerves, succumbing to the allure of slumber. When he awoke again, the radiant Caribbean sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Gazing at the stunning ocean view outside, Li Yan's brow lifted slightly as he mused to himself, "Well, let us see what today holds." A little over an hour later, in the open-air CAF of the restaurant, Li Yan remained silent while observing Li Dijun and Song Chenjun across from him. Noticing his prolonged silence, Song Chenjun spoke directly, "Mr. Li, I understand this matter places you in a difficult position. However, the Americans are attempting to leverage their monopoly in shipping to coerce us, the Chinese merchants, into selling sugar at a low price. If we concede, our compatriots will inevitably be at their mercy in the future. Therefore, for the benefit of hundreds of thousands of our fellow countrymen, I implore you to lend a hand." At this juncture, Song Chenjun spoke earnestly. "The Americans are insisting that we sell sugar to them at 15 cents per kilogram. If you are willing to purchase, I can offer it to you at 10 to 13 cents per kilogram, regardless of the quantity. As long as we have even a single pound, we will sell it to you at this price. 10 to 13 cents per kilogram. That translates to approximately 6 cents per pound, according to the official pricing. That would yield nearly tenfold profits, and on the black market, it could approach 20 times the profits." Li Yan recalled the words of the old master, though they slipped his mind. But this is indeed a 20-fold profit. Moreover, it represents a stable market in the future. Although I certainly cannot consume a market worth $6 billion annually, even a fraction of that would suffice to fill our coffers. Despite this, Li Yan remained silent, merely lifting his cup to sip his coffee while observing the others. Dear nephew Li Dijun opened his mouth, but hesitated to continue, recognizing their nascent acquaintance lacked any substantial bond. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "This is all for the sake of aiding our compatriots. It is our blood that binds us. We ought to help whenever possible." "Uncle," Li Yan responded with a smile, "your nephew is well aware of this." Turning his attention directly to Song Chenjun, he asked pointedly, "Why is it that the Americans are willing to buy from you at 15 cents per kilogram, yet you are prepared to sell to me at 13 cents? Mr. Li, I merely wish to convey that we are compatriots. There is no need for outsiders to take advantage of us. You may not believe me, yet it is something you could easily surmise. My reluctance to concede to the Americans ultimately stems from a desire for benefit. If we allow the Americans to bully us without resistance, then in 10 or 20 years, we, the Chinese merchants in Cuba, will find ourselves with no prospects. Rather than submit to the tyranny of American businessmen, I would prefer to sell sugar to you at a reduced price. If we can endure this hardship, we will be able to establish ourselves firmly in the sugar industry, thus securing a future for ourselves. Ultimately, this is for the future of Chinese merchants. Our ancestors came here as laborers, and over the past century, we have progressed from laborers to small vendors, and now to our current state. This has not been an easy journey. If we miss this opportunity, we will remain mere small traders. Therefore, for the future of Chinese merchants, I am willing to sell at 13 cents a pound, even if it means incurring a loss. What Yang is doing is not for any other reason but for the future of Chinese merchants to have a place in the sugar industry." After delivering this resolute statement, Song Chenjun sighed deeply, uncertain whether it was for himself or for the future of Chinese merchants that he felt such helplessness. In that instant, as he gazed at the man before him, Li Yan seemed to grasp why, during that era, Chinese merchants were able to rise in Southeast Asia. From French Indochina to Malaysia, from the Dutch East Indies to the Philippines. Whenever there was an opportunity, the Chinese merchants would undoubtedly ascend, not merely as individuals achieving wealth, but as a collective rising together. What was the source of their success? It was the indomitable spirit within them, a refusal to remain subservient. They consistently seized every opportunity to develop themselves. And now, precisely at this moment, they had an opportunity to elevate themselves. Assisting them was tantamount to aiding oneself. In that moment, Li Yian seemed to understand, and his gaze towards Song Qingjun shifted, nodding slightly in agreement. Mr. Song, if that is the case, then why should I purchase at 13 cents a kilogram? His words were left unspoken as Song Qingjun's expression suddenly changed, and even Li Dijun appeared somewhat perturbed. Just then, a sharp voice interjected from the side. Father, I told you such people are utterly unreliable. Before the words had fully left her lips, a pair of long legs caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a long dress approaching from the neighboring table. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she fixed her gaze upon him. Those foreign devils are detestable, but these two-faced traitors are even worse. You only wish to take advantage of us while the foreign devils oppress us. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of this girl, Li Yian found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that she was of mixed heritage, and her features stirred a sense of familiarity within him, perhaps a habit of men to think they have seen a beautiful woman before. Though he believed it might have been in a film, yet her stature was undeniably impressive. She must have stood at least 175 centimeters tall. As he observed the irate girl, Li Yian furrowed his brow, about to speak, when he heard Song Qingjun's voice. Bingo! Who permitted you to interrupt? Father, he. The girl pouted with an expression of discontent. He clearly intends to take advantage of the situation? Li Yian chuckled. In business, seizing opportunities amidst chaos is precisely what a businessman ought to do. Otherwise, how could one truly be called a businessman? The girl and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. You. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never someone so utterly devoid of shame, not even pretending. This is simply brazen. In contrast, Li Yian appeared remarkably composed as he turned his gaze towards Song Qingjun, retorting, What do you think, Mr. Song? Mr. Song managed to force out 4 words. In business. It is business. Indeed, Mr. Song speaks wisely. However, a gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through honorable means. While it is true that business is business, there are funds that one can pursue and others that one should not, Li Yian remarked with a smile, fixing his eyes on Song Qingjun. Before Song Qingjun, Li Dijun and the girl beside them could react, Li Yian continued, market price. His words left Song Bing in bewilderment. What? Chapter 25. I consider you a brother, Mr. Song. A gentleman values wealth and acquires it through rightful means. The foreigner bullies our compatriots. How can we, as fellow countrymen, take advantage of their misfortune? With that, Li Yian raised his cup and casually sipped his coffee. In that fleeting moment, he had prepared himself for a possible reprimand from the system. For it was well known that merchants could not engage in unprofitable ventures. To his surprise, however, the system did not intervene at all. The seemingly trivial words fell upon the ears of Li Dijun, Song Qingjun, and Song Bing, leaving them all in a state of shock. After a considerable pause, Song Qingjun finally stood up and clasped his fists, expressing, Mr. Li, your noble character is truly admirable. Observing the man seated before them, Song Bing, who had initially worn a frown, was now blushing with embarrassment. She had merely accompanied her father into the city for shopping and had not anticipated the misunderstanding that would arise from the man's words. Quickly, she stammered an apology, Mr. Li. I sincerely apologize for unjustly accusing you. Glancing at the young woman beside him, Li Yian replied, It is of no concern, Mississippi. Since you are here with Mr. Song, you may stay. He then turned his attention back to Song Qingjun and continued, Mr. Song, I am willing to procure the sugar, but I cannot guarantee the amount. This month, after some contemplation, I believe 3,000 to 4,000 tons should not pose an issue. 3,000 to 4,000 tons. Though slightly disappointed, Song Qingjun nodded in agreement. While it is not a large quantity, it will alleviate our urgent needs. We shall take it slow. Li Yian further stated, however, I must express that we need to discuss certain matters up front. The Americans have a stranglehold on shipping. If they learn that I am aiding you in overcoming your difficulties, it could lead to complications. Therefore, confidentiality is paramount if we are to proceed with this business. Confidentiality? It was not merely about secrecy, but rather about concealing the reality of lacking a vessel. Mr. Li's words ring true. Rest assured, we will ensure that no outsider is privy to your identity, nor will we. Some matters may be known but must not be explicitly addressed. At present, vessels are of utmost importance. It is unlikely that an ordinary person could acquire one, and if they did, it would surely be in a clandestine manner. Such vessels must remain unspoken of. The subsequent discussions were straightforward. revolving around the terms of delivery and the necessary measures for confidentiality, thereby solidifying the agreement. Naturally, Li Yan inquired about the tobacco business, to which Song Chungjun responded with complete candor. While it is true that American tobacco companies operate factories in Cuba to produce cigarettes, these products incur a tax upon leaving the factory, unless one can purchase the factory. Only then can tax-free cigarettes be shipped out. In essence, it boiled down to one simple truth. One must have connections. It matters not. Even if one holds silver in hand, it may not suffice to procure goods. Some trades are not beyond the capabilities of the Chinese, but rather, they are simply unattainable. At least for the time being. Even if one were to forcefully intervene, it would inevitably invite suppression. Much like how Song Qingjun and his companions aspired to venture into the sugar industry. Were it not for the fortuitous opportunity presented by World War II. They could only watch helplessly as Americans dominated this business. Even now, having made their foray, what is the outcome? It is all too evident. I never expected, Master Li, to possess such generosity. As the automobile made its way towards the embassy, Song Qingjun suddenly uttered these words, falling silent for a moment before continuing, Brother Shiji. With Master Li's benevolence, I shall ensure he does not suffer any losses. I wonder what Brother Zhipu plans to do? Well, if we solidify our position, it would be feasible to add an extra 10% per bag. An additional 10%. Li Dajun pondered. Master Li's nobility and Brother Zhipu's kindness. If only all Chinese merchants were as you, we would not be so easily looked down upon by foreigners. As these words lingered on his lips, Li Dajun could not help but shake his head with a sigh, while Song Qingjun beside him nodded in agreement. What Qingjie says is indeed true. Since Jiang Yu and others seized control of the association's presidency, infighting has plagued our community, even enlisting outsiders for support. It is utterly absurd. Not just absurd. It is downright shameless. It is lamentable that they abuse their status as central officials to act with impunity. Even I, after a long sigh, silence enveloped the vehicle. After a prolonged pause, Li Dajun finally spoke up. Actually, Brother Zhipu could contend for the presidency of the association. Would he not be more suitable than those individuals? This Song Qingjun shook his head. You know, my aspirations lie elsewhere. Noticing this, Li Dajun refrained from pursuing the matter further, suddenly recalling something. Regarding Brother Zhipu. What do you think of that young Master Li? I cannot discern. Song Qingjun replied candidly. At present, those who can procure a ship are no ordinary individuals. His background is likely quite extraordinary. Hearing his friend's words, Li Dajun inquired. Then, Brother Zhipu, do you think he is compatible with my niece? In response to his friend's inquiry, Song Qingjun did not hold back, stating directly, Yesterday, you informed me of a remarkable young man arriving from America to Havana, which piqued my interest. After all, there are not many suitable compatriots for Binger in Havana. They are either too old or too young. This war has dragged on for several years. Though victory seems within reach, an end is not yet in sight. And I have but this one daughter. With a bitter smile, Song Chungjun continued, I cannot allow her to become a spinster. This was also the reason for Song Bing's presence in the CAF. However, Song Qingjun did not disclose this motive, merely using business as an excuse to bring her into the city, asking her to wait nearby. Neither Song Bing nor Li Yan could have imagined that this was, in fact, a matchmaking endeavor. What a burden for a parent's heart. Li Dajun, in a moment of reflection, remarked, setting aside all else. In terms of appearance and age, young Master Li is indeed a suitable match for my niece. If this arrangement were to come to fruition, it would also resolve a lingering concern for Brother Zhipu. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjun shook his head and replied, Let us observe further. Let us observe further. Moreover, I fear his aspirations lie elsewhere. Did you not notice that he scarcely cast a glance at Bingo from beginning to end? This young Master Li seems wholly devoted to his career. Chapter 26. Omnipotence. If Li Yan were to hear Song Qingjun's remarks, he would undoubtedly applaud him with both hands, for he is indeed a kindred spirit. The resplendent sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where Li Yan, having toiled throughout the night, had awakened. The fragrant aroma of perfume wafted through the air, prompting him to glance beside him. There lay a cascade of golden waves. Her long hair sprawled across the white cotton sheets. As his gaze descended, the undulating curves of her form evoked a flurry of thoughts. With a decisive slap on the pert posterior concealed beneath the sheets, a blonde beauty emerged, blinking sleepily at the man before her, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Darling, you've worn me out. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. With that, she nestled back into slumber, observing the woman in bed. Li Yan oppose, and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Very well, sleep on. As he prepared to leave, he retrieved two $10 bills from his wallet, contemplating briefly before exchanging one for a Franklin. It must be said, foreign beauties are indeed warm and proactive, undeniably worth the price. We are affluent now. A little money is of no concern. Whether weary or not, the essential tasks must be attended to, as he was in the prime of his career, where ambition reigned supreme. This so-called career, of course, involved utilizing space for transporting goods. After boarding the hotel's private vehicle, Lee Ian arrived at the designated warehouse. True to their initial agreement, the warehouse door was securely locked, devoid of even a watchman. According to their arrangement, once the sugar arrived at the warehouse, the delivery personnel would depart. To prevent any interference from American merchants, aside from Song Qingjun, none of the participants were privy to the identity of the sugar buyers. Upon entering the warehouse, Lee Ian beheld mountains of sugar piled high. "System," he softly called out. As the light screen flickered into existence, he selected the warehouse. "Shall we temporarily increase the storage capacity?" "Yes." After the transaction was completed, the warehouse's space expanded by 50, now boasting an impressive 140 cubic feet. "Upload the goods." With a burst of white light, sacks of sugar continuously streamed into the storage space. Despite this not being his first experience uploading bulk goods, he could not help but marvel as thousands of tons were successfully uploaded. This is not merely a system, it is a veritable relocation expert. Not just relocation. It was as if the warehouse was being entirely emptied. The once crowded warehouse soon lay barren, and with a satisfied snap of his fingers, Lee Ian declared, "Work is done." The private vehicle awaited him outside the warehouse. Upon entering, the driver inquired, in Lee and Appos, and responded succinctly, "To the airport." Meanwhile, in the room at the National Hotel, the blonde woman stretched languidly, stifling a yawn, her demeanor sultry as she murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips. "Where has that guy gone?" "In the desolate room." The woman found herself engulfed in a sense of confusion. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a $100 bill resting on the bedside table, accompanied by a note. The accommodation fees had been settled, expressing gratitude for a delightful evening. In an instant, her expression morphed into a complex amalgamation of emotions, oscillating between tears and laughter. Observing the Franklin bill, she raked her fingers through her hair and murmured, "I can't believe I was conned like this." Overwhelmed with resignation, she suddenly erupted in indignation. This scoundrel actually fled. It's infuriating. As the airplane descended once more into New York, Lee Ian had already succumbed to slumber. When the flight attendant announced the impending landing, he gazed out the window to behold the Statue of Liberty. As the aircraft adjusted its course, the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan came into view. This was New York, a realm brimming with opportunities and wealth. Observing the bustling metropolis beneath the wings, a spark of excitement ignited in Lee Yi's eyes. The abundance of wealth and opportunity was rightfully his. Hours later, Lee Ian experienced a true surge of exhilaration when a group of imposing men, reminiscent of Thompson's, encircled his company in a convoy of cars and trucks. Was he being robbed? Just as uncertainty clouded his thoughts, Anastasia emerged from the vehicle, her voice tinged with excitement. "Lee, is it true what you said over the phone? Do you really have 1,300 tons of sugar?" Faced with the imposing figures behind her and the unfolding scene, Lee and Appos, and found himself at a loss for words. "Anastasia, are you planning to rob a bank?" "No," she replied curtly. "We are not here to rob a bank. We are here to protect you." "My God. I genuinely question how you have survived this long, my friend." As she spoke, her finger pointed towards the warehouse. "Do you understand that if anyone discovers you possess thousands of tons of sugar, every thief, thug, and bandit in New York will descend upon your warehouse to plunder it?" "My friend." As Anastasia walked inside, she continued to elucidate, "Cars may not attract much attention, as there are limited channels for illicit sales. However, sugar is an entirely different matter. Sugar is all-powerful. A few pounds can lead a woman to your bed, while dozens can make a grocer dance with delight as he hands you cash. If you possess hundreds of pounds, every bakery and pastry shop owner in New York will regard you as a deity. With thousands of pounds, all the food factory owners will see you as their savior." Anastasia's exaggerated words left Lee Ian incredulous. Was it merely sugar that warranted such hyperbole? In the next moment, Anastasia fell silent, her eyes widening at the sight of towering sacks piled high. Despite the barrier of burlap, she could still savor the sweet aroma wafting through the air. This was undeniably the sweetest scent imaginable. Chapter 27. The sincerity of the Chicago typewriter. The entire warehouse was suffused with a sweet aroma, a scent potent enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. My dear God, Lee, you never cease to astonish me. Is this truly real? Is it indeed sugar? Anastasia approached with palpable excitement, directly lifting a sack that bore no labels, diverging from the usual packaging. According to the agreement with Song Chinjun, no matter whose sugar it was, the packaging must remain unmarked. This was purportedly to obscure the operation from prying eyes, to prevent any interference from American merchants. But in truth, it was a facade to conceal the transactions occurring here. Upon tearing open a bag of sugar, Anastasia eagerly grasped a handful and, her excitement surging, exclaimed to her subordinates, "This is indeed sugar, undoubtedly the finest sugar." Not only Anastasia, but even the burly men wielding Thompsons were visibly elated, resembling bears encountering honey. Was it really necessary to be this exhilarated over mere sugar? Observing the Thompsons cradled in their hands, Ian understood that this exuberance was genuine. Anyone who doubted its sincerity would soon learn how to spell the word, courtesy of the Chicago typewriter. Lee, here. Anastasia, brandishing the Chicago typewriter, gazed at him with fervent eyes. All the sugar belongs to me. Are you attempting a heist? Yet, in her fervor, Anastasia seemed oblivious to the fact that she was wielding the Chicago typewriter to express her sincerity. I mean to purchase it all, every last grain of sugar. Not just this batch. From this point forward, whatever sugar you bring in, we shall acquire at the standard market price until the restrictions are lifted. This is a promise from the Godfather, Anastasia declared with utmost seriousness. Market price. This figure exceeded expectations significantly. The sugar price this week stood at 57 cents per pound. After making her offer, Anastasia continued, this sugar is valued at millions of dollars. Therefore, Godfather, we request a night to secure the necessary funds. I apologize. Everything is happening so swiftly. You must understand, we have just purchased over $500,000 worth of automobiles from you. Even for a bank, it is challenging to amass such a sum in mere days. Despite the slight wavering in her voice, Anastasia assured him, rest assured. The security of this cargo will be our responsibility. I guarantee not a single grain of sugar will go missing. To underscore her commitment, she even patted the Chicago typewriter in her hands. Ian was left speechless. Goodness, are you here to protect or to engage in coercive buying? The security measures must be tightened. Finding personnel is no easy task. Nowadays, any able-bodied young man has enlisted. Hiring bodyguards is a challenge, and with a slip-up, a bodyguard could easily turn into a kidnapper. Who knows? This situation is rather troublesome. Setting down the phone, Chorus remarked. The Godfather. The Genovese family has agreed to lend us 300,000, and they will send someone over in 3 hours. As he spoke, he made a note. We have now raised a total of 1.5 million, which is nearly sufficient. If it is not enough, call the Jewish gentlemen and ask them to lend us another 500,000. Carlo Gambino, lighting his cigar with a lighter, had his face illuminated by the dim light of the lamp. As the smoke curled upward, the flickering red embers seemed to reflect his contemplations. Occasionally, he cast a glance at the strategist, who was currently exhausting all connections to secure funds. Soon, Corleone hung up the phone. The Jewish gentleman promised to deliver the money in 2 hours, but they expect us to sell them 20 cars. Gambino raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Those damn Jews always take advantage of a crisis. After hanging up again, Corleone looked at the Godfather and said, Godfather, we have gathered enough money. Gambino nodded but remained silent. Godfather, I do not understand why you place such importance on this transaction. Over 1,300 tons of sugar. Looking at the strategist, Gambino replied. The first shipment of cigarettes was a trial. The cars were also a test. But this time, taking a puff of his cigar, Gambino continued, this time is a trial. Lee, or rather the powerful figure behind Lee, is testing our capabilities. If we can successfully pass this trial, perhaps we could receive thousands of tons of sugar every month in the future, simply by increasing the price by 10, which would yield hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in profit. The crucial point is that this is a legitimate business. Holding the cigar between his fingers, Gambino gazed into the distance and asked, Are you certain that no sugar-laden ships have arrived from Cuba or Brazil in the past few days? In truth, if there were ships, Gambino would have already been transporting sugar from Cuba, but the issue was that he only had a few small vessels. Even if they operated day and night, they could not transport a significant amount of sugar. Hence, he opted for the lighter-weight cigarettes and the higher-priced coffee. Yes, Godfather. There are too many German submarines off the coast of New York, and ships from South America often prioritize docking at southern ports. It seems that the powerful figure behind him must have his own channels. However, this is not critical. What matters is that our business is legitimate. Nodding slightly, Gambino, already envisioning the outcome, continued, we can also establish connections with those food merchants. This connection is not merely for the present but extends into the post-war era. After the war, this legitimate business will become our family's most important source of income. Corleone, my child, we cannot perpetually engage in illicit activities. With that, Gambino fell silent. He had his own plans for the future, plans to legitimize his family's operations and live with the dignity of the affluent, where his children could become congressmen, senators, or even judges. But the prerequisite was, he must engage in legitimate business. At present, this venture is entirely legitimate. This enterprise will transform his family into a true lineage. As Gambino daydreams about the future, he secretly revels in his fortune. God bless. Those influential figures have chosen me over others. Chapter 28. New Skills. Weapon Design. As Carlo Gambino envisioned a bright future after his redemption and silently expressed gratitude towards Li Yian and the influential figures behind him, Li Yian, seated comfortably in an armchair, was toying with a Chicago-type typewriter. Remarkably, it lacked a cartridge, which was disappointing. While handling the weapon, a light screen flickered before him. Skill not yet mastered detected. Do you wish to learn the skill of shooting? Learn. Skill of shooting acquired. A wealth of shooting knowledge flooded Li Yian's mind, encompassing weapon usage and shooting techniques. The system's skill level matched the user's level, and now at LV2, he was uncertain whether this indicated amateur or professional status. Nevertheless, he was certain that the once unfamiliar Thompson submachine gun, which had existed solely in films, had now become familiar. He casually manipulated the submachine gun, pulled the bolt back, and squeezed the trigger. The crisp sound of an empty chamber striking resonated, yet something felt amiss. Pondering this, Li Yian began disassembling the submachine gun. His deft movements made it hard to believe this was his first experience handling a firearm. Once disassembled, he swiftly identified the issue, a worn bronze 8-shaped delay recoil block that simply required replacement. Muttering to himself, he realized his understanding of firearms had significantly deepened. Even the obscure principles and structures he had once encountered in gun magazines during his studies now seemed crystal clear. He felt an inclination to design weapons. Not merely design, but perhaps replicate. This submachine gun is quite complex. No wonder it commands such a high price, he mused. Yet his mind conjured an image of the remarkably simple Uzi submachine gun, whose primary components were assembled from stamped and welded parts. Astonishingly, it comprised only 17 pieces, including the magazine and stock. In stark contrast to other submachine guns, which often contained dozens or even hundreds of parts, this simplicity was breathtaking. Despite having only 17 components, its structure was robust and durable, boasting high reliability and exceptional accuracy. However, the Uzi, utilizing a blowback operating principle, was destined for obsolescence. As the mid-1970s heralded the era of assault rifles, at some point, the schematics of the Uzi began to illuminate in his mind, transforming what had once been indecipherable into clarity. He understood the function of each component, and with newfound insight, everything about this submachine gun became apparent. Perhaps I can create one. Seizing the moment, Li Yian promptly grabbed paper and pencil, sketching a blueprint when the light screen flickered once more. New skill detected. Do you wish to learn the skill of light weapon design? Goodness. At that moment, Li Yian was truly astonished. Although he had previously sensed the formidable nature of the system, he never anticipated its extraordinary power. It became evident that, should he desire, he could select a skill, and the system would graciously bestow upon him a new ability. Faced with the nascent brilliance of the system, nay, his benefactor, Li Yian found himself kneeling in awe. This benefactor did not employ the traditional methods of encouragement with sticks or entice with sweet treats. Instead, it directly inundated him with knowledge, quenching his thirst for understanding in one fell swoop. With the system's prompt, a wealth of knowledge regarding light weapon design flooded Li Yian's mind, encompassing everything from the structure and principles of weaponry to the intricacies of raw materials. In an instant, he transformed from a mere humanities student into a science student specializing in light weapon design. Naturally, this encompassed the essential skills for drafting blueprints as well. Even the most fundamental knowledge proved sufficient for him. Previously, he possessed only a cursory understanding of structural principles as a marksman. However, endowed with the designer's insights, creating blueprints became second nature, as effortless as breathing. Not only could he sketch designs, but he also annotated dimensions and specified the types of steel required for each component, as though he were an accomplished weapon designer. Remarkably, in less than 2 hours, dozens of blueprints had materialized. How could it be so swift? With only 17 components in total, how slow could he possibly be? Even at this pace, it was merely due to the need for his mind and hands to synchronize. Gazing at the blueprints before him, a proud smile crept upon Li Yian's lips as he exclaimed, "Now, this is true genius. From this point forward, I shall redefine the very concept of genius." As he spoke, he glanced around, lamenting the absence of a piano. Pondering how he could develop new skills and ascend to mastery. Despite his playful musings, a deep sense of pride surged within him. He suddenly realized that this system was, in fact, a master system, not merely designed to teach skills but to elevate him to the status of a master. Not just any master, but a superlative one. Unparalleled in history. Alas, I did not wish for this, he muttered to himself while admiring his own blueprints. I would have preferred to be an ordinary person. Yet my exceptional talent has inadvertently revealed itself. As if responding to his unspoken thoughts, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the window, illuminating the room with the glow of headlights. Someone was delivering an unexpected gift. Chapter 29. The Godfather? Merely an accomplice. The one providing the funds is none other than Carlo Gambino. The warehouse is filled with sugar. Anastasia approached the Godfather and spoke, "Godfather, I have been waiting here for you. You have worked hard. And where is Mr. Li?" Gambino gazed towards the illuminated attic, contemplating the staircase before him. Aware that he was about to ascend the ladder to the upper echelons of society, guided by his mentor who awaited him. "Good evening, Mr. Li." Unlike their previous meeting, this time Gambino deliberately knocked on the door before entering the office, his demeanor markedly respectful. Gambino had elevated Li Yian to an esteemed position, serving as his conduit to the upper class, his stepping stone. He no longer harbored any doubts regarding the influential figures behind Li Yian. If dozens of cars could potentially be maneuvered through the transport team, then the silent delivery of thousands of tons of sugar to New York represented a power that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Li Yian embodied such a persona, evoking not just envy but reverence in Gambino. As Godfather, he recognized the magnitude of this power. In contrast, he, the Mafia Godfather, felt as insignificant as an ant. Yet, this was inconsequential. Gambino understood that seizing this opportunity could transform him into one of the individuals he admired. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, given that it is nighttime. Securing the funds has proven challenging. I assure you, I will not let you wait this long again." Though unaware of the Godfather's thoughts, Li Yian could discern a shift in his attitude. The respect evident in the words and demeanor of the Godfather of New York's foremost mafia family was palpable. Quite interesting, he mused, reflecting on the change. From this day forward, he need no longer worry about market channels. In about half a month, Li Yian declared. This was precisely why he chose to partner with the Mafia. They possessed an extensive sales network spanning the entirety of America, and their discretion was unparalleled. As the two exited the office, the inspector had completed the examination. "Godfather, the sucrose content is 99.4, and the granulation meets the standards. It is all first-grade sugar." However, the inspector glanced at the Chinese man beside the Godfather. Each bag's net weight is 55 kilograms, even 56 kilograms, rather than the standard 50 kilograms. "What? How could this happen?" Li Yian inquired, puzzled. Gambino, however, interjected, "As long as the quality is assured, the weight. Is this perhaps a test from the big shots?" Once more, Gambino found himself conflicted, struggling to comprehend the intentions of the powerful. Perhaps, after all, that is what the powerful are like. Before Gambino could fully unravel his thoughts, Li Yian remarked, "Let us calculate based on 55 kilograms. Is the extra 10 a bonus from over there? This Song Qingjun is indeed quite generous. The benefits of compatriots are reserved for oneself. Yet one must never allow foreigners to take advantage." Soon, the results were revealed, a total of 500 tons of cane sugar, and despite being well prepared, Carlo could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. An entire additional 200 tons. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward, with 884, 420 in cash handed over to Li Yian. Faced with such a substantial sum, Li Yian's heart was momentarily tumultuous. After all, this was his first million. "We are now millionaires." The screen flashed. "Congratulations to the user on earning their first million. A cost accounting function has been awarded. We hope the user will continue to strive for new breakthroughs." Is this it? A cost accounting function? What is that? Although he was unsure of its purpose, a reward was certainly preferable to none. Achieving a small goal and receiving a reward was not bad at all. Though somewhat disappointed, Li Yi and Oppos, and was equally satisfied. This transaction proved that even after leaving Britain, there were vast opportunities in America. As the transaction concluded and his subordinates began to transport the goods, Carlo noticed boxes of cigarettes in the warehouse and curiously inquired, "Mr. Lee, what are those cigarettes for? One must provide some benefits for the crew, wouldn't you agree?" His words resonated with Carlo, who nodded in agreement. They too provided certain advantages to all participants in their smuggling endeavors. Subsequently, Ian shifted the conversation. "Carlo, there is one matter I would like to trouble you with." "Trouble? What kind of trouble could it be?" Giovanni, almost immediately, responded. "Lee, my friend, feel free to command. There is no need for formality between friends. I want to hold back." The newly minted millionaire Ian requested Giovanni's assistance in finding a suitable industrial enterprise for acquisition. Giovanni, the New York mob boss, was more than willing to oblige, viewing it as an opportunity to strengthen their relationship, for only by drawing closer could they connect with truly influential figures. Giovanni's efficiency was remarkable. In just 2 days, he found an enterprise suitable for acquisition, and its scale exceeded Ian's expectations. How could a factory be on the verge of bankruptcy? As they drove towards the company, Ian looked at Giovanni, perplexed. Logically, any factory should be producing around the clock. Although he was not well acquainted with the United States, his understanding was that this was an era of overwhelming productivity. Even in the 21st century, people still marveled at the immense production capabilities demonstrated by America during World War II. The notion of a factory going bankrupt seemed utterly absurd, especially a machining enterprise. "My friend, not all factories operate in the same manner. Some may receive countless orders, while others might not secure even a penny's worth." "Oh, why is that?" Carlo Gambino chuckled and remarked, "Everything is attributed to the owner of this company. He is a German immigrant." "Oh, is that the reason?" Ian responded with astonishment. "Moreover, he is a key figure in the German-American alliance, essentially a Nazi, an American Nazi." "What? That fellow is a Nazi?" "ISN and Oppos. T incarcerated?" Chapter 30. Extortion in prison? How could that be? Carlo remarked with a hint of resignation. His father-in-law was a senator. How could he possibly be incarcerated? Even the president would have to show some deference. It dawned on him that America, too, was a society built on connections. Indeed, they also played the familial card, seeking assistance from in-laws. Amidst his musings, he listened to Gambino continue speaking. In truth, he was not a true Nazi. The American Virtue League was an organization that had developed pre-war in America, and that man was a key figure in its New York branch. Although he was spared internment due to his father-in-law's influence when the war erupted, his factory fell into disarray, unable to hire workers, receiving no orders. And even the banks refused to extend loans. Meanwhile, those Jews circled like a pack of greedy vultures, waiting for him to declare bankruptcy so they could swoop in and acquire his factory at a bargain price. Clearly, in Gambino's eyes, Jews were no angels either. One could only imagine, having come from old Europe, how many truly favored them. They were all just remnants of anti-Semitism, after all. As he silently derided the hypocrisy of these white folks, the car came to a halt before a substantial factory. Gazing at the grand entrance and the 4-story building adjacent to it, one could easily envision the factory's former grandeur. 2,457 various metal cutting machines. "This is my factory, the one my father founded half a century ago. Now, those Americans want to force it to the brink. And those damn Jews want to snatch it away for a pittance." Hermann von Karl declared indignantly. "Those damned Americans will never comprehend our love for our homeland as a nation. Am I right?" Karl looked directly at Ian, posing the question boldly. "I wholeheartedly concur. Our homeland is an enduring bond we can never relinquish, a profound sentiment etched into our very being, one that Americans will never fathom. Indeed, they will never understand, never comprehend. Americans do not lack understanding. For those who are primarily immigrants, what they desire is for you to forget your homeland and to assimilate into America, becoming what they deem an American. Yet, in truth, it is nothing more than self-deception. Just like those Jews, who have no homeland and therefore can never grasp our feelings. They are a pack of avaricious hyenas, seeking to tear into my flesh upon my demise. That is impossible. I would rather sell my factory to anyone than to those inferior beings." With an air of righteous indignation, Carl continued, $1,500,000. "For a mere $1,500,000, I would sell everything belonging to Carl Metal Company, from the land to the machinery, and all else, including the patents held by the company. This is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. The value of the factory and machinery alone far exceeds that amount." Stealing a glance at Carl, Li Yan did not readily acquiesce, thinking to himself, I believe you as much as I would a fool. Just then, the system's holographic screen flickered to life. Should the cost accounting function be enabled? Enabled. In an instant, a flurry of text flashed across the screen. The Carl Metal Company, founded by the venerable Hermann in 1886 in New York, spans an area of 2.7 square miles, with its factory occupying a significant portion. Moments later, having gained a thorough understanding of the Carl Metal Company, Li Yan cast a glance at Carl before turning to leave. Li, what is the matter? Gon Binu inquired, perplexed. While Carl followed closely behind, I refused to collaborate with a man steeped in deceit. Li Yan stated bluntly. What? Gon Binu looked at him in confusion, while Carl's face flushed with anger. Mr. Li, what are you saying? To begin with, let us not even mention that half of the machinery in your factory consists of antiquated equipment procured during the Great War, which is nothing more than worthless scrap metal. Let us focus on the fact that you mortgaged the company's land and property to secure a loan from the bank, amounting to a staggering $200,000. This debt you have chosen to conceal. Mr. Li, I simply had not yet had the opportunity to address the company's debts. Before Carl could finish, Gon Binu interjected with a cold snort. Is that so, Mr. Carl? Mr. Gon Binu, I swear to God. Mr. Carl, I did not bring my friend here to be deceived by you. You should understand how I treat my friends, and likewise, how I deal with those who betray them. Gon Binu's veiled threat sent a shiver down Carl's spine, prompting him to hastily respond. No, Mr. Gon Binu, you know I had no intention of concealing anything. Li, isn't business conducted in this manner? I propose a price, and you can negotiate, can't you? Gazing at the man before him, Li Yan replied directly, Mr. Carl, how can I negotiate? First and foremost, your land and property are worthless. They have already been mortgaged to the bank, which means I will inevitably shoulder the burden of over $200,000 in debt. Furthermore, your machinery, nearly 2 decades old, is merely scrap metal. Perhaps during the war, those machines could produce some goods, but with the war's conclusion, the exorbitant labor costs render them utterly valueless, mere wasteful remnants of financial folly. As for the remaining machinery, what value do they hold? 200,000? 100,000? Carl fixing his gaze upon him, Li Yan continued straightforwardly. Those Jews may indeed resemble a pack of avaricious hyenas, but the truth is, your company is nothing more than a lifeless, worthless shell. Devoid of any merit in their eyes pointing towards the factory, Li Yan scoffed. The only asset of worth is this parcel of land. However, after deducting the bank loan, what remains of its value? 50,000, or perhaps even less. Faced with the stark reality unveiled by Li Yan's words, Carl's complexion darkened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had initially believed Li Yan to be merely a foreigner seeking to profit off the situation, but as for Gon Binu, could he truly bring about his demise? However, upon closer examination, Carl discovered that the situation was not as he had anticipated. Gon Binu appeared almost subservient in the presence of this foreigner, trailing behind him like an attendant. What manner of person was this? Why did Gon Binu hold him in such high regard? As these thoughts raced through Carl's mind, a wave of unease washed over him. Sir, I. Carl stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Li Yan, noticing Carl and Apos' faltering words, spoke bluntly. No, when the time comes, the Jews will utilize their control over the banks to drain you completely. You will not only receive not a single cent, but you will also be held accountable for the remaining debts of the company. At that point, you will not only lose everything, but will also find yourself a veritable pauper. Chapter 31. The Blade of Capital. What is the most brutal force in the world? Is it the ravages of war? No, it is capital. Capital is an invisible blade. When it is raised, the wealth accumulated by a nation over generations can be obliterated in an instant. Likewise, when it is wielded, the toil of generations can dissolve into nothingness. Carl understands this better than anyone else, which is precisely why he wishes to divest from the company. Mr. Li, as beads of sweat trickled down Carl's anxious forehead and his lips trembled, Li Yan unceremoniously pierced through his forced faade. At present, Carl's Metal Company is nothing but a liability in your hands. Yes, the company may be inactive and generating no revenue. However, as long as it remains under your ownership, you are burdened with property taxes. Do you recall the amount owed from last year? Can you afford it? Should you fall behind on your property taxes, a judge will inevitably issue an order to seize your company. And then what? An auction will take place in the judge's office, with participants potentially consisting of mere hyenas, who, with a little bribery, can acquire everything at a mere fraction of its worth. Subsequently, the bank will continue to pursue you for debts, as tax debts take precedence. What will you have left then? Having said this, Li and Oppos, and retrieved a gold cigarette case from his pocket, offering one cigarette to Carl and another to Gambino, before producing a lighter to ignite the cigarette for Carl. Smoke up, perhaps this is your last cigarette. At these words, Carl's fingers trembled, his blue eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the Chinese man before him. Unbeknownst to him, the cigarette he had just lit had fallen from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Li caught the cigarette and placed it back between Carl's lips. Go on, Mr. Carl, soon you'll be reduced to scavenging for cigarette butts. After this, Li and Oppos, and took a drag himself. Meanwhile, Carl stood there like a fool, his gaze vacant as he stared at this man, who spoke of his deepest fears. In fact, over the past year, he had been desperately seeking someone to take over his company. But who would take it on? Everyone was waiting for the day he could no longer sustain it. Ultimately, just as this man predicted, he would lose everything, leaving only a mountain of debt behind. At that point, his only option would be to leap from a building. Once the last vestige of his pretense was stripped away, Carl realized that his adversary had come well prepared. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. $100,000, and the company is yours, including all its debts. I can assure you that the debts combined do not equal the value of this company that is of no consequence. Li replied bluntly. For I shall not part with even a cent. Having learned from my experiences in London, seizing opportunities has never been easier. What? Carl's body trembled slightly. And in that instant, he nearly collapsed to the ground. His last lifeline had vanished. Observing the precariously balanced Carl, Li and Oppos, and continued. However, I now present you with a choice. You may fully transfer the company to me, and in return, you will manage it as the manager, receiving a monthly salary of $1,200. Upon your retirement, you will be entitled to a substantial pension, thanks to the system. Its cost accounting feature has thoroughly dissected Carl's metal company, emboldening him to make such a brazen proposal. To acquire another's company without spending a dime is truly audacious. This company, unlike others in North Borneo under Japanese control, possesses tangible assets. Such cunning appropriation is indeed remarkable. Yet, does Carl truly have the option to refuse? Stammering, he contemplated a rebuttal, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. He understood that while this may not be the optimal choice, it was his only choice. Very well, if there are no objections, please proceed to sign the contract. In the conference room, Zhang Weiluan surveyed the individuals present, once more directing his gaze towards Li Yan, his heart tumultuous like raging waves. In just a few days, he had managed to acquire such a significant factory without expending a single cent, an achievement he would have deemed unimaginable. Yet the other party had indeed accomplished it. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? Amidst his astonishment, Zhang Weiluan's attention shifted to Mr. Carl and his lawyer, who were perusing the contract. We have no objections. After receiving the desired response from the lawyer, Carl readily affixed his signature to the contract. God knows that at that moment, a sense of relief washed over him, for he would no longer bear the burden of debts. No more fretting over bankruptcy or contemplating the anguish his wife might endure should he leap from a building. Congratulations, Mr. Li. You have acquired this company. In response to Carl's congratulations, Li Yan shook his head and replied, No, Mr. Carl, it is you who deserves congratulations. How does it feel to be unburdened by debt? Carl, whose expression had been grave, suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, boss, you see right through me. Nevertheless, you must manage the company well, after all. It is my retirement fund. Zhang Weiluan stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Is this truly the appropriate reaction after such a cunning appropriation? Shouldn't he be indignant, furious even? How could he respond in such a manner? Meanwhile, Li Yan smiled and remarked, After mitigating your losses, you are not lacking in funds. With that, he took up the pen and inscribed his name on the contract. Almost instantaneously, as he completed the final stroke, a screen flickered to life. Congratulations to the user for leveraging existing intelligence and psychology to compel the other party to yield, acquiring a company valued at $2,783,500 for zero cost. Comprehensive reward, 600,000 experience points. In the next moment, the screen erupted in celebratory fireworks. Congratulations to the user for successfully leveling up to LV3. He leveled up, indeed. He had achieved a new level. Li Yan's heart rejoiced in triumph. He had finally ascended. Upgrading is remarkably straightforward. It can even be accomplished without spending a single penny. All it takes is a purchase at the price of 0. Chapter 32. The talent pool of American returnees. This factory is now mine. Standing by the window, gazing at the sprawling factory complex and towering chimneys, Li and Oppos, and, with a sense of pride, lit a hefty cigar, embodying the demeanor of a quintessential big boss. Who would have thought? Approaching the owner and surveying the vast premises, Zhang Weilun remarked, "It's astonishing that such a large factory cost nothing. Don't speak carelessly. I have indeed spent a considerable sum. Did you not notice? The interest alone from the bank has reached 250,000, and furthermore, I will bear the burden of substantial property taxes every year." Li Ian almost exclaimed that we are not the sort to resort to coercion. He continued, "Moreover, this business is challenging. One misstep, and this factory could become a financial liability. Who understands the toil I endure?" Observing Li Ian's grandstanding, Zhang Weilun chuckled. "Business is indeed difficult. However, I firmly believe you would not acquire this company without reason, and you certainly would not allow it to incur losses." As the company's lawyer, Zhang Weilun scrutinized Li Ian with a discerning gaze. No one wishes for losses, not even Carl, yet the crux lies in sustaining the business. Otherwise, it is destined for failure. Noticing Carl's slight despondency, Li Ian approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, moving forward, "You must exert yourself more for the company. Hard work is not an issue, but the only problem is." Carl, suppressing his smile, responded, "Our company seeks to resume production, but we must first recruit workers. Yet, as you know, people have either joined the military or moved to other factories. It is challenging to find skilled labor, let alone ordinary workers. Unless," contemplating for a moment, Carl seemed to arrive at a significant decision, stating, "Unless we head south to recruit those African Americans. Many factories are employing them. They are not only inexpensive but also compliant." Compliant? How could they not be? They have endured nearly a century of oppression from the KKK in the South. The Second World War marked the beginning of a mass migration of African Americans northward, ultimately taking over industrial cities in the North. Currently, in the so-called Beacon of Liberty, America's discrimination against African Americans is starkly blatant, to the point where they are deemed unworthy even as cannon fodder. Thus, a significant number of white individuals were conscripted, with 1 in every 10 drafted, while only a mere few 100,000 African Americans were called up, a paltry figure compared to their total population of 23 million, constituting less than 5%. Simultaneously, the northern factories, driven by the war's demands, expanded production and urgently required labor, yet with white individuals being heavily drafted, African Americans became their sole option. As African Americans migrated north, they eventually occupied cities like Chicago, which, once a symbol of America, devolved into what? A slum. This is a classic case of reaping what one sows. Although I am somewhat inclined to contribute to the darkening of America, Li Ian straightforwardly declared, "What? Employ African Americans? Absolutely not." The boss's veto left Carl, who had painstakingly made a decision contrary to ancestral dictates, hastily responding. The boss's words were indeed quite accurate. "We absolutely cannot employ them. However, we must find workers." At that moment, Zhang Weilun, standing nearby, interjected, "Indeed, boss, the factory must first recruit workers before resuming operations. Let us hire Chinese workers. Let us hire Chinese workers." Zhang Weilun was momentarily taken aback. Li Yan took a puff of his cigar. Having never contemplated employing Caucasians at all, why didn't T. Zhuihai join the factory initially? It was precisely due to the discrimination from Americans. Weilun, those Americans would rather hire black workers than Chinese. Why can't our factory exclusively employ Chinese? Exclusively employ Chinese, but is that feasible? Why not? Li Yan sneered as he drew on his cigar. "From now on, my factory will certainly not tolerate the sensitivities of those white and black-skinned individuals. There is no reason not to prioritize Chinese workers. Of course, if there is a deficiency in technical personnel, we can supplement from other areas. But whenever there is an opportunity and under equal conditions, Chinese workers should take precedence." Carl, listening to Li Yan's discourse, felt no discomfort. Rather, he believed this to be the truth and wholeheartedly agreed. Well, it's not merely the truth, it's human nature. Human nature dictates that when one's family is harmed, rather than seeking flaws within themselves, they would rather seek retribution against the offender, even to the point of dismemberment. Ah, this is the white left. It's not as extreme now, merely some countries lean slightly to the right. In truth, the preference for Chinese workers also reflects Li Yan's ulterior motives. After all, America is merely a stepping stone. As his ultimate ambition lies in becoming a local sovereign in North Borneo, not only must personnel relocate, but this factory must also move there, ideally taking a cadre of skilled workers, which is essential for the development of North Borneo. After a decisive resolution, Li Yan recalled another matter and instructed Carl. By the way, Carl, such a large factory undoubtedly requires security forces. I have no desire to be surrounded by a gang of mobsters daily. It is far more reassuring to rely on our own people. We need to hire some armed security. I understand, boss. Carl smiled. Every factory requires security personnel. I happen to know some individuals whom you can undoubtedly trust, boss. Casting a glance at Zhang Weiluan, Li Yan continued, Weiluan, our factory not only requires workers, but also numerous engineers. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? He inquired this due to his connection with Yuan Jiaoliu. Students from China studying in America during this era were generally well-connected, and among them, there were certainly many engineers. Boss, you've indeed asked the right person. Zhang Weiluan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling. Boss, we have quite a number of Chinese engineers in America. Not to mention those who have come from Sinan University in recent years. Even before the war, there were many scholarship and self-funded students from Tsinghua, Jiaodong, Central, and Zhejiang universities. The war has severed transportation links, and most of them now work in American companies. If the boss is willing, they would surely be eager to work for our own company. Indeed, we Chinese are no less capable than our foreign counterparts. Wei Luan, convey this message to them, including Mr. Yuan, whom we dined with previously, should they choose to join my company. I assure you that the benefits will be on par with those offered by foreign firms. Whatever equipment foreign companies possess, we shall acquire as well. In essence, we ought to support our fellow countrymen. If others are unaware, how could Li Yan be oblivious to the multitude of distinguished individuals among these international students? To speak of a few, there are several Nobel laureates and those who were close to receiving the Nobel Prize. If we could engage them for our cause, not only would the company gain a wealth of engineers, but we would also alleviate concerns regarding talent shortages when venturing into North Borneo in the future. Chapter 33. The Call of Announcement. Third update. The morning sunlight streamed through a square-foot window, illuminating the dim interior of the basement with a warm yellow hue. The light pierced the murkiness, and an occasional insect flitted by. The oppressive heat of June made the humid basement reek of mildew. Despite the uninviting environment that had caused eczema to blossom on Li Liqin's skin, he had no alternative. This was the only abode he could afford. 2 years prior, with the outbreak of the Pacific War, Li Liqin had lost his financial support from his family in distant Jiangsu, who could no longer sponsor his education. As a self-funded student, the prospect of government assistance was but a fleeting thought. All I need is a job, he murmured once more. His gaze fixed on a newspaper nearby, unable to look away. The paper was rife with job advertisements, yet how many factories would be willing to employ a Chinese engineer? What did it matter that he had graduated from New York University? As he observed the slow dance of light in the damp shadows of the basement, Li Liqin sighed deeply. Rising to his feet, he washed up and donned a respectable outfit, smiling at his reflection in the mirror. Hello, I am Liqin, Li. A fleeting shadow of distress flickered across his smile. Soon, he exited the basement and made his way to the street corner, where he spent a few cents on a copy of the New York Times. As was his custom, he perused the newspaper while walking, when suddenly, an advertisement caught his eye. Culkin Metal Company sought various engineers and workers, offering excellent benefits. Interested parties were encouraged to call. This recruitment notice, written in Chinese, was undeniably compelling. As an engineer, Li Liqin recognized at once that it had been handwritten and then reproduced by photograph. After all, American newspapers would never feature Chinese typefaces. The announcement, rendered in Chinese, sent a thrill through Li Liqin, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. My heavens! This is tailored specifically for our people. It is expressly for the Chinese. The recruitment notice, crafted in Chinese, naturally catered to his compatriots. And what seemed a simple job advertisement quickly stirred a sensation within the Chinese community in New York, a circle not particularly large but remarkably swift in disseminating news. Especially for those students stranded in America due to the war. Whether self-funded students who had to drop out for economic reasons or state-sponsored students who remained upon completing their studies, they flocked to New York. Upon arriving at Culkin Metal Company by bus, Li Liqin was met with a throng outside the entrance, the majority of whom were Chinese, animatedly conversing in Cantonese, Hokkien, or Mandarin. Inside the company's office building, the corridors were equally crowded. As Li Liqin arrived, he encountered several familiar faces. Wenli, Luan, Jiada. Not only did he spot friends from his engineering studies, but he also unexpectedly met a fellow townsman. Jing'an, it is quite a surprise to see you here. Aren't you pursuing a degree in English and American literature? Sighed Lewin. I was pondering that with such a large company, they must not exclusively hire engineers. There must be a need for someone to handle the documentation as well. Zhao Jing'an adjusted his glasses and remarked, surely working here is preferable to serving dishes in a restaurant. However, even serving dishes requires someone to be hired. You never know when a customer might excitedly shout and oppos, Japs and oppos, while you are carrying plates. And oppos, Japs and oppos, refers to the Japanese, after all. Haha. Then you would just wash the dishes in the back. These seemingly simple exchanges reveal the profound difficulties faced by Chinese individuals seeking employment in America. One must not only excel beyond others, but also endure various forms of injustice and discrimination. Do you know why this company publishes job advertisements in Chinese? Asked one. I heard it was acquired by a Chinese businessman, hence the focus on hiring fellow countrymen. The existence of such a large factory in America is indeed a source of pride for the Chinese community. In an instant, the corridor was filled with expressions of admiration. This was not mere flattery but genuine appreciation. After all, establishing such a significant factory in America during these times is truly commendable. Not only is it praiseworthy, but it also attracts attention. The Chinese job advertisement has transcended mere advertising. It has become newsworthy, even garnering coverage from the Wall Street Journal. I can't believe such a large factory was acquired without spending a penny, exclaimed Song Pei Lewin as he glanced at the newspaper. How could a Chinese individual seize such an opportunity in America, even earning praise in the papers for his shrewdness? Before he could finish, Wang Fuji, who was enjoying breakfast, interjected, Song, you may not be aware, but this is America. For Mr. Carl, the factory is not an asset, but a burden. If he continues to hold on to it, he risks bankruptcy. During the Great Depression, many millionaires, and even those worth tens of millions, faced ruin in such ways. The combined pressures of bank interest and property taxes can quickly overwhelm even the wealthiest. Compared to Song Pei Lewin, an engineer, Wang Fuji, having studied economics, possesses a keen understanding of both the economy and American circumstances, especially after living in the U.S. for 15 years and witnessing the downfall of numerous millionaires during the Great Depression. It turns out that taking advantage of such opportunities is not without risk. One could end up losing everything. Nevertheless, this scenario is quite intriguing. As Song Pei Lewin shook his head and sighed, Wang Fuji suddenly seemed to have an idea. Song, he published the job advertisement in Chinese to support our compatriots. Shouldn't we also lend a hand, considering the company has numerous orders? You mean, we could allocate the orders to him? Song Pei Lewin furrowed his brow at the newspaper and murmured thoughtfully. However, he lacks substantial experience, and the company's orders are of great significance. Recklessly approaching such a company may not sit well with the chairman. Chapter 34. The grand deal. In the few days following his return to London, he remained incessantly occupied, from renting warehouses to establishing contacts with the Razor Gang. However, this time the person he met was not John, but Tommy, the leader of the gang, a British man in his 40s. The meeting place was still the same pub. I heard from John that this transaction differs from the last one? Indeed, it is because the quantity is significantly greater. I am uncertain if you can manage it. Observing Tommy, Li Yan candidly expressed his concerns. No matter the quantity, I can handle it. What do you require? Cars, tires, or dollars? Tommy and Oppos, as confidence stemmed from his possession of dollars. The brothels were the Razor Gang and Oppos, as most lucrative enterprise. Long before the American bomber unit stationed in the UK, he had established the brothels near the airport, where the American soldiers were notably generous, paying in dollars. Over the past few years, the gang had accumulated a substantial amount of dollars through those women. Hence, his unwavering confidence, for dollars circulate globally, at least for now. 200,000 pounds of coffee beans. This is my voluntary additional order. Too little. What? I have 2 million pounds of coffee beans. What? Instantly, Tommy leapt to his feet. Is that true? Certainly, Li Yan stated directly, and there is also a batch of sugar and cigarettes. There is no denying that a level 3 user is extravagant. Even if the space has only tripled, it would suffice to accommodate several thousand tons of goods. Could they possibly manage such a quantity? The sole question is, can you handle it? Faced with such a retort, Tommy fell into silence. 2 million pounds. A figure tenfold greater than what he had previously sought. The initial business of 400,000 pounds had abruptly transformed into 4 million pounds. Not to mention London. No one in all of Britain could muster such funds. As for gold, let us not be absurd. Gazing at Tommy, whose expression was grave and silent, Li Yan maintained a smile, raising his glass for a sip of whiskey. In truth, coffee is significantly more profitable than sugar. Setting aside Cuba, even in Colombia, the price of surplus coffee beans was less than a third of the pre-war price. Why is this? Because they cannot be shipped. Without sufficient transport capacity, those nations previously relied on British and American ships for exports. Now, both British and American merchant vessels prioritize military transport, leaving no priority for civilian goods like coffee beans, which, while not life-threatening, certainly lacked urgency. Consequently, the price of coffee beans plummeted at the source. However, in Britain, the price remained robust, as many consumed tea, and a considerable number indulged in coffee. Finally, Tommy broke the silence. £2 million. No one in all of Britain can manage it. And if such a quantity of coffee were introduced into the market, its price would undoubtedly collapse. Moreover, given the substantial scale of this coffee transaction, we certainly cannot adhere to the previous pricing. Indeed, Li Yan nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Observing the Chinese man before him, Tommy, despite being unaware of how he had managed to transport 200,000 pounds of coffee to the UK, realized that this was an opportunity, one that could not only yield him immense wealth but also potentially rehabilitate the Razor Gang and Apo's reputation. Therefore, I hope you will entrust this shipment to me. I shall purchase it at the price of £2 per pound. However, I can only offer a down payment of £500,000 at this moment. If you require vehicles, I can provide 600 brand new German luxury cars as part of the down payment, which I hope can offset £600,000. Subsequently, I would pay £300,000 each month, enabling me to settle the entire amount within a year. Tommy then looked at Li Yan with eager anticipation. Yet Li Yan remained silent, retrieving a fine cigarette from his golden case. After lighting it, he appeared to be deep in thought, though it was merely a facade. His reason for being here was to escape the grueling life of smuggling goods. As a man of such substantial stature, he should not have to toil so hard. Thus, before departing from America, he had procured a vast quantity of coffee beans at an exceedingly low price from Gambino, amounting to over 1,000 tons, which they had illicitly transported from Cuba. Initially, he had anticipated a lucrative windfall, but unexpectedly, the United States had suddenly relaxed its coffee rationing, leaving him with an excess. This predicament led Gambino to seek his assistance in offloading the coffee beans. Helping a friend while earning a considerable profit? This was certainly a venture worth undertaking. It was a business deal worth several £1 million. The only concern was that no one in the UK could handle such a large order, unless a gradual approach was taken. The goods could be entrusted to one or several agents, who would be fully responsible for sales, with timely settlements for the payment. Why release everything at once? Because storing the beans in a warehouse would render them susceptible to government confiscation, resulting not only in a total loss but also incurring hefty fines. Finally, amidst Tommy's anticipation, Li Yan proclaimed, half of the £300,000 each month will be paid in dollars. Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Tommy replied, looking at Li Yan. Mr. Li, you always bring us surprises. As he spoke, he raised his glass. Mr. Li, let us toast to our collaboration. Cheers. Quickly, to the basement. Amidst the jarring sound of air raid sirens, Li Yan and Tommy, along with others, hastily descended into the basement, which soon became overcrowded with frightened individuals. Outside, the booming echoes of explosions reverberated, growing increasingly closer with each passing moment. The very ceiling of the aged basement trembled under the force of the blasts, causing debris to continuously rain down. Observing the dilapidated structure, Li Yan felt a twinge of concern regarding its ability to withstand the onslaught of bombardments. He feared that a moment of carelessness might lead to being entombed alive in this wretched place. It was clear that remaining here for even a single day was untenable. If they lingered too long, they might unwittingly contribute to the efforts of the British forces. Chapter 35. A series of misunderstandings. It has been proven that even a dilapidated basement can withstand bombardment, as long as the bombs do not fall directly overhead. When the air raid siren ceased, Li Yan emerged from the underground refuge, inhaling the acrid scent of smoke. In the distance, a building was engulfed in flames, while people ran frantically through the streets, calling out the names of their loved ones amidst the relentless wail of ambulances and fire trucks. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his arrival in the UK a month prior, with only one notable difference. Upon his initial arrival in Britain, he was not only bewildered, but also carried with him the common traits of a small-town youth: poverty. Yet now, he found himself devoid of confusion, brimming with ambition for the future, and significantly affluent, exceptionally wealthy. Standing at the roadside, gazing at the apocalyptic landscape before him. Li Ian retrieved a cigarette from his case, weighed it thoughtfully in his golden cigarette holder, and lit it, savoring the smoke mingled with the scent of gunpowder. The British, after all, would not be sorely missed. Nonetheless, among them were good people, such as Stana. Despite some initial misunderstandings with her, things had since turned quite pleasant. Thus, he promptly turned to head toward her residence. Upon unlocking the door, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, steak sizzling to perfection. Noticing the open bottle of red wine on the table, a smile graced his lips. This woman certainly knew how to indulge in life and Appos as pleasures. The steak and wine had been brought from America, safely stored without the worry of spoilage. "My dear, have you missed me?" The woman appeared somewhat stiff, seemingly caught off guard, standing there in a daze. As Li Ian continued to kiss her neck and collarbone, his hands roamed downward, leading to a moment of astonishment. "My dear, you seem a bit different after a few days apart." It appeared her stature had diminished. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Li Ian from his reverie, and as he opened his eyes, he realized the woman in his arms was not Stana but another strikingly beautiful woman. However, he had mistaken her identity. Simultaneously, they both inquired, "Who are you?" Along with her question came a soft moan, prompting Li Ian to hastily retract his hands from inappropriate places. Gazing at the disheveled woman, he could not help but wonder who she was and how she had arrived here. "What the hell? Did I enter the wrong room?" "My dear, is the steak ready?" At that moment, a voice from behind caused the woman to hurriedly adjust her clothing, tying her waist sash in a manner that accentuated her figure. Sensing the man's gaze upon her, a surge of anger welled up within her. Who was this man? How could he behave in such a manner? How had he gained entry? As a flurry of questions surged within her heart, suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept in, and Stana found herself in Li Yan's embrace. It was him. Astonishingly, he was Chinese. Yet, he was undeniably handsome. His complexion appeared remarkably healthy, a stark contrast to the pallid, tuberculosis-like hue often seen among the English. Geely's gaze darted between Stana and her lover, and heaven knows how complex her emotions were at that moment. It was not merely due to the man's earlier indiscretions, which had rendered her nearly breathless. More significantly, he was truly dashing. Observing the two before her, Geely could only divert her attention to the steak, which was succulent and juicy, akin to him in its delectable allure. My goodness, what am I thinking? How long has it been since I last saw a man? Not that I haven't seen men, they appear daily, but it has been quite a while since I encountered one so striking and youthful. Taking a deep breath, Geely addressed Stana. "So, Li is the spy you mentioned. This is merely a misunderstanding." Stana and Appos' cheeks flushed at her friend and Appos' probing, and just as she was about to explain, Li Yan interjected, "A beautiful misunderstanding. Without it, how could I have met Stana?" With that, he gazed at the woman beside him, pondering the past misunderstandings. What harm had they caused? She had learned her lesson, and not just once. A man must be magnanimous. "Darling." His words caused Stana's eyes to light up, and had Geely not been present, she likely would have leaped into his arms, eager for his re-education. Witnessing her best friend's longing gaze, Geely felt a twinge of jealousy, yet upon seeing Stana's flushed face and quickened breath, she promptly gathered her plate and declared, "I'll wash the dishes, you two carry on." With that, she tidied the dining table. And scarcely had Geely stepped into the kitchen when Stana perched herself on Li Yan and Appos' lap, utterly disregarding Geely and Appos' presence in the kitchen. At that moment, it seemed there was little room for concern about others. Chapter 36. Prioritizing career. The following noon, the individual on the bed lazily opened his eyes, surveying the disarray of clothing on the floor and the warmth beside him. It dawned on Li Ian that he had spent the night in a wild revelry here. As he gently tapped Stana on the shoulder, she mumbled sleepily, "No more, don't look for me." Geely must be outside. Was she truly so generous? It seemed she had said something similar the previous evening. Reflecting on Geely's disheveled appearance from last night, Li Ian felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps it was worth considering. If only the bed weren't so small, a mere 1-2 meters. Otherwise, sharing it with 3 wouldn't be an issue. Of course, these were merely fanciful thoughts, as he still had pressing matters to attend to. After dressing, Li Ian stepped outside and immediately spotted Geely, whose haggard demeanor caused a flutter in his heart. Noticing her dark circles, he apologized. "I'm sorry for the disturbance last night." "It's fine." Really, before she could finish her thought, Geely wished she could retract her words. What was she saying? Was she inadvertently revealing her fondness for his presence? Flustered and embarrassed, she rolled her eyes at Li Ian and retorted, "You acknowledge the disturbance yet continue unabated. That matter, Li Ian replied earnestly. You ought to discuss it with Stana. With another eye roll, Geely, still in need of rest, yawned. No, I must catch up on sleep. It's quite uncomfortable dozing on the sofa. Without further ado, she disregarded Li Ian and retreated into the room to join Stana on the bed. Is this acceptable? Gazing at the two lovely women on the bed, Li Ian ultimately chose to depart. After all, a man must prioritize his career. While Tommy and the others were occupied gathering funds for their automobiles, Li Ian rented an office in London and registered a company. In truth, it was hardly a company, it was merely the London office of Jinhua Corporation. In contrast to the discrimination faced by Chinese individuals in America, at least here in Britain, lawyers were not averse to money, as long as one could afford their fees. They would handle everything. With the assistance of a lawyer, the London office of Jinhua Corporation was established within a single day. So, you wish for me to assist in managing the company? Stana, adorned in a charming little dress, gazed at the spacious office, her eyes sparkling with undisguised delight. Indeed. Though it's not quite management, the official duties are quite straightforward. You merely need to liaise with clients and send their purchase orders via telegraph to New York each week, Li Ian stated plainly. You're off to New York again. The light in Stana's eyes dimmed significantly at this news. Observing her reaction, Li Ian approached and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, My dear, you must keep an eye on things here in London moving forward. As she spoke, her hands wandered between her waist and hips, causing the woman to melt into his embrace, softly sighing. Although Stana relished the moments spent with Li Ian, she was acutely aware that as a married woman, they were merely lovers, and would only ever be so. Rest assured, Li Ian whispered in her ear, his gaze drifting to the spacious desk before them, which was indeed ample. So why hesitate? When the flower is ready to bloom, it should be plucked. Without curtains, what is there to fear? It soon became evident that the absence of curtains mattered little. In the ensuing days, they were consumed by their passionate affair, lost in the ecstasy of their souls, oblivious to the presence of others, much to the chagrin of the third wheel, who observed with a mix of envy and longing. Once again, clad only in a delicate silk nightgown, Stana emerged from her room, standing before the refrigerator, refreshing herself with water. Lying on the sofa, Geely lamented, Darling, if you continue like this, I shall perish. As Stana turned to face Geely, illuminated by the refrigerator's light, she noticed Geely's dark circles, while Geely beheld Stana's radiant visage. My dear, I apologize, am I making you anxious? Stana approached Geely, holding a glass of ice water, a cheerful smile gracing her lips. How about you join us? What? Geely's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? I mean, we can partake together. Stana whispered enticingly in her ear. He is not only youthful and handsome, but you have also heard how remarkable he is. Come on, let us go. Thus, she needed Geely. Geely bit her lip, wavering in uncertainty, but before she could dwell further, she was already being pulled along by Stana, entering that room. As Li Ian lay on the bed awaiting Stana's return with water, he opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps, and in the moonlight, he discerned two figures entering. It was her. Instantly, he swallowed hard as Stana ushered Geely in, bringing her to the bedside. With one hand grasping Geely's, she crawled closer, her voice a sultry whisper. Darling, your tea has arrived. Chapter 37. Serendipity. The tea was exquisite English milk tea, delectable and sweet. However, one must not indulge excessively. A man should not be lost in such pleasures, for his career must take precedence. Soon, Tommy delivered all the vehicles, an impressive total of 600 brand-new cars, encompassing both German and American models, the majority of which were luxury automobiles. These cars had been procured by the Razor Gang from the dock warehouses, remnants of a pre-war import that had been locked away due to official prohibitions. For the Razor Gang, this was essentially a risk-free venture. Yet Li Ian found himself at a loss for words. After all, the underworld thrives on such enterprises, and it is not uncommon for them to profit without investment. Upon the completion of the vehicle delivery, as anticipated, Li Ian's experience points surged by several 100,000. However, for one who had weathered numerous storms, this accumulation of experience no longer elicited astonishment. What remained was the waiting, the anticipation of the airplane's departure, which would take him to America. Compared to the opportunities in England, America presented a broader horizon and a larger market. Even the sugar market alone was sufficient for him to amass the resources necessary for the reconstruction of North Borneo. Yet, during this waiting period, Li Ian did not remain idle. He drove to the second-hand market. The war had transformed the lives of many, including the affluent. A stark illustration of this is the staggering income tax rate in Britain, now soaring to 99.25. This represents the pinnacle of human taxation. Such a tax burden has rendered the lives of many Britons untenable. In the face of insufficient rations, numerous individuals turned to the black market, necessitating funds, which compelled them to sell their old possessions, thereby fueling the thriving second-hand market. Ironically, a piece of porcelain had served as a mere decoration in their kitchen for half a century. While a king might not exchange for a beautiful woman, it could certainly be traded for valuable antiques. Who does not relish a good bargain? Wartime London resembled a vast farm. Wherever possible, vegetables were cultivated. Not only were balconies and window planters brimming with various vegetables, but even Hyde Park had transformed into a vegetable field. Although it was a field, the pathways flanking it were crowded with stalls, displaying an array of items: cameras, watches, tea sets, even old shoes and coats. In essence, one could find almost anything, with some stalls explicitly stating they only accepted cigarettes or food. This was the hallmark of wartime. Bartering became the most favored means of exchange. As Li Yian strolled, he surveyed the second-hand goods surrounding him. To his surprise, there was indeed an abundance of porcelain, with nearly every stall offering some, including many unmistakably from China. Nevertheless, when it came to antiques, Li Yian was quite uninformed, yet this mattered little, for he possessed the system. As he bent down to pick up a vase, the system promptly displayed a series of prompts, detected Chihua porcelain from the Daoguang era. Skill in porcelain appraisal can be learned. Would you like to learn? Indeed. It is only through engagement that one can acquire skills. Learning. Li Yian promptly made his choice, and a wealth of knowledge regarding skills flooded his mind. In no time, this novice in antiques gained a profound understanding of porcelain. What once appeared to him as an ordinary vase could now be instantly identified by its origin and stylistic era. In the realm of second-hand markets, this was undoubtedly a significant skill. Sir, you must be Chinese. This vase is indeed from China and is exceedingly rare. If you are interested, it is merely £1. Before the vendor could finish his introduction, Li Yian shook his head and replied, I shall take a look around. Despite the abundance of items in the second-hand market, he found few worth acquiring, with the most notable being a handful of pieces from the Qianlong period, each merely fetching £2 or £3. After all, for most Europeans in this era, these Chinese porcelains were simply decorative items in their homes. Just as Li Yian began to feel disheartened and was about to leave, an inconspicuous little object on a stall suddenly caught his eye. He approached directly, took a glance. And indeed, it was unmistakable. However, could it possibly be a replica? A Tsinghua Doucai chicken cup. What a remarkable coincidence. Picking up the cup from the stall, Li Yian began to examine it closely, while the elderly vendor, engrossed in a book, did not even spare him a glance. The 6-character square seal at the base was fully inscribed, with thick lines and deep colors. In truth, even holding it in his hand, Li Yian could not comprehend its value, as he was utterly inexperienced with antiques. Moreover, this item had been replicated throughout the ages, with so many fakes in circulation. Acquiring an authentic piece was no easy feat yet, despite his lack of knowledge. Everyone possesses a yearning for a fortunate find. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yian inquired, Sir, how much for this cup? At that moment, the old man pointed to a sign beside him with his cane. Strictly for item exchange. Oh, this is something we have plenty of. Li Yian pondered for a moment, then produced a pack of unopened Camel cigarettes and said, I shall trade this pack for the cup, and also. He gestured towards a small oil painting the size of a book. What do you think of this painting? The instant the old man laid eyes on the Camel cigarettes, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Deal. A pack of cigarettes exchanged for a Tsinghua Doucai chicken cup valued at 200 million. What a lucrative transaction. At last, he had inherited a treasure. After carefully wrapping the cup and placing it in his bag, he picked up the oil painting, only to be met with a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations. The user has exchanged cigarettes for a Qing imitation of the Tsinghua Doucai chicken cup and a Picasso oil painting. You may now learn the skill of art appraisal. Would you like to learn? Another skill acquired. The only regret was that the chicken cup was merely a Qing dynasty imitation, hardly worthy of being a family heirloom. Conversely, the oil painting was quite unexpected. A Picasso. This was indeed a treasure trove. Chapter 38. The Yongle Encyclopedia, Second Update. In the realm of the second-hand market, one can never predict what treasures may be unearthed, nor can one foresee the new skills one might acquire. Porcelain, artworks, bronze artifacts. Recently, imitations of Western Zhou bronze wares have been fabricated and hastily immersed in a latrine to expedite their aging process. The notification that popped up on the system nearly caused Li Ian to drop the bronze artifact he held in his hands. Astonishingly, it had emerged from the latrine. Yet, despite this revelation, the seller fervently insisted, "A mere 100 packs of Camel cigarettes, sir. Just 100 packs. This is an antique purchased by my father when he was in China, dating back thousands of years." It seemed that the seller's father had encountered a particular breed of con artists targeting foreigners, thanks to a television series he once watched, Li E and Oppos, and was aware that ever since the opening of the country, numerous experts had dedicated themselves to crafting counterfeit antiques to deceive unsuspecting foreigners. According to their rationale, failing to deceive ignorant foreign visitors would be an affront to their ancestors. My sincerest apologies, but I simply do not possess that many cigarettes. Such fine items. What a pity. Shaking his head in regret, Li Ian chose not to expose the ruse. Having roamed the second-hand market for half a day, he had already amassed a considerable collection. Aside from a Picasso oil painting, he had also acquired over 20 pieces of porcelain from the Ming and Qing dynasties, all for the mere cost of a few packs of cigarettes. Although the system did not provide an appraisal for these items, nor did any transactions yield experience points, as the system was assisting him in their authentication, Li E and Oppos, and remained quite satisfied. After all, he had inherited treasures to pass down. Not to mention, that vase would surely appreciate in value over the decades ahead. Reflecting on the abundance of treasures within the second-hand market and feeling quite accomplished, Li Ian began to depart from the park. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly halted. His 5.0 vision proved advantageous at that moment, as his eyes fixated intently on a stack of books. Were it not for the yellowed covers, the starkly printed text among the sea of English books would have gone unnoticed. Yet, he stood there motionless, captivated by those few weathered volumes. In disbelief, after a brief moment of astonishment, he hurried towards the book stall of an elderly Englishwoman. As he approached, he deliberately slowed his pace, wary of revealing his eagerness. Once close, he forced himself to maintain composure, yet internally, he was exhilarated. Even his hands trembled slightly as he picked up one of the books. The Yongle Encyclopedia. The instant he grasped the book, he activated the system, which revealed that these volumes were indeed the original editions of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Before venturing into the second-hand market, he had never imagined he would encounter such a work here, not just one book, but a staggering 30 volumes. The thick stacks of books left him questioning his own sight. Just then, the elderly woman's voice reached his ears. "Served in the military. Damn those 8-nation alliance invaders. No. It's your daughter." The bespectacled old woman regarded him and remarked, "If you are interested, it's £2 for the book." Upon hearing this, Li Ian promptly discarded the book. "Madam, it is merely a handful of books, and they are incomplete. Sir, if you desire, I have a few more at home." The woman adjusted her glasses and contemplated for a moment before continuing. "What? A whole box? Are they all from the Yongle Encyclopedia? Wait, how could there possibly be so many? This isn't some sort of trap, is it?" It soon became evident that Li E and Oppos and was overthinking the situation. When he drove alongside the old woman to her residence, he was not even invited inside her home. Instead, she led him directly to her yard, where stood a tiny wooden shed measuring just a couple of square meters. It was only when she pointed to a Chinese wooden box beneath a pile of firewood that he comprehended the reality of the situation. At this juncture, he withdrew his hand from his pocket where a firearm lay concealed. There it was, a veritable treasure trove, a whole box filled with books. Observing the wooden box nestled among the firewood, Li Ian harbored grave suspicions that had he not appeared, these books might very well have been transformed into kindling by the old woman for warmth during the winter months. Such a waste. It was indeed a gross misallocation of resources. Despite feeling a twinge of anger, a greater sense of relief washed over him, thankful he had come here, especially when he opened the box to behold its contents, an abundance of tomes. Indeed, it was the Yongle Encyclopedia, with the vast majority still preserved in protective cases. Who could have imagined that this revered treasure, which elicits admiration and longing from future generations, lay right here? Though it was not a complete collection, it boasted no fewer than 600 or 700 volumes. Amidst his private rejoicing, Li Ian declared, "Madam, these books are certainly worth more than £200. But I have." As he spoke, he retrieved 4 packs of Camel cigarettes from his bag. "I possess 4 packs of Camel cigarettes. I could exchange them for the books, should you be willing." Before he could finish, the old woman interrupted, her eagerness palpable. "Deal. It is well known that in the marketplace, Camel cigarettes hold greater value than pounds, especially 4-packs. Even as the book box was being loaded onto the car, the old woman continued to exclaim, "At last, Adam has done something commendable in his life. Indeed, you two have accomplished a good deed." Li and Oppos, and could not help but feel elated, and as he drove away, his heart swelled with excitement. He understood the value of those books, a value that transcended mere currency. What kind of books were these? They were nothing less than national treasures. Overjoyed, he resolved that henceforth, whenever time permitted, he would certainly visit England often, not for any other reason than to peruse the second-hand markets, for who knows what treasures he might stumble upon. The treasures in the hands of the English are indeed plentiful. Chapter 39. The Assassin in the bustling second-hand markets of wartime. Opportunities for discovery abound each day. Over the subsequent days, Li traversed nearly all the second-hand markets in London, diligently seeking antiques, particularly those with ties to China. Although many foreign museums have shown interest in Chinese artifacts, countless treasures still reside within the realm of private collections. Almost every outing yielded some rewards. Both Chinese and foreign items accumulated to the point where, despite consuming over 200 cigarettes, he could have easily curated a modest museum's worth of treasures. Days were spent scavenging, while nights were devoted to spirited games of poker against charming adversaries. Life unfolded pleasantly, yet all enjoyable moments must eventually draw to a close. A few days later, on yet another Wednesday, Li boarded the seaplane bound for America. As the Imperial G-type seaplane ascended from the Thames, he cast a lingering glance at London, a tinge of reluctance in his demeanor. After all, this was the place where he earned his first pot of gold. Not to mention the presence of two enchanting companions. And what of New York? A home awaited him. Upon arriving in a new locale, the foremost priorities are securing sustenance and shelter. Though he had visited New York several times before, initially residing in hotels and later making his company his home, this time, he needed a more permanent solution for his long-term endeavors. Therefore, prior to his arrival in New York, the company had already arranged for him a classic brownstone residence. Upon pushing open the sturdy wooden front door, he encountered yet another glass door beyond it. "Boss, what do you think?" Zhu Yihai inquired, eager for approval. "This is the living room. The kitchen is over here, and the study is this way. The staircase leads to the basement, which contains 2 bedrooms and a bathroom that can be rented out or designated for staff. Upstairs, there are 3 more bedrooms, and the back door opens directly into the yard." Zhu Yihai had spent a fortnight searching for this house. While the residents could not be deemed affluent, they certainly belonged to the upper middle class. "Indeed, it is quite satisfactory, Yihai. You have worked hard," Li and Oppos, and acknowledged, fully aware of Zhu Yihai and Oppos' eagerness. The latter sensed a looming crisis, as the scale of Carl Metal Company vastly eclipsed that of Genhua Company, and with Li and Oppos, and holding no position at Carl and Oppos' an imbalance in sentiment was only natural. "By the way, have you found the person I asked you to look for? Who were you seeking?" "Of course, a bodyguard." Although Carl Metal Company has already employed over 100 security personnel, many of whom were part of the German-American alliance and donned uniforms akin to the American Nazi stormtroopers, I still believe that having someone from our own ranks is more dependable. After all, I will eventually need to leave America. Fearing his superior might criticize his efforts, Zhu Yihai hastily clarified his actions. "Boss, you mentioned that we should steer clear of the gangs, so it is undoubtedly challenging to find someone in Chinatown. Nevertheless, I have managed to locate an individual who, it is said, once served in the military as a close guard to a prominent general, honing exceptional martial skills and marksmanship. Mr. Situ from the Anliang General Hall has attempted to engage him several times, yet to no avail." "A close guard to a general?" Li Yan inquired with curiosity. "Oh, why was he not persuaded to join? He claims he does not wish to associate with gangs." Li Yan chuckled heartily. "Well, it seems we share a similar sentiment. Although we have yet to meet, his refusal to join a gang has already endeared him to me. By the way, we should keep a close eye on our collaboration with the Gambino family. Yihai must maintain frequent contact to ascertain our needs. That is where substantial profits truly lie." After saying this, Li Yan looked at him earnestly. "Yihai, I have complete confidence in your capabilities. Only you can handle these matters with such assurance." In response to these simple yet impactful words, Zhu Yihai quickly affirmed, "With such trust from you, boss, I shall not let you down." In that moment, the anxiety that previously loomed over Zhu Yihai concerning his standing within the company dissipated. Indeed, what was the Carl Metal Company? Merely a facade. If the boss were to attract the attention of the IRS with such significant dealings, it would spell trouble, which is precisely why the Carl Metal Company was acquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Yihai accurately positioned himself. I am the boss's trusted confidant. Recognizing that the boss had just arrived in New York and must be weary from travel, Zhu Yihai hastily took his leave. Once Zhu Yihai departed, Li Yian remained seated on the sofa for a moment, surveying the spacious living room. He realized that, in a certain sense, this house was his first true home in this world. Yet, something seemed to be amiss. It lacked a few enchanting companions. The individual before him appeared to be in his mid-30s, of average height, and would likely go unnoticed in a crowd. You served in the military? Yes, boss. You were a close guard to a general? Not quite, but I did serve as a bodyguard to a prominent figure. Have you taken a life? Indeed. Ding Yin maintained his typically taciturn demeanor. Do you carry a weapon? I do. With that, he retrieved a handgun from his lower back. Let me see. As the weapon was presented, Li Yian could not help but smile. It was a box gun, one he was quite familiar with. It seems you truly were in the military. Pray tell, what brings you to America? To speak candidly, I am a wanted criminal, pursued by the government, and sought refuge here in America. Oh, Li Yian's curiosity piqued. 24 years ago, I participated in the assassination of the traitor Wang Xiaoming. Following the failure of that endeavor, I had no choice but to flee to America. In an instant, Li Yian's expression shifted dramatically. What he initially sought was merely a bodyguard. Yet he had unwittingly encountered such a formidable individual. Therefore, if you fear being implicated, I can certainly understand. Ding Yin's words elicited a hearty laugh from Li Yian. What is there to be concerned about? Traitors deserve to be punished, and you were just the one. Upon hearing this, Ding Yin was momentarily taken aback. His position was precarious. No one in Chinatown dared to employ him. Even if Anliang Tongtang wished to utilize his services, it would merely be for his skills. This was also the reason he refrained from staying in Chinatown, as he had previously been involved in an assassination attempt against a certain individual in Chongqing. Yet, he was astonished that this person seemed entirely unperturbed by such matters. Before Ding Yin could fully process the situation, Li Yian inquired, "When will you be able to start working? By the way, do you know how to drive?" Chapter 40. The arms dealer's first step. The allure of illicit profits may bestow wealth upon you, yet it seldom grants you status. Only money earned under the sun can elevate one's standing, and status, in turn, fortifies one's fortune, even if that wealth is tainted. Li Yian could scarcely recall where he had first encountered this notion, yet it resonated with undeniable truth. No one scrutinizes the sordid origins of your initial fortune. Rather, it is in your decline that they revel in mockery. Two pieces of gold lie side by side, indistinguishable from one another. No one can discern which is pure and which is tainted. In the eyes of the masses, gold is the only constant. However, only pristine gold can confer status, a truth that motivated Li Yian's acquisition of the Carl Metal Company. This factory was not merely a means of purification. It was the cornerstone of his enterprise and, indeed, the very foundation of what would become the North Borneo Company. Thus, on the day following his arrival in New York, he made his way to the Carl Metal Company. In stark contrast to its former desolation, the factory now bustled with activity. From a distance, plumes of black smoke billowed from the chimneys, not a sign of pollution, but rather a symbol of power, modernity, and wealth. The factory had resumed operations. After Carl sold the facility, all prior issues dissipated. Contractors, once burdened by overwhelming orders, were now willing to allocate some work to Carl Metal Company. Consequently, within a mere few days, production was reinstated. Though only a few hundred skilled workers were present, the trajectory was undeniably positive. From the moment he stepped into the office building, Li Yian sensed a palpable difference from the past. Security personnel stood resolutely in the lobby, their disciplined demeanor reminiscent of the formidable figures who once represented the alliance of virtue before the war. Whether these men were former Nazis was of little concern to Li Yian. He sought a cadre of able-bodied armed guards, not a collection of elderly men. These individuals held only American green cards, thus evading conscription, and their pro-German affiliations had rendered them pariahs within American society. Notably, even among the company's technical staff, many shared similar backgrounds. What was deemed undesirable by mainstream society could still prove invaluable, and in Li Yian's perspective, those marginalized individuals might very well accompany him to North Borneo. He was resolute in his ambition to relocate American factories to that region. The future North Borneo Company would certainly require more than mere plantations. Industrialization was imperative. How to industrialize? The most prudent course of action was to relocate factories. At last, the elevator reached the 6th floor, and as the doors opened, Carl's voice echoed in his ears. Did you see, boss? In less than a month, I have revitalized the factory's production and secured a 1.7 million order. Although it's an outsourced contract with limited profit, our factory is finally alive again. Observing the excitement radiating from Carl, Li Yan nodded in affirmation, saying, I knew entrusting the company to you was a wise decision, with you at the helm. I have no doubts. Certainly, there is no error. Although the company collapsed under his stewardship, it was not due to mismanagement, but rather the prevailing circumstances, compounded by his affiliation with Nazi supporters. At that time, the shadow of the Great Depression still loomed large, and the disdain of Americans towards him was merely a pretext. We are indeed discerning in our judgment. However, this individual appears somewhat overconfident. He continued, stating that we should not be content merely with outsourcing orders, as the profits from such endeavors are meager and remain under the control of others. Thus, we must embark on new ventures and introduce innovative products. The boss is correct. It is only through the development of new products and the exploration of new businesses that we can ensure our survival. Carl nodded in agreement. Now irrevocably tied to this company. Carl, tell me, what is currently the most sought-after product? The most popular product? After a moment's reflection, Carl replied, arms. Indeed, arms. Li Yan declared. In times of war, the most coveted and profitable commodities are undoubtedly weapons, rather than anything else. Hence, we must penetrate the arms market. As he spoke, Li Yan retrieved a stack of blueprints from the paper tube he had brought, stating, This is a submachine gun I have designed. It will serve as our inaugural product. What use are blueprints? Carl questioned. They must be produced. In truth, when he acquired Carl Metal Company, he had already resolved to enter the arms market, although somewhat belated. Seizing the opportunity could yield significant rewards. After all, the profits from weaponry are exceedingly substantial. Is this a submachine gun? Carl gazed at the drawings in astonishment. Are there only these few pages? Indeed, Li Yan affirmed. How can that be? Despite having once been a millionaire, Carl, as the former owner of the company, was no stranger to metal machinery production and was well acquainted with weapons. How could a submachine gun, with its myriad components, possibly be represented by merely a handful of blueprints? Why is it impossible? But, boss, who will we sell it to? Carl pondered aloud. If it were last year, we might have participated in the bidding for a new submachine gun. However, now the new models have already entered production. Even if you design a superior version, the military would hardly accept it. Listening to Carl, Li Yan shook his head. Carl, you have misunderstood a crucial point. He gestured toward the blueprints. This submachine gun comprises only 17 parts, nearly half of which are stamped components. Not only is it easy to manufacture, but the cost is astonishingly low. Certainly cheaper than the British Sten gun. Do you know what the key to success in this world is? With a slight smile, Li Yan declared, affordability. He emphasized this point further. As long as one remains sufficiently economical, the market will not be lacking in opportunities. The reason the British have opted for Siddeley is precisely due to its affordability, alongside its superior performance and heightened reliability. Therefore, I am convinced it undoubtedly possesses a viable market. Li Yan's audacity stems from the illusion of American affluence. However, in reality, America is quite frugal. Otherwise, why would they resort to equipping tanks with automotive gearboxes and engines? In essence, the seemingly lavish American economy is also one of austerity, albeit lacking in superior alternatives. If there existed a more economical solution, they would certainly prioritize it. Simply put, affordability reigns supreme. Carl, perusing the blueprints before him, expressed his doubts. Will it truly succeed? Li Yan chuckled heartily in response. What do you think? The boss's counter-question momentarily caught Carl off guard, prompting him to reply. How can we know if we don't build it? By the way, since you acquired the company, there have been journalists eager to interview you. Chapter 41. Havana. In response to the journalist's request for an interview, Li Yan unequivocally declined. Fame must be seized early. Yet the proverbial bullet often strikes the bird that dares to stand out. A person of Asian descent, without spending a single penny, had directly acquired a factory owned by a white family. Such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable to some Americans. If it were to set a precedent for zero-cost acquisitions, it would spell disaster for them. Moreover, the journalist's visit was solely to report on how he had made such an acquisition, akin to illuminating excrement with a lantern in a latrine. Thus, Li Yan resolutely chose to refuse. At present, what was of utmost importance? Undoubtedly, it was the creation of new products. How long would it take to manufacture 17 components? For days. from designing the fixtures to producing the items, and then adjusting the machinery to produce the first batch. For days later, the initial batch of 100 units of the 43 version of the URU submachine gun was freshly completed. Holding the submachine gun in his hands, Li Ian felt a surge of excitement, not merely because he had designed it, but because the emergence of this weapon signified his introduction of future products to the world. Regardless of its form, even a submachine gun, it was indeed an artifact from the future. Reflecting on this, Li Ian raised the submachine gun and unleashed a rapid series of shots at the target before him, accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire. The wooden target was riddled with holes. Although some dust occasionally erupted from the sandbags in the rear, the majority of the bullets struck true. Excellent, excellent, Li Ian proclaimed with satisfaction while brandishing the submachine gun. Surely, this firearm surpasses the British Sten gun, at the very least. With a flick of his thumb to disengage the safety, he pulled the trigger and remarked, "At least it is safer than the British's pipe gun." Observing their boss's pride, Carl interjected, "Boss, while your words are true, no matter how exceptional a product may be, it must first be sold. Otherwise, it is worth nothing at all." Carl spoke from experience. His factory's downfall was not due to the quality of its products, but rather their inability to find buyers. The memories of past failures brought tears to his eyes. "Mr. Carl, I assure you, it will sell," Li Liqin chimed in from the side. After all, no one in this world could resist affordable and exceptionally performing weaponry. Although this submachine gun was not his design, Li Liqin had been deeply involved in its production and had participated in the adjustment and investigation of the tooling process. He knew very well that this was an extraordinary weapon. When compared with the Thompson submachine gun, the M3, and the Sten gun, its precision was superior, its reliability unrivaled, and its cost the lowest of all. Even the Sten could not match such affordability. How could that be possible? This gun consists of only 17 components. A significant portion of these are stamped parts, Li Ian remarked. "You are absolutely correct," concurred Chief Designer Simpson. "I once inquired with my former colleagues at the Inland Company, and it appears that the number of submachine guns on the front lines is perpetually insufficient. The M3 submachine gun, being a disposable light weapon, is discarded once damaged. Therefore, should suitable alternatives present themselves, the military would undoubtedly be eager to procure them." Carl, as you can see, the eyes of the masses are discerning. Li Yan turned to glance at Li Liqin, nodding at him and inquiring, "Where are you from? When did you arrive in America?" "Boss, I hail from Jinan, Shandong. I entered Tsinghua University in 23, and when the war broke out in 26, I relocated south with my school. In 27, I journeyed to America via French Indochina for further studies." Observing Li Liqin before him and his compatriots in the testing ground, Li Yan contemplated that what he needed to do now was to provide them with a platform to showcase their talents, enabling these individuals to realize their potential. To offer them such a platform necessitated substantial funding. Once again, Li Yan resumed the role of a human freight carrier. Unlike his previous arrival in Havana, this time at the airport, in addition to a private driver, there was also a young woman named Song Bing, elegantly clad in a flowing chiffon gown and donning a sun hat, standing beside a vehicle. Upon seeing this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to a laterly surnamed star from Hong Kong, Li Yan could not help but feel surprised. "Miss Song, what brings you here?" "Hello, Mr. Li. Welcome to Havana," Song Bing replied with poise. "My father is aware of your arrival and has sent me to greet you. If you do not mind, I would like to invite you to our home." "That won't be necessary," Li Yan instinctively declined, as staying at another's residence often entails inconveniences. "I appreciate your father and Appo's as kind gesture, but I have already reserved a room at a hotel. Thank you to both your father and yourself." Li Yan's polite refusal left Song Bing somewhat taken aback, as it was rare for anyone to turn down her invitation. During the journey to the hotel, to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Song Bing proactively remarked, "Mr. Li, thank you for your assistance. With your order, several sugar factories owned by Chinese merchants have resumed operations. I didn't amp. Appo's, to expect you to arrive so quickly with such numerous orders." Observing the man beside her, Song Bing and Appo's tone carried gratitude. Compared to her father's previous furrowed brow, now he was wholly devoted to the sugar factories, organizing production. Seeing her father in high spirits lifted her own mood considerably. "Miss Song, there is no need for formality. We are compatriots, and it is only natural to assist one another. Moreover, last time your father sent an extra 10 of goods. His integrity in business is truly commendable, but there is no need for such generosity in the future. Let us conduct our affairs with professionalism, as we are to engage in a long-term partnership." Li Yan's calm words, however, conveyed a sense of distance to Song Bing, who felt as though he was deliberately maintaining a barrier. It was indeed perplexing. The girl in her flowing gown raised her brow, resolving to remain silent. Yet, after a short distance, her curiosity got the better of her. Mr. Li, what do you do in America? Is it solely trade? Trade is merely a secondary venture. Is it not? Recently, he acquired a factory in New York. Upon hearing this, the girl became even more intrigued and hurriedly inquired, Mr. Li, are you also in the business of running a factory? What do you produce? Chapter 42. Remember the 7th of July. This is indeed a factory producing mechanical spare parts. Once again, on the way to the car metal company, General Jiang perused the documents in his hand, frowning slightly. Are you certain this company can fulfill our order? His tone was laced with skepticism as he glanced at Song Perrin beside him. Since arriving in America last year, General Jiang had realized that matters were far more complex than he had initially imagined. Despite the United States approving aid to China, its production capacity was exceedingly strained, prioritizing Britain and Russia, leaving little room for Chinese requirements. Consequently, the Americans suggested that China seek its own suppliers for the necessary weaponry, merely sending the bill to the U.S. government afterward. As the head of the defense supply company, General Jiang found himself in a rather absurd predicament, holding substantial amounts of U.S. currency with no means to utilize it. He even ventured to Canada in an attempt to place an order with the English company for urgently needed weapons. However, the English company prioritized British orders, leaving China to languish in the queue. General, this company is owned by our compatriots. When the time comes, we can appeal to their emotions and reason with them. They are Chinese. Surely we can persuade them. Song Perrin, well aware of the current situation at the defense supply company, stated resolutely. Besides, we have no other options at this point. The English company has sent a telegram indicating that the earliest they can supply us is by the end of the year. But with the domestic war situation, can we afford to wait until then? Wang Fuji, seated nearby, echoed his sentiment. Damn the British. Last year, when the Japanese relentlessly bombed Chongqing, they colluded with that old scoundrel to divert our aid aircraft to North Africa just when we needed them most. Now, our customized weapons are being requisitioned, and those handguns were provided by us as prototypes. General Jiang's frustration boiled over. After all, placing an order with the English company had required his personal intervention, and even the 5 prototype handguns, which were to be modeled after the FN 1935, were delivered directly to the Canadians for reverse engineering. Little did he expect that half a month ago, after delivering 1,000 units, the remainder would be commandeered by the British. The FN 35 was far superior to their inferior revolvers. Indeed, General, at least here we need not worry about being intercepted by the British. Upon hearing this, General Jiang nodded. The feeling of being thwarted was unpleasant, and the reprimands from home were even more intolerable. However, he pondered, but have they ever manufactured firearms? They are merely a mechanical factory. In response to the general's doubts, Wang Fuji remarked, General, we have been in America for over a year, visiting so many enterprises. How many of them actually produce firearms? The reason the U.S. can provide so many weapons to its allies is precisely because civilian factories are also involved in weapon production. Indeed, General Jiang nodded slightly. Let us hope this journey proves fruitful. It has been proven that General Jiang and his entourage will undoubtedly be satisfied. The only source of disappointment lies in the absence of the somewhat legendary proprietor. According to manager Carl, he has gone to Havana for the weekend, to take a weekend trip abroad. What a true magnate. After such reflections, astonishment ensued. Upon learning that they inquired whether the company had the capacity to manufacture weapons, Carl cheerfully invited them to the factory's backyard. Before the somewhat bewildered group reached the destination, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed in the air. General Jiang could not help but inquire, what is that sound? Manager Carl? General, in this war between justice and evil, no one can remain an outsider, and that certainly includes us. Our company has developed a new type of submachine gun, which is now ready for production. Its performance is exceptionally superior, even more so than the M3 submachine gun. Turning to General Jiang beside him, Carl emphasized, not only is it superior, but it is also more affordable, even cheaper than the Sten gun. Is that so? Cheaper than the Sten gun? General Jiang responded with surprise. For weapons, what matters most is not merely the price, but also their reliability. Rest assured, General, its reliability will astound you. What followed was a shooting demonstration. The test results proved that this gun surpassed all other comparable weapons, including the Thompson submachine gun, M3 submachine gun, and Sten gun, in terms of power, reliability, and longevity. Throughout the test, over 5,000 rounds were fired, with only a single malfunction occurring. Faced with such a reliable weapon, General Jiang and his entourage were naturally captivated. How much for each? After a moment of contemplation, General Jiang provided a figure. If we were to procure 50,000 units, 12 each. Carl eagerly explained. While this price is slightly higher than that of the Sten gun, General, this is merely the first batch. If its production reaches 500,000 units in the future, I assure you, the price will drop below 10. 12 is already exceedingly reasonable. General Jiang exchanged glances with Wang Peiji and Song Perrin. Although it seemed pricier than the Sten gun, in reality, that was the procurement price for the British military, and they could not possibly acquire it at the same rate. After all, Canadian factories also require a profit. When can you deliver? General Jiang asked without hesitation. The first batch will be delivered within a month, and the entire order will be completed in 2 months. Carl was quite confident in his company's production capacity. After all, this gun consists of only 17 parts. The 2-month time frame was merely to allow for the refinement of the production process. Otherwise, it could be completed even sooner. Then let us sign the contract now. Without a moment's hesitation, General Jiang asserted. After all, there is an urgent need for arms domestically. Who knows how long it will take for the Americans to allocate or the British to graciously return their orders? Since they can deliver within 2 months, what is there to ponder? Even after placing an order for 50,000 submachine guns, General Jiang, upon learning that the design had not yet been finalized, contemplated for a moment before suggesting that the words "made in the USA, Model 77 submachine gun" be engraved on the firearms. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the conference room, and within that silence, the Chinese attendees could not help but shed tears, for they were all too aware of the significance of Model 77. Chapter 43: A decision for the ancestors. Who could have anticipated that the inaugural arms order for Carl Metal Company would originate domestically? Upon receiving Carl's telegram, Li Yan found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Amidst this surprise, a profound sense of reflection took hold of him. The Type 77 submachine gun. Never forget July 7th. This unforeseen order unveiled new opportunities before him. Selling weapons within the country. This was not merely an opportunity, it was clearly a means to support the war effort. Wait a moment, the war. At this juncture, Li Yan's thoughts transcended the mere concept of warfare. They gravitated toward how to eliminate the Japanese invaders. How many foes could one submachine gun truly vanquish? Seated on the balcony of the Havana National Hotel, gazing at the azure sea and distant coconut palms, Li Yan began to strategize. First and foremost, the submachine gun was merely the beginning. He could subsequently provide an array of additional weaponry, such as machine guns and even artillery. Mortars, for instance, were quite advantageous. The 120mm mortar from the Soviet Union was particularly commendable and affordable. Once his imagination was unleashed, his musings expanded beyond the simplest of arms. As he contemplated the coastal coconut trees and the splendid tropical scenery before him, a spark of inspiration illuminated his face with a triumphant smile. Yes, this was indeed a true treasure. At that moment, a figure approached his table. "Hello, Miss Song," Li Yan said as he pulled out a chair. "Thank you." "Young Master Li," Song Bing replied, well aware of her father's intentions in sending her to make contact. It was because he was quite young, and of a suitable age for her. Did he already have a romantic partner? What did it matter to her? Glancing at the handsome man beside her, she couldn't help but think he was indeed quite dashing. However, it was irrelevant. This was merely an opportunity to practice her English. She could not speak Mandarin, only Cantonese. He, too, did not understand Cantonese, so they were left with no choice but to converse in English. Composing herself, she stated, "Young Master Li, my father has arranged for the sugar to be delivered to the warehouse, just as last time, a total of 300 tons. Li Yan smiled. "Are you certain it's 300 tons? Noticing the look of doubt on Song Bing's face, he continued, "The last shipment exceeded by 200 tons. And I suspect this one will as well. Mr. Song is generous, and I cannot take advantage of him. Moreover, this business must expand, and I hope to prepare for 500 tons next time." 500 tons. Song Bing was particularly concerned by the sudden demand for an increase in supply. "What? Is there a problem?" "No problem." "Of course not." Song Bing quickly shook her head. "Young Master Li, do you truly require that much?" "Indeed," he nodded. "In fact, it is quite possible that the demand may rise further. as elevation in rank often correlates with an expansion of influence. Li Ian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the impending upgrade. With this thought in mind, he picked up the Panama hat resting on the table and remarked, "What?" Upon seeing Li Ian rise, Song Bing was momentarily taken aback. They had just concluded a serious discussion, and he was actually preparing to leave. "Young Master Li, goodbye." He truly departed. As she sat at the table, staring at the figure of Li Ian fading into the distance, Song Bing found herself momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend that he had genuinely left. Li Ian had no interest in the thoughts of the girl behind him. He was resolute in his departure, for indeed, a timely rescue is akin to a firefighting effort. Merely a few hours later, Li Ian arrived at Havana Airport. Just as he donned his beach attire and hat, preparing to board the plane, a blonde woman on a recently landed aircraft glanced out the window and was taken aback. He had returned, witnessing him seemingly about to board. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. This man was leaving so soon. How frustrating. While the woman sulked, her younger sister chimed in, "Sister, I really don't understand why you come to Havana every weekend. What is your purpose? Is it for the casino? You don't seem to enjoy it much. Many things will become clear to you once you marry. Yes, you will understand in the future." The woman ignored her sister's question, her gaze solely fixated on the man in the beach shirt and hat, the very one who had once given her $100. He was back in Havana. As excitement fluttered in her heart, she was stunned to see him board the plane. My God, he is leaving. By the time they disembarked, the United Airlines DC-3 had already taken flight. Li Ian, seated on the plane, remained oblivious to the fact that his presence at Havana Airport had left a woman lamenting his departure. Nor could he foresee how a fleeting romantic encounter would ensnare her heart. At that moment, Li Ian was engrossed in jotting down a series of notes on a notepad, ultimately inscribing a name. He first wrote it in Chinese, then transcribed it several times in English, repeating the confirmation before murmuring to himself, "Yes, that's right, it's him. He should be at Caltech now, researching rubber." Indeed, relying on his exceptional memory, Li Ian meticulously recorded the information he had previously encountered. His singular focus remained on the aspiration to recruit the individual mentioned in his notes to his laboratory or, alternatively, to acquire his patent. It seemed he would also need to purchase a chemical factory, though it remained uncertain if a suitable candidate could be found. Chapter 44. The KJ Chemical Industry. A few hours later, upon the plane's landing, Li Ian promptly placed a call to Carl from the airport. The conversation was remarkably straightforward, concerning the hiring of a lawyer by the company to locate an individual at the California Institute of Technology. Although transportation in this era was not highly developed, the advanced communication and legal sectors in America allowed Carl, situated on the East Coast, to swiftly reach an agreement with a law firm in Los Angeles through just a few telegrams. What did you say?" Arthur Galston inquired, looking at the lawyer before him with a sense of bewilderment. As he spoke, Attorney Hudson had already extracted a check from his briefcase. It was remarkable to note that even after practicing law for 40 years, Hudson had never encountered such a generous employer. "This is a check for $20,000, intended for the acquisition of the patent you hold." Upon receiving the telegraphic check, Hudson could scarcely believe its authenticity. $20,000, merely for a patent that appeared to hold little practical value. This was utterly inconceivable. $20,000. My God. Arthur Galston, hailing from Brooklyn, New York, where his father lost his job during the Great Depression, had spent his youth steeped in hunger. He gazed at the check in astonishment, fixating on the string of zeros inscribed upon it. This sum was equivalent to several years of his salary. With this money, not only could he relocate his wife to a new home, but he could also purchase a car, if such a thing were attainable. His mind raced with numerous thoughts. Naturally, he pondered the debts his father had accrued, and he contemplated assisting his father in settling some of those obligations. Yet, reason compelled Arthur Galston to voice his concerns. Is this invention truly worth $20,000? After all, its productivity enhancement is quite limited. Employing it during cultivation could even result in a loss. It is fundamentally an invention devoid of any production value. Perhaps it may prove useful in the future, but $20,000, how could anyone possibly spend such a sum on my invention? Mr. Galston, the check signifies everything. Once you affixed your signature to the contract, this money is yours. Hudson replied. $20,000. Anyone in this world would be tempted by such an offer. Hudson was acutely aware of this fact. No one could resist its allure. Were it him, he would not hesitate to sell the patent or even his wife, to secure that amount, without a moment's hesitation. He would even consider parting with his daughter if it came to that. This was 20,000. Should he facilitate this transaction? Hudson would boast about it for the remainder of his days. Mr. Galston, you must understand that in this world, opportunities are fleeting. After meticulously reviewing the contract once more and assuring himself of its authenticity, Galston finally inscribed his name. He then inquired, Sir, you mentioned that they are also willing to offer me a job. What is the salary like there? This company is undoubtedly the most generous one that Galston has ever encountered, and it is precisely for this reason that he aspires to work for them. In addition, he can continue to pursue his beloved research while earning a handsome salary. At the train station, with suitcase in hand, Galston grasped his wife Dalai Judith Kuntz's hand, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, upon our arrival in New York, I shall purchase a house, a home that belongs to us, not merely an apartment, but one with at least 4 bedrooms. Galston's imagination was ablaze with visions of the future. Despite having attained his doctorate, which should have guaranteed him a more fortunate existence than his father, the swiftness of these developments left him almost incredulous. In reality, Galston was already unemployed. By the time that lawyer had approached him, he had lost his job. He and his wife had relocated to Pasadena for a position offered by James Bonner, a plant biologist at Caltech, to engage in a project related to the war, involving the Mexican shrub known as guayule. Their research focused on extracting rubber as a raw material, a project supported by the military aimed at supplying rubber to the armed forces. Just as this project was gaining momentum with the mass production of synthetic rubber, the military no longer required their efforts. Without military backing, Galston found himself unemployed as he contemplated his next career move. An unexpected job offer and a check for purchasing patents transformed everything. Indeed, once we reach New York, our lives will be entirely different, he mused. At that moment, Dalai's gaze fell upon an individual, and she remarked, Oh, look, it's Sunday's son Tianlei, also burdened with a suitcase, had spotted them, his fellow classmate from Caltech. Arthur, Dalai. What brings you here? Sun Tianlei inquired. Are you heading to New York? Yes, and you? Dalai, as if suddenly struck by a thought, asked. Son, are you going to the KTJ laboratory in New York? The KTJ laboratory was indeed the very place that had employed Galston and acquired his patents. Dalai's question stemmed from the fact that Sun Tianlei, too, was a chemist. Are you also going there? Yes, Arthur is headed there as well. That's wonderful. I never anticipated you all would be working together. Overjoyed, Dalai inquired curiously, Son, do you know what KTJ stands for? KTJ. Sun Tianlei shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it means kill the Japs. As a Chinese international student, Sun Tianlei was undeniably straightforward. To his surprise, he had hit the nail on the head, often. Li Yian was equally forthright. In truth, his nationwide search for chemists and botanists was indeed to eliminate the Japanese adversaries, and to do so to the fullest extent. Chapter 45, The Cataclysmic Weapon in the 1940s, Long Island, New York, was not yet a haven for the affluent. Vast expanses of cornfields and potato farms dotted the landscape, as the low cost of land enticed numerous individuals to establish factories. Among these was the Clare Chemical Pesticide Company, situated on the island. The enterprise was of moderate scale, yet boasted comprehensive facilities. However, as a chemical pesticide manufacturer, it appeared to offer little utility in the war. Being incapable of producing weapons or chemical agents, merely continuing its production of pesticides as before. Although the war did not bring the company substantial orders, it likewise did not impede its operations. Consequently, the board of directors felt no urgency to divest the enterprise. This was of little concern for some times. All it takes is a single check. A fortnight prior, Zhang Weiluan, representing Jinhua Company as its attorney, visited the premises and presented a check for $1 million during a board meeting. The board promptly agreed to the sale of the entire company, recognizing that such a sum was sufficient to establish a larger facility. Who would decline such an opportunity? We need time, Li Yan elucidated to Zhang Weiluan and the others. We do not possess 2 or even 3 years to construct a factory. By the time the new factory is completed, the opportunity will have passed. The war will have concluded, and to whom shall we sell our products? The simplest solution was acquisition. And thus the Clare Chemical Pesticide Company was rebranded as KTJ Chemical Company, becoming the 3rd subsidiary of Jinhua Company. The KTJ laboratory was established within the company. Present at the scene were chemists from across the United States, including both youthful talents like Galston and Sun Tianlei, as well as esteemed scholars in organic chemistry. All taken aback by Li Yan's arrival. The owners of KTJ were, astonishingly, Chinese. The invited Chinese students, such as Sun Tianlai and Zhao Zhong, were visibly exhilarated, convinced that this revelation would electrify the entire academic community of Chinese scholars in America. After all, this was America. Were not Chinese individuals typically associated with laundries and restaurants? Now, it seemed, someone had initiated a modern factory. Li Yian was accustomed to such astonishment, having experienced similar reactions at Carl Metal Company. However, he found no pride in such gazes. The surprise stemmed from a stereotype of Chinese individuals, which itself was a form of discrimination. Why could Chinese people not own factories or run enterprises? Why could they not engage in scientific research? Standing there, composed and resolute, Li Yian's eyes shone with determination. Gentlemen, this laboratory may not be vast, but I firmly believe that as the starting point of our endeavors, it shall undoubtedly astonish the world. Thus, we must carefully examine our research direction. Although he spoke softly, his confidence resonated with everyone present. Casting our gaze upon Arthur Galston, who would have imagined that the infamous herbicide, Agent Orange, was conceived by this remarkable 23-year-old, had it not been for the notoriety of Agent Orange? Prompting an exhaustive investigation into its origins, even Li Yian, hailing from the future, would find it hard to fathom that this substance had been developed during World War II and could be mass-produced. Regrettably, by the time the U.S. military recognized its potential for warfare, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. It was not until June 1945 that experiments commenced, yielding promising results. Consequently, the military issued an order for 50 million liters, intending to disperse it extensively across Japan, irrevocably undermining its agricultural ecosystem, transforming the land into a barren wasteland incapable of sustaining crops. The environmental devastation would be total. The U.S. bomber squadrons meticulously orchestrated a plan to deploy 9,000 heavy bombers to disseminate the 50 million liters of defoliant. Should the initial effects prove insufficient, they resolved to escalate their efforts. The military projected that as winter approached, the impact of the defoliant would lead to a catastrophic failure of the autumn harvest in Japan, precipitating a famine that could claim the lives of 20 million individuals, approximately one-third of the population. Thus, without the need for an invasion, Japan would be compelled to surrender when faced with such insurmountable hardships. In many respects, Japan's surrender in August 1945 was indeed a stroke of fortune for them. What a remarkable substance this is. Recognizing its value, Li Yian felt compelled to share it with the world, particularly with the Japanese people. Therefore, driven by the ideal of sharing this boon for humanity, he invested heavily to acquire a chemical plant capable of producing 5,000 tons of pesticides annually. Recruiting dozens of chemists, including the inventor, Arthur Galston, the objective was to allow the Japanese to benefit from it sooner rather than later. While Li Yian may not possess the means to create an atomic bomb, he could certainly produce pesticides to aid in disinfection. Such a valuable resource must not be allowed to slip through their fingers. Li Yian continued, this substance will induce leaf drop in soybean plants, thereby increasing yield. What we require now is further research, not only on the substance itself, but also on its applications in other fields. Galston, the inventor, eagerly inquired, Mr. Li, may I ask in which fields? Military, Li Yian replied. The utterance of that single word left the assembly in stunned silence, prompting a straightforward challenge from a 50-something American. How could that be possible? Li Yian responded, if it can induce leaf drop and enhance soybean yield, why not apply it to trees? The room erupted in astonishment, with murmurs of disbelief circulating. What? Inducing leaf drop in trees? What conceivable military application could that have? Observing the bewildered expressions and hushed conversations among the crowd, Li Yian smiled knowingly. Gentlemen, let us unleash our imagination. Now, let us commence our work, for the warriors upon the Pacific eagerly await the fruits of your labor. Chapter 46. Sir, you have come again. Is this a forest? As Li Yian opposed and gazed upon the withered grove before him, where even the tree trunks had succumbed to decay, he finally comprehended why the American forces had resorted to its use in Vietnam. With this, the rainforests, which were perceived as a shield by the guerrillas, would be utterly obliterated? Boss, can it truly be utilized on the battlefield? Sun Tianlai's voice still carried a hint of uncertainty. Can it really eliminate the Japanese devils? Trust me, without a doubt. It can not only vanquish the Japanese devils, but also annihilate countless of them. With a smile illuminating his face, Li Yian addressed Sun Tianlai. As long as one day arrives when there is no regret. Regret? Why regret? The Japanese devils have slaughtered so many of our people. Have they ever felt remorse? Nodding slightly, Li Yian recognized that Sun Tianlei's perspective echoed the sentiments of most Chinese individuals. For the Chinese, vengeance must be avenged in blood. However, when the Americans, particularly the likes of Gelston, realized that their diligent efforts could result in the demise of 20 million Japanese, what sentiments will they harbor? Will they, like Oppenheimer, become overwhelmed with guilt upon learning of the casualties? Will they feel their hands stained with blood? In tumultuous times, the first to be targeted is often the sanctimonious. This adage rings true. Noticing his boss's silence, Sun Tianlei inquired, "Boss, what shall we do next?" "Adjust the equipment and prepare for mass production. As for me, I must make a trip to Washington." After instructing the company to calibrate the machinery and ready it for production, Li Yian eagerly set off for Washington. After all, the individuals with the authority to unleash this weapon upon Japan were in Washington. Yet, upon arriving there, whom would he seek? Despite his lingering uncertainties, Li Yian boarded the train destined for Washington. Shortly after the train departed, he turned to Ding Yin and Hank, saying, "You two stay put. I'll step outside for a moment." His so-called stroll and oppos, was merely an excuse to visit the bar car for a smoke and perhaps indulge in a couple of drinks. The bar in the first-class compartment differed from a typical bar primarily in that the drinks were expensive yet unlimited. Beyond that, it bore no resemblance to an ordinary bar, populated instead by a group of balding, portly middle-aged men, impeccably dressed, who endlessly discussed politics, finance, and of course, war, with a focus on how to profit from the chaos of conflict. What a tiresome bunch. As Peggy, seated by the window, sighed in contemplation, she took a delicate sip from her glass and then cast her gaze outside. Having been married for merely half a year, she had already grown weary of a union where her husband perpetually fixated on politics and business. This was precisely why she frequently sought refuge in Atlantic City or Havana. Her post-marital life had become exceedingly dull. Alas, as the glass touched her lips, she inadvertently noticed a figure entering the compartment. It was him. Although he was clad in formal attire today, she recognized him at once. It was that fellow from Havana. What was he doing here? As he approached, Peggy and Oppo's heart raced with increasing intensity. What would she do if he recognized her? Was it the influence of alcohol or something else? In the midst of her swirling thoughts, Peggy noticed that the man simply walked past her. In that fleeting moment, a tumult of emotions surged within her. He did not recognize her. How could this be? No, it wasn't he in vain. It seemed he had indeed paid. The thought made Peggy instinctively clutch her wallet, inside which lay that Franklin bill. A reminder of the wildness of that night. Did he truly not recognize me? Observing the man as he settled at the bar, countless thoughts flickered through Peggy's mind. Initially, she had feared being recognized, yet now she found herself troubled by the fact that he had not. Why on earth did he not recognize me? Seated at the bar, Li Yian was blissfully unaware that he had become the object of someone else's gaze. After ordering a glass of whiskey and taking a sip, he lit a cigarette, pondering his next steps upon arriving in Washington. The key was to gain access, after all. Furrowing his brow, Li Yian contemplated the most common type of person in Washington, lobbyists. Perhaps he should seek out a lobbyist, but could a lobbyist truly open the doors of the Pentagon? This seemed quite a formidable task. The more he thought, the more daunting the challenge appeared. After all, being a newcomer and immediately trying to negotiate with the Pentagon was rather unrealistic. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "The National Hotel, that's where my deal was made. You'd never guess who you might encounter in the 6th-floor restaurant. Generals? Colonels? Don't underestimate those generals. In the span of a single meal, you could land a deal. The National Hotel? A deal?" Confused, Li Yi and Oppos, and turned his gaze towards the group of speakers, though the distance made it difficult to discern their words. At that moment, a woman at the neighboring table caught his attention. She seemed familiar. Yes, it was her. In Cuba, stunning blonde beauties were a rarity. And one as beautiful as she, especially in that profession, was exceedingly uncommon. Was she really conducting business on the train? With that thought, Li Yian approached her. He recognized her. Peggy stared in bemusement as the man made his way towards her, her heart fluttering. As he drew near, she anxiously concealed the ring on her finger with her hand. "Miss, it appears we meet again." With that, Li Yian took a seat across from her, perfectly positioned to hear their conversation. You. Noticing the woman's momentary daze, Li Yian smiled and retrieved a $100 bill from his wallet, whispering, "Miss, could you assist me, please?" "Ah, not again." Chapter 47. It's my turn now, a single Franklin bill. In an instant, Peggy's eyes widened, her azure gaze reminiscent of the vast ocean, fixated on the man before her. She cast a fleeting glance at the cash on the table. For a brief moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her drink at him. Did he perceive her merely as a courtesan? Yet, at that moment, she realized that his interest was not directed at her, but rather at the elderly gentleman nearby, engrossed in their conversation. Observing the man, who seemed wholly absorbed in the words of others, Peggy's heart was a tumult of emotions. Perhaps she had envisioned their reunion countless times in her dreams, but never in such a manner. She had imagined his surprise upon seeing her, but this indifference was utterly disheartening. Initially, he hadn't even recognized her, and it appeared that his only reason for approaching was to eavesdrop on the discussions of others. Sipping her drink in discontent, the Franklin bill on the table seemed painfully glaring, almost searing, like a branding iron repeatedly scorching her heart to its very core. Though she cursed inwardly at his audacity to disregard her, her mind was inexorably drawn back to the vivid memories of that fateful night. What had transpired that day? Perhaps it was the intoxicating influence of alcohol, or perhaps he truly was remarkably handsome. As she gazed at him, a parched sensation overtook Peggy, compelling her to swallow hard. At that moment, she could hear the rapid thumping of her heart and the weight of her breaths. Damn it, Peggy. How could you let this happen? She scolded herself inwardly. Remain composed. He is merely a Chinese man, just feeling flushed. Peggy hastily took another sip of her drink, soon depleting her glass. Overcome by thirst, she signaled to the waiter for another. In a daze, she lost track of how many drinks she had consumed, but gradually her gaze became somewhat hazy as she stared at the man across from her. She couldn't help but nibble at her lip. Despite his lack of interest in her, she remained transfixed, even absent-mindedly removing her wedding ring. At long last, the group at the neighboring table rose to depart, and only then did a faint smile grace Li Yan's face. It seemed he was ready to explore. No sooner had he spoken than a soft voice reached his ears. Let us give it a try. Looking up, he found a blonde woman gazing intently at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement, accentuated by a rosy flush and heavy breaths, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Seeing that the man finally focused his attention on her, Peggy extended her leg, gently brushing against his thigh, her blue eyes now glistening with unshed tears, wide and pleading, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. I had already departed. Upon uttering these words, the woman rose from her seat, casting a subtle smile as she reached for the banknotes resting on the table. Simultaneously, she threw a glance filled with seduction towards the man, before swaying her delicate waist as she exited. How intoxicating! Observing her alluring movements, Li Yan felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. After all, he was but a man, unable to restrain himself in such moments. Thus, he stood and followed her. Just as he stepped out of the bar's confines, mere strides away, a pair of arms pulled him into a private booth along the corridor, along with a waft of fragrant allure. A heated body and fiery lips surged towards him. When all had concluded, the sky had darkened. Inside the compartment, a breathless Peggy lay sprawled atop the man, her body glistening with sweat. Though she could hardly move a finger, she still mustered the strength to rise. Gazing at the woman, utterly spent, Li Yan was left in a quandary. Was she preparing to depart? Would he need to pay once more? Yet, as he beheld her graceful silhouette, he couldn't help but admire her. Such beauty and elegance, how had she fallen to such depths? Picking up her clothing from the floor, she donned her lingerie and slid into her dress, tidying herself up briefly before retrieving her wallet. With a subtle lift of her lips, Peggy extracted money from her wallet. When her fingers brushed against the $200 bills, she paused for a moment, then turned to approach the man. Darling, you were wonderful. I truly enjoyed myself, she remarked, eliciting a proud grin from Li Yan. You were fantastic as well. However, the next moment, his words faltered as the woman withdrew a stack of bills from her wallet. $10 and $20 notes, 20 to 30 of them, were casually tossed onto the small table. With a triumphant smile, Peggy declared, "This is your tip." What? The sight of the wad of cash left Li Yan utterly flabbergasted. I was just, he stammered. Darling, you truly excelled. Worth every penny. With that, she waved her hand triumphantly and departed. How could this be? Lying on the bed, Li Yan remained in shock for several minutes, unable to comprehend the situation. Frustration enveloped him, even after donning his clothes and glancing at the money on the table. His mood was anything but pleasant. How did it come to this? It shouldn't have been, he mused. For the first time, Li Yan realized how hot money could feel. Who wants your money? If one doesn't pay, wait. If one doesn't accept payment, then it cannot be deemed as indulgence. Thus, with this self-reassurance, Li Yian's spirits lifted slightly. After all, he hadn't taken a single cent. And yet, she had taken his money. As he continued this internal dialogue, a piece of paper on the carpet caught his eye. Bending down to pick it up, he discovered it was an admission examination notification. The American Academy of Dramatic Arts? Grace Kelly? Grace Kelly? This name sounds so familiar. Nevertheless, it is of little concern. What truly matters at this moment is to arrive in Washington, to knock on the doors of the Pentagon, and to present a grand gift for a brighter future. Almost simultaneously, Peggy hurriedly exited the vehicle, prompting her sister to question in confusion, "Sister, we haven't reached our destination yet. Why have we disembarked?" To address her sister's inquiry, Peggy quickly offered an explanation. Chapter 48, General. I am here to assist you. What was the scene in Washington like in 1943? Soldiers. Everywhere one looked, there were soldiers. Following the outbreak of war, as the strength of the American military rapidly expanded, the command structure in Washington also experienced a dramatic enlargement to accommodate the swiftly growing military command. A building was erected in Arlington County, Virginia, to the southwest of Washington, D.C., which became known as the Pentagon due to its distinctive pentagonal shape. This colossal administrative edifice, the largest of its kind in the world, had only recently commenced operations, and its facilities were still rather incomplete. Even the dining hall struggled to cater to all personnel. Naturally, the generals did not dine here. They took their meals at the National Hotel, situated not far from the Pentagon. However, the patrons of this establishment were not limited to generals. It also hosted senior executives from various corporations. In a sense, they were arms dealers, meeting with generals to either promote weaponry or seek contracts. Amidst the demand for military orders amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, enterprises, both large and small, profited immensely. Moreover, the clientele was not solely American. British, Soviet, and French representatives were also present, engaging with American generals to negotiate assistance and seek adjustments and operational strategies to benefit their own nations. Notably, there were even a few Chinese, albeit rarely. Good day, General. Upon approaching Thomas Holcomb, the Marine Corps commander, a rear admiral who was savoring a steak, he did not even raise his head but bluntly stated, "The generals responsible for the China-Burma-India theater are to your left. Those overseeing Lend-Lease supplies are encircled by the British and Soviets. I cannot offer you any assistance here." What constitutes a third-rate individual? One need only observe the treatment afforded to this Marine Corps commander to comprehend. While other generals were besieged and tested, this rear admiral sat alone, without even a greeting from anyone. Currently, it is Major Maran who is regarded as third-rate. Once the Air Force separates from the Army, he will promptly descend to fourth-rate. Reflecting on Maran's position, Li Yian remarked, "No, General, I am here to offer you assistance." Amused, Thomas Holcomb, who initially perceived the other party as a newcomer unfamiliar with the nuances of the situation, finally lifted his gaze with a hint of interest. "Here is my business card, KTJ." Upon receiving the card, Holcomb inquired, "Is this about eliminating the Japanese devils?" "Indeed, General, it pertains to vanquishing the Japanese devils." Holcomb erupted into laughter. "Haha, this is the finest company name I have ever encountered. Please, have a seat." It must be noted that in America, the greatest animosity towards the Japanese stemmed primarily from the Navy, owing to Pearl Harbor, and a close second was the Marine Corps, as they truly faced the Japanese in direct combat, gun to gun, cannon to cannon, and even bayonet to bayonet. The name of this company immediately won the favor of Thomas Holcomb. "Thank you, General." Upon receiving the general's invitation, Li Yian finally took a seat, reminding himself not to underestimate a major general, especially with an aide present. "Pray tell, how do you intend to assist me?" Thomas Holcomb inquired, perusing a business card in hand. "A chemical company. Are we speaking of chemical weapons? You ought to be aware that the production of chemical weaponry in the United States is primarily handled by DuPont, which boasts superior technology and a comprehensive range of products." As a military man, Thomas Holcomb naturally associated the term and oppos, chemical and oppos, with chemical warfare, thereby unveiling the insider knowledge regarding designated suppliers for American military provisions. "General, what I offer is not in the traditional sense of weaponry," Li Yian declared, placing a file onto the table and extracting several photographs. These were battle images from Guadalcanal that he had acquired from the New York Times. One must commend American journalists for their tenacity. They ventured directly into the front line to report and capture images. "General, these are photographs from Guadalcanal. I implore you to take a look." General Holcomb was no stranger to Guadalcanal. He accepted the photographs and remarked, What is particularly noteworthy about these? They are merely ordinary battlefield images, featuring Marines enmeshed in mud and engaged in combat. General, observe the Marines' heads and their surroundings. Ian pointed at the photographs. What? General Holcomb expressed his confusion while scrutinizing the images. They are merely trees. This is a tropical region, teeming with foliage. Indeed, General, they are everywhere. Lush tropical rainforests abound. From Guadalcanal to Borneo, extending to Malaya and Myanmar, the tropical rainforest prevails. The Japanese have stationed millions of troops in these areas, while their firepower may not be formidable. The dense rainforest provides them with unparalleled cover. They lie in wait within the jungle, launching mortars at the Marines, and from the treetops, they sniper the Marines with rifles. Ian deliberately emphasized the term Marines, as any individual would instinctively defend their own, and Americans were no exception. General, though I am a novice in military affairs, I perceive that on the battlefield, the greatest adversary the Marines confront is not the Japanese, but rather the tropical rainforest. It is the Japanese concealed within the tropical rainforest. Your assessment is astute, General Holcomb affirmed with a nod. Our most formidable foe in the Pacific is indeed the local natural environment, the tropical rainforest. In such terrain, our Marines cannot even discern the presence of Japanese soldiers 30 yards ahead, while those very soldiers are hidden deep within the thicket. You may not see them until the bullets and shells are upon you. Thus, General, the assistance I propose is to Ian pushed a document forward to General Holcomb. Assist the United States Marine Corps in vanquishing their greatest adversary, the tropical rainforest. Upon opening the file, General Holcomb was greeted by an image of a barren tree, stark and lifeless, unmistakably revealing a few dead trunks. What is this? General Holcomb inquired, perplexed. General, this is the weapon I am presenting to you, a novel chemical agent. With it, we can eradicate the tropical rainforest, Ian responded candidly. If we were to spray this chemical agent in large quantities from an aircraft, it would result in widespread defoliation of the mountain woods, with vegetation withering away. And recovery of the flora would be nearly impossible for years to come. Ultimately, this would strip the Japanese forces, concealed within the rainforest, of their natural protective barrier, leaving them completely exposed to the firepower of the American troops. Chapter 49. The blessing bestowed upon little days. Is this the effect produced after its application? Have you conducted experiments on the tropical rainforest? Observing the photograph in his hand, General Holcomb inquired repeatedly. This is merely the outcome of preliminary trials. My company is presently engaged in further research and refinement. I am confident that we shall soon achieve significant results. However, for large-scale trials, military approval is essential. Welcome to Washington. To garner military support. In comparison to the affluent 1st Army, the 2nd Navy, and the 3rd Marine Corps, the Marines are undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Ian. They have recently fought against the Japanese for several months on Guadalcanal, and no one harbors more animosity towards the Japanese than the Marines. Naturally, this disdain extends to the tropical rainforest that provides shelter for the Japanese as well. Although the Marines are classified as third-rate, they command an army of over 1 million. Noticing General Holcomb's silence as he gazed at the photograph, Ian reiterated, General, this is the weapon that will enable us to vanquish the Japanese and secure victory in this war. It can not only annihilate the tropical rainforest, reducing it to mere stumps, but it is also applicable on other battlefields. Setting the photograph aside, General Holcomb inquired with curiosity, Oh, other battlefields? Indeed. Since it can cause leaves to fall and trees to become stumps, it can similarly be employed to strike at Japan itself, targeting its agriculture. Attack agriculture? General Holcomb was instantly intrigued. As a soldier, his sole focus was victory, dismissing all else as trivial. Pray tell, why target their agriculture? Japan is a nation that venerates the samurai spirit, where every citizen willingly sacrifices themselves for the emperor. You may have gleaned this from the reports from the front lines. However, that is merely a glimpse. Domestically, their fervor is even more pronounced, encompassing women and children alike. They would even use themselves as bait, sacrificing their lives to eliminate the enemy. One cannot overstate the Japanese spirit of sacrifice. It is a sentiment that deserves to be exalted. The more fervently we extol them, the more decisively the Americans will act. The United States must not show leniency towards the Japanese. To prevent any softness from the Americans, we must vigorously praise the Japanese. Let us not shy away from adorning the Japanese with accolades. What harm is there in that? It merely results in more Japanese casualties. Indeed, they resemble a horde of madmen. On Guadalcanal, Those Japanese soldiers would recklessly shout their war cries as they charged our positions, sometimes even breaking through our defenses with sheer ferocity. Those young men were genuinely frightened by their madness. General Holcomb nodded in agreement. Although the human body cannot withstand bullets, the Japanese soldiers' fervor is truly appalling. Indeed, General, the Allied forces are ultimately destined to strike at the Japanese homeland, advancing towards Tokyo. When that time arrives, we will confront 70 million fervent Japanese, men, women, the elderly, and children alike, all poised to resist us with fervor, resulting in substantial Allied casualties. In another realm, it was precisely to avert the loss of potentially millions of lives that America covertly permitted Japan to surrender without conditions. How can we allow leniency towards the Japanese now? In comparison to bullets, the most formidable weapon is hunger, and as an island nation, Japan's resources are inherently limited. Nearly all supplies, including food, must be imported from beyond its shores. I am confident that the Allies have long recognized this reality and will inevitably target their maritime supply lines. This is no secret. After all, we frequently see reports of American submarines sinking numerous Japanese merchant vessels, which is a direct assault on their logistics. However, this approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, for Japan does possess arable land. If, during our future bombings, we were to disperse our efforts over their farmlands, we could induce a significant reduction in crop yields. A mere tens of millions of liters could have their rice production. And combined with a maritime blockade, I believe all of Japan would succumb to starvation. It is not merely hunger. It will indeed lead to death by starvation. How many shall perish? At the very least, millions. The death of millions of Japanese would merely be the collection of interest on our grievances. Such a reckoning would ensure that the Japanese feel grateful for at least half a century. I am General Ian Lee Holcomb, he declared, mentioning his name. You are indeed Chinese. Li Yan nodded, fully aware of the implications of his words. To speak so calmly and offer such suggestions without any psychological burden indicates a profound animosity towards the Japanese. Who harbors the deepest hatred for the Japanese? Undoubtedly, it is the Chinese. Yes, I am an American. We share a common objective, to send those Japanese devils to their doom. Observing the young man before him, General Holcomb closed the document and inquired, "What do you require of me?" It's settled. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Yan. Not due to the military's future procurement of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of tons, but rather the prospect of ensuring a brighter future for the Japanese. Who could resist popping champagne over such an outcome? Taking a deep breath, Li Yan replied, "General, first and foremost, we need the military to officially endorse this plan. As you know, if the company's technical personnel are conscripted, it will undoubtedly impact the entire development timeline. In wartime, only those scientific projects sanctioned by the military enjoy exemption from conscription, and historically, Arthur Galston was drafted mere months after the military halted the rubber project. Scientists, too, must serve in the military and fight." Nodding, General Holcomb responded, "That is indeed appropriate. What else? Furthermore, we require several aircraft and suitable testing grounds for our experiments, preferably located in a tropical rainforest, to accurately assess their practical efficacy. Additionally, we need to establish a rice cultivation area to facilitate further experimentation with rice." Li Yan articulated his requests, to which General Holcomb expressed complete agreement. Finally, he turned to Li Yan and said, "I will assign Colonel Harry to oversee this matter, and you shall receive a response shortly. However, when can we expect to witness the results?" Chapter 50. Humanity everywhere. It has been proven that even a third-rate commander like Ma Run can wield authority. That very afternoon, Li Yan received a call from the Pentagon, and soon a jeep arrived at the hotel to whisk him away directly to the Pentagon, in a room still permeated with the scent of fresh renovations. Colonel Lito John greeted him and addressed Li Yan straightforwardly. "The military has agreed to incorporate your company's Agent Orange into its development program," he stated. "We will be signing a contract, but I must remind you." Colonel Lito John looked at the young man before him. "Upon signing this contract, the military will provide you with funding of no less than $5 million to develop Agent Orange and its improved variants. However, during wartime, if the military requires it, they may authorize other companies to produce Agent Orange. You will be obligated to supply all technical documentation to the designated military enterprises. Of course, once the war concludes. If the authorized companies wish to continue production, negotiations regarding patent rights will be necessary, and you shall have the right to demand a cessation of their production." Before arriving in Washington, Li Yan had inquired about patent matters. Following the outbreak of war, the United States established dedicated agencies to coordinate patent issues. For instance, despite DuPont and AMP, Oppos, S invention of chloroprene rubber and Standard Oil and AMP, Oppos, S development of butyl rubber, neither could be utilized for tire production. The rubber suitable for tires was styrene butadiene rubber, invented by the German company Farben. Fortunately, through pre-war technological collaboration and sharing with Farben, Standard Oil acquired the patents and technical knowledge for producing styrene butadiene rubber. However, until 1941, the company not only refrained from investing in its production, but also resorted to litigation threats to prevent other tire manufacturers from utilizing the technology. In this context, the U.S. government intervened, first orchestrating an agreement for patent and information sharing between Standard Oil and the major American tire manufacturers, as well as the American Rubber Company. The following year, a judicial investigation was initiated into the collaboration between Standard Oil and the enemy company, Farben, to avert further governmental pressure. Standard Oil had no choice but to agree to share its synthetic rubber patents free of charge with all companies involved in the agreement throughout the war. This approach, quintessentially American, proved to be remarkably effective, much like the company that invented the Jeep, producing only a handful of them. During wartime, patents became rather trivial. Moreover, Li Yan harbored no objections to this arrangement, provided that the United States was willing to produce more. The greater the military's procurement, the more it indicated their own struggles. And what reason could there be to refuse such fortuitous circumstances? Without hesitation, Li Yan affixed his signature to the contract. Within 2 days following the signing, a sum of $2 million would be deposited into your company's account. Behold, this is what it means to be financially audacious. No superfluous words, just immediate funds. This also revealed to Li Yan the power of knowledge. A factory that once earned a mere million had now swiftly garnered several millions. The arms trade indeed proved to be exceedingly lucrative. After the contract was finalized, Colonel Leto John presented a business card. This is my business card, which contains my phone number. Should you have any inquiries in the future, feel free to reach out. Very well, Colonel. After receiving the card from Li Yan, Leto John remarked as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. I have heard that your company has recently been established. Is that correct? Indeed. Then you must be in need of employees, Colonel remarked nonchalantly. I have a fringe child who has just graduated from university, having studied law. I wonder if there are suitable positions available in the laboratory. That is quite fortuitous, Li Yan responded eagerly. The KDJ laboratory is indeed in need of a legal advisor to assist with patent matters. If your friend is interested, he may give it a try. Do you require a legal advisor? Necessity is a matter of perspective. One must navigate the intricacies of human connection. As he spoke, Leto John's smile widened, and he even extended an invitation for Li Yan to join him for coffee in his office. The cost of a coffee pot at the Pentagon is unknown, but it is undeniable that coffee can indeed foster deeper connections. However, after only a brief conversation, Li and Amp, Oppos, and learned the name of that friend. It was Leto John and Amp, Oppos' own child. Why was he at the KJ laboratory? Because of the exemption, it must be said. This fellow is quite the strategist, sending others' children to the battlefield while keeping his own safely behind the lines. Yet, what is the advantage of such connections? Upon discovering that Li Yan also owned a company manufacturing submachine guns, Leto John expressed that the military was urgently in need of such weapons and requested that he supply 100 units for testing. Success. We are truly becoming arms dealers now. We have directly entered the supply chain of the U.S. military. It would be difficult not to prosper from this. In reality, amidst the hundreds of billions or even trillions in military funding, individuals like Li Yan are but inconsequential players, merely feasting on the leftover scraps of large enterprises. Nonetheless, even those scraps are quite substantial. In the days that followed, Li Yan, stationed in Washington, did not remain idle. Aside from coordinating the military's preparation of the testing site, he also reached out to military testing agencies, employing certain intermediaries to deliver small gifts to foster goodwill. Of course, he did not forget about Leto John, sending a graduation gift to his child, a second-hand car. Although it had only been slightly over a year since graduation, Li Yan, who had been in sales, understood well how to navigate interpersonal relationships. At this juncture, for Jinhua Company, establishing a network of connections was far more critical than merely launching business operations. It proved true that the world is rife with corruption. The crows in Washington are no different from those elsewhere, as relationships and favors are paramount here as well. While Li Ian tirelessly endeavored to cultivate his connections, someone approached him proactively. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Harvey from Harvey Law Firm. Here is my business card." As the card was handed over, a middle-aged American gentleman, impeccably dressed, took a seat at the dining table and stated plainly, "I am aware that Mr. Lee's company has recently secured a contract with the Department of Defense, and I also understand that you are in the process of establishing a network in Washington. However, Mr. Lee, it is imperative to recognize that professional matters should be entrusted to those who possess the requisite expertise to achieve the most favorable outcomes." As he gazed at the business card in his hand, Li Ian realized that the legendary lobbyist had indeed made an appearance. Chapter 51. Ava Gardner lobbyists are a distinctive phenomenon in the United States. In the foreseeable future, lobbying firms may evolve into a full-fledged industry, broadly categorized into two types: those serving domestic interest groups and those catering to foreign governments. In Washington alone, there are over 20,000 full-time and part-time lobbyists, most of whom have previously served in federal government or congressional offices. This experience affords them the opportunity to cultivate relationships with both parties in the White House and Congress, thereby advocating for their clients. The precise origin of lobbyists in Washington remains unclear. However, they have always existed, weaving connections to assist clients in persuading politicians to achieve their objectives. Now, the legendary lobbyist sits directly before him. Is he merely an audacious charlatan, or does he possess genuine expertise? Contemplating this, Li Ian wiped his lips with a napkin and spoke. "Mr. Harry, you are quite right. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. However, professionals undoubtedly require compensation commensurate with their expertise. What is your fee?" $1,000 per month for consulting services, with additional charges for special circumstances. "That's neither exorbitant nor trivial," Li Ian nodded. "I wish to arrange for a senator to join me for dinner." As he spoke, he inscribed a name on the napkin and passed it over. One of the purposes of his visit to Washington was to meet this individual. And now an opportunity presented itself. Truman. Ryan pondered upon seeing the name on the napkin. Setting aside the napkin, Harry emphasized the individual's unique status, subtly indicating the challenge of the endeavor. After all, if it were easy, how could a professional and Oppos' abilities be showcased? Li Ian smiled. After some reflection, "I take it this is a test for me." "Indeed, as you wish." Subsequently, Harry scrutinized Li Ian closely and remarked, "Mr. Lee, you will require a lady to accompany you." "What?" "He will undoubtedly attend the dinner with his wife. You need a lady to accompany you to the banquet. Do you have a suitable companion in mind?" "A companion?" Li Ian shook his head in surprise. He had only brought 3 or 4 people to Washington, and not a single woman. Stana was in London, far removed from the immediate need. "If you don't, I can arrange one for you. Please proceed with the arrangements. Just present the bill to me after the meeting." In a hotel room, Ava Gardner set down her glass of water, hesitating slightly. "What do you need me to do?" Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. The rays danced upon Ava Gardner, her chestnut waves shimmering in the light, an indescribable allure radiating from her enchanting presence. Despite having signed a contract with MGM 2 years prior and becoming one of their artists, Ava Gardner found herself merely playing minor roles in a handful of films. As a struggling actress, particularly in light of her recent divorce just months after marriage, she felt even more anxious than before. To make ends meet, she was compelled to take a job in a restaurant. Nevertheless, this was her first time accepting such an invitation, her delicate, fair hands trembling slightly as they gripped the teacup. The light brown tea rippled gently, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. $200 was her remuneration, merely to accompany someone to an event. In truth, she felt somewhat bewildered when she received the call from her agent. She had been performing for soldiers near a military camp in Washington when the agent's call brought her here. "Are you aware of your role?" Li Ian scrutinized the woman before him, Ava Gardner. He was unsure where Harry had found such a woman, beautiful and alluring, yet somewhat shy and naive. "Yes, sir. I am aware. I will be your companion for the event. I have undergone etiquette training at the agency, so I assure you, I will not disappoint." At that moment, she could feel her anxiety rising. At MGM, she had met many girls like herself, some serving as companions to accompany individuals to events. But it was never just a matter of attending an event. Even now, she was uncertain why she had agreed to this. Was it financial pressure? Certainly. That played a part. After all, MGM only paid her a meager $200 a month, and without taking on extra roles. That amount barely sufficed for her living expenses. As an actress, her expenditures were considerable, which was why she had signed up for the military performances, where each show provided $10 in compensation, along with meals and lodging. Well, it was indeed her dire financial situation that led her to accept this job introduced by her agent, yet she wondered if it would be as simple as they claimed. At present, she was quite pleased with her employer. Although he was Chinese, he was an extraordinarily handsome young man, appearing no more than 18 or 19. Perhaps still of school age. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the striking youth, his tall figure bathed in a warm light. The muscular contours beneath his shirt were enticing, and his chiseled features were both striking and delicately beautiful. From any angle, he was undeniably a heartthrob. Sitting across from him, her hands clasping the cup, Ava's heart raced. If it were him, taking things further would not be out of the question. Ah, that is reassuring. As Ava Gardner wrestled with her conflicting emotions, she heard the man speak. Since you have received the appropriate training, there is no need to be so anxious. This is merely a small dinner gathering, hardly a grand banquet. All you need to do is accompany me, and once the dinner concludes, the driver will take you back to your hotel. Is that it? Ava Gardner gazed at the man with a hint of confusion. Was this truly the reason he had summoned her from hundreds of kilometers away through his agent, merely to accompany him to a soiree, rather than to? Her eyes involuntarily flickered towards the large bed in the adjacent room. What am I thinking? Ava. Just as her thoughts spiraled into complexity, Lee Ian spoke up. Let us go shopping now. Since we are to attend the banquet, we must procure a formal gown. Ava Gardner, too, requires a dress, and not only that, she will need some jewelry as well. Alas, this will certainly entail a considerable expense. Chapter 52, Moissanite, second update. How much is the significant expenditure? Approximately $200. After surveying several necklaces in the jewelry store, Lee Ian finally nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "This is the one." This necklace, adorned with an array of diamonds, costs merely $200. Its chain is crafted from platinum, yet the diamonds embedded within are artificial. It is a display piece. Should the necessity arise, authentic diamonds can be substituted at any moment. In Washington, the owner urgently required a top-tier necklace, and this display piece was prepared for that very purpose. Within just a few hours, a resplendent diamond necklace could be fashioned. It merely involves swapping out the diamonds. Sir, the main diamond for this necklace requires a stone exceeding 30 carats. The Jewish jeweler's words trailed off as he stood frozen, witnessing the man produce a diamond weighing at least 40 carats, as if it were a mere stone. Not only was the Jewish jeweler taken aback, but even Ava Gardner was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the man's pocket concealed such a substantial diamond. While they were still processing their astonishment, Lee Ian Appos, and retrieved a small cloth pouch. My God! As the contents of the small pouch spilled out, over 101-carat diamonds, some even weighing 3 or 4 carats, were laid bare before their eyes. My God! Ava Gardner gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She was aware of his wealth, but had never imagined he possessed such a multitude of diamonds, carelessly tucked away in his pocket. As for the Jewish jeweler, he stood there in sheer shock. He had encountered many affluent individuals, but he had never seen a tycoon who treated diamonds as if they were mere pebbles. Well, sir. As the jeweler remained in astonishment, Lee Ian casually remarked, these diamonds are all cut and ready. There are square cuts and round cuts. Please see which ones are suitable for replacement. What kind of diamonds are these? In truth, Lee Ian himself had not anticipated that within the side pocket of that bag, there would be 2 pouches containing treasures of moissanite. In the future, this synthetic diamond is remarkably inexpensive. Even a few dozen carats would only cost a few $100s. A small pouch of moissanite, in reality, is not costly, perhaps reaching a maximum of $1,000 or $2,000. Lee Ian was unaware of how the man had acquired these items, but he pondered that if he had been more meticulous upon his initial arrival in London, he would not have endured hunger. Simply producing a stone could have resolved his needs for food and shelter. All right. The Jewish jeweler hastily took up a magnifying glass, placing it to his eye as he examined the teardrop-shaped colossal diamond under the small lamp. His emotions surged uncontrollably. Perhaps this was the largest diamond he had ever encountered in his lifetime, and more remarkably, it was a beautifully cut teardrop diamond. However, upon closer inspection, he was once again astounded. My God, the fire! It is truly dazzling. Truly dazzling? I hope it doesn't end Appos, blind you. Lee and Appos, and mused. Subsequently, he called over an older gentleman. After meticulously scrutinizing the diamond, the man began to speak. Indeed, sir, your diamond is extraordinary. Its brilliance surpasses that of ordinary diamonds. Its radiance is so exquisite that, in my years of experience, I have never encountered anything like it. Is there an issue? Li Yan inquired nonchalantly. Not at all. It is truly our honor to craft this necklace for you. If you could grant us 3 days, I assure you that we will create a diamond necklace of unparalleled perfection, the jeweler replied. 3 days? I cannot wait that long. Please expedite the process, Li Yan responded. Shaking his head. Sir, we will provide the smaller diamonds at no cost, but we kindly ask for your permission to take photographs and acknowledge our craftsmanship. The Jewish jeweler said, his expression filled with anticipation. In truth, he sought to use this necklace for his own promotion, as no jeweler in Washington had ever crafted a centerpiece diamond exceeding 10 carats for a client. Very well. Hours later, in the hotel room, when Li Yan adorned Ava Gardner's swan-like neck with the freshly crafted diamond necklace, she became entranced by the reflection in the mirror. Even though she knew the necklace could never truly belong to her, the mere act of wearing it felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. As the necklace was placed around her neck, the man and Apos' fingers inevitably brushed against her skin, prompting a soft sigh to escape her lips. Watching the woman in the mirror biting her lip, her cheeks flushed with color, Li Yan recalled the adage that diamonds are a woman's spring. Even if it were a synthetic diamond, it still symbolizes that spring, perhaps even more intensely. Standing behind her as he fastened the necklace, Li Yan not only heard her soft sigh, but also sensed her rapid breathing. She melted into his embrace, her body devoid of strength. As he felt the urgency and intensity of her breaths, his fingers glided gently along her collarbone, while she closed her eyes, resting her head on his shoulder. Surrendering to his touch. With her increasingly frantic breathing, the diamond necklace rose and fell magnificently against the backdrop of her chest. Li Yan's fingers moved along the curves of her gown, and he couldn't help but admire Ava Gardner's flawless figure. Li. At that moment, Ava turned to face him, her enchanting green eyes locking onto his, her lips quivering. Aye. In the presence of such beauty, who could resist? Just as the internal struggle reached its peak, she leaned in and kissed him. Was this a test of the man? Li Yan was merely an ordinary man, like any other, unable to withstand such temptations. Alas, when everything becomes inevitable, one must simply indulge in the moment. When all was said and done, it was already 10:00 and Apos' clock in the evening. The protracted battle, lasting for several hours, finally came to a close as the woman, overwhelmed by the strife, succumbed to exhaustion. At that moment, the woman lay in bed, drenched in perspiration, peacefully sleeping with a smile of contentment adorning her face. As for Li Yan, he stood there gazing at the distant obelisk, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 53 The Benefactor of the Supreme Leader Harry. It's time to depart. At the sound of his wife's call, Truman reluctantly rose from behind his desk. He was disinclined to squander his time on frivolous social engagements, particularly since he and his committee were engrossed in an abundance of inquiries each day. Although socializing might seem trivial, as a senator, he found it imperative to partake in such gatherings, especially when presented with an offer he could not refuse, a donation of $5,000. This sum was the compensation for a dinner. The individual was willing to pay $5,000 for the mere act of dining with him. Undoubtedly, this person was quite generous, and while it did not reach the realm of incredibility, such an offer was indeed rare. Half an hour later, Harry and his wife arrived at the designated restaurant, only to discover that they were the sole patrons therein. While he was taken aback, a young Chinese man approached them, accompanied by a striking Caucasian woman. Good evening, Senator, Madam, Li and Apos, and greeted them warmly. The federal senator he had invited for $5,000 was none other than Harry S. Truman, the very same who would ascend to the presidency 2 years hence. At present, he held the position of senator, neither vice president nor president, yet he was already a prominent figure in Washington. The committee he chaired possessed absolute investigative authority over the military and all military suppliers. His exemplary work leading the Special Committee on Defense Program Investigations had caught Roosevelt's attention. And by the time Roosevelt campaigned for a 4th presidential term the following year, Truman would be nominated as a vice presidential candidate. At that juncture, not only would it be difficult to arrange a dinner, but even a mere meeting would likely require a year's wait. By then, he would ascend once more to the presidency, another line to wait in. Good evening, Mr. Li. Despite never having dined with someone of such stature, Ava Gardner, having received appropriate training at her company, adeptly adjusted to the situation, extending her hand for a self-introduction. Hello, I am Ava Gardner. It is a pleasure to meet you. Senator, Madam. Although Truman felt a hint of curiosity regarding the presence of a beautiful American girl, it was merely a fleeting thought. "Hello, Miss Gardner. It is an honor to meet you." Meanwhile, Mrs. Truman was not astonished by the young woman's beauty, but rather by the necklace adorning her neck. Such a large diamond. It was simply astonishing. "Just call me Ava, Senator, madam." Before long, they took their seats, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew more familiar. Truman then addressed the matter directly. "Mr. Lee, I must first clarify that I have no authority regarding the allocation of Lend-Lease materials." Given Lee Ian's nationality, Truman naturally assumed he was an envoy sent by the First Lady of China with the purpose of advocating for an increase in the Lend-Lease supplies allocated to China. "Senator, I assure you that this is not the purpose of my meeting with you. Is it for an investigation? His company has merely recently secured a contract. A trivial agreement at best, and even that is merely exploratory rather than a production contract. It is precisely for this reason that Truman agreed to meet. Had it been a multi-million-dollar contract, he would have undoubtedly declined outright. Senator, trust me, my intention in meeting you is not for the present, but rather for the future." "What?" While Truman was taken aback, Lee Yan had already handed over a check that had been prepared in advance. "Allow me to be the first benefactor in your future presidential campaign." "What?" Truman widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing at Lee Yan and then at the check laid upon the table. "Do you comprehend what you are saying, Mr. Lee?" Mrs. Truman, standing nearby, also regarded him with curiosity. What was this young man implying? At this moment, she had ceased to concern herself with the necklace she was wearing and was now fixated on this young man. "Senator, I trust my instincts." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lee Yan declared. Observing Truman, who was utterly dumbfounded, Lee Yan continued to exhibit his remarkable insight. "The experience of being vice president will serve as a stepping stone for your presidential aspirations." After a moment of silence, Truman inquired, "Is this your prophecy? Your judgment regarding the future?" Lee Yan smiled. "As a businessman, some prefer to invest in bonds, others in factories, some in films, and likewise, some choose to invest in the future. And this," pushing the check towards Truman, Lee Yan stated earnestly, "is my investment in the future. Building connections should be done early. When Roosevelt campaigns for his fourth presidential term next year and Truman is nominated as the vice presidential candidate, a sum of $5,000 will pale in comparison to the present impact. Moreover, although Truman is currently the talk of the town in the capital, his credentials are rather scant. He was not well regarded in his youth, lacked a college education, faced 3 business failures, and before the age of 50 was virtually unknown. Such a background, only being elected senator at 50 with a slim margin, renders the ambition to become president a mere folly. Yet, against all odds, he ascended to the presidency and, during his tenure, directly influenced the post-war global order, a structure that continued to affect the 21st century. By the time Lee Yan traversed into this era, the world had yet to escape the framework established by this individual. Contemplating the prospect of seizing the opportunity in North Borneo, with his assistance, not only could the prize be obtained, but it could also be savored. The only question remains, what would compel him to assist you? In this world, everything is governed by human relationships. Such relationships can be cultivated in advance. Lee, you must realize that there are many more suitable candidates for the presidency than I in Washington. Truman pondered for a moment and replied. Positioned somewhere beyond the 100th rank, for the 59-year-old Truman, the notion of the White House was far from his contemplation. He had not even entertained the idea of the vice presidency. At most, he merely aspired to serve a few more terms as a senator. Senator, do not underestimate yourself. Let us entrust all of this to the future, proclaimed Lee Ian, raising his glass. Senator, allow me the privilege of being your benefactor, not merely as your supporter in the Senate, but also in your future presidential campaign. In Washington, everyone harbors their own ambitions. And although he had never envisioned himself as president, Truman would certainly not dismiss a wealthy donor, especially when such a prospect stirred an unusual sentiment within him. Chapter 54, The Architect of Leadership. Harry, is what he said true? Perhaps, he replied. What do you mean? I mean, the president might choose me as his running mate. If he is re-elected, I could become vice president. Truman pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating the prospect of being a running mate. After glancing at his wife, he continued, "But I am not certain. My qualifications are rather scant, and there are many who are far more capable than I." Observing her husband's profound lack of confidence, Mrs. Truman countered, "Harry, could it be possible that President Roosevelt needs someone just like you?" Her words struck Truman like a revelation, and he exclaimed, "Yes, that must be it." As he embarks on his fourth campaign, How could he choose a rival? Suddenly, Truman recalled his esteemed colleagues within the party, all of whom aspired to be the president and Oppo's running mate to bolster their own credentials for future endeavors. Yet, they seemed to forget one crucial aspect. Roosevelt's ability to announce a fourth run could easily lead to a fifth, a sixth, until he was either abandoned by the populace or passed away. In such a scenario, it was clear that Roosevelt would not select a vice president with considerable stature and experience. Rather, he would opt for someone manageable or non-threatening. Could Lee have discerned this as well? If so, that lad is quite astute. But can I truly become president? That night, Lee ignited a latent ambition within the heart of a politician from the district, instilling in him a renewed hope for the future. As the car traversed Pennsylvania Avenue, illuminated by the glow of streetlights, the obelisk stood resplendent against the night sky. In a nation that fancied itself as a new Rome, he was merely beginning his ascent to the stage. Regardless of the depths to which this country might sink, or the moral decay among the Anglo-Saxons, one could not deny that a transition of power had occurred internally. In the forthcoming years, the old guard had quietly exited, while the new power was still unprepared. This era was brimming with opportunities. Gazing out the window, Lee was lost in thought when Ava Gardner inquired, "Do you really believe he will become president?" She was intrigued by the man's conviction. Could he truly foresee the future? Who knows? Lee mused, gently caressing the elegant curve of the woman's swan-like neck. Some individuals merely require the right impetus to pursue their dreams, and today I have provided but a spark. Ah, I see now. You are crafting a president. What? Before Lee could respond, Ava Gardner elucidated. During my actor training, the instructor once remarked that many people only see the brilliance of stars, unaware that these stars are meticulously crafted by others. Lee, are you in the business of creating presidents? Indeed, you have ignited his passion for pursuing dreams. You are the driving force behind his ascent to the presidency. If one day he truly becomes president, then he is a creation of your own making. In that moment, Lee was taken aback. Though uncertain if this explanation was entirely accurate, it certainly held a semblance of truth. The title of president maker sounded rather impressive. Did it not? Speaking of presidents, what was the name of Truman's successor? Eisenhower. That's right. Now he serves as the chief of staff of the U.S. Army, a four-star general, no longer just a man of potential. And the next in line? Oh, it seems to be that imaginative fellow who is currently commanding torpedo boats in the Pacific. He's undoubtedly well off. Who followed that imaginative individual? Lyndon Johnson? What is he up to these days? Perhaps we should offer him some guidance as well. Then the rest the one eavesdropping. Surely he isn't still listening in. It appears another president is piloting a dive bomber, with comrades tragically turned into sashimi by the Japanese. After a brief contemplation, Lee realized he was entirely qualified to be a creator of leaders, capable of serving as their life mentor and providing timely guidance. Did this not imply that he stood as the man behind the great leader of America? With this thought, a peculiar smile, more wise smile, crept across Lee's face. Turning to Ava Gardner, he remarked, "Ava, your words seem to carry a measure of truth. Not merely a measure, but rather a revelation that awakens one from a deep slumber. For someone poised to influence the political and economic landscape of the world for nearly a century, the prospect of wealth is remarkably simple. Without delving into specifics, one could easily profit from smuggling sugar during wartime, achieving at least a few modest goals. Yet, the issue is not merely about making money. The real concern lies in the future. Even if, with Truman's assistance, he successfully acquired North Borneo, how could he ensure that his company would endure amidst the post-war tumult? How could he avoid being crushed by the tide of anti-colonialism? The only solution is to strengthen oneself. Otherwise, before great powers intervene, the native inhabitants of Southeast Asia could easily overpower him. But what if there is support from a great power? Why would a great power support him? If he were on amicable terms with the president, or rather, with every president, such backing would be formidable. It would instill a sense of caution in anyone, preventing them from scheming against him or daring to undermine his interests. A measure of truth. Ava Gardner gazed at Lee and Oppos, and, somewhat perplexed, feeling his fingers gently caressing her neck. Though the gesture resembled playfulness, she relished the intimacy. Squinting her eyes and in a sultry voice asked, "What are you thinking?" Lee displayed a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth as he gazed at the woman. He pondered on how to better embody the role of a life mentor, illuminating the paths of others and guiding those who find themselves in confusion. Ava, are you certain you wish to continue your journey as an actress? Chapter 55. The great inventor, it has become evident that Li Yian has proven to be a rather unsuccessful life mentor, at least in the case of Ava Gardner. Despite having conquered her physically after a night of passionate entanglement, he could not quell her unwavering dedication to her dreams. My dear, I know that with you. I could revel in life, free from the burdens of existence, yet I do not wish to be merely a canary in your gilded cage. Following their final embrace, Ava, languid as a doll, rested upon his chest and spoke softly. Gently caressing the curve of her back, Li Yian replied, "If you grow weary, you may come to New York. I shall likely be there in the coming years." He held a profound respect for women who pursued their dreams. As she departed, he even gifted her a pair of diamond earrings, each adorned with 2 carats of brilliance. Isn't that a tad extravagant? She mused. Though they are synthetic, they are still diamonds. After bidding farewell to the woman, Li Yian made his way once more to the Pentagon, where he sought to confirm a contract for submachine guns that had arrived rather unexpectedly. In Colonel Lido John's office, after signing a contract for 200,000 submachine guns, the colonel directly inquired, "Lee, do you know Senator Truman?" "How so? Are you not aware?" Colonel John clarified. 2 days ago, General Marshall received a call from Senator Truman, who ardently recommended your company's production of the Avenger submachine gun. He praised it as affordable, reliable, and of exceptional performance, particularly noting its 9mm caliber as ideal for assisting resistance forces. He suggested that the military conduct tests on your submachine gun, which coincidentally had just arrived. The results were astonishing. After firing 5,000 rounds, there was only a single malfunction. The general was exceedingly pleased and directed that the original order of 200,000 Sten submachine guns designated for Canada be entirely reassigned to you. Fixing his gaze on Li Yian, Colonel John emphasized, "This marks the first instance of General Marshall intervening in such matters. I believe that had it not been for the senator's call, the general would not have involved himself." The colonel's words illuminated the reasons behind the swift contract approval. No wonder it had been expedited so hastily. Yet Truman, a true politician, had artfully recommended the weapon without full knowledge of its performance, cleverly framing it as suitable for resistance organizations rather than the American military. This insinuation implied that even if the submachine gun were prone to malfunction, it mattered little, for those who perished would merely be members of resistance groups. The truth of their demise, whether due to weapon failure or at the hands of the German forces, would remain obscured. What mattered was that they were not Americans. For Truman, this was a subtle message to Li Yian, a gesture of goodwill. Such is the nature of political favors. Li Yian could not help but marvel internally. These politicians possess an uncanny ability to navigate situations without ever getting their hands dirty. Truman was no exception. In future dealings with such individuals, one must exercise caution. Becoming a life mentor is no simple task. After exchanging pleasantries with Colonel John, Li Yian rose to take his leave, mindful of important matters to remember, such as the colonel's impending promotion to brigadier general, necessitating a congratulatory gift. Additionally, gratitude towards Truman was also required. What to present? Recalling the glimmer in Mrs. Truman's eyes at the sight of a necklace, Li Yian felt a pang of regret. Alas, the regret stemmed from the incongruity between Mrs. Truman's appearance and age, which rendered such a necklace somewhat wasteful. However, the lady approaching him seemed far from wasteful. Wait, she appeared oddly familiar. Who was she? Encountering a woman at the Pentagon is not unusual. Yet encountering a starlet is rather extraordinary. As the raven-haired woman approached, she took one's breath away with her stunning beauty. In awe of her allure, a name surfaced in Li Yian's mind: Hedy Lamarr. As Hollywood's most exquisite star, audiences were captivated by her astonishing beauty, often overlooking her acting prowess. Yet, she was a gifted woman whose brilliance was overshadowed by her striking visage. An inventor of frequency-hopping technology for wireless communications, her innovations influenced countless lives. And she is also regarded as the mother of Wi-Fi, a fact that solidified Li Yian's remembrance of this talented lady. Hedy Lamarr, striding towards him with a fiery expression, donned a tailored suit and a hat, her anger stemming not solely from the military's rejection of her invention but also from the remarks made by the colonel who received her. "Madam, I believe that for the brave soldiers on the front lines, your photograph would be far more desired than your invention. Since you love America so dearly, you ought to leverage your beauty to promote war bonds." Photographs. Were those officers so shallow as to see her merely as an object? Cursing those superficial individuals in her heart, Hedy Lamarr felt a profound sorrow. She never regarded her beauty as a divine gift, but rather as a burden, a curse. "My face is my misfortune." As this thought crossed her mind, A tear slipped from her eye, tracing down her cheek. Heavens! In an instant, Li Ian was taken aback, witnessing her tears. Though her expression remained stoic, one could feel her deep sadness, her tears resembling rain-soaked blossoms, evoking sympathy. The gaze of men. Once again, Hedy Lamarr sensed the penetrating stares directed at her. Just as displeasure surged within her, a man intercepted her path, prompting an immediate wave of anger from her. "What do you want?" Almost simultaneously with her exclamation, the man spoke. "Hello, madam. I am intrigued by your invention." "What?" In an instant, Hedy Lamarr was taken aback. "What did you just say?" "I am a defense supply manufacturer, and I heard about your invention while signing a contract." Standing there, Hedy Lamarr was momentarily taken aback before she comprehended the situation. "Are you suggesting that you are intrigued by my invention, not merely by my appearance?" Hedy Lamarr felt a tinge of skepticism. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon, as many had only ever perceived her beauty, seldom recognizing her ingenuity. "Madam," he continued, "I believe your invention has the potential to transform our lives, ushering in unimaginable convenience for us all." Chapter 56. Have a little more confidence. Second update. Is it true? For the first time, Hedy Lamarr sensed that her talents were being recognized rather than her beauty. Standing in the corridors of the Pentagon, she gazed incredulously at the man before her. Indeed, she was breathtaking. As Li Ian observed the woman in front of him, he finally comprehended why actresses, including Vivian Lee, praised her so fervently. With such beauty, the need for acting was rendered unnecessary. Yes, Hedy Lamarr required no performance. Her mere presence was a flawless exhibition. Like now, standing still, she was already captivating. However, everyone saw her beauty and overlooked her talent, even after she invented frequency hopping technology. The military refused to adopt it, perceiving her merely as a decorative figure. When she attempted to offer her radio frequency patent to the military for free, they investigated her background, discovering that her ex-husband was Austrian arms magnate Mandel, which only fueled their suspicions. They thought, could she be a spy sent by the enemy? Thus, her patriotic efforts were shelved, and Hedy Lamarr's extraordinary intellect remained unutilized. The earliest acknowledgement of her invention came in the mid-1950s when the United States Navy granted a patent to Hoffman Radio Company for producing sonar buoys and accompanying aircraft radio systems. Yet, the inventor's name was erased from the documents, and the information was shrouded in extreme secrecy. The military's skepticism towards Hedy was not solely due to her ex-husband's Nazi affiliations. It stemmed from a fundamental disbelief that an actress and a musician could possibly comprehend these matters better than a weapons expert. Consequently, this transformative technology was delayed by a decade. Whether this woman was beautiful was of little concern to Li Ian. He was solely focused on one thing. He needed her. He needed her to continue her research on frequency hopping. At the very least, he wished to acquire her patent rather than allow it to be buried by the American military. Mastering this technology would unlock the door to the electronic world. Is it true, truly? Hedy Lamarr's exquisite face radiated genuine joy. "Madam, do not doubt your abilities," Li Ian stated plainly. "I believe that, given the right opportunity, it is your talent that will truly astonish the world, rather than your appearance. I am preparing to enter the radio communication market and plan to recruit technicians to establish a laboratory. If you are willing, you may conduct experiments on your invention in the lab, and I will provide you with the finest assistance." Are you serious? Hedy Lamarr's tone remained somewhat uncertain, and she directly asked, "Is this merely an excuse for you to pursue me?" As a woman, she was acutely aware of the complications her beauty brought to her life. Men often fixated on one thought, how to seduce her, willing to go to any lengths for it. "Madam, you must have faith in yourself. Whether you believe in your own capabilities, I cannot ascertain, but I am unequivocally confident in you. I require only a modest sum of $100 weekly, or rather, $80. Hedy Lamarr candidly expressed her demands. "If you fulfill your promise and allow me to work in the laboratory, even $50 would suffice." Hedy Lamarr's expectations regarding her remuneration were astonishingly low. A prominent star deigning to accept the salary of a third-rate actor in Hollywood. Yet, it was not the salary that she prioritized, but the opportunity to harness her intellect and creativity. This was what she cherished most, as no one had ever afforded her such a chance. Observing the somewhat impatient woman, who was even willing to diminish her worth, Li Ian remarked, "Madam, please do not undervalue yourself. I believe that every scientist deserves compensation commensurate with their identity." Li Ian stated directly, $600 a month, with full medical insurance provided by the company. For Hedy Lamarr, a Hollywood luminary, $600 was quite trivial. However, among scientists, it represented a substantial salary. Having encountered numerous scholars, she shook her head, replying, "Sir, I appreciate your generosity, but we both know that under normal circumstances, the typical salary for an ordinary scholar hovers around $400, perhaps even a little over $300. Your offer is excessively high. I believe $400 would be sufficient." Hedy Lamar's rejection was not surprising, considering she was someone willing to work in a laboratory for a mere $200. In response to her refusal, Li Ian stated plainly, "Madam, I have urged you to be more self-assured and to trust in your abilities." Looking at this woman, who could captivate any man, Li Ian continued, "Believe in your talent. Your gifts warrant this salary." This statement stirred something within Hedy Lamar, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. For the first time, since her youth, someone recognized her talent, rather than merely admiring her beauty. Many perceived her as a mere decorative figure, their thoughts solely fixated on gaining access to her private quarters. Even her research contributions were belittled by the military, who mocked her, suggesting that a pretty actress was better suited to promoting war bonds than contributing to scientific endeavors. This was the world's perception of her, and now, for the first time, someone had conveyed, "I appreciate your talent." "Thank you, sir." Taking a deep breath, Hedy Lamar gazed at the man before her, finally noticing not only his remarkable youth but also his striking handsomeness. "Thank you for this opportunity. When can I go to New York?" "Anytime you wish," Li and Oppos, and replied. Hedy Lamar promptly stated, "Sir, I have no pressing matters to attend to. When do you depart? We can journey to New York together." Chapter 57. Leading the technological direction of the future. Apologies for the trouble. Upon departing from New York's Grand Central Station, Hedy Lamar promptly expressed her regrets, the flashes from cameras still illuminating the scene outside. Her apology stemmed not merely from the swarm of reporters outside the station, but also from the fact that the media had dubbed him her romantic partner, a title she had embraced at the cost of her acting career. Their relationship had become a topic of heated discussion. As soon as they exited the train station, they were besieged by journalists. "It's all right," Li Ian reassured, casting a glance at the woman beside him. His words elicited a deep sigh from Hedy Lamar. To the outside world, it appeared that everyone believed the most significant aspect of a woman was her external beauty, overshadowing her inner intelligence. After a poignant sigh, she turned to the man driving the car and remarked, "Yet you are unlike them all. I thank you for that." "There's no need for thanks. I merely did what any capitalist would do. In truth, I should be the one expressing gratitude to you." He glanced in the rearview mirror, observing the sorrowful expression of Hedy Lamar resting against the window. "Now that we are in New York, where shall I take you?" "I don't know," she replied, shaking her head. "During my previous visits to New York, my agent had arranged everything for me." Now gazing out at the cityscape, she continued, "I am uncertain of where to go or what the future holds, not even what tomorrow may bring." Li and Oppos, and silently regarded her through the rearview mirror, understanding her plight. "For she had nearly relinquished everything, yet I do not regret it. For I recognize that this may be my sole opportunity to demonstrate that I am more than mere superficial beauty." A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a woman with resolute determination in her captivating eyes. "However, it seems to have made you even more alluring." Li and Oppos, and could not help but exclaim as he beheld her exquisite visage. "Why not stay at my place for the time being?" The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing the potential complications of such an arrangement. What is it like to cohabit with a beautiful woman? In truth, it is devoid of any particular sensation, for they share the same roof yet sleep in separate beds. At most, it is merely a visual delight. Moreover, Li Ian is a person who has transcended the realm of base pleasures. At least during his entrepreneurial phase, he undoubtedly directed his energies toward the cutting edge. The frequency hopping technology diverges from traditional communication methods, boasting 88 channels, where signal interference affects only one channel at a time. One might liken it to an automatic piano, as it employs the concept of utilizing pre-coded punch tape to perform. As Hedy Lamar elucidated her design concepts to her assistants, Li Ian stood by as a mere observer, utterly perplexed by the plethora of technical jargon that eluded his comprehension. Finding the discourse somewhat tedious, he picked up a nearby book, an instructional manual on radio technology. Though the content was equally dense and challenging, the screen unexpectedly illuminated. "New skill not yet acquired. Radio science. Would you like to learn it?" Merely possessing the book enabled him to learn the skill. In astonishment, Li Ian quickly selected yes, and the knowledge of this skill flooded into his mind. Upon exiting the system once more, the previously opaque theories became remarkably lucid. The specific implementation involved installing identically coded rollers within both the torpedo's receiver and the ship's transmitter, allowing them to operate simultaneously while synchronizing the transmission and reception frequencies according to predetermined codes. This way, the enemy would be unable to detect the remote-controlled torpedo's signals, thus preventing interference. From Hetty's explanation, Ian gleaned why the Navy had dismissed her invention, perhaps beyond issues of trust. Another reason lay in the excessive size of the related machinery, which rendered it impractical for torpedo integration. However, at that moment, Ian's focus had shifted away from Hetty's invention. He was entirely immersed in the realm of radio technology. For someone with a humanities background, this was an entirely new world. He even ventured into another room, where a table was laden with various electronic devices, including a dozen radios and the latest radio station from the U.S. military. Yet, the most striking piece was a wooden electronic apparatus, measuring an impressive 50 centimeters in width and 70 centimeters in height. At the center of the large wooden casing, a palm-sized gray-white glass screen clearly identified it as a television set manufactured in 1943. This enormous television boasted a mere 7-inch screen. Television had been invented and introduced to the market well before World War II, and it remained the only electronic product in the United States that did not require rationing coupons for purchase. However, few could afford it, as one television cost around $200. At that time, an American soldier earned only about $50 a month. Yet, it wasn't considered exorbitant, after all. There was a time when people in China spent several years and Oppo's wages on a single television. This underscores the market and Oppo's recognition and demand for television. $200. As Ian gazed at the television before him, an unusual glimmer flashed in his eyes. Although it was somewhat expensive, you represent the future. Chapter 58. What was most significant in the 20th century? While establishing the LEAP Wireless Laboratory, Ian did not solely concentrate on Hedy Lamarr's frequency-hopping technology. That technology was too avant-garde, merely a preliminary research endeavor. As for the military's substantial demand for radio transmitters, he did not even entertain the thought, as that market had long been monopolized by giants like Motorola. It was not just individuals like Ian, a foreigner, who faced obstacles. Even domestic American enterprises encountered fierce resistance from the monopolistic titans. The clash of capital has always been stark and unyielding. When Truman intervened in the submachine gun contracts, he never contemplated replacing the M3 submachine gun with the Avenger. To some extent, it was a matter of self-preservation, while the opposing side sought to safeguard their internal interest groups from loss. Thus, a newcomer of Asian descent establishing a new company would find it nearly impossible to secure a slice of the lucrative military contracts. Consequently, when selecting the products for his company, Ian opted for television sets. In contrast to radios, televisions represented the true future. After the war, the television, once regarded as a luxury item for the affluent, began mass production. Even at prices of $100 or $200, the returning veterans, having just emerged from the muddy trenches, eagerly brought them into their homes, ultimately integrating them into countless households as a necessity. What was once merely a lavish plaything. After some introspective musings, he switched on the television, allowing it to warm up for nearly half a minute before the screen flickered to life. Although the image was not particularly clear, this seemingly inconspicuous little screen was destined to transform the world. Once he turned off the television, he picked up the circuit diagram from the table, scrutinizing it for a while before he proceeded to disassemble the television set with his tools. The circuit board, adorned with electronic tubes and colorful wires, was only just removed when a system prompt emerged. Disassembled television, radio experience 2, LV1, 2100. Had he gained experience simply by dismantling the television? Ian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This radio skill appeared to be more readily enhanced than others, with experience accumulating at such a rapid pace. He was further motivated and swiftly disassembled the entire television set. Since he had taken it apart, he might as well reassemble it. As a high-end item, the television's solder joints were precise, and soon, Ian effortlessly put it back together. Assembled television, radio experience 8, LV1, 10100. Upon completing the assembly, Ian had developed a thorough understanding of the television and Oppo's structure. Finally, he turned his attention to the cathode ray tube, the core of television technology, composed of the electron gun, deflection coils, and the screen. The other components, such as circuit boards and electronic tubes, hardly qualified as advanced technology. In this era, the true marvel of technology is the cathode ray tube. During the development of television, many Eastern nations, including the Soviet Union, were unable to produce satisfactory cathode ray tubes. In fact, Soviet televisions were often referred to as bombs, leading to thousands of explosions and fires annually. To seize the post-war television boom, mastering cathode ray tube technology is essential. The production of televisions after the war was a significant trend, and Japan's electronics industry thrived on the success of television. However, what is the key to this trend? It is, indeed, the cathode ray tube. Without a firm grasp of the design and manufacturing of cathode ray tubes, success is unattainable. Moments later, with a smile, Li Ian closed the system's notification. Cathode ray tube discovered, knowledge of design and manufacturing acquired. Yet, after a cursory understanding of cathode ray tube production and design, Li Ian's brow furrowed in concern. Even though the knowledge encompassed color cathode ray tube technology, he found little joy in it. The complexity of the technology involved, particularly the manufacturing processes, was overwhelming. It is no wonder that as human society advances, the number of inventors dwindles. A mere cathode ray tube encompasses such a multitude of technologies: cathode ray tubes, glass envelopes, phosphors, and flat shadow masks. Upon reflection, Li Ian concluded that investing in television manufacturing was impractical at this juncture. Setting aside the intricate nature of cathode ray tube technology, the market demand simply could not keep pace. Thus, he resolved to focus on accumulating technical expertise. Timing is crucial. Being too early or too late can lead to failure. Understanding the future trajectory of development, Li Ian was clear about his objectives. Once again powering the television, he gazed at the electron tube behind the cathode ray tube, illuminated like a light bulb. As he observed the glow emitted by the electron tube, a smile crept onto his lips, and he mused to himself. The real trend is you. What is the essence of a trend? It is not the television or other electronic devices, but rather semiconductors. Whether in televisions or other electronic products, semiconductors are indispensable, and indeed, they will directly shape the future of the world. Currently, however, transistors, the building blocks of semiconductors, have yet to be invented. Thus, the need arises to cultivate talent. What is paramount in the 20th century? Undoubtedly, it is talent. Relying solely on personal efforts to attract talent seems implausible. Therefore, Li Ian decided to establish his own headhunting firm. Why create a personal headhunting agency? Li Ian's vision was straightforward: to scout talent on a global scale, not limited to the United States alone. As a nascent enterprise seeking technological breakthroughs, what is most critical? It is the acquisition of talent and technology. Only in this manner can rapid growth be achieved. Under normal circumstances, acquiring talent would be exceedingly challenging due to the complexities of networking. But now, in the midst of World War II, the opportunity is ripe. At the conclusion of World War II, the United States, as the victorious nation, not only fervently sought to acquire the machinery, weaponry, and other hardware of the defeated countries, but also tirelessly endeavored to procure advanced technologies and the elite talents possessing such expertise. They even established the Alsos mission, which covertly infiltrated the defeated nations to secure technological elites. They secretly arrived in Germany and, through diligent efforts, captured numerous renowned German scientific experts. Ultimately, these German scientists played an exceedingly vital role across various industries. It was through the utilization of Wernher von Braun, a German rocket expert, that the United States successfully accomplished its lunar mission, sending 3 astronauts to the moon. Although we may not reach the heights of the United States, seizing the opportunities presented in the post-war era to partake in a fraction of their success could be sufficient for our company to evolve into a colossal entity. Chapter 59. The Headhunter. How can one establish a headhunting firm? Recognizing the intricacies of the endeavor, Li Ian naturally reached out to Harry, who was situated in Washington. Harry found himself in a challenging position. He was not only the lobbyist for Jinhua Corporation, tasked with forging connections in Washington, but he was also responsible for headhunting, which entailed seeking out potential candidates for recruitment. Fortunately, this task was relatively straightforward, as the United States had seen the emergence of such firms over a decade ago. Although many of these enterprises struggled, several individuals excelled, most of whom were attorneys. In no time, Harry identified a suitable candidate. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Heydrich Gerard." Introduced by Mr. Harry. "Here is my business card. I understand you are planning to establish a talent search company. I previously worked at Dick Dillon Talent Search, where I assisted major corporations like Ford and General Motors in recruiting numerous talents. I would be delighted to work for you, should the opportunity arise." After presenting his business card, Heydrich handed over his sum, eagerly awaiting a response from the young Chinese millionaire who had recently made remarkable strides in the business world, acquiring 2 companies and becoming a defense contractor within just a few months of arriving in the United States. He believed his credentials would be persuasive. "I do not require your sum. What I seek is for you to demonstrate your capabilities through your work." As Heydrich entered the office, Li Ian scrutinized him closely. The man's suit appeared somewhat worn, and the creases and wear on his shoes suggested he often walked, possibly indicating he lacked a vehicle. All of this pointed to a less than favorable current state. This man was in dire need of employment, which implied he would exert every effort to prove himself. "Prove myself?" Heydrich pondered, only to receive a note from Li Ian. "I need you to help recruit this individual." Upon reading the note, Heydrich felt a wave of apprehension, as it entailed poaching talent from Bell Labs. "Mr. Li, we are currently in wartime. It is officially prohibited to recruit from such vital enterprises." "I am aware," Li Ian replied, locking eyes with him. "So, is it feasible?" He needed someone capable of helping him achieve his objectives. After all, how could he hope to recruit individuals from Germany post-war? The future development of North Borneo Corporation would necessitate a considerable workforce. And where better to source talent than from the defeated Germany? Yet, the audacity to venture into war zones, especially regions not yet occupied by Allied forces, demanded remarkable courage. Who, lacking extraordinary bravery, would dare to penetrate such perilous territories? After a moment of contemplation, Heydrich responded, "I can attempt it." "Excellent. Direct any requests to my secretary." Who is the individual we are targeting? None other than Walter Bratton, the inventor of the transistor. In the 21st century, what holds the utmost significance? Undoubtedly, it is talent. Standing upon the shoulders of giants, Li Ian is acutely aware of the imperative to unearth such talent, for many of these individuals are renowned figures, destined to leave an indelible mark on the annals of history with their transformative contributions to human society. After Heydrich departed from the office, Li Ian once again retrieved that dossier, which contained information pertaining to the North Borneo Company, accompanied by a map. Borneo, as it is known in later times, is the island of Kalimantan. North Borneo is situated in its northeastern region, encompassing an area of 74,500 square kilometers. In such a vast expanse, it is astonishing to find a population of fewer than 400,000, with 30 being of Chinese descent. Truly, this is a land bestowed upon us by Providence. Leaning forward in his chair, with his elbows resting on the desk, Li Ian's gaze shimmered with an ardent desire for this territory. Since acquiring the North Borneo Company, he has been preparing to genuinely claim ownership of North Borneo. Upon his arrival in America, he was met with pervasive discrimination, even as an individual with connections. The prospect of befriending the president held little weight. Systemic discrimination would inevitably hinder his progress in the United States. As for England, that was even less tenable, given the entrenched class stratification that was unkind even to its own citizens, let alone a foreigner. This pattern persisted across various European nations. Perhaps he could leverage his prescience regarding the times and wartime opportunism to amass a considerable fortune, but that would be the extent of it. In truth, merely becoming a prosperous magnate would be commendable. However, there remains the lurking possibility of being ensnared in a commercial conflict, potentially leading to an arrangement of zero-cost acquisition. In contrast, only North Borneo could guarantee his safety and allow him to ascend to the ranks of a true elite tycoon, nay, a genuine financial magnate, possessing a nation in its own right. No, it would be more accurate to say a corporation, for the North Borneo Company does not equate to a sovereign state. It is only upon claiming his own territory that he can rest soundly. Although he has already purchased the company, transforming that territory into his own domain requires considerable effort. In fact, establishing a headhunting firm is also a preparatory measure for that eventuality. Once the war concludes, a plethora of talents will be available amidst the ruins. For the destitute Germans, the mere promise of bread will entice them to venture overseas for work. Among these individuals will be ordinary technicians, scientists, scholars, and indeed, some soldiers. In the aftermath of Germany's defeat, many will seek to escape post-war judgment by fleeing abroad, rendering them invaluable assets for a colonial company. The growth of the enterprise is inextricably linked to talent, which must encompass diverse fields. However, realizing such aspirations necessitates capital. Once more, Li Ian lifted the phone and instructed his secretary outside the door, "Please book a flight to Cuba for tomorrow. Work brings joy, and this is essential, particularly when one's labor is directly correlated with financial gain. In such instances, one does not merely experience happiness, they are invigorated with motivation." In the days that followed, Li Yan made numerous trips to Cuba and even took a special journey to Colombia, where he procured high-quality coffee at an exceptionally low price. His life as a human cargo carrier was indeed fulfilling, necessitating frequent flights to various countries. However, Li Yan embraced this endeavor with enthusiasm, recognizing that during this entrepreneurial phase, it was inevitable for him, as a business owner, to bear the weight of such responsibilities. Chapter 60. Expanding Horizons. Ding ding. Ding ding. A few minutes later, Li Yan finally rose from his slumber. The two enchanting Cuban maidens remained sprawled across the bed. How did they come to be here? Habitually, he retrieved 2 banknotes from his wallet and placed them on the nightstand. Gazing at their alluring figures, Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. Oh, the burdens of life are never-ending. At 6 a.m., greeted by the morning sun, Li Yan opposed and donned his Bluetooth headphones and set off with a brisk jog from the National Hotel, running along the seaside promenade. A journey to Colombia inevitably required a layover in Havana. He had become quite the regular at the National Hotel, complete with a dedicated driver and a reserved room. Upon his arrival from Bogota to Havana, a special vehicle whisked him away to the hotel, where he settled into his designated quarters. It must be said, the service industry in Havana has been exceptionally polished under American influence. Bathed in the Caribbean sun, even during his entrepreneurial pursuits, Li Yan found himself somewhat enchanted by this paradise. Champagne, beer, seafood, and the warm embrace of Cuban women, who could resist such a hedonistic lifestyle? As the music flowed through his headphones, he reveled in the ocean breeze, captivated by the allure of his surroundings. Grateful for his arrival in modern society, he marveled at the ease of charging his phone with merely a 220-volt adapter, allowing him to enjoy music during his lengthy travels. This was equally true during his runs. Physical well-being is the foundation of a life well lived. Merely jogging in the morning would not suffice. From this day forth, he vowed to adopt an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, resisting the temptations of those captivating Cuban women. Yet, who could truly deny the allure of such statuesque and passionate sirens? Men are forever straightforward. And when it comes to beauty, their resistance is often feeble. As the music enveloped him, Havana unfolded like a picturesque tapestry, crafted by the hands of Spaniards and Americans alike. Jogging along the seaside promenade, with the stunning gardens on one side and the breathtaking Caribbean views on the other, was an exquisite indulgence that unknowingly quickened his pace. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he found his rhythm, a notification flashed on the screen. New skill not yet acquired. Running. Would you like to learn this skill? Is there truly a need for formal instruction? Embracing the philosophy that knowledge only enriches, Li Yan promptly selected yes. Learn. Skill acquired. Running. As before, a wealth of knowledge regarding running and athleticism surged into his mind, encompassing numerous advanced theories and training methods that, while foundational, were far ahead of their time. Concurrently, he sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his body. Despite the evident enhancement in his physical prowess post-transmigration, marked by increased strength, heightened reflexes, and a notable improvement in both intellect and memory, he had never before experienced such a profound transformation in his body as he did now. Glancing ahead, Li Yan flexed his legs and performed a few light jumps before taking off at a modest pace. After a brief initial run, he surged forward with remarkable speed, leading to a breathtaking spectacle. A young man clad in athletic shorts and a tank top sprinting alongside the roadside at an astonishing velocity. Initially, a cyclist ahead of him held the lead, but soon they found themselves neck and neck. The cyclist, casting a glance at his competitor, attempted to accelerate, only to find Li Yan effortlessly leaving him behind by at least 10 meters within moments. The sheer terror of Li Yan's speed startled the cyclist, who struggled to catch up even as Li Yan had already gained a distance of over 20 meters. Staring in disbelief at the direction in which Li Yan had vanished, the cyclist muttered in astonishment, "Who is this guy, running so fast?" After approximately 2 kilometers, Li Yan finally halted, panting heavily, as a notification popped up in his mind. Completed a running training session, running experience 1, LV1, 1/100. His heart raced, yet he still felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. It seemed he could continue running, and even at a greater speed. Indeed, it was clear that his body had undergone some transformation post-transmigration, and the process of skill acquisition had further augmented his physical capabilities. It appeared that the learning experience encompassed more than mere skills. It also involved a fortification of his body. This realization filled Li Yan with quiet exhilaration. Having unlocked a new skill through running, He pondered whether engaging in various activities could yield additional skills. He recognized the importance of focused learning, as excessive pursuit could dilute his mastery, yet he remained undeterred. Li Ian was confident in his ability to learn rapidly. Having acquired one skill, countless others awaited his exploration. With a theoretical refresh rate of one skill per day, he could potentially learn 365 new skills in a year, regardless of the vast and complex nature of human knowledge. He felt capable of mastering it all. Should he choose, a stroll through a university could provide him with a comprehensive understanding of contemporary human knowledge. He resolved to pursue this path, albeit acknowledging it might strain his mental faculties. However, if not utilized for the acquisition of new skills, would it not be a waste for his brain cells to merely undergo natural metabolism? In that moment, Li Ian's imagination sparked. Within the realm of running knowledge, certain theories hinted at the future. Could this imply that the act of skill acquisition itself was a form of technological contraband? The more skills he learned, the greater the influx of knowledge from the future. Imagine a system that possesses the capability to learn new skills according to its own desires, continuously acquiring knowledge, including that of the future. In such a scenario, one could execute an astonishing array of maneuvers. Who needs a laboratory? The next iteration of myself could simply immerse in the lab's environment, emerging with an adept understanding of advanced chemistry, even if merely the foundational principles, thereby surpassing the contemporaneous era. At that juncture, what would Agent Orange be but an insignificant appetizer? Furthermore, if one were inclined towards financial gain, it would be as simple as transcribing the molecular formulas of certain chemical compounds, subsequently establishing a pharmaceutical company, applying for patents, and upon market introduction. Would that not lead to a substantial profit? A true win-win. Who decrees that a student of management cannot possess knowledge of mechanical engineering, light weapon design, or radio technology? What is the harm in also grasping medicine? Am I not allowed to self-educate and transform into an interdisciplinary virtuoso? No, that mindset is still too narrow, and the ambition not expansive enough. Who established the limitation of my skills to merely chemistry? If this pursuit of knowledge continues, I could very well evolve into a living encyclopedia, encompassing physics, mathematics, architecture, engineering, metallurgy, biology. How exhilarating is that? Could this be the proper way to unlock the potential of this system? My sincerest apologies to my former self. My perspective was indeed too constrained. Chapter 61. The first Nobel talent. The horizon must be broadened. Standing upon the shoulders of historical giants, one ought to stride forward with greater ambition. Although such bold steps may lead to unintended consequences, time is of the essence. A millennium is too long when one can seize the day. At the moment Li Ian resolved to take that significant step, Heydrich had already arrived at the Mayo Clinic. In the clinic's basement, he sought the individual he had come to find. Mr. Schatz, these are the terms from Jishing Pharmaceuticals, a monthly salary of 500 and a laboratory with. Heydrich glanced at the closed door of the basement, a laboratory that surpasses this one in conditions. Sir, my decision to work here stems from the lack of protective equipment to prevent the spread of tuberculosis. There have been infections resulting from such exposure. Thus I must seclude myself in this underground lab to avoid endangering others, Mr. Schatz replied. I understand. Mr. Schatz, you are a man of good character, deserving of superior working conditions and, indeed, a more favorable remuneration. However, Albert Schatz interjected, I still have my doctoral thesis to publish. And here I have Mr. Waxman guiding my work. Mr. Schatz, in New York, you will find better professors and scholars. I assure you. The company will not interfere with your academic pursuits. I am aware that you recently left the military hospital due to a back injury, and you returned to Waxman's lab out of necessity. Now, an opportunity stands before you. Were I in your position, I would seize it with both hands, as both your family and personal circumstances depend on this employment. As he spoke, Heydrich presented a contract before him, emphasizing, this is a long-term employment agreement. For Albert Schatz, hailing from a modest farming family in Connecticut, this contract was undeniably alluring. The 500 salary eclipsed even that of Professor Waxman. Let me think it over. Often, ordinary individuals find themselves devoid of choices, and Albert Schatz, understanding his predicament, knew precisely what course to take. And thus, another Nobel Prize was secured. Upon receiving Heydrich's telegram, Li Ian reclined in his chair and gently whistled. What a pity. Can a Nobel Prize devoid of scandal truly be a Nobel Prize? Who is Albert Schatz? He is indeed the true inventor of streptomycin. Yet, his contributions were usurped, marking one of the most notorious academic scandals in history. Albert Schatz, studying soil biology at Rutgers University in New Jersey, was not driven by a passion for soil, but rather by a lack of alternatives. He believed that studying soil biology might afford him some practical utility on the farm. In the span of 43 years, Schatz and Appos' expertise instilled in him an intuition that within soil microbes, there existed a new antibiotic that could rival penicillin. Penicillin proved ineffective against a class of bacteria known as gram-negative bacteria, which includes the pathogens responsible for tuberculosis. Thus, Schatz meticulously examined thousands of samples, and within a year, he developed streptomycin, the first drug capable of eradicating gram-negative bacteria. This achievement stands as one of the most significant breakthroughs in 20th century microbiology. Schatz's mentor, Selman Waxman, immediately recognized the importance of this discovery. Despite his long-standing fear of infection that kept him from the laboratory, he took charge of the clinical trials for the drug. During this process, he had Schatz sign a contract transferring the patent rights to Rutgers University. In time, the young Schatz discovered that Waxman had claimed sole credit for the discovery, preventing him from participating in various conferences where accolades that rightfully belonged to Schatz were instead appropriated by Waxman. Waxman not only stole glory but also financial gain. Although Schatz opposed patenting a drug beneficial to humanity, under his mentor's insistence, they jointly filed a patent application with the United States Patent Office, agreeing to sell the patent to Glass University for a mere $1, which meant Schatz would not profit economically from this invention. Unbeknownst to Schatz, however, Glass University had privately arranged for Waxman to receive 20% of the royalties. In the following years, Waxman reaped honors, including the Nobel Prize in 1952 as the inventor of streptomycin, alongside substantial profit shares amounting to millions of dollars annually. Betrayed in his intentions and robbed of his reputation, what recourse did Schatz have? Ultimately, unable to attain any satisfactory resolution, Schatz sued Waxman and Rutgers University, emerging victorious. In the settlement agreement, he was recognized as a co-discoverer, receiving a portion of the royalties and some accolades. However, the litigation itself marred his reputation. People viewed suing a superior in academia as a reprehensible act. Thus, the man who should have been celebrated as the inventor of streptomycin, deserving of a Nobel Prize and considerable wealth, faced scorn from the academic community. This phenomenon is not unique to China. He not only lost his job but also faced repeated rejections from leading journals. Life can indeed be filled with irony. This episode remains one of the greatest scandals in academic history. A mentor pilfering the achievements of his student, garnering a Nobel Prize and the title of father of antibiotics, while the true inventor languished in obscurity and melancholy. However, all has now changed. Schatz will conduct experiments in a laboratory provided by his company, where no one can usurp his honors. Naturally, the patent will belong to the company. Before the patent expires, what profits might streptomycin yield for the company? With a slight smile, Li Ian expressed his satisfaction, remarking that this would transcend mere small goals. At that time, it is conceivable that the profits of pharmaceutical companies could indeed sustain the post-war reconstruction of North Borneo. Once again, Li Ian and Appos' thoughts drifted to that land in Southeast Asia, a remote area inhabited by only a few 100,000 people, of which he knew nothing. Yet, what of it? This piece of territory must be claimed, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 62. The media lay out to indulge in the spoils of the post-war world. One must be thoroughly prepared, not solely in terms of financial resources, but also across various dimensions. Such preparations extend beyond merely establishing a network in Washington or fostering relations with Truman. A pivotal element that influences the American populace is the control of public opinion. By mastering the narrative, one can indeed sway the thoughts of the American people. Boss, do you intend to acquire a television station? After the company's executive meeting, Lynn Ander approached Li Yan. A television station has hardly any viewers. I have heard that there are only a little over 10,000 televisions in all of New York. Would and Appos' acquiring a television station be rather risky? As Li Yan and Appos' secretary, Lynn Ander, a law graduate who completed his studies 4 years ago, had remained in America due to the war's disruptions. Initially employed at a small firm, he promptly resigned upon learning of the recruitment by Carl and Amp, Appos' company, subsequently transferring to Genoa Company. During the earlier meeting, when the boss assigned manager Zhu to investigate the broadcasting company, Lynn Ander sensed his superior's intentions. Observing Lynn Ander's anxious demeanor, Li Yan chuckled. 10,000 televisions may seem few, but consider the type of households that own them. Precisely, he continued, these are affluent families, predominantly from the upper middle class. Many among them are lawyers, doctors, and elites of American society. One must not underestimate their influence. Their opinions can sway the thoughts of the majority, even impacting politicians, who are their friends and companions in discussions over meals. This is the rationale behind my acquisition of the broadcasting company. Li Yan elaborated. In our society, while most individuals appear to possess their own judgment, they are often susceptible to external influences. The power of collective opinion is immense. A single voice can drown out the truth. In the future, the television station will undoubtedly serve as our mouthpiece, especially regarding news pertinent to our Chinese community, which will unequivocally support our stance. The authenticity of news is of little consequence. What matters is the narrative we choose to broadcast. In truth, the motivation for establishing a television station was inspired by the Jewish experience. How? In the aftermath of World War II, did a community that wielded negligible influence prior to the war emerge as a formidable force in American politics by the 1960s? It is essential to remember that before the war, they struggled to persuade America to accept Jewish refugees, with the country even closing its doors to Jewish immigration. The Jewish community recognized the potency of media. The Nazi regime's assault on Jews began with a campaign to tarnish their image through public discourse, inciting anti-Semitic sentiments before launching a comprehensive persecution. To prevent a recurrence of such atrocities, they resolved to seize control of the media. In the face of the reality that traditional newspapers and broadcasting have long been monopolized by Americans, the Jewish community seized the opportunity presented by the rise of television to invest in and establish numerous television stations. By the 1960s, 60 of American television stations were under Jewish control, and by the 1970s, Jewish capital dominated 70 of them. The influence exerted by these Jewish-controlled television stations extended beyond mere public opinion. It even swayed the very thoughts of the American populace. What, then, do American politicians cater to? Is it merely Jewish capital? No, it is the media that falls under the aegis of Jewish capital. Simultaneously, Jewish capital capitalized on the decline of cinemas, which were adversely affected by television, acquiring theater chains at low prices. By the 1980s, nearly all American theaters were controlled by Jewish interests, a situation that directly led to the Judaization of Hollywood, as films produced by these companies required theatrical distribution. Thus, Jewish capital gained control over one of the most effective tools of public opinion and wielded it for its own benefit. The ascent of the Jewish community is, in fact, intricately linked to the rise of television. Certainly, newspapers could achieve similar effects. However, newspapers do not represent the future. Television does. Not everyone reads newspapers, but everyone watches television at home. Following the conclusion of the war, televisions will undoubtedly permeate every household, with people gathering in their living rooms to watch news and films. At that juncture, with appropriate guidance, television stations will become the most advantageous instruments for influencing public opinion. How does one establish a successful television station? Despite the initially small user base, the high-end demographic is significantly impactful. Moreover, just a few years later, television sets will find their way into one-third of American households, becoming a necessity for the majority. By seizing this first-mover advantage, it would be challenging not to evolve into a media giant. Why should one preemptively invest in media? In essence, it is to pave the way for future endeavors. After all, the future of North Borneo is undoubtedly a target to be secured. To navigate the tides of anti-colonialism while preserving one's own interests requires not only connections with the presidency, but also the support of the populace. Only through such means can one establish a firm foothold as a local sovereign in North Borneo. However, to maintain this sovereignty, the paramount factor remains military power. Without force, how could one stand firm amidst the waves of independence? Armed strength is crucial. The might of weaponry is of utmost importance. Recruiting 100 individuals is no small feat, especially considering that among every 10 Chinese individuals in America, approximately 2 have enlisted. They fight not only for America, but, more importantly, for China. Observing the security personnel training within the corporate compound, Li Yan mused to himself, "We must focus on the matter of arms." Chapter 63. Mercenaries and Truth. Weaponry is readily available. While it may be scarce at present, what of the aftermath of war? Both post-war Europe and Asia will be shrouded in poverty and hunger. It is not merely the soldiers, lacking skills beyond combat, who will suffer. Even scientists will find themselves in dire straits. With sufficient funding, one can easily raise a mercenary force on the Eurasian continent, and a mere few thousand personnel would suffice to maintain corporate dominion over North Borneo. The plan must unfold gradually, First, assemble a mercenary army, then establish one's own armed forces. What is paramount in a colony? Undoubtedly, it is the people. Much like New York, which was once acquired by the Dutch with a handful of glass beads traded from the Native Americans. The influx of immigrants ultimately displaced the indigenous population to reservations. The white settlers then became the masters of this land. Thus, the future of North Borneo hinges upon immigration. Understanding this crucial element, the next step is to prepare for the incoming migrants. One could leverage the supply of national defense materials to forge connections domestically, and once the conflict concludes, facilitate the influx of immigrants from the homeland. Nodding in agreement, Li Ian contemplated the transportation of these migrants. To ferry them to North Borneo, vessels are indispensable, preferably landing ships, which can deliver people even in the absence of a dock. Yes, it is essential to strengthen ties with the Marine Corps. The deeper Li Ian delved into his calculations, the more he recognized the significance of intelligence. He required information from all quarters. Whether for commerce or the development of North Borneo, it is inextricably linked to diverse intelligence. An investigative firm. Let that serve as a starting point. Nodding once more, with limited options at his disposal, Li Ian decided to place his trust in this endeavor for the time being. Alternatively, perhaps he should visit a bar? Leaning back, he lit a cigarette, pondering whether to indulge in a night at the nightclub when the car came to a halt by the roadside. Ding An, seated in the passenger seat, disembarked to purchase an evening newspaper. As he unfolded the paper, a headline caught Li Ian's eye in the latest news section. The article, prominently displayed on the front page, compelled him to read it repeatedly. Subsequently, he gazed out the window for the passers-by outside. This news would likely elicit nothing more than a few complaints and grumbles, as the victory did not belong to them, and they would soon forget it, after all. Italy had declared unconditional surrender. Even should unexpected events arise, they would not alter the larger picture. As he stared out the window, an idea crystallized in his mind. His fingers lightly tapped the headline of the article, Mussolini rescued by German paratroopers. Though this incident transpired in distant Italy, the seemingly straightforward news sparked a thought in Li and Oppos, and regarding the German paratroopers orchestrating the operation, they could very well be the prime source of mercenaries. Meanwhile, another group of individuals crossed my mind. German spies, or rather, German intelligence operatives. It was now September of '43, and by next year, following the Normandy landings, Germany would be on the brink of collapse. By that time, the situation on the European front would largely be determined, leading to the inevitable retirement of certain personnel, creating opportunities for their employment. At times, a spontaneous idea can yield unforeseen consequences. However, one thing is certain. For those retired veterans, this represents a significant opportunity. Indeed, these retired soldiers are rather commendable choices. They are seasoned elite fighters. And employing such individuals as mercenaries not only ensures formidable combat prowess, but also comes at a remarkably low cost. After all, in post-war Europe, aside from food and supplies, everything else, including labor, is remarkably inexpensive. With a smile, Li Ian folded the newspaper in his hands, gazing out at the New York streets through the car window. His face adorned with a confident smile, an emblem of his faith in the future. In the post-war world, the opportunities are abundant. Seizing such chances could lead to becoming a local sovereign in Southeast Asia, and even advancing further is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the ensuing period, everything progressed steadily. By early October, KJ Chemical Industries delivered the first batch of Agent Orange to the military. Although the quantity was a mere 50 tons, it merely represented the initial experimental phase. During the military equipment trials, the American military showcased its extravagant resources, for instance, to acquire test data for a new incendiary bomb. They constructed a brick-and-mortar German city and a wooden Japanese city in the West. To ensure authenticity, not only did they hire Japanese architects for the Japanese city, but they also utilized similar materials wherever feasible. Lacking Japanese pine, the United States even procured a shipment of equivalent pine from the Soviet Union through the Lend-Lease Act. They scoured the nation for tatami mats, including those from Japanese immigrants and oppos homes, ultimately assembling a Japanese-style town in the West. Following extensive bombing tests with the new incendiary bomb, they confirmed its efficacy against both German and Japanese architecture before deploying it in actual combat. Now, the situation with Agent Orange mirrors this. Shortly after the initial batch was delivered, it was swiftly transported by the U.S. military to Panama, where vast expanses of tropical rainforest awaited testing to gather relevant data and demonstrate its effectiveness. Unlike the year-long incendiary bomb trials, KTJ Chemical Industries received an order from the Pentagon for as much as 5,000 tons of Agent Orange merely half a month after the first batch was delivered. Clearly, the military had been captivated by the remarkable results of Agent Orange. After all, it could indeed transform tropical rainforests into barren wastelands. For the Allied forces operating in the Pacific tropics, this substance proved to be even more effective than aircraft and artillery. Chapter 64. Do you need cannons? Large caliber ones. Upon the signing of this substantial contract, which entailed the procurement of 5,000 tons of Agent Orange by the military from KEJ Chemical Industries, valued at a total of $10 million, and rewarded with an experience gain of 100,000 points. Li Ian, though far away in London, was promptly recognized by the system. Despite the considerable reward, he remained unfazed, for he was still several million points away from his next level of advancement. The pursuit of progress demanded unwavering effort. At the moment the reward was issued, he was engaged in discussions with a defense supply company regarding new business ventures. This machine gun is our company and Oppo's latest product, the RM2 model. Compared to the Czech ZB26, ZB30, and the British Bren gun, it not only boasts reliable performance, but also features a simpler structure that facilitates production. Moreover, its lightweight design, weighing merely 6 kilograms, greatly enhances portability for soldiers during attacks. Standing before General Jiang and other officials of the Defense Supply Company, Li Ian highlighted the machine gun's advantages, noting that it was acquired through a licensing agreement with the Mendoza Company in Mexico for a mere 15,000, which included the complete blueprints and technical documentation. Although the price was remarkably low, the performance was undoubtedly exceptional. Regrettably, it remained largely unnoticed in the international arena, as it was a standard weapon of Mexico's armed forces, with only a limited number procured due to the influx of surplus light machine guns post-war. It bears a striking resemblance to the Czech model, remarked General Jiang, lifting the machine gun with a smile. As you mentioned, it is indeed very light. However, wouldn't such a lightweight weapon be prone to drifting during firing, making it difficult to control? The timely delivery of the Chichi submachine gun had earned him accolades domestically, which explained his presence here, given the urgent need for various weapons, including machine guns. Not at all, General Jiang. Observe its muzzle, equipped with a muzzle brake that mitigates recoil, thus enhancing control. Its barrel can be swiftly replaced, akin to the Czech model, and it features a bipod with a fixed connection to the gas tube. He continued to elaborate on the machine gun and Oppo's design, stating, "The firing pin is pointed at both ends, allowing for reversal in the event of breakage. The stock and trigger mechanism are seamlessly integrated, and it comes with a specialized tripod for ground operations or aerial defense, providing troops with a degree of field anti-aircraft capability." While introducing the myriad advantages of this machine gun to the domestic clients, Li and Amp, Oppo's, and also made a special note, should the order exceed 20,000 units. Each machine gun will come with a spare barrel, 8 30-round magazines, 1 multi-purpose tripod per 6 guns, and 6 100-round drums. The unit price is 120. In an instant, General Jiang was taken aback by Li Yan's quotation. This offer appeared to be a third cheaper than the Bren machine gun. Yet it included an additional spare barrel, a tripod, and a 100-round magazine. The actual price might even be less than $100. General, with the tripod and magazine attached, isn't it essentially a heavy machine gun? Wang Fuji interjected at an opportune moment. Li Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is precisely why I recommended it to you. Even with the tripod, its weight is merely 16 kilograms, allowing for effortless mobility on the battlefield, thereby mitigating the vulnerability of heavy machine gun positions. The choice of the Mendoza machine gun stemmed not only from its exceptional performance and simple structure, but also from its classification as a semi-universal machine gun, equipped with a tripod and a 100-round magazine. While the rationale is clear, the key factor remains its performance, General Jiang remarked, observing the machine gun mounted on the tripod. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. We should begin with a shooting demonstration. Over the subsequent 3 days, the two seemingly unremarkable light machine guns fired a staggering 120,000 rounds without any component failures. As Li Yan had promised, its design was straightforward, reliable, and durable. Faced with such an outstanding weapon, even though no military had equipped itself with this armament yet, General Jiang and his entourage were thoroughly impressed. Their admiration was not solely for the weapon's capabilities but was significantly bolstered by the vendor's commitment to deliver between 40,000 to units within a year. Are you certain you can deliver 40,000 units? General Jiang inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the factory. The scale of this facility indeed surpassed that of any domestic arms factory, yet the prospect of delivering 40,000 light machine guns in a year seemed somewhat implausible, especially since domestic production barely reached 10,000 units annually. General, you have witnessed its remarkably simple structure, requiring merely 75 man-hours, more than half the time needed for a Bren machine gun. The figure of 40,000 units is conservative. 50,000 is certainly achievable, if necessary. We can outsource some components to other manufacturers. In the United States, there are countless small arms companies that consistently supply parts to larger defense contractors. A hallmark of mature industrial nations where major arms firms often function merely as assembly plants. Moreover, should your procurement exceed 20,000 units, we will gratuitously transfer all blueprints and technical documentation to you. If required, we can also send technical personnel to assist in the production of the RM2 machine gun. This was the true ace up their sleeve. Although the domestic imitation of the Czech model had been standardized, its prototype was ultimately the ZB-26. In comparison, the RM2 machine gun boasted superior performance at a more economical price. Affordable yet exceptional, this was the most suitable machine gun for domestic needs and even held the potential to replace the Type 24 heavy machine gun. Although this was merely potential, who could resist an option that cost only a tenth of the price? As anticipated by Li Ian, the defense supply company had no grounds to refuse. For Carl Metal Company was the sole supplier capable of immediate delivery. For a defense supply company with only U.S. dollars at hand and no established manufacturers, Carl Metal Company was indeed its only option. After signing a contract for 50,000 RM2 light and heavy dual-purpose machine guns, General Jiang tentatively inquired, "Are you capable of producing artillery?" You see, the domestic demand extends beyond just machine guns. If we had artillery, well, our contract only utilized 60 of the U.S. approved procurement quota for light machine guns, leaving the remaining 40 for the company to allocate as it sees fit. I could certainly pass this contract to you. Observing the eager anticipation on General Jiang's face, Li Ian directly responded, "What about mortars? I mean, large-caliber ones." Chapter 65. Drowning the Little Days in Agent Orange. The large-caliber mortars had already been on Li Yan's mind long before General Jiang and his associates made their requests. Given the technological prowess of the Carl Metal Company, the production of mortars seemed the most pragmatic option. However, the Allied forces, specifically the Anglo-American coalition, exhibited no demand for large-caliber mortars. The American 107mm chemical mortar, despite its exceptional performance, was excessively heavy and produced in limited quantities, rendering it insufficient to meet domestic needs. What type of mortar was required on the domestic battlefield? A 120mm mortar. To alleviate the challenges of development, Carl Metal Company, leveraging its status as a military contractor, acquired the GRW-42 mortar seized by American forces in Italy. This mortar, a German variant of the Soviet PM-38, weighed only 285 kilograms, with a barrel length of 1865 millimeters. Capable of firing a 15.8 kilograms WGR-42 projectile to a maximum range of 60-50 m. The 120mm GRW-42 mortar proved to be a remarkably successful replica. Immensely popular among German frontline troops and was notably economical, costing merely 1,200 imperial marks per unit. Upon the request for artillery procurement from General Jiang and his team, Li Yan fervently advocated for this mortar. The mere cost of $500 per mortar instantly captivated General Jiang and his entourage. It is undeniable that affordability reigned supreme. In just 2 days, following test firings of the GRW-42 mortar and learning of its impressive range of 6,000 meters, General Jiang promptly placed an order for 1,000 mortars and 300,000 rounds of ammunition, utilizing funds that were merely the surplus from the approved procurement of light machine guns from the Americans. Often, affordability is the key. A remedy that alleviates suffering is surely a good remedy, and weaponry that can combat the enemy is undeniably effective. Some items may not directly cause harm, yet their impact can far surpass that of conventional weapons. My word, I dare say, this is undoubtedly a miracle wrought by the divine. At KEJ Chemical Industries, holding a letter, Li Yan stood before the assembly, reciting its contents. Once, the entirety of the island was shrouded in verdant jungles. where those cursed Japanese soldiers lay hidden merely yards away in the rainforests, poised to strike from the treetops, ready to ambush us. Each of us believed that. Compared to the Japanese, the rainforest itself was the most detestable foe. However, now, the brilliant minds at KEJ have delivered Agent Orange, God bless. As the aircraft dispensing its soared overhead, we could witness the leaves falling with the naked eye, akin to an autumnal forest, where all foliage vanished, even the branches withered. Accompanied by a torrential downpour, the once-dense tropical rainforest transformed into a landscape of dead stumps, leaving the Japanese soldiers exposed before us without cover. God bless. The geniuses at KTJ, you have conjured a miracle of the divine, a magic that has saved countless Marine Corps members. Upon finishing the letter, Li Yan addressed those around him with a tone brimming with pride. Gentlemen, this is merely a letter. Over the past few days, we have received hundreds of letters from Marines stationed in the Pacific, expressing their gratitude for the products we have created. Now, the staff turned their gaze towards Galston and said, Gentlemen, let us applaud Mr. Galston. His invention has saved countless Marines. Instantly, applause erupted. And amidst the cheers of the crowd, Galston reveled in the moment. Observing the proud and elated Galston, Li Yan also wore a smile. Indeed, Agent Orange had not disappointed his expectations. To eliminate millions of adversaries, ultimately, one must rely on Agent Orange. At times, hunger can be far more effective than bullets. What would a nation engulfed in famine look like? Li Yan had never contemplated this, just as he had never considered the consequences or aftereffects of millions, even billions of liters of Agent Orange being sprayed over Japan. To him, it seemed akin to a double blessing. Now, the only question remained, how to produce as much Agent Orange as possible. No, rather, how to ensure that the American military deploys as much Agent Orange to the battlefield as they can. In another world, Agent Orange was a belated weapon, to the extent that the American military had no opportunity to utilize it in combat. However, with Li Yan's intervention, the large-scale production of Agent Orange was advanced by nearly 2 years, due to the urgent demand in the Pacific. The first batch of Agent Orange was immediately deployed to Guadalcanal to eliminate the remaining Japanese forces, and the trial results were very promising. These letters of thanks serve as evidence. Now, the sole question is how far the military is willing to use it. There is certainly no issue on the military side. In the office, Paul Swell observed the boss speaking with utmost confidence. The letters of gratitude we have received are not merely expressions of thanks. They are, in fact, the prelude to military orders. The military will undoubtedly increase their orders, given the remarkable efficacy of the product. How could they not procure it in large quantities? Looking at Paul, Li Yan shook his head and replied, Indeed, the military will certainly place additional orders, possibly 5,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons, perhaps even more. Boss, if it exceeds 10,000 tons, the military may very well outsource the order to other companies, and we might even need to transfer our technology to them. Paul stated bluntly, This is not advantageous for us, especially considering that our scale pales in comparison to those large corporations, including DuPont. That is inconsequential, Li Yan said. Pulling a cigarette from the pack, lighting it, and exhaling a plume of smoke with a cold smile. What is the ultimate purpose of establishing this company? It is to save our soldiers to the greatest extent possible and to eliminate as many Japanese adversaries as we can. As long as this goal can be achieved, I would be willing to disclose its patent to all enterprises. After all, in the midst of conflict, our sole interest lies in securing victory. Smoking a cigarette, Li Yan positioned himself in a remarkably elevated stature. In truth, what he desired was merely to eliminate more adversaries. Everything else was of little consequence. Opportunities to amass wealth abound. Naturally, if one could simultaneously vanquish the enemy while earning a fortune, it would be nothing short of perfection. Therefore, what I require is to persuade the military to procure 100,000 tons, or even 200,000 tons. The boss's words widened Paul's eyes in astonishment. Boss, are you intending to submerge all of Japan in Agent Orange? Chapter 66. The first step to bombing Tokyo. 100,000 tons. 200,000 tons. Could such an immense quantity submerge Japan beneath a deluge of Agent Orange? Li Yan was uncertain, yet he was resolute in understanding his duty. As a Chinese individual, how could he refrain from contributing his modest efforts to this tumultuous war? It seemed rather daunting. Standing before a grand world map in his study, Li Yan furrowed his brow, intermittently measuring the distances between the islands and Japan with a ruler. Ultimately, it was imperative to seize the Mariana Islands. Once again, He let out a helpless sigh, casting his gaze upon the photograph of a bomber pinned to the map. It was an image of the B-29 superfortress. A few months prior, the B-29 had just come off the production line and had swiftly entered mass production. The B-29 bomber was the sole aircraft capable of striking the Japanese mainland. However, even with the B-29, the task of bombing Japan remained fraught with challenges. Every drop of fuel refueled in Chengdu, every ton of ordnance loaded, was transported by the Sino-American Joint Air Force across the treacherous hump route from India. According to later calculations, delivering a ton of bombs upon the Japanese required the transportation of 18 tons of various supplies, a significant portion of which detracted from aid to China. 80% of the hump route's capacity was dedicated to transporting materials for bombing Japan, while supplies for aiding China were minimized to the barest minimum. Why, one might wonder, would Americans incur such exorbitant costs to bomb Japan? The ostensible reason was retribution. Yet the underlying motive was to bolster Roosevelt's electoral campaign. Roosevelt needed to demonstrate to the American public that he was fervently waging war against Japan by bombing its homeland. But who bore the brunt of this cost? Japan faced no repercussions. Rather, it was China that suffered. As the construction of the Chengdu airport siphoned off military funds that were already dwindling, straining manpower, resources, and finances. Prioritizing the transportation of bombing supplies resulted in a severe shortfall in military aid to China. In essence, for the Americans, the Marianas Project was akin to a mere spectacle, one whose costs were shouldered by China. This time, they shall not have their way. Muttering to himself, Li Yan turned his gaze towards the vast Pacific. Compared to Chengdu, launching an assault on Japan from the Pacific was undoubtedly the optimal choice, yet that would not be feasible until 1945. Fixating on the Mariana Islands on the map. It was only after the American forces occupied these islands in 1945 that the B-29s would possess a more suitable forward base for bombing Japan. Until then, Chengdu appeared to be the only option. Yet this choice was inherently flawed. Standing before the map, Li Yan drew a circle with Tokyo as its center, marking a radius around it. Alas, aside from China, there were no suitable landing sites within a 2,500-kilometer radius. Damn it. Furrowing his brow, he helplessly dropped the pencil from his hand and continued to stare at the map. Outside the window, the chilling wind swept through, mingling with delicate snowflakes that transformed the earth into a canvas of white. A car came to a halt by the roadside, and from it emerged Hedy Lamarr, who cast a glance at the study, its light still aglow. What could he be doing? Since her arrival in New York, Hedy had resided here. Yet their interactions had been sparse, for she spent the majority of her time in the radio laboratory. Nevertheless, her curiosity about this man deepened, for he was unlike any other. Were it any other man cohabiting with her, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to win her favor, striving to enter her private quarters and share her bed. Yet for him, she seemed to be non-existent, although they shared the same roof. It had nearly been half a month since they last laid eyes upon one another. Passing by the study, Hedy peered through the slightly ajar door, observing the man as he appeared lost in thought over a map. After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, she boldly rapped on the door, inquiring, "Still awake at such a late hour?" The voice at the door startled Li Yan, who turned to see Hedy, reminding him that he had a lodger residing in his home. "Yes. What is it you wish to see?" Upon entering the study, Hedy gazed at the circles drawn on the map and the lines indicating targets, quickly grasping what the man was contemplating. "Tokyo. Are you pondering how to bomb Tokyo?" "It's merely idle speculation," he replied. "Bombing Tokyo is no simple feat. It and Oppos, as far too distant, across the vast expanse of the Pacific." Li Yan and Oppos, and sighed in resignation, then gestured toward the liquor cabinet. "Would you care for a drink?" "A glass would be delightful," Hedy nodded. As Li Yan approached the cabinet, she moved closer to the map and softly remarked, "It seems you've transformed this place into a general's military headquarters." "It's merely business," he replied, returning with a glass. "The products of KEJ Chemicals require bombers capable of reaching Japan. Only then will the military increase their procurement. In this regard, our interests align with theirs." Accepting the glass, Hedy smiled and asked, "It appears there are no suitable forward airfields? The distance is too great, 500 kilometers. At present, the operational radius of new bombers does not allow for any suitable bases for takeoff and landing." After sipping her drink, Hedy mused, "If there are no appropriate airfields, is there a way to extend the aircraft's range?" Li Yan chuckled at her counter-question. "It's not that simple. One might reduce weight, increase fuel, and extend the range by a couple of 100 kilometers, but beyond that, it becomes challenging." To bomb Japan, we would need to increase the operational radius by over 1,000 kilometers, and that is merely a possibility. From where would we launch to extend that 1,000 kilometers? As this thought flickered in the Ian's mind, Hetty, as if struck by inspiration, remarked, "What if we employed aerial refueling? I once witnessed such a demonstration before the war." Heidi and Appos' suggestion made Li and Appos and exclaim with excitement. Yes, it and Appos' aerial refueling, indeed. But what do you mean by the performance? Chapter 67. Identity exposed. Upon arriving at Stana's place, I was immediately besieged by the little sprite. There was no choice but to temporarily set aside pressing matters. How could I possibly find the time to inquire about anything else? As for Ian, he too had been deprived of worldly pleasures for 2 months. The tumult was nothing short of earth-shattering. When all was said and done, Ian wore a look of considerable satisfaction. As a grand sorcerer, it was inconceivable for him to be anything but pleased. However, his triumph was fleeting. The demon-slaying staff bore no vengeful spirits. An intense battle raged from the afternoon until dusk, from dusk into the depths of night, and from night until the early hours of dawn. Ultimately, who emerged victorious? It was difficult to ascertain, but by the following morning, both Stana and Geely radiated a vibrant glow, their visages remarkably beautiful from being thoroughly rejuvenated. Yet, at this moment, Ian's thoughts were far removed from such matters, as he made his way directly to the company. Naturally, both women accompanied him. For one was a manager and the other a secretary. With the legitimate owner present, their roles as secretaries were paramount. This epitomized the essence of a secretary, to toil in times of urgency and to remain diligent in moments of leisure. Upon the arrival of the trio at the company, Attorney Ian Sop awaited them in the office. "Hello, Lee, it has been quite some time," he greeted. "Hello, Ian," Ian replied as he entered the office, Ian trailing behind him. "What news do you bring?" "As per our strategy, our claims have garnered the court's support. In an effort to evade debt recovery, the minor shareholders have hastily sold their holdings. Yet, those shares are hardly sellable. Consequently, we have acquired approximately 47 of the shares at an exceedingly low price." Perusing the report from the esteemed barrister Ian Sop, Ian inquired, "So, we now possess 95 of the shares in North Borneo?" "Indeed. The remaining 5 belongs to an elderly widow. If she is still alive, she must be around 85 years old, currently residing in a dreary old mansion in Kensington, accompanied by a devoted maid who has served her for many years." After a moment of contemplation, Ian mused, "But why does she cling to those shares so tenaciously?" "Simply because she refuses to sell. Elderly individuals often harbor whimsical notions. Perhaps it is merely because those shares represent her late husband's legacy. It is a matter of nostalgia." Ian considered this and said, "Ian, investigate the widow's background. Uncover her desires, her loves, her hates, her culinary preferences, and most importantly, ascertain her vulnerabilities. There must be something that appeals to her. Dig deeper and secure her shares." For Ian, who aspired to become the sovereign of North Borneo, 100 ownership was imperative. If he desired it, he would claim it all. Only by acquiring the entirety of the shares could he truly be the sovereign of that land, with the freedom to act at will. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched investigators. I trust we will have results soon," Ian added. "Lee, there is one more matter I must remind you of. According to the UK Companies Act, anyone wishing to acquire 10% or more of a company's publicly traded shares must, within 2 weeks, provide proof of identity to the company's board of directors. The purpose of this legislation is to ensure public awareness regarding the buyer's identity, the quantity of shares purchased, and the company from which they were acquired. Soon, everyone will know who you are, and this necessitates some preparation." "What preparation?" Ian retorted. Initially, he concealed his identity to avoid alerting others and having his plans thwarted. Now, however, it hardly matters. He is merely a young millionaire from China. Shrugging nonchalantly, Ian appeared indifferent. In New York, he had gained a modicum of fame, not solely due to his acquisition of a factory through a zero-cost purchase, but primarily because Heidi Lamar had taken residence in his home. Although the two had never cohabited, to the outside world, they appeared to be a couple. In truth, they hadn't even held hands. Ian felt quite helpless regarding this unjust predicament. The exposure of his identity was not a significant concern. The affairs of the North Borneo Company could proceed as planned. "I have come here for a specific task. It is not merely the exposure of identity that warrants attention," Ian stated. "The North Borneo Company is no ordinary entity. It possesses colonies and many of its operations are overseen by the Colonial Office. With the recent changes in its board or shareholders, it is certain that the Colonial Office will intervene, and you must be prepared for that. This implies official involvement, which indeed requires some readiness. After all, the British may not be keen on seeing their territory taken by foreigners, especially during these tumultuous times when it is acquired at an exceedingly low price. Should the Colonial Office become involved, what actions they might take remain unpredictable. However, it seems there is little one can do at present. The British find themselves in a similar predicament, given that North Borneo is currently under Japanese occupation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ian remarked, "We must take things one step at a time. For now, let us attend to another matter. What do you need? Have you heard of the Aviation Refueling Company?" "I do not seem to recall it," Ian replied, "though I can have someone investigate it." Yes, this company was founded by pilot Alan John Cohen, specializing in the production and manufacturing of aerial refueling equipment. I need to acquire their aerial refueling technology. A direct acquisition of the company would also suffice. Aerial refueling technology? Yes, this technology can be utilized in warfare, allowing bombers to refuel in midair, thus extending their range. While it may not be necessary for bombing Germany, it will undoubtedly prove useful against Japan. Although we are a bit late, if we act swiftly, we can certainly catch up to this war. As he mentioned the urgency of catching up, Li Ian emphasized his words with a wave of his hand. With this technology, the range of bombers could potentially double, rendering distance no longer a shield for Japan, allowing bombs to be effortlessly dropped upon the heads of the Japanese. Li Ian continued, "Thus, I require this technology. Is there a way to acquire this company?" "Li, my friend," Ian replied with a smile, "in this world, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with money. You simply need to await my good news." Chapter 68. Inexpensive new technologies. While money may not be omnipotent, it can resolve the vast majority of issues in this world. Good news arrived swiftly. Merely 2 days later, Alan John Cohen sold his aerial refueling company, FRL, and its decade-long research on aerial refueling technology to Jinhua Corporation for the sum of $25,000. Following the signing of the contract, Cohen entered Li Yan's office, where Geely walked in with a tray of porcelain cups, accompanied by a coffee pot, a milk jug, a sugar bowl, and an assortment of biscuits. After pouring the coffee and departing, Li Yan gestured towards the cup. "Alan, as we agreed, the company will remit the payment to you at an appropriate time post-war. In the interim, you will serve as the manager of FRL, receiving a monthly salary of $150. The reason for delaying the payment until after the war and at an appropriate time was to evade taxes. No British citizen was willing to pay a staggering 99.6 income tax. This was not merely taxation. It was akin to robbery, much like a thief who, after robbing you, benevolently leaves you a fare for your journey home. Naturally, such a grotesque tax rate applied only during wartime, which is why Cohen insisted on post-war payment when selling the company. "Thank you, sir." Cohen sipped his coffee, adding several spoonfuls of sugar before taking another sip, nodding in satisfaction. "This is the flavor." God can testify, he had not savored such sweet coffee in ages. He then indulged in a biscuit. The sight of Cohen caused Li Yan to reflect on the profound impact of the war on people's lives. A packet of sugar could enter a woman's boudoir, while a pair of stockings could transform a noble lady into a streetwalker. Even a renowned pilot of considerable standing, when enjoying coffee, disregarded his former dignity. The scarcity of resources had brought about immense changes in people's lives. "Alan, I hope you can travel to America to further research aerial refueling technology. Compared to the UK, America currently offers a more suitable environment for aerial trials. After all, in Britain, one might unexpectedly encounter a German aircraft in the skies." "To America," Cohen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he chewed on a biscuit. "But traveling to America now must be quite challenging." "That issue I shall resolve," Li Yan replied with a smile. Unlike in the past, he could now fly directly on military aircraft between New York and London as a contractor for the Pentagon. If necessary, he could also take some individuals to America through special visas. "Can my family accompany me?" Cohen, weary of the extreme scarcity in Britain, found the prospect of bringing his family to America exceedingly appealing. "At present, it is not feasible. Let us wait until after the war," Li Yan remarked, gazing at him. When he acquired the Cohen company, he was unaware that his seemingly casual decision would directly lead to the departure of Cohen, the undisputed sovereign in the realm of aerial refueling hoses, from Britain, transforming it into a company based in North Borneo. Naturally, he could not have anticipated the profound alterations that the premature development of aerial refueling technology would usher into the world. yet it is certain that it would inevitably transform numerous aspects of life. In fact, during wartime, one can acquire a multitude of technologies at remarkably low costs, often at prices shockingly cheap. After all, during such tumultuous times, many companies, particularly those whose products cannot be directly utilized in warfare, find their offerings and technologies undervalued. However, within these technologies often lies a treasure trove. Sir, this new type of loom operates by utilizing high-speed airflow generated from released compressed air to draw the weft yarn through the weaving aperture, resulting in enhanced operational efficiency. In the London office of Jinhua Company, Swati explained his invention to the Chinese individual before him. Although he was a textile machinery engineer, his life in exile in Britain had been one of extreme destitution, battling hunger daily. In a bid to make ends meet, he had even publicly disclosed his invention, the jet loom, in a magazine. However, due to the war, no one showed interest in the loom. The critical reason being that his invention was still incomplete, having only reached the conceptual stage. Thus, upon receiving a letter from Jinhua Company, he hastily traveled to London, eager to promote his invention. Certainly, Mr. Swati. I believe your invention has the potential to revolutionize the textile industry, which is precisely why I am inclined to purchase it. However, what I require is not merely the invention itself, but you as well, for as it stands, it remains unfinished, does it not? Li Ian smiled at the man before him. This technology may seem unremarkable, yet it is revolutionary for the textile industry. Since the 1960s and 70s, it has supplanted shuttle looms, becoming the mainstream weaving apparatus, marking the future trajectory for both the textile and textile machinery industries. Given that it represents the future direction of development, it is only prudent to invest in it. Not only should the technology be acquired, but Swati himself must be secured, as the advanced jet loom technology from the Czech Republic is fundamentally linked to him. £50, Li Ian stated to Swati. From now on, the company will provide you with a monthly salary of £50, allowing you to focus on your technological research. Additionally, I will pay £1,000 to acquire the patent for the jet loom you possess. Sometimes, many things are astonishingly inexpensive. Li Ian was uncertain whether others had seized the opportunity, but at that moment, he had exchanged merely £1,000, equivalent to a few £100s for coffee, for a technology worth hundreds of millions. Despite its low cost, the counterpart was still filled with gratitude. Chapter 69, the first step to becoming an infrastructure enthusiast in the theater of war. Myriad opportunities arise, some of which are quite unexpected. While Li Ian perused technical journals in the UK, seeking out technologies with promising future potential, he realized that often, when new technologies are first invented, their latent power remains largely unrecognized, and few perceive them as harbingers of the future. What is required is a targeted approach to unearth these innovations. To facilitate this technological excavation, Li Ian established a company in London, recruiting specialized talents to systematically select certain technologies for targeted acquisition, particularly those nascent innovations that are overlooked by the masses. Occasionally, some technologies emerge at an inopportune moment. Much like the 250,000 kilowatt steam turbine generator developed by General Electric in the UK. This technology is undeniably world-leading. Even the United States, which introduced a 200,000 kilowatt turbine generator 30 years prior, has yet to produce a comparable innovation. However, this technology's debut coincided with the tumult of the British air raids in the 40s. And thus, when CEC completed the first 250,000 kilowatt steam turbine generator, it marked the end of its story. The threat of war compelled the British authorities to adopt decentralized power generation, favoring smaller, dispersed units to mitigate the risk of bombardment. While larger power plant generators produce more electricity and ostensibly save costs, the reality is that if they are destroyed by bombs, the loss is catastrophic. Consequently, that massive turbine generator remains abandoned in CEC's warehouse. Should one be inclined, acquiring this unit at a relatively modest price is certainly feasible. Listening to Jason, the electrical engineer, Li and Apos, S interest extended beyond merely the high-capacity generator. He also contemplated the accompanying technology, a 250,000 kilowatt capacity. This is undeniably cutting-edge technology. The United States would not reach the production of a 300,000 kilowatt generator until the mid-1950s, and China would not see the creation of a 200,000 kilowatt unit until the 1970s. If this technology could be introduced, It would ensure that the company possesses the most advanced generator technology in the world. And what is electricity? Electricity is the future. The development of North Borneo is inextricably linked to electricity, as is the reconstruction of Europe and the substantial growth of nations worldwide. The urgency to procure power generation equipment arises from the post-war demand, as reconstruction efforts globally necessitate vast quantities of generators. The pace of reconstruction in many countries hinges not on the availability of manpower or materials, but rather on the sufficiency of electricity supply. The reason East Germany's reconstruction lagged behind that of West Germany is primarily due to the Russians dismantling a significant portion of the power generation facilities. Thus, Li Yan diligently sought power generation facilities, proactively positioning electrical infrastructure to ensure a robust supply for future reconstruction. After all, the development of technological infrastructure is paramount. Why has China been able to rise so swiftly? It is simply due to its fervent commitment to infrastructure development. At the heart of this infrastructure lie transportation and electricity. To rise to prominence, one must commence with the fervent pursuit of foundational infrastructure. At the heart of this endeavor lies the power plant. However, upon Jason's remarks, Li Yan has begun to contemplate the technical aspects as well. Does CEC have intentions to transfer their technology? What? Jason was momentarily taken aback. I am referring to the technology of the 250,000 kW engine unit. Are they willing to relinquish it? Li Yan's inquiry left Jason astonished. Sir, do you comprehend the amount of electricity a 250,000 kW unit can generate in a year? Theoretically, it approaches 1 billion kW. And considering the total electricity consumption of the UK, only a handful of such units would be necessary. The market for these colossal units is decidedly limited. As an electrical engineer, Jason could not refrain from offering a word of caution. Across the entirety of the United States, there exist merely two 200,000 kW generator units. The market is indeed very constrained. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by the war will deter the construction of large power stations globally. Decentralization is the safer path. Although Jason refrained from explicitly stating it, the implication was clear: those units would struggle to sell. Yet, in Li Yan's perspective, this was unequivocally advantageous. The more scarce the market deemed the technology, the easier it would be to acquire at a low price. The less favorable the outlook on such technology, the less valuable it becomes. Conversely, if everyone held a positive view, such technology would not only be difficult to procure, but also exorbitantly priced. In truth, during the initial years post-war, due to factors such as cost and safety, units exceeding 200,000 kW were not particularly well received. However, the reconstruction efforts across Europe spurred a demand for electricity, thus propelling the development of large generator units into the mainstream. This was precisely the rationale behind Li Yan's decision to procure it, not solely for the nearly 700 million kilowatt-hours it could produce annually, but because such large generator units represent the future of generator technology. With this acquisition, North Borneo could genuinely embark on its electrical era, seizing opportunities in the wake of the post-war boom, as the advancement of industrial technology is inextricably linked to electricity. Let us engage in negotiations with CEC to secure both the 250,000 kW unit and the associated technology rights. What is your valuation? Very well, boss. Jason shrugged helplessly and replied, the pre-war quotation for that unit was 970,000. Considering it has been idle for many years and the ramifications of the war, I believe we could secure it for 600,000. Does that include the technology rights? Even as an electrical engineer, Jason was well acquainted with the operational dynamics of the capital market. Even for a large enterprise like CEC, reported losses would invariably impact their stock prices. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to clarify. However, boss, you must understand that the market demand for it is virtually non-existent. This could very well be a losing venture. A loss. I have never engaged in a losing enterprise. Acquiring equipment valued at £1 million for 600,000, alongside the transfer of technology, constitutes a losing business? The essence of the matter lies in the fact that individuals of this era remain oblivious to the true direction of the future. War inevitably alters perceptions of what lies ahead. However, the market remains steadfast, making appropriate choices as it evolves. It is indeed a lamentable situation. As Jason and the company's patent attorney commenced their negotiations with CC, Li Yan meticulously perused a technical analysis report on automotive engine technology from the United Kingdom. This report delineated various technological advantages, while also outlining its disadvantages, ultimately concluding that it falls short in comparison to the technologies of the United States and Germany. Chapter 70. The Gold Mine, Second Update. Where can one find truly affordable technology? Undoubtedly, it lies within the grasp of defeated nations. The endeavor to salvage British technology resembles a fortunate stroke of luck, relying solely on serendipity in the pursuit of overlooked advancements. However, the scenario is markedly different for the vanquished. They resemble a treasure trove akin to the fabled 40 Thieves, where, with the right funding and channels, one may not only acquire cutting-edge technologies, but also attract exceptional talents. Take Germany, for instance. Even now, freshly defeated Italy stands as a veritable treasure chest. Drawing the attention of Li Yan through a newspaper article, the publication reported that, in a bid to alleviate the government's financial distress, the Italian administration would be selling off various official assets, including merchant vessels. Upon reading this news, Li Yan recalled a historical account he had encountered. In July 1943, Italy experienced a coup, resulting in the arrest and confinement of Mussolini. The chief of the general staff, Badoglio, organized a new government. 2 months later, Badoglio's administration declared unconditional surrender, leading to the German occupation of Rome. Badoglio, along with royal family members and cabinet officials, escaped the city under the cover of night, fleeing towards the Adriatic coast, eventually boarding Allied speedboats to safety in the south. Despite Badoglio's government formally renouncing the Axis powers and declaring war on Germany, the Allied command had little trust in him. Consequently, the treatment of Badoglio's administration was not markedly better than that of Mussolini's. Under such circumstances, the Badoglio government could only sustain itself through financial aid from the Allies, which, however, was not forthcoming. Beyond an initial few $1 million upon their arrival in the south, no further assistance was provided, ultimately leading to the collapse of Badoglio's government due to its dire financial situation. Throughout this ordeal, the United States and Britain remained silent, withholding funds. Thus, to maintain governmental operations, Badoglio resorted to selling state assets, including merchant ships, yet no buyers emerged due to Allied intervention. Merchant vessels. These are indeed merchant vessels. As Li Yan perused the newspaper, his interest in these ships was piqued. He had a pressing need for merchant vessels. Whether for future immigration to North Borneo or for transporting machinery and supplies necessary for post-war reconstruction, the immediate availability of these Italian merchant ships was unique. No other nation would be inclined to sell such vessels in the aftermath of the war, as any significant material sales would not occur until 1946. By then, opportunities would have evaporated. Italy. His fingers gently tapped the newspaper as Li Yan mused. It appears that Italy is an opportunity not to be missed. However, how to reach Italy presents a significant quandary. Why were there no buyers? Besides the interference of the Allies, a crucial factor was the wartime conditions that rendered transportation impractical. Nevertheless, with sufficient funds, there exists no insurmountable obstacle. There is no need for money, only a takeoff permit. The Coam Air Refueling Company possesses 2 aircraft, as long as they secure a takeoff permit. They can ascend into the skies, which is not an arduous task, especially considering that the military owes Coam a favor due to the requisition of 6 aircraft. Consequently, after Coam intervened, it took merely half a day to obtain a temporary flight permit to Spain. Although the aircraft were antiquated models from before the war, they were certainly capable of reaching Spain, from where one could then fly to Italy. The scheduled flights between Italy and Spain had not ceased due to the war, as Spain was, after all, a quasi-Axis power. By the end of 1943, Li Yan finally boarded a plane bound for Brindisi, Italy. However, at this juncture, he was not a representative of the Genoa Company, but merely an ordinary passenger. The engines of the antiquated Ju-52 coughed and sputtered, yet the flight remained remarkably smooth. Li Yan occasionally perused the documents in his possession, which contained official information obtained after the aircraft's landing in Sicily. A total of 64 merchant vessels, amounting to 287,000 tons, were under the ownership of the Italian government. These ships had not been confiscated by the Allies, at least in name, as Italy was currently considered an ally. After all, the Allies could not seize the assets of a fellow ally, despite the unscrupulous dealings that had transpired among them. At this moment, Alfonso rejoined him, stating, "Sir, we should arrive in Brindisi in approximately 3 hours." Li Yan nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Alfonso was the manager of the Spanish company he had acquired. Upon arriving in Spain, the first order of business was to take over a Spanish company. thus allowing him to proceed to Italy under the guise of this Spanish entity to purchase the Allies' merchant vessels. The convoluted process was ultimately aimed at preventing discontent from the Allies. After all, Li Yian still needed to conduct business with them. Hence, a company from a neutral nation was required as an FAAD. Once we are there, you can bid directly, he added. With that, Li Yian closed his eyes, silently contemplating the price at which he would acquire those merchant vessels. Even amidst the turmoil of war, capital wielded its sickle, ever poised to reap wealth at the slightest opportunity. Were it not for the war obstructing trade routes, Italy would undoubtedly be inundated with a plethora of capitalist merchants. Much like in Britain, where countless American consortium agents brandished cash, acquiring everything of interest. What was the ultimate outcome? The British triumphed in the war yet lost everything. Even now, aboard this flight to Brindisi, it was entirely possible that among the other passengers lurked vulturous Americans. The means by which they arrived in Spain remained uncertain, yet any astute observer would seek to tear away flesh from Italy's carcass. Upon reopening his eyes and surveying the well-dressed individuals in the cabin, fluently conversing in English, Li Yian felt a slight smirk tug at his lips, pondering silently to himself. It appears that matters are not as straightforward as one might have imagined. Chapter 71. The Predators. How could matters ever be so simple? Regardless of the vicissitudes of life, capital has never been absent. World War II may have represented a battle of justice against evil, civilization against barbarism, and freedom against servitude, with justice emerging victorious. Yet, in the midst of the jubilant celebration of triumph, few pondered that beneath the shadow of the deity of justice, capital disguised itself as an angel, wielding its talons in the darkness, reaping the world and Oppos' wealth. In 1944, on the eve of the Normandy invasion, over 1,000 representatives from major American corporations infiltrated Britain through various channels. They resembled a pack of hyenas, poised to plunder wealth from the carcass of a shattered post-war Europe. World War II was a feast of riches, or rather, a grand banquet for American corporations. No one has ever quantified the vast fortunes amassed by these corporations during the conflict, yet they extended their greedy grasp across all of Europe, not merely in 1945, but during the very course of the war itself. Once, Li Yian scoffed at such claims, yet upon arriving in Britain, he witnessed firsthand how impeccably dressed individuals wielded the scepter of capital to harvest wealth, as the British, over centuries, plundered riches from around the globe, only to see it all reaped by American capital amid the chaos of war. While Allied soldiers sacrificed their lives for the cause of justice, Wall Street capital indiscriminately harvested the wealth of other nations, standing atop the corpses of Europe's former great powers, ravenously tearing into the already tainted flesh. Unlike the financial capital of Wall Street, Li Yian possessed no sharp talons, no substantial capital, and most crucially, he lacked the prestigious background of Wall Street. This implied that within this grand banquet of capital, Genoa Company would be fortunate to merely sip the broth. Who truly feasted on the meat? He turned his gaze toward the fellow passengers, among whom surely lay the true predators. As Li Yian scrutinized these travelers, one among them was also assessing him, a man in his 40s. When their eyes met, the other offered a slight nod. Though words were unspoken, much like wolves in the jungle, they recognized one another. Both were predators of the wild, akin beings always able to identify their kin. Finally, the aircraft from Sicily descended upon Brindisi Airport, a site housing both Allied and Italian forces. Upon landing, impeccably dressed individuals in camel coats and top hats disembarked and immediately engaged the nearby soldiers in English. Without exception, they sought to recruit soldiers as their drivers. While they conversed with the Allied officers, attempting to lure drivers with promises of dollars, Li Yian and Alfonso approached an Italian Air Force major. "Good day, sir," Alfonso greeted in fluent Italian. In truth, with the aid of the system, Li Yian Oppos, and had acquired some knowledge of Italian, though his fluency was limited. "Is there something you need, sir?" the major inquired. The officer scrutinized the two foreigners before him. "We are merchants from Spain." Before Alfonso could complete his introduction, Li Yian directly retrieved 2 packs of Camel cigarettes from his bag and placed them on the table. "Sir, I hope to rent a car and a driver from you, with a daily remuneration of 1 pack of Camel cigarettes, while the driver's payment will be negotiated separately." Although the method was straightforward and somewhat crude, it proved to be remarkably effective. Whether during wartime or in post-war Europe, cigarettes served as the most reliable currency, particularly American Camels, a fortunate choice. "Fill the tank for you." A case of gasoline for 5 packs of Camels. There was no unnecessary chatter, and agreement was swiftly reached. Just as Li Ian and Alfonso were about to depart in a Fiat, their exit was impeded by none other than the man from the airplane. "Hello, sir. Have you procured a car so quickly? If it's not too much trouble, may I ride with you into the city?" The man made his request without hesitation. "I am Mickey Anastasios from Morgan Bank. Here is my business card, sir. I believe we have some potential for collaboration ahead. Wouldn't you agree?" As Mickey spoke, he handed his card to Li Ian, never once casting a glance at Alfonso. "How many are you?" Receiving the card, Li Ian regarded the man with curiosity. "Just myself." Mickey replied with a shrug. "They mistook me for an Italian, assuming I could speak Italian, so they sent me here. God knows. My father hardly speaks a word of it. You can just call me Mickey." Tucking away the card, Li Ian smiled. "Get in, Mickey. It's fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I would have squandered a great deal of time. By the way, which company do you represent?" Mickey, intrigued, replied, "On Wall Street, individuals like me, an Italian, or you, a Chinese, are exceedingly rare." "Oh," Li Ian inquired. "What made you think I am Chinese?" "Huh, if not Chinese, could you possibly be Japanese? They've all been detained. Are you with Citibank? Transferred from the Shanghai branch?" "I represent myself." Li Ian winked at him. Mickey was momentarily taken aback before excitedly responding, "My friend, you've done what everyone wishes to do but fears to attempt." He then pointed out the car window, saying, "Do you see what lies beyond?" "What? Wealth?" Mickey chuckled. "Abundant wealth, for anyone who comes here and seizes the opportunity shall surely prosper." "Do you believe that?" Mickey then shrugged, somewhat resigned. "I have arrived here, yet alas, I find myself devoid of wealth. The riches abound in this place, yet they are undeniably beyond the reach of the ordinary individual. The common man lacks the requisite funds to unearth the opportunities and treasures concealed within, unless one is a millionaire." Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Mickey scrutinized Li Ian earnestly, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Li, am I correct in my assertion?" This abrupt inquiry sent a jolt of alarm through Li Ian's heart. "Damn, my identity has been exposed. Who is this person? Could he be an intelligence agent?" Chapter 72. The Feast of Plunderers. What is paramount in business? It is intelligence. Intelligence is information, and information equates to wealth. A successful entrepreneur must analyze a multitude of data, draw conclusions, and make informed judgments accordingly. In truth, this is quite straightforward. As Mickey spoke, he raised a tall wine goblet and took a gentle sip of the red wine within. Their dining table was adorned with exquisite Italian delicacies, and within this upscale hotel, one could indulge in the most sumptuous of meals. In any realm, money often translates to privilege. Initially, I too was uncertain, having merely heard whispers of you, specifically, tales of Heidi cohabiting with a young Chinese millionaire, who became my idol. Before departing London, I learned from a transaction that Ian Lee had acquired the North Borneo Company. Your names are identical. A piece of information that led me to believe you are one and the same. Then, we crossed paths again on the plane. At first, I remained skeptical. Yet your attire. Shaking his wine glass, Mickey chuckled. Your clothing is distinct from the British wartime garb, instead reflecting the latest fashions from New York. Considering your age, I surmise you must indeed be the lover of Heidi, as the legends suggest. Is this merely conjecture? Indeed, Mickey. Morgan sent you here for the right purpose. Taking a sip of wine, Ian Lee remarked, this wine surpasses that which I had in London. Indeed, after all, the Italian nobility also revels in the pleasures of life. Mickey gestured with his goblet towards nearby diners, a group of individuals partaking in their meal. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is why we are gathered here. Am I correct? Gazing intently at Ian Lee, Mickey wore a smile. Indeed. So what brings you here? Naturally, it is for business. Mickey maintained his cheerful demeanor. We have come to acquire premium assets in this locale. There exists a plethora of valuable assets, ports, banks, and factories, all of which are currently grossly undervalued. Look. Mickey gestured towards a few individuals not far away, two of whom were on the same flight with them. Like us, they hail from Wall Street, a place inherently inclined towards plunder. In a nation ravaged by destruction, or rather, a defeated country, one finds an abundance of valuable yet severely undervalued assets. After all, wars come to an end, and devastated nations shall be rebuilt. Ultimately, all undervalued assets will reclaim their true worth, and when that time arrives, investors can reap profits in the hundreds of times over. In response to Mickey's words, Ian Lee nodded in acknowledgement, then spoke. Indeed, this is indeed the opportune moment to amass considerable wealth. Nothing is as inexpensive as assets are now. The only question remains, what? Fixing his gaze on Mickey, Ian Lee took a sip of his wine, the smile fading from his face. What can you gain from this? What can I gain? In an instant, Mickey felt that the wine had lost its allure. Money? No, at best. It was merely a bonus, perhaps $10,000? Or several thousands more, or less. With a grim expression, Mickey shrugged and remarked, Lee, it and Oppos, as far less than you think. Probably just a few $1,000s. A few $1,000s is not insignificant, especially when the average monthly wage of a typical American worker hovers around $100. While a bank agent like Mickey might earn $400 to $500, or even over $1,000, though the latter hardly pertained to him. After taking a sip of his drink, Lee Ian smiled faintly. Aye. Mickey fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Sir, I am merely an agent. This is my salary. He cast a glance towards his colleagues, shrugging helplessly. They are probably in a similar situation as mine. However, from Lee Ian's words, Mickey glimpsed a certain possibility. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Sir, perhaps we could collaborate. You see, no Italian would willingly sell their bank to you. What they seek is the power of American capital. As for factories, you might certainly acquire some. And perhaps even some real estate, like upscale hotels or department stores in Rome. But if, in their eyes, you represent Morgan, it would undoubtedly facilitate your acquisitions. What do you think? Mickey's gaze grew fervent as he fixed his eyes on Lee Ian, seeing in him the opportunity to change his fate. The sturdy tree he could lean against. And Lee? He possessed wealth. Listening to Mickey's analysis, Lee Ian chuckled and countered, What does Morgan desire? Banks. Mickey replied unequivocally. This war has obliterated everything. The wealth accumulated over centuries in Europe has evaporated in this conflict, and this presents us with the most opportune moment to enter Europe. Mastering finance equates to mastering a nation. Here, banks and enterprises lie before us like delectable cakes on a dining table, cheap yet enticing. However, the issue lies in the fact that not everyone can partake in such a cake. Setting down his glass, Mickey gazed at Lee Ian with eager anticipation. After all, sometimes merely possessing wealth does not guarantee one a slice of cake. Just past 40, Mickey epitomized the archetype of a Wall Street speculator. Intimately familiar with the rules of the game and possessing a keen understanding of the landscape there. Yet, he was acutely aware that among the multitude of agents like himself on Wall Street, while he might earn some recognition and attain a certain position, it would amount to little more than that. He was in search of an opportunity, which had led him to actively seek a presence in Europe. For he understood that it would be a banquet of capital. If he could partake, even if only in the crumbs that fell to the ground, he could feast abundantly. Upon boarding the plane and catching sight of Lee Ian, he had been speculating about the man's identity, for amidst a throng of predators, the sudden emergence of a Chinese individual was indeed striking. Upon discerning the identity of the other party, Mickey perceived an opportunity to partake in the crumbs of bread. Now, if we were to collaborate, Lee, I firmly believe we could immerse ourselves in this grand banquet. Chapter 73. The source of great wisdom. Collaboration is commendable. However, Lee Ian harbored no interest whatsoever in the Italian banks. Even without the allure of North Borneo, his enthusiasm for Italy was non-existent. Investing in Italy could hardly rival the prospects of investing in Germany. Germany, indeed, was the true wasteland, teeming with gold. Italy, on the other hand, merely presented a challenge of capital. If one possessed the financial prowess akin to Morgan, wielding billions, even hundreds of billions of dollars, one could certainly flourish. Yet, at present, one must judiciously allocate resources. Soon, a grand feast of distribution commenced, spurred by Mussolini's national investment policies over the past 2 decades, which had endowed the Italian government with a substantial portfolio of state assets. Although a considerable portion resided in the north, the south still boasted numerous quality assets. For instance, the port of Taranto, Italy's most significant southern port, was acquired by an American company for a mere $3 million. As for the assets still under German control in the north, they could indeed be auctioned, though the prices might leave much to be desired. Naturally, there were numerous items that could not be sold, such as merchant ships. As history would have it, at the official auction in Italy, merchant vessels unsurprisingly went unsold. With as much as 285,000 tons of ships languishing as unwanted wreckage. This outcome astounded the Italians for not long ago. They had believed these vessels would be highly sought after, especially with German submarines persistently sinking merchant ships in the Atlantic. Logically, these ships should have been in demand. Given the current boom in the shipping industry, the Italians had even set a lofty price of $15.8 million. Yet, they remained unsold, with no one expressing interest. At this juncture, a businessman entered Major General Baritian and Apos' office. "You are the agent for the Spanish company?" Baritian inquired, eyeing the visitor with a mix of surprise and skepticism. "A Spaniard? An Asian? Could he be an Indian?" "General, that is of little consequence. I bring you a proposal to resolve your predicament." "What predicament?" Li and Apos, and spoke plainly. "Your personal predicament." "What?" Major General Baritian furrowed his brow in confusion. "What personal predicament?" "General, it is well known that the Allies will inevitably punish war criminals. I trust you are aware of this intelligence. What do you suppose will transpire in the days ahead? I believe you are quite cognizant of the implications thus." As he spoke, Li placed his briefcase on the table. "I surmise you will require something that can circulate internationally. Herein lies $500,000. $500,000. Major General Barishan's eyes widened as he stared at the briefcase, then glanced back at the man before him. War criminals. He had indeed received whispers regarding this matter. Even the marshal was likely to be included on that list. Who could possibly offer them sanctuary? General Baritian was filled with trepidation about the future, yet the briefcase before him stirred a sense of intrigue. He reached out to unfasten it, only to discover it was brimming with dollars. The sheer impact of such a wealth was beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, General Baritian inquired, "What is this?" "This sum is your consultancy fee." "What do you wish to obtain, sir?" "Merchant ships." "Merchant ships," General Baritian reiterated, casting a glance at the briefcase. "Those vessels can be auctioned by anyone, sir. No one would purchase that heap of scrap metal. General, you already know the answer, don't you?" Li Yan's smile left General Baritian in a state of emotional turmoil. Originally, that fleet represented the most valuable assets in the hands of the authorities, but now, they were merely worthless scrap. They simply have yet to realize their worth. "Worth? What kind of worth?" Li Yan replied bluntly. "Compared to old ships, the British and American authorities are far more inclined to procure new vessels, as they boast superior speed and uniformity. What are the other shipping companies? They await the opportunity to purchase the Liberty ships from the British and American authorities post-war. Those are all 10,000-ton vessels, constructed in recent years. By the time the war concludes, a Liberty ship priced at $1.8 million could be acquired for merely a fraction of that. General, tell me, why would they pay a premium for your ships?" Initially, Li Yan believed that only the Allies' interference prevented the Italian authorities from selling their assets. However, he soon realized the stark reality. The United States had produced an overwhelming surplus of Liberty ships in comparison to Italy's old vessels. They would much rather wait to purchase Liberty ships after the war. This General Baritian opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Prior to the auction, they had believed those merchant ships could fetch a handsome price, but now, through discussions with American merchants, their illusions had been shattered. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on the Americans for manufacturing an excess of Liberty ships. Perhaps that is the reality with your assistance. I believe I can acquire them at a reasonable price. As he spoke, Li Yan wore a sincere smile, gazing intently at the general responsible for the sale of the materials. His eyes flitted between the briefcase and Li Yan, until finally, General Baritian remarked, "This bag appears to be of French origin. It seems no less exquisite than Italian leather." What he truly beheld was not the bag, but the contents within. That was of utmost importance. Having achieved his objective, Li Yan rose with a smile. The rules of this world are remarkably simple when a nation plunges into chaos. Nearly everyone strives to amass wealth from the turmoil. Whose feast is this? It may belong to a noble or perhaps a general, but it is undoubtedly detached from the lives of ordinary people who endure only the anguish of lost loved ones and the specter of a future steeped in poverty. However, the powerful and affluent once again reaped substantial profits as numerous goods were acquired at remarkably low prices by these dignitaries and speculators. For instance, when Japan surrendered, Samsung purchased rice from the Imperial Army and Apos' warehouses, marking the accumulation of their initial fortune. And now, merely days later, a rumor circulated among those ravenous for profit that someone had spent $2 million to acquire an Italian merchant ship. A wave of incredulity surged through the minds of nearly everyone. Who, pray tell, was this fool that had emerged? Chapter 74. The Steel Mill. Do you want it? The origin of the fool is inconsequential. What truly matters is that these marauders of the jungle will spare no valuable prey. Did you purchase the ship? Mickey inquired softly, approaching Li Yan once more. The Spanish Alcat Company, Alfonso. He is your employee, isn't he? Faced with Mickey's barrage of questions, Li Yan neither confirmed nor denied. My God, how could you spend such a fortune on ships? Those vessels are nothing but money pits. Do you understand? Mickey's agitation was palpable. It was impossible for him to remain calm, as his future and fate hinged on this individual, who was squandering precious funds on decrepit ships. Is there really a need for such fervor? Li Yan stated bluntly, observing Mickey. I require those ships. Indeed. The acquisition of vessels was Li Yan's primary objective for this journey, for ships would be indispensable for the future development of North Borneo, whether for transporting immigrants or supplies. He could easily procure hundreds of thousands of tons, and if finances permitted, even over 1 million tons of merchant ships. Investing in the shipping industry was a lucrative venture, given the post-war resurgence of maritime commerce and the demand for migration. Mickey was left astounded by Li Yan's declaration, his mouth agape as he eventually responded, All right, sir. You possess no interest in banks. Then what about factories? Factories? Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Yes, factories. Although Italian factories cannot compare to their American counterparts, they remain quite respectable. Numerous factories are unable to operate due to issues with raw materials and funding. However, the most pressing concern for those enterprises is their future. Factories. Beyond ships, Italian industrial enterprises seemed a worthy investment. Unlike the factories in post-war Germany, which were subjected to war reparations and Allied control during the dismantling process, Italy, being half an ally, had its factories largely untouched by the Allies. Nevertheless, the owners still faced substantial losses. Take Fiat, for example, during the war. It profited immensely from manufacturing military equipment. Although not under Allied control post-war, it was confiscated by the Italian National Liberation Committee, only returning to the Agnelli family in 1966. Initially, Li Yan had not harbored aspirations of acquiring Fiat, given its status as Italy's largest industrial enterprise. Yet, Mickey's appearance had unveiled an opportunity, a chance to seize a substantial piece of the pie. Even if he could not fully consume the company, he would certainly take a significant bite. In the future, it was well known that many of these enterprises were supporters of Mussolini. What if the Allies decided to include their companies in the reparations during a reckoning? Once such an event occurs, they find themselves utterly devoid of assets. Therefore, in light of an uncertain future, they would rather sell their enterprises now, while they still retain control. We can seize this opportunity to acquire them at an exceedingly low price. It is akin to taking advantage of a crisis. Failing to grasp this chance would be an affront to our ancestors, as Li Yan calmly articulated. Indeed, it is a remarkable opportunity, but what can you do? I represent Morgan, Lee, Mikey stated bluntly. In Europe, no one truly understands the intricate relationship between the Morgan Consortium and the government. However, believe me, no one wishes to provoke the Morgan Consortium. There is a palpable fear that offending the corporation could lead to government repercussions. Here, the Morgan Consortium, or rather, America's major corporations, serve as both a passport and a protective shield. With a self-satisfied air, Mikey lit a cigarette and remarked, This is what I can offer you. In Italy, I can represent both Morgan and you. After taking a drag, he slowly revealed his trump card. I can facilitate Morgan's acquisition of banks and, under Morgan's auspices, assist you in fulfilling your aspirations. Presently, all of Italy resembles a treasure trove, ripe for our exploration, and all I require is a modest reward. What Mikey sought was not merely a trivial remuneration but his initial capital. He desired to partake, albeit in a meager manner, in the spoils of this grand banquet, which necessitated funds, money. The millionaire before him undoubtedly possessed wealth. A man willing to spend $2 million on a heap of junk must have resources. And that is entirely reasonable. Li Yan chuckled, took a puff of his cigarette, contemplated, and inquired, Do you have any good recommendations? There is a steel company in Taranto, a subsidiary of Fiat. It boasts 2 blast furnaces with an annual output of 1 million tons and 6 open hearth furnaces, yielding an annual capacity of 1.5 million tons. It is well known that due to raw material constraints, its actual output has only ever reached several 100,000 tons. This enterprise was constructed by Fiat to support Mussolini and Appo's military expansion before the war, featuring first-rate equipment, with total investments exceeding $30 million. If you are interested, I can acquire it. After a moment's reflection, Mikey extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and continued, If I purchase it for $3 million, you would merely need to provide a 5 commission. For $2 million, that would be 10, and for $1 million, it would be 30. What do you think, Lee? Mikey's offer was a mere fraction of the pre-war investment. This is the post-war Europe where American financial conglomerates, brandishing their dollar bills, have procured Europe at laughably low prices, acquiring the most promising mines, oil fields, farms, and factories, providing life support to foreign companies on the brink of bankruptcy. A steel company. The construction in North Borneo undoubtedly necessitates a substantial quantity of steel, to speak of future residential complexes for immigrants and industrial facilities. It is unlikely that the demand for construction can be met without at least 1 million tons of steel annually. Spending $3 million to acquire such a factory is not out of the question. However, this lucrative opportunity is something that everyone would desire, yet securing it may not be as straightforward as it seems. Steel is essential for Europe's post-war reconstruction, and a steel company of this magnitude is bound to generate significant profits during wartime, undoubtedly attracting considerable interest. Lee. Therein lies my value. Mickey casually produced a cigarette, speaking in a relaxed tone. I can assure you that you will be able to purchase it. After glancing at Mickey, Lee Ian pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Go ahead. Acquire it." Chapter 75. Do you require all-encompassing services? In a nation teetering on the brink of collapse, opportunities abound. Yet, alongside these opportunities, there exists a plethora of courtesans. Numerous women, driven by dire circumstances, have succumbed to this fate, particularly in the impoverished southern regions of Italy, where war has exacerbated their plight. Many women, in their struggle for survival, have found themselves in the arms of lavishly spending American soldiers, as the allure of sustenance far outweighs that of chastity. From the jeeps cruising down the streets, women can be seen perched on the laps of soldiers, their laughter echoing with a hint of recklessness. The price for such indulgence might be as trivial as a mere can of food. Observing the Americans reveling in their spoils, one individual approached Lee Ian, extending an invitation to dine together and discuss matters that could potentially benefit both parties. Lee Ian furrowed his brow at the unexpected intruder. Who was this man? Regardless of his identity, he was undoubtedly no ordinary character. "My name is Berlin," the newcomer stated calmly, his expression revealing no hint of turmoil. "Berlin?" Lee Ian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. The name struck him as peculiar. It was well known that engaging with strange individuals during wartime was fraught with peril. Yet Lee Ian felt a flicker of curiosity about why this man sought him out. "Do not misunderstand," Berlin continued, sensing Lee Ian's hesitation. "I hail from Spain. I shall order the finest dishes." Lee Ian shrugged and replied softly, "Why not? For some reason, I feel our conversation will be quite delightful." Gazing at the robust Spaniard, Lee Ian noted that he appeared rather unremarkable, blending in seamlessly with the local Italian populace. After placing their order, Berlin spoke again. "Lee, I am aware that you have procured those ships from the Italians." His tone was neither hurried nor sluggish. "It is widely known that the Mediterranean is currently swarming with German submarines. If your vessels attempt to set sail, they are bound to be sunk. Perhaps." Lee and Oppos, and responded candidly. "Perhaps not," Berlin chuckled. "Oh, pray tell, how so?" At that moment, the waiter arrived with their dishes. Once the waiter poured the wine and departed, Berlin resumed, "As businessmen, we all understand that transactions are always at play. Would you not agree? Hence, your fleet can safely embark towards South America." "South America?" "Indeed. Any nation in the Americas, any port, save for the United States and Canada." "Is this a guarantee of safety?" Lee Ian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Berlin smiled. "You might consider it an act of friendship among allies. Ultimately, those ships are destined to be purchased by someone. It is preferable for you to acquire them rather than others." "Oh, why is that?" "It is quite simple. There exists no conflict of interest between us," Berlin remarked with a hint of implication. "It is precisely for this reason that I believe, at some point in the future, we might engage in a certain level of collaboration. Everyone is aware that business operates in this manner. We commence our partnership today, and in time, our collaboration may deepen." "Don't you agree, Mr. Lee?" "What does he mean by that?" Berlin and Oppos' explanation caused a slight furrow in Lee and Oppos' brow. "This is merely the inevitability of the business realm, where initial strangers gradually become more familiar through cooperation, although the timing may seem inappropriate, given the war. Even collaborations during such tumultuous times are aimed at fostering better partnerships for the future." Noticing the subtle shift in Lee Ian's gaze, Berlin spoke with a hint of resignation, stating that the Allies have firmly established themselves in Italy, a fact that cannot be altered. The war will soon come to an end, and we all must prepare for the post-war business landscape. I recall a saying of yours, "Those who lack foresight will face immediate troubles." Thus, we should make some preparations for that drastically different world to come. What do you think? To Berlin's surprise, his final remark was articulated in Chinese. This fellow can actually speak the language. Before the war, I had spent 4 years there, and I can communicate with you in your own tongue, he continued. Overall, this is merely a contingency plan, and your arrival is impeccably timed. Your vessel may very well be among the few remaining post-war. After all, at present, all ships are commandeered by various nations. Only a scant few belong to individuals, and having personal vessels certainly facilitates business. Rest assured, we will compensate you handsomely for your cooperation, would you not agree? Sometimes, matters unfold in the most peculiar ways. When one possesses something of value, others are bound to seek it out. This is the essence of business. What is it they say about sending a pillow to a troubled individual? Is that not precisely what we are doing? This situation reflects a unique circumstance of the post-war world, wherein merchants possessing their own vessels are exceedingly rare. Many merchant ships have been commandeered by the Germans during the war, and those subsequently constructed predominantly belong to the British and American governments. In such a scenario, the flexibility of private vessels naturally attracts interest. Indeed, I believe we can establish a more profound collaboration, Li Ian interjected. I understand you are preparing for potential future opportunities. Perhaps the assistance I can provide will far exceed your expectations. What? Berlin inquired, astonished. What kind of assistance? Commercial assistance, of course. If you are familiar with the realm, you should comprehend that I am capable of offering support beyond mere merchant shipping. I can provide assistance in numerous areas that precisely align with your needs, Mr. Berlin. Li Ian's face bore a sincere smile as he elaborated amid Berlin's intrigue. Overall, what I can offer far surpasses what anyone else can provide. It is something that many are unable to deliver. I can facilitate a comprehensive service from the ship to the destination. No one but myself can extend such assistance. Berlin gazed in astonishment at the individual before him, questioning the truth of his claims. You? How is that possible? What place are you referring to? In response to Berlin and Apo's skepticism, Li Yan spoke earnestly. Have you heard of the North Borneo Company? Chapter 76. How the Fool Was Forged. Second update. The North Borneo Company. Radiant sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Although the Italian sun shone brilliantly, it was accompanied by the jarring sound of air raid sirens. Seated on the sofa with a glass of red wine in hand, Berlin remained still, his gaze fixed upon the window and finally, from the shadows of the room. He let out a barely perceptible sigh. Perhaps this too was a commendable choice. A man rose leisurely from the sofa, took a sip of his wine, and approached the window once more, observing the scene outside. In the distance, speeding jeeps and American soldiers served as a reminder that this territory had already fallen under American control, who were relentlessly pushing northward. The Americans had firmly established their presence on the European continent. The pace of change in this world is invariably swift. Just a year prior, some believed the Germans had secured victory, yet now, only a few years later, how rapidly the world transforms. In this world, one can never judge tomorrow based on today's triumph. With the surrender of the North African Corps, particularly following the Allied landing in Italy, Germany's defeat had become all but inevitable. Thus, many were preparing for the post-war world, and merchants were no exception. It was during this time that the merchant vessels purchased by Li Ian captured their attention. In the aftermath of the war, when commercial trade returned to normalcy, there would be a considerable demand for ships. Hence, they sought to make preparations in advance. But would Li Ian acquiesce? After all, he was a businessman. For a merchant, as long as there is sufficient wealth, they would even be willing to barter their very souls. As initially speculated, Li Ian did not reject their proposal. After all, everything is subject to trade. They offered an irresistible bargaining chip. No one could refuse that assurance of safety. With such a guarantee, they could navigate the Atlantic with confidence. However, Li Ian's suggestion unveiled another possibility to Berlin. As he stated, was Argentina truly the best choice? Once again, Li Ian's words flashed through Berlin's mind. Observing the backdrop before him, he remarked, the entire world knows that Berlin is unequivocally friendly towards us, yet therein lies the problem. For the world is indeed aware. Gently swirling his wine glass, Berlin concealed the smile from his face and continued, because everyone is aware. It does not necessarily render it the best choice. Therefore, he offers us an alternative. The man by the window gazed outside, watching the jeeps pass by, seemingly contemplating the future of Europe, where Americans would rampage across this land. Presently, they could afford no further deliberation. Their sole concern was for themselves and their families. The North Borneo Company. It was a colony. Yes, he had acquired that company, and over 70,000 square kilometers of territory now belonged to his enterprise. In the aftermath of the war, a diverse array of individuals was required there. We could mutually benefit from one another, while we would assist him in constructing his nation, or rather, his company. The individual by the window nodded slightly and remarked, "Who would have imagined we would venture to Asia?" He placed his empty wine glass on the table by the window and nodded again. "It appears to be a commendable choice." He then turned to Berlin and added, "Continue your communication with him. Who knows? Perhaps this truly is a splendid option. Most of the time, initial encounters are tentative. To foster deeper cooperation, one must wait a bit longer and establish trust first." The following afternoon, Berlin once again stood before Li Yian, this time bearing a contract. In stark contrast to their previous meeting where he had merely painted an enticing vision. "Iron ore?" he inquired. "Indeed, we are transporting iron ore from Spain to Marseille, totaling 50,000 tons. Spain is a neutral country, and transporting goods through France complies with international law." As he spoke, Berlin placed his briefcase on the table, its heavyweight provoking curiosity about its contents. "This is the down payment." From the bag, he retrieved 2 gleaming gold bricks. "Gold bars, 10 kilograms each. That amounts to 20 kilograms. He gazed directly at Li Yian, emphasizing the lavishness of the offer. "Your generosity is quite remarkable," Li Yian remarked, momentarily captivated by the gold. Before lightly responding, "You must understand that shipping costs are exorbitant now. Encountering a naive buyer could lead to unfortunate consequences for one's ancestors." "I like you," Berlin shrugged nonchalantly, "because you are a shrewd businessman. Sometimes, the reasons for liking someone are as simple as that." With arms crossed, Li Yian silently observed his counterpart with a smile. Berlin, in a straightforward manner, urged, "Name your price." After signing the iron or transportation contract with Berlin, Li Yian promptly drove to the southeastern port of Taranto in Italy, the largest port in southern Italy. During the North African conflict, the transport vessels from Germany and Italy had set sail from here to Africa. Consequently, this place was now home to hundreds of thousands of Italian merchant ships, which, having lost their purpose, lay idle in the harbor, surrounded by unemployed sailors. Standing by the port and gazing at a cargo ship named Tunisia, Li Yian and Apo's expression reflected a sense of pride. He even took out a cigar, lighting it with the flair of a seasoned aficionado. "Now, these ships all bear the surname Li," he proclaimed. "Mr. Li, these ships are now all yours." Alberto, the deputy manager of the Italian shipping company, remarked with a tinge of regret, "When we constructed these vessels, it cost us $30 million, and now they are worth merely $2 million. Sir, you have made the most advantageous investment." Listening to Alberto's words, whether in complaint or reflection, Li Yian remained indifferent and smiled as he responded, "Mr. Alberto, by the time the war concludes, there will be no one purchasing these old vessels." "Surely not," Alberto queried. "At least when the Marshall Plan is initiated in the United States, thousands of Liberty ships are languishing in American ports. These old ships, truly, they are not easy to sell. Difficult to sell does not equate to unsellable. These vessels may appear modest in tonnage, yet in Asia, there are indeed few ports capable of accommodating 10,000-ton Liberty ships. Cargo ships of several thousand tons are far more suited for North Borneo." "Who knows?" Alberto shook his head in resignation, gazing at the merchant ships in the harbor, and he pointedly reminded, "Mr. Li, although you acquired this fleet at a low price, you must understand that the daily docking fees are not waived. If you cannot swiftly secure business for them, this expense will accumulate substantially." "Indeed," Li Yian replied, casting a glance at the bewildered sailors by the dock. "Mr. Alberto, would you be willing to command this fleet?" "What?" Alberto exclaimed. "I apologize, I misspoke. I meant, would you be responsible for my shipping company?" Observing Alberto, Li Yian recognized that he was undoubtedly an expert in managing shipping operations, adept at organizing transport. Despite the Allied forces' supremacy in air and sea, he had still managed to ensure the supply of materials to North Africa to the greatest extent possible. Such talent was a waste to overlook. "Of course, sir," Alberto accepted almost without hesitation, for he was in dire need of employment, more specifically, a position that offered remuneration. "Well then, Mr. Alberto, we must expedite the mobilization of our fleet. What suggestions do you have?" "First, we need to hire crew members. This should not be a problem, as there are captains, crew, and sailors at the port, all of whom are also seeking work." In truth, this was one of the reasons why Li Yian had come to Italy. Not only were there ready-made merchant ships, but also available crew members. "Very well. However, sir," You are aware that the Italian lira is currently depreciating severely. Thus, the crew members prefer to be paid in dollars or in kind. In kind, certainly. We may not have much else, but we do have a surplus of goods, Li Yan remarked. If we take sugar as a standard, how many kilograms would each crew member require for their monthly salary? Sugar. Alberto's face lit up with delight. 10 kilograms. No, 8 kilograms. 8 kilograms is sufficient for ordinary crew members. In that instant, Li Yan was utterly astonished. This is indeed remarkably cheap. Chapter 77. Buy one. Get one free. In the aftermath of war-torn Europe, everything is paradoxically both remarkably inexpensive and exorbitantly costly. A few cigarettes could procure an evening of intimacy with a woman, while a mere loaf of bread might entice a maiden to lift her skirts. This stark juxtaposition between the cheapness of humanity and the high price of material goods is striking. With a crew aboard, the fleet can set sail. Although German submarines still lurk in the Mediterranean, they typically refrain from attacking Spanish merchant vessels, particularly those unladen. However, the dilemma arises as we depart Taranto. If this were peacetime, we could traverse the Suez Canal into the Indian Ocean. Yet now, the British have closed the canal, and without their consent, entry is impossible. Originally, Li Yan held similar thoughts, which partly motivated his decision to establish a Spanish company. After all, Spain's stance as a neutral nation has been notably ambiguous, with both the Allies and Germany striving to prevent it from aligning with either side. Regarding the Suez Canal issue, Li Yan was confident that a resolution could be sought through Washington. Surely, with Truman's influence, assistance would be forthcoming. However, now with Berlin's assurances, the matter simplifies considerably. We can directly navigate through Gibraltar into the Atlantic, and then head to the Caribbean, taking the Panama Canal into the Pacific, where abundant opportunities await. What is the current situation in South America? From Gibraltar? There are German submarines lurking there, Alberto exclaimed. Without an escort, we would be mere floating targets. Ah, Mr. Alberto. Sometimes fortune favors the bold, wouldn't you agree? Li Yan replied with an air of mystery. Yet, Mr. Li, no sailor would willingly risk such peril. Inform the crew that I shall offer each of them an additional 10 kilograms of sugar, and upon reaching Panama, each will receive a bonus of $20. Wealth can be so brazenly wielded, a direct exchange of currency sufficing. In truth, he preferred to compensate with sugar. However, once they departed Italy and Europe, sugar would lose its value. One must strive to be magnanimous. After all, we are conscientious capitalists. Alberto paused momentarily before responding. Sir, I believe no one would decline, but he lowered his voice. There is something else you ought to know. What is it? Our vessel is not unladen, I mean. Several of the ships are not empty. What? Soon, standing on the deck of the Tunisian ship, gazing at the holds brimming with supplies, Li Yan replied coolly. Are you suggesting that these supplies belong to the Germans? Indeed, Mr. Li, last year, in a bid to reinforce North Africa and avert failure, the Germans transported a substantial quantity of supplies, totaling 562 tons. These materials were already loaded onto ships, and just as the fleet was poised to embark, news of North Africa's surrender reached us. Consequently, these supplies remained stranded aboard the vessels, initially intended for Yugoslavia. However, as you are aware, Italy and Oppos's withdrawal from the war complicated matters, leaving these materials in limbo. The unloading process is notoriously protracted. After a detailed explanation, Alberto emphasized. Presently, due to the chaotic circumstances, no one is particularly interested in these munitions, especially since Italy's military warehouses also house a significant stockpile of supplies, sir. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that many cans of food and other provisions from the ships had already been seized by the elite and sold on the black market. Observing the cannons wrapped in protective coverings in the cargo hold, Li Yan's expression turned peculiar. We merely purchased the ships. Who would have anticipated they would come with such an arsenal? And a staggering quantity at that. Tanks, artillery, and a plethora of weapons and ammunition. How should we manage these German munitions? Is there an inventory? Pondering this, Li Yan inquired. An inventory surely exists. After receiving the list, despite his limited knowledge of weaponry, Li Yan was astounded by the diverse array of arms and ammunition. A 122mm howitzer? ISNT, that a German weapon? How could there be Soviet goods? And what on earth is this 7.62cm FK-288-1R? Though unfamiliar with these weapons, the list in his hand clearly appeared to be a perfunctory inventory. Li Yan drummed his fingers on the table, muttering to himself. Perhaps these weapons could. With that thought, he suddenly became animated, rising abruptly from his seat. Yes, indeed, these arms could be dispatched to China. Yes, yes, just like that. While such a varied assortment of weapons may seem superfluous to other nations, for China, desperately in need of armaments, this would be akin to a much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Not only could they be used to combat the Japanese and bolster domestic military strength, but they could also assist in achieving another objective. Perhaps they could even help unlock another significant opportunity. However, the acquisition of the steel mill was not proceeding smoothly. Due to the steel company's location in Taranto, Lee and Oppos, and made a point to survey the facility from the hills, gazing down at the expansive steelworks, observing the towering blast furnaces and the sprawling production buildings. In a few years, the machinery from this factory will rise upon the lands of North Borneo. What did Fiat have to say? They believe we are attempting to take advantage of the situation, asserting that the factory is worth at least $5 million. Mickey stated bluntly. I outright rejected their offer. They seem not to have grasped the situation fully, possibly still in a state of observation. Indeed, it may be somewhat premature at this moment. Perhaps it is wise to wait a little longer until the latter half of the year when they will likely come to a clearer understanding. In the latter half of the year, once the North is liberated and the Fiat company is confiscated, those individuals will undoubtedly be willing to sell the factory at any cost, even at a significant loss. As he pondered this, Mickey expressed a tinge of regret. Then let us wait for a while, he said. But before he could finish, Lee interjected with a smile, rest assured, your consultancy fee will certainly be assured. He then cast his gaze down towards the steel company's factory premises. If his interest in Fiat had been merely tentative before, it had now blossomed into profound enthusiasm. For after all, this was indeed a substantial opportunity. Chapter 78. Inviting the wolf into the house while succulent meat is undoubtedly delectable. What holds greater significance? Undoubtedly. It is North Borneo, this prime morsel that serves as the very foundation of all endeavors. To truly savor this delicacy, myriad challenges must be surmounted. Although Lee and Oppos and has acquired the entirety of North Borneo Company and Oppos as shares and has established a connection with Truman, becoming his life mentor. He has also forged ties with the German faction. Should he desire, post-war, he could easily summon a cadre of elite German mercenaries. Yet, all these arrangements merely ensure access to the bounty of North Borneo Company. The real question of digestion hinges upon what? Indeed, it relies upon people. People are the essential prerequisite for absorbing this sumptuous feast. Without individuals, or more precisely, without a sufficient influx of Chinese immigrants, North Borneo Company will perpetually remain a colonial entity, much like post-World War II Israel, which began with merely hundreds of thousands. It swiftly attracted Jews worldwide following its establishment through partition, ultimately enabling millions of Jews to become the de facto rulers of that land. Only when the Chinese immigrants constitute the overwhelming majority in North Borneo can one genuinely assimilate this bounty. Thus, the crux of the matter remains immigration. Previously, Lee had been troubled by how to resolve the immigration dilemma, but now, the burden has lifted. With this significant stepping stone, I can create a substantial opening back home. This batch of supplies is a serendipitous acquisition, so unexpected that the system did not even award any points. It seems the system has no interest in salvaged items. What a pity. This stockpile must be worth at least $100 million. If only it could be exchanged for points, perhaps I could ascend 3 levels directly. However, this is of little consequence. For Lee values the benefits derived from these supplies that can be exchanged for immigrants far more than system upgrades. After all, in the domestic landscape, the least valuable commodity is labor. Several hours later, the plane touched down at London's airport. Upon exiting, Lee swiftly drove to the company. No sooner had he entered the office than a fragrant breeze enveloped him, without needing to see her face. The unmistakable pressure of her presence revealed who it was, none other than the enchanting Geely. A brief separation felt akin to a newlywed reunion. A long-awaited rain after a drought. Although they were in the office, once the door closed, the atmosphere transformed into something uniquely delightful. Yet, they were not alone. Stana was present, leading to an inevitable chaotic melee. Sometimes, in the theater of war, victory and defeat blur into insignificance. After the tumult, the office finally fell into a tranquil hush. Darling. Upon opening his eyes, Lee felt a twinge of confusion. Is there something amiss? Is it from the Colonial Affairs Department? At this, Lee straightened his posture, silently lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed. Did he mention the reason? It is said to pertain to company matters, regarding North Borneo Company. What is destined to arrive shall inevitably come. As Li Ian took a puff of smoke, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Now, the British authorities had made their appearance. What stance would they adopt regarding the North Borneo Company? As long as I remain here, we must uphold tradition and steadfastly maintain the integrity of the empire. This was the demeanor of the rotund Churchill towards the colonies. Yet did he truly comprehend the impending events? Churchill was unaware that his British Empire was destined for disintegration. And even he himself would be forsaken by the populace on the eve of triumph. After all, no one desired to shoulder 99% of the income tax for the sake of so-called imperial glory. Taking another drag on his cigarette, Li Ian remarked. Presently, it was not yet time to meet with Oliver Stanley, the British colonial minister. Their ostentatious imperial pride had yet to be shattered, and the initiative rested firmly in their hands, while his own trump card had yet to transform into a royal flush. Geely, lying on the carpet, gazed at him with longing in her brown eyes, resembling a devoted dog seeking to please its master, her expression filled with reluctance. Well, then, can you take me to New York? Before Geely could complete her thought, Stana interjected decisively on Li and Apos' behalf. No way, Stana exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, her excitement palpable. Geely, the company has just begun its operations. We cannot afford to lose personnel. You know that Li entrusted the company to us, and we must ensure its success, right? Moreover, we need to hire staff and expand the North Borneo Company's business. If you leave, who will assist me? What does it mean to invite a wolf into one's home? Stana finally understood. Geely was that wolf, a cunning she-wolf intent on monopolizing Li. She wanted to go to New York. How could that be allowed? I cannot go, and neither can you. Li, don't you agree? Stana then added with a touch of vulnerability, I truly cannot manage all this alone. You can always hire more people, dear. It would be so lonely for you in New York, it would pain my heart. In the war between women, Li Ian chose to abstain from involvement. Faced with the jealousy of two women, he decisively retrieved 2 strings of necklaces from his bag, stating, Stana, Geely, these are gifts for you. Holding the 2 strings of diamond necklaces, which he had purchased in Italy, he presented them. Though not particularly opulent, the 3 to 4 carat diamonds were certainly not inexpensive. This was, in truth, a gift he intended for them. Oh my God! In an instant, Geely forgot about her desire to go to New York and everything else. Her focus was solely on the sparkling diamonds. Undeniably, diamonds are indeed a woman's spring. In the face of the exuberant women, Li Ian could only acquiesce to their delight. Chapter 79, Agreement London, Winter. A thick fog enveloped the city. Despite the poor visibility, the weather was rather splendid, free from the worry of bombings. As the car came to a halt in front of the North Borneo Company's London office, Willie, who had been waiting for some time, promptly approached to open the door, bowing respectfully. Greetings, sir. It must be noted that the British are inherently pragmatic, exhibiting unwavering respect for their employers, even if they happen to be of Chinese descent. After all, a few pieces of silver cannot be dismissed lightly. Welcome to the company. Your colleagues in the office are eagerly anticipating your arrival. The company had undergone a change in leadership. For the employees, this was a welcome development, as since the outbreak of war, they had been receiving only half of their salaries. Of course, they could resign if they wished. Previously, the office had boasted 37 employees, but due to the war, only 15 remained, 7 of whom were women. As Willie spoke, he discreetly glanced at the 2 women beside his boss. They were truly striking. 15 individuals seemed a tad excessive. Capitalists do not employ idlers. Cuts would be necessary. With this thought in mind, he entered the office, where a dozen employees stood in respectful formation awaiting the arrival of their superior. There were no surprises, no exhilaration, merely a mundane introduction. Subsequently, Li Yan introduced Stana and Geely, clearly indicating that they were his representatives. The ensuing matters became somewhat intricate, as Willie briefed the newly appointed chairman on the company's situation. In recent years, to meet exorbitant debt interest payments, our company has been compelled to divest its assets in the UK. This includes our former building, which has now changed hands. Presently, we are reduced to renting office space from others, and the company has not disbursed salaries for 3 months. At last, as the lengthy and detailed report concluded, Willie's demeanor grew increasingly anxious. He nervously regarded his boss, Li Yan, clutching the weighty report, as if the hour-long narrative distilled into the 2 jarring words, no money. This was not merely a lack of funds, it also entailed the protracted delay in employee salaries. Li Yan had already discerned the answer in his mind. He calmly inquired, So, Are you suggesting that the company is on the brink of bankruptcy? Willie paused for a moment, then nodded, meeting his boss's gaze with candor. Yes, one could say that. Willie's forthrightness gradually softened the stern expression on Li Yan's face, a faint smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes reflected a hint of relief and appreciation. This was precisely the kind of person he needed. Very well, your position is secure. These words momentarily stunned Willie, who looked at his boss with his eyes brimming with respect and gratitude. Thank you, sir. I shall not disappoint you. Willie, I've heard you've been with the company since before the Great War. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I joined the company in 1910, and I have been here for 34 years. Thus, you must be well acquainted with the company's circumstances. What are your thoughts or suggestions regarding the company's future development? Reflecting on the previous remarks of the boss, Willie pondered for a moment and replied, in truth, the company is not devoid of hope. Oh, do elaborate. When reminiscing about the past, a tone of regret permeated Willie and Apos' voice. The immigration agreement? What immigration agreement? Li Yan inquired, puzzled. Boss, in 1913, the company signed an immigration agreement with China, intending to recruit Chinese laborers for the development of Borneo. However, due to the war and subsequent short-sightedness of the board, the agreement was never executed. What? An immigration agreement with China? Li Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Why was it not enforced? Because the company feared that an influx of Chinese would undermine its management of the colony, worrying about potential local resistance. Yet, they completely overlooked one crucial point. Without sufficient manpower, northern Borneo could not possibly develop. Such an occurrence truly exists? Li Yan showed little concern for Willie's grievances. His mind was entirely preoccupied with the immigration agreement. An immigration agreement with China. Does the company currently possess the text of this agreement? Until now, Li Yan had been contemplating ways to introduce immigrants from the homeland, and this agreement felt like a fortuitous windfall. With this immigration agreement, there would be a legitimate basis for recruiting immigrants to northern Borneo, even though it had not been enforced since before the First World War. However, this does not hinder Li Yan from pursuing the execution of the agreement. As for the situation back home, it merely requires a show of force. No, it is about trading that batch of supplies. Who could possibly refuse such an offer? Before long, the original immigration agreement was retrieved from the archives. As he gazed upon the document, signed in both English and Chinese, a broad smile spread across Li Yan's face. Willie, as you mentioned, the short-sightedness of those individuals has ruined the company, yet I am not one to lack foresight. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he declared with a smile, it seems we ought to pay a visit to the embassy. As he spoke, he glanced at the calendar, January 3rd. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Chapter 80. A grand gesture encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is undoubtedly one of life's delightful experiences. Yet, what if this acquaintance were to be a mere illusion? As Li Yan arrived at the embassy, he was promptly halted by his cousin, Li Guoren, who beamed with joy. Ziyuan, have you heard the news? What news? In stark contrast to Li Guoren's exuberance, Li Yan felt a surge of anxiety. The moment of truth had finally arrived. As he accompanied Li Guoren towards the ambassador's office, a sense of calm washed over him. Truth? What truth? Would they truly dismiss an old friend of a billionaire? Gently rapping on the door of the ambassador's chamber, Li Guoren stood beside it and announced, Ambassador, this is Li Yan, whom I previously mentioned to you. He is also from the South Seas and has business ties with my wife's family. Having already been briefed by Li Guoren, although he had no prior impression of this individual, the ambassador felt it necessary to extend courtesy, given the connection with his wife's acquaintances. As he closed the documents he had been perusing, Gu Weijun rose to greet him. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan replied, Mr. Gu, you are too kind. It is I who should be paying my respects. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Gu Weijun invited Li Yi and Apos, and to take a seat, while Li Guoren, sensing the moment, discreetly excused himself, returning shortly with a cup of tea. Gu Weijun inquired, Ziyuan, have you been in the United States recently? Indeed. I have been occupied in New York with the acquisition of several companies, and regrettably, I have been unable to pay my respects to you and your esteemed wife, which I find exceedingly rude. Do not mention it. Your career is of utmost importance, Gu Weijun replied with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he asked, are the companies you acquired the Carl Metal Company and KJ Chemical Industries? That is correct. Haha, during my time in the United States, I heard of a Chinese merchant acquiring two major enterprises. I was quite curious about who had such grand ambitions, only to discover it was an old friend. It is truly admirable that you, Ziyuan, have achieved such remarkable success at such a young age. We are all humbled by your accomplishments." Gu Weijun then delved into discussions regarding the acquisitions, his tone growing increasingly affable. Upon learning of Li Yian's plans to acquire merchant ships in Italy, he heartily endorsed the idea. Investing in the shipping industry is undoubtedly a sound decision. During the war, our merchant fleet suffered devastating losses, with nearly all vessels either sunk in the Yangtze or destroyed by the Japanese. Once the war concludes and reconstruction begins, merchant shipping will be essential. Your foresight in purchasing these vessels and strategically positioning yourself in the shipping sector is commendable. It is no wonder your business has flourished. Amidst the praises, Gu Weijun's gaze towards Li Yian grew more amiable, for who could resist the charm of a successful and talented young acquaintance? He did not even bother to inquire about Li Yian's family background or his connections with the Huang family. At that moment, Li Yian revealed the purpose of his visit. "In truth, I have come to request a favor from you, sir." "Oh, what is it, Ziyuan? Do not hesitate to speak candidly." Gu Weijun smiled warmly. "There is no need for formality between us. It must pertain to passport matters, or perhaps he could assist in procuring a diplomatic passport for him." As Gu Weijun pondered this, Li Yian's voice reached his ears. "I possess a batch of arms that I wish to donate to the homeland." "What?" Gu Weijun was momentarily taken aback. "Arms? Donating arms? Is this the matter he wishes to entrust to me?" "Indeed," Li Yian nodded. "The quantity of arms is substantial, and I anticipate that the procedures may be somewhat cumbersome." "Cumbersome? What could possibly be cumbersome about this?" Gu Weijun replied. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that he typically approached various leaders of the overseas Chinese community, soliciting their contributions. Now, the tables had turned, and he could not help but feel a sense of wonder. "Sir, you are too modest. However, the supplies I intend to donate are rather extensive." "Extensive?" Gu Weijun gazed at Li Yian, now thoroughly bewildered by the young man before him. He appeared so astute. Yet now he seemed perplexed. Who would ever complain about an abundance of donations? In such matters, is it not true that more is always better? "May I inquire how much you intend to donate?" "Tens of thousands of tons." In truth, the term donation merely serves as a stepping stone. It is only with this foundation that subsequent matters can be addressed. "What?" Instantly, Gu Weijun stood in astonishment, regarding the young man before him with incredulity. "You mean to say tens of thousands of tons of supplies? All arms?" "Indeed." In contrast to Gu Weijun's shock, Li Yian remained remarkably composed, speaking in a casual tone. "It consists of rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, artillery, and ammunition, though regrettably, there are no tanks or aircraft. What a pity." Observing the young man lamenting over the absence of such equipment, Gu Weijun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He understood the implication of Li Yian's request. Yet, from where did he acquire such a vast quantity of arms? Despite his curiosity, Gu Weijun realized that this matter had long surpassed the realm of his capabilities. Chapter 81. The most expensive is free. Second update. At long last, the moment has arrived. As the airplane touched down once more in New York, Li and Apos, as heart brimmed with elation. The London embassy had dispatched a telegram to the homeland, and soon thereafter, directives were issued, instructing the defense supply company in New York to engage in detailed discussions. He needed to kick open that door. In the past, he lacked the capital, but now, circumstances had shifted dramatically. With this shipment of supplies, he could nearly acquire everything he desired. In addition to the recognition of the immigration agreement, he required cooperation in various aspects. Why was it that the homeland could so readily appease the Americans? Was it not because the Americans held the resources? As long as he could entice them with something of value, they would go to great lengths to cooperate. Without their collaboration, it would be impossible to facilitate the immigration of millions from his homeland. Not hundreds of thousands, nor merely a million, but tens of millions. The goal was to amass as large a population as possible. Population is the foundation that determines everything. With talent, one possesses all. After all, there are hundreds of millions over there. Without sufficient numbers, all discussions are mere fantasies, potentially leading to others reaping the rewards. As for the German rifles and Soviet artillery aboard the ship, they were nothing more than scrap metal, lacking significant worth. Weapons. There would be plenty more once the war concluded. Not to mention, there are hundreds of thousands of STG-44s lying around, waiting to be picked up. Post-war Europe would be strewn with aircraft, tanks, and artillery. Truth be told, aside from combating the enemy, Li Yian could hardly envision any other utility for that scrap metal. In the future, the company's military would at least require the formidable DSHK and M1 carbine rifles. When manpower is insufficient, firepower must compensate. People. He could first devise a way to secure the initial batch of individuals. However, this was merely the first step. This cache of arms held an even greater purpose. If utilized appropriately, it could catalyze a significant event. Every individual contemplates what they can gain from others, especially after making an investment. This is human nature, a fundamental aspect of humanity. As Li Ian gazed out at the Manhattan skyline from the cabin, he mused about how to maximize the impact of this arsenal, even potentially leveraging it for another monumental endeavor. Meanwhile, a train in northern New York, having yielded to allow passage, resumed its journey. The steel wheels on the track emitted a rhythmic clatter, while a bespectacled middle-aged man meticulously perused a report. After an indeterminate period, the middle-aged gentleman lifted his gaze from the document. So, it appears our collaborations thus far have been quite agreeable. Setting the report aside, he extracted a cigarette from his case. Although the prior two orders were of considerable importance, he had not been directly involved, as such occurrences were far too common. Indeed, we chose him precisely because of his prompt delivery and his rarity as a manufacturer willing to accept our orders. Even though he held the rank of general, he remained cautious in the presence of this esteemed figure. It certainly seems to be the case. Nodding slightly, he took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, however, this is entirely different from the past. With such an abundance of supplies, it's not just a matter of any individual. Even the United States would struggle to provide us with this much. His urgent journey to New York by train was provoked by the astonishing content of the telegram. Have you ever heard of anyone acquiring such a vast quantity of supplies at once? This situation is unprecedented. General Jiang shook his head. It was then that Song Perrin interjected, Sir, I believe he might have special channels. Who can say? Special channels? The Duke furrowed his brows and responded. That is of little consequence. Gu Xiaochuan's telegram has already stirred a significant uproar domestically. Everyone knows that patriotic overseas Chinese are donating a substantial amount of arms. And there is indeed an urgent need for these munitions. For years, India has been tightening their grip on our military supplies, allowing aid meant for China to be soaked in rain on Indian soil, and in 2 years, only a mere 1,000 rifles have been delivered. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued, What you say is true. If this is indeed the case, our soldiers at home could shed less blood. General Zhang's words were met with nods of agreement, while the Duke removed his horn-rimmed glasses, lifting them to the light before placing them back on. If this is true. He paused, drew another puff of smoke, and gazed downward at the telegram. The remaining question is, what does he wish to gain from us? After all, there is no free lunch in this world. What does he want? This is a consignment worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Who would provide such resources without a reason? And moreover, for free. Yet, the Duke, well-versed in the intricacies of human nature, understood that the most expensive thing in this world is indeed that which is offered without charge. Where is his company located? The 88th floor of the Empire State Building. The Duke's surprise was precisely the reason why Li Yan relocated his company to such an iconic office space. It projected an image of prestige. As the new year approached, Jinhua Company, having shed its former makeshift identity, had transformed into an enterprise boasting over 100 employees and had moved into the Empire State Building. At that moment, nearly a third of the building's floors were vacant, with rent prices shockingly low. The following morning, the Duke and his party arrived at the Empire State Building. In the spacious conference room, the Duke assessed Li Yan while Li Yan scrutinized the renowned Duke. This man was infamous for his corruption. Would it be wise to entrust supplies to him? But it was not a matter of handing over the supplies. It was about negotiating with him. The transportation and delivery of the supplies would be their responsibility. If the process were not smooth and continuous, how could they expect cooperation? But then again, that area was rife with corrupt officials as well. However, on second thought, these supplies consisted of arms and munitions. Surely, those individuals would not resort to selling them on the black market. Mr. Li, so remarkably young, has achieved such accomplishments. He is truly a beacon of pride for the Chinese people. In response to the compliments from the national uncle, Li Ian smiled and said, Mr. Song, you are being overly modest. It is merely a matter of coincidence. When fortune arrives, it is unstoppable. Sometimes luck can elucidate everything, especially when certain occurrences defy explanation. One cannot simply attribute it to the assistance of the system, can one? In truth, the system's support is also a matter of luck. After this exchange of pleasantries, the national uncle finally delved into the main topic, inquiring, I have received a secret telegram from the embassy in the UK indicating that Mr. Li intends to donate a substantial amount of military supplies to our country, amounting to tens of thousands of tons. That figure is incorrect. Li Ian's words left the national uncle and the others momentarily stunned, yet they simultaneously exhaled in relief. I knew it was implausible for anyone to donate such a vast quantity of supplies. The once respectful national uncle leaned back slightly, visibly more relaxed. After all, the mindset when dealing with ordinary individuals differs vastly from that when engaging with billionaires. At that moment, a light, airy remark reached the ears of the national uncle. "It is 80,000 tons," he exclaimed in shock. "What?" The others, including Zhu Yihai, rose in astonishment, gazing incredulously at their boss. 80,000 tons of military supplies. Surely this young man is not jesting. That is an astronomical figure. Instantly, every gaze in the room fixated on Li Ian, and a myriad of thoughts raced through their minds. In the spacious conference room, the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar, punctuated only by the sound of collective breaths. Under the scrutiny of all present, Li Ian produced a cigarette and a lighter. "Is this for real?" he questioned before lighting the cigarette and taking a puff. Shaking his head, he corrected, "No, the correct figure should be 87,562 tons. Chapter 82. I am merely fortunate. Second update, 87,562 tons. The quantity has increased once more. Fortunately, it is only a rise of less than 10. A sigh of relief escaped Long. As the Duke and others felt their hearts racing, the impact of this matter was overwhelmingly profound, almost too much to comprehend. He involuntarily swallowed, simultaneously taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Such a vast amount of military supplies has never been so generously offered, not even by Roosevelt. Meanwhile, General Jiang and his companions wore expressions that were exceedingly peculiar: astonishment, joy, excitement. It was hard to fathom how one person's visage could convey such a myriad of emotions. In truth, the sentiments of the others mirrored this. Although the Duke maintained a semblance of composure, merely sweating from his forehead, yearning to burst into laughter yet suppressing it with difficulty. "Mr. Li, you have quite the sense of humor," remarked the Duke. "Humor?" Li Yan responded with a serious demeanor, gazing at the Duke. "Do you truly believe I would jest about such matters?" Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, Li Yan continued. "This batch of supplies departed from Italy 7 days ago and has safely traversed the Strait of Gibraltar, entering the Atlantic Ocean. They will first sail to Havana, Cuba, to refuel, and then proceed to Panama. If the domestic side wishes to acquire these supplies, my counsel is to swiftly negotiate with the Americans regarding the passage of aid to China through Panama, as well as the subsequent transportation and escort issues. The Panama Canal represents the most significant obstacle for the fleet's entry into the Pacific. Currently, the canal is semi-closed, allowing only vessels with American permission to pass through. Although relations through Truman would likely secure such permission, it is unnecessary to rely solely on that connection. After all, there are many ways to navigate the Panama Canal, and the present individual is capable of facilitating this as well. Certainly, I will attend to these matters with utmost urgency and will ensure that Mr. Li is not disappointed," the Duke asserted humbly, aware that humility is warranted in the presence of billionaires. Nevertheless, despite his humility, the Duke inquired, "Mr. Li, might I request a list of the supplies?" Nodding, Li Yan instructed his secretary to pass a document. Upon receiving the file, the Duke opened it and was momentarily taken aback. "This is not in English?" "Sir, it should be in German," General Jiang interjected, leaning over to take a look. As he perused the list of supplies, his brow furrowed slightly. "Mr. Li, there are quite a number of automobiles here, and they are German-made. There are not only automobiles, but also half-tracked vehicles and tanks. These cannot be transported into the country at present. Is there an issue?" No. The Duke shook his head repeatedly, hastily signaling General Jiang. However, Jiang, seemingly oblivious, pointed to the list and queried, "What is this 15? 2 centimeters kh? 433 are cannon? What model is it, and where is it produced?" "A cannon." "What about the 12? 2 centimeters Feldhaubitz 396 are?" "The artillery piece." Mr. Li is quite right. The model of the cannon is of little importance. What truly matters is whether the shells it fires can vanquish the enemy. Wouldn't you agree, General Jiang? "Mr. Li, I have a question that I am unsure whether it is appropriate to ask. Nevertheless, I shall proceed. May I inquire about the source of these armaments?" General Jiang's curiosity stems from the fact that many of the weapon models are unfamiliar to him. If not for the several thousand rifles identified as Car 98K, he might even suspect these models to be fabricated. However, from the MP-717, are submachine guns and the artillery model. He vaguely deduces that these weapons were likely captured from the Russians by the Germans, given that the calibers of the cannons are distinctly Russian. General Zhang's inquiry once again drew the attention of the assembly to Li Yan. Indeed, who among ordinary folk could procure several tons of armaments? Such a vast quantity must surely have a provenance. Well, that is. I found them, Li Yan replied nonchalantly. What? The revelation stunned everyone. The nobleman who had just lit his cigarette stared blankly at him, the cigarette slipping from his lips to his lap, oblivious to the mishap. Found them, he exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet. How is that possible? In response to the perplexed looks, Li Yan clarified, I bought a batch of ships. Moments later, the conference room fell into silence once again, as everyone was rendered speechless. Buying ships that come with armaments. Is there such a bizarre occurrence in the world? It is utterly absurd. Gazing at Li Yan, the only thought lingering in their minds was that this young man was indeed fortunate. Mr. Li's luck is truly remarkable. As the nobleman's words faded, Wang Peiji, sitting in the back row, chimed in, this is also a stroke of luck for our China. This batch of arms, once delivered to the front lines, will surely eliminate many enemies. Indeed. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter, as if, in that fleeting moment, they could already envision the scene of enemy soldiers falling to the ground under the onslaught of these weapons. Amidst the laughter, the nobleman posed a question. Mr. Li's generous donation of arms to support the war effort will undoubtedly be remembered by the nation. However, I wonder if Mr. Li has any stipulations? This is the crux of the matter. Although it is claimed to be a donation, everyone understands that we are not discussing a mere few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars worth of supplies. We are talking about several tons of essential military resources. This nobleman is indeed a perceptive individual. Yes, I do have certain requests. Li Yan nodded slightly. These supplies will be transported by my ships to India, and I wish for my personnel to oversee them until they arrive in the homeland. This requires coordination for a designated collection point in India. That is reasonable. We will find a way to accommodate this. Furthermore, the supervision of supplies necessitates a considerable workforce. I hope to employ a group of personnel domestically, preferably retired soldiers from the station forces in India. After all, when it comes to munitions, it is imperative to have vigilant oversight. Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With such a substantial amount of supplies, we cannot afford to skimp on supervision. 800 personnel should suffice, or perhaps even 1,000 if that proves inadequate. Very well. Once the personnel are secured, I have presented reasonable requests, but the true conditions have yet to be disclosed, the Duke inquired. Might I ask if Mr. Li has any further demands? I have acquired a company in Britain, the North Borneo Company. The North Borneo Company? Unlike the general confusion among others, the Duke, who has had considerable dealings with the overseas Chinese in the South Seas, was well aware of this company and expressed his astonishment. You have purchased North Borneo. At this moment, the Duke's demeanor was filled with incredulity. While others may be oblivious, how could he be unaware of the North Borneo Company and its significance? It is, after all, not merely a company, but essentially a nation. Indeed, Li Yan nodded affirmatively. This company had previously signed an immigration agreement with China prior to World War I for the development of North Borneo. I hope that the domestic authorities will continue to recognize the validity of this agreement, thereby allowing the company to recruit Chinese laborers across various regions of China for the development of Borneo. Chapter 83. Today is a good day, boss. Do you think they will accept your terms? After the guests departed, Zhu Yihai stood before the elevator, glancing back at his employer with a look of concern. What terms? Li Yan's expression bore a hint of confusion. Zhu Yihai felt a twinge of doubt. Had the boss forgotten the recent discussion? He quickly reminded him. It and Appos, regarding the immigration agreement. Will they agree to it? The immigration agreement? Oh, you mean the one that has already been signed. Now, we simply need to execute the terms of the agreement. It has nothing to do with them. This is precisely the merit of the agreement. Domestically, there is little requirement to provide anything in return for a substantial influx of resources. All they need is to acknowledge the validity of the agreement. In truth, it is not even about acknowledgement, as the agreement has never been nullified. Who would have imagined that an immigration agreement signed 31 years ago could so effortlessly resolve the greatest challenge in the development of North Borneo? With this agreement in hand, once the war concludes, we can promptly recruit immigrants from the homeland. 1 million? 2 million? Surely, we could start with 7 to 8 million. It is even feasible to bring over 10 million. What is in excess in our country these days? Of course, it is people. As long as we have ships, we can continuously transport individuals from the homeland. With people, we can cultivate land, establish factories, and explore infinite possibilities. Moreover, the more pressing matter is the prospect of a better life. Those arms can extinguish many lives. Li Yian and Apos' face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, brimming with anticipation for a certain future. Today is indeed a good day. In a surge of enthusiasm, he even picked up the phone. Hello, Heidi, and Apos. Me. Li, are you free this evening? A good day naturally calls for a celebration, and what better way to celebrate than with a beautiful companion by his side? Inviting a Hollywood goddess to join him would be simply delightful. After hanging up the phone, Heidi Lima felt somewhat dazed, her emotions swirling with complexity. Since arriving in New York, she had been residing in Li Yian's home and had grown accustomed to living there. However, what exactly was the nature of their relationship? Were they merely tenants? No, it seemed she had never paid rent. Perhaps they were lovers? Not quite, as they had never crossed into that realm of intimacy. It was precisely for this reason that she perceived him as different from all other men. What set him apart? In his eyes, her beauty seemed irrelevant. He did not make a concerted effort to flatter her, nor did he attempt to invade her personal space. Despite sharing a roof, that was the extent of their connection. Did he harbor no interest in her at all? Once again, his sincere smile surfaced in her mind, genuine and clear, devoid of any desire. How vexing. Heidi's lips involuntarily pouted. Has my charm faded? Life is often shrouded in doubt, particularly after unforeseen events transpire. Heidi, accustomed to being the center of attention due to her beauty, found herself intrigued by this man who seemed unlike anyone else. Thus, upon receiving his phone call and dinner invitation, her emotions became a whirlwind of complexity, filled with anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of exhilaration. At last, he had invited her to dine. The mere thought ignited a spark of expectation within her. Was she looking forward to tonight's dinner? As this notion crossed her mind, her gaze became somewhat unfocused. She retrieved her compact mirror, examining her reflection. Yes, she still possessed the same beauty as before. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. She ought to visit a boutique and purchase a new outfit. With this thought, Heidi, who had long been accustomed to late nights at the lab, promptly donned her coat and departed the office. Today marked a significant occasion for her. He was cooking for her himself. In that fleeting moment, an unfamiliar warmth surged within her. It was the first time a man had prepared a meal for her. Others typically favored gifting jewelry. With a slight smile, Heidi quietly ascended the stairs and entered her room. As she meticulously adorned herself before the vanity in the kitchen, Li Yian conversed with himself. Old pickled cabbage. This must be true traditional craftsmanship. The pickled cabbage had been purchased from Chinatown. Who would have thought that someone from Guangdong would also enjoy it? Nevertheless, it was perfect for preparing a dish of pickled cabbage fish. The thought of it made Li Yian's mouth water. Although he lacked a spice pack, he was well versed in the recipe, having learned it from his mother, making the process effortless for him. While he marinated the fish, he busied himself with several other dishes as well. One must learn to cook when striving alone in the world. Yet, the most crucial aspect was the support from the system. He discovered a new skill once again, culinary expertise. What level was LV2 in cooking? Whether filleting fish or ing vegetables, his deft movements rivaled that of a professional chef, indicating that such proficiency could certainly lead to opening a restaurant. As he prepared the meal, Heidi, unbeknownst to him, had descended the stairs, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she observed the industrious man in the kitchen. Is there anything I can assist with? She inquired. Turning with a smile, Li Yian replied, No need. I'm preparing Chinese cuisine. The dinner was indeed Chinese, which was why Li Yian had chosen to dine at home. After all, Chinese people are accustomed to this flavor. As for Western cuisine, it suffices to indulge occasionally. Soon, the meticulously prepared dinner was ready, and the LV3 culinary skill from the system ensured that the meal was visually and aromatically delightful. Gazing at the exquisite dishes on the table, Heidi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this man possessed such remarkable culinary talent. Merely the presentation was incredibly enticing. All right, let us begin our feast. As Li Yian chuckled, he poured a drink for the two, the liquor being Cuban rum. What dish is this? Sour cabbage fish, Heidi replied, using her fork to lift a piece of fish. The moment it touched her lips, her eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor is exquisite. How is this sour cabbage fish prepared? I've never encountered it in Chinatown before. Chinatown mainly features Cantonese cuisine, predominantly prepared by Cantonese people, while sour cabbage fish is a dish from Sichuan cuisine. Sichuan cuisine? What exactly is Sichuan cuisine? Chapter 84. Shall we cultivate a few Nobel laureates? In the ensuing hours, Heidi, like a curious child, listened intently as Li Ian elucidated the intricacies of Chinese cuisine. They dined and conversed, transitioning from discussions about culinary traditions to the current state of affairs and eventually delving into the realms of science. Gradually, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, or perhaps a desire to showcase their allure. After dinner, they migrated to the living room, where their conversation continued. During this exchange, Heidi produced a record and placed it on the turntable. As lively music filled the air, she extended a playful invitation. Will you not ask me to dance? Dancing is a joyous affair. Eyes become dreamy, and spirits are lifted, igniting an internal fervor. As they swayed to the melody, their gazes intertwined. And in that moment of shared connection, it was unclear who made the first move, but soon they found themselves enveloped in a passionate kiss. It was akin to dry kindling meeting a fierce flame, and the fire blazed uncontrollably, consuming them. The fervor raged from the living room on the first floor to the bedroom on the second, garments discarded along the staircase and corridor. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Ian awoke to find the woman beside him still in slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. He could not help but acknowledge her formidable spirit. Yet, ultimately, he believed himself to be the victor. Gazing upon her exquisite features, he began to comprehend why so many overlooked her talents, focusing solely on her beauty. Had it not been for his presence, she would likely be traversing the United States, promoting war bonds. Well, what I truly value is your talent, he declared. Is that really so? She inquired, her voice drowsy yet playful. Indeed, absolutely genuine. At that moment, she opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep, and turned to face him, a charming smile breaking across her face. Good morning, she greeted. Morning, he replied. Everything seemed delightfully natural, devoid of excessive words or exchanges. As their eyes met once more, the flames ignited again, burning for several hours. Their passionate encounter continued from the early morning until noon, even indulging in lunch in bed. It was not until the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, that Li Ian, after receiving a phone call from the company, reluctantly departed, leaving behind the reluctant gaze of the woman. His visit to the office was prompted by the arrival of a guest, none other than Yuan Jiao. Familiarity rendered their meeting devoid of formality. After some conversation, Zhang Weiluan interjected. Boss, here's the situation. Since Yuan arrived in the United States, he has been unable to purchase a car due to the war. I heard from Hai that our company offers this service, so he hopes you might assist him. Yuan Jiao, appearing slightly embarrassed, added, Ziyuan. You know my wife is also in America. She plans to come to New York at the end of the month, and I intend to take her for a drive around the area. However, I find it exceedingly difficult to buy a car, and renting is not a viable option either. Therefore, I wanted to ask if I could purchase a vehicle from you. Zhang Weiluan's words left Li Ian momentarily taken aback, looking at the two men with confusion. He asked, Is this what you referred to over the phone, Weiluan? Yes, indeed. Greetings. I pondered what significant matter this might be. Li Ian approached the desk directly, retrieving a set of car keys and placing them firmly into Yuan Jiao's hands. Jiao, the vehicle is located in the underground parking lot. It is a sleek black two-door BMW. Feel free to take it for a spin. But, Ji Yuan, is this appropriate? Yuan Jiao stammered, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Li Ian chuckled. I have a chauffeur and rarely drive myself. Leaving the car unused would only lead to its deterioration. Consider this as a favor you are doing for me. Had it been anyone else, Li Yi and Appos, and might not have extended such warmth, but Yuan Jiao was different. And even more so his wife. She was among the rare few true scientists in modern Chinese history, had she not been a woman, and a Chinese woman at that. With a character that was once quite forthright, she might have been the first Chinese recipient of the Nobel Prize. Although others had previously missed the opportunity for this honor, the Nobel Committee acknowledged that her lack of nomination was due to communication issues, leaving her as the sole figure in this regard. Beyond this, she was the only Chinese participant in the Manhattan Project, playing a pivotal role. In the 21st century, it is often said that Oppenheimer created the atomic bomb. But it was Wu Jianxiong who fashioned the trigger. Without that trigger, would an atomic bomb have been produced? Possibly, but perhaps much later. For Li Ian, who had long admired this physicist who narrowly missed the Nobel Prize and made remarkable contributions to defeating Japan, the prospect of hosting her in New York was a delightful opportunity to extend his hospitality. Of course, Yuan Jiao was entirely unaware of these intricacies. What he perceived was simply Li Ian's goodwill. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Li Ian interjected, "Are you heading to Washington? I have a villa there. If you go, you are welcome to stay." Whether stemming from the bonds of friendship or profound respect for Wu Jianxiong, a distinguished predecessor in the field of Chinese physics, Li Ian's sincerity was palpable, and it naturally moved Yuan Jialio and his companions. Soon, the group was engaged in cheerful conversation within Li Ian's office. Even in the realm of physics and other specialized fields, Li Ian could delve into cutting-edge discussions with Yuan Jialio. To outsiders, this showcased Li Ian's erudition, but in reality, it was merely knowledge gleaned from high school textbooks. As they conversed about physics, a familiar interface materialized before Li Yi and Appos, SIs. "Would you like to activate the physics skill?" Upon selecting to activate, a surge of knowledge poured in, transforming his previously vague understanding from high school and university studies into clarity in that very moment. His understanding transcends merely the physics knowledge pertinent to the current era. It encompasses the principles acquired during his secondary and tertiary education in the 21st century. This represents the system's most significant advantage, as the knowledge imparted is not confined to its temporal context. What may appear as fundamental physics actually encompasses insights that extend into the coming decades, reaching well into the 21st century. Each fragment of this knowledge possesses the potential to earn a Nobel Prize. As the conversation deepened, Yuan Jialio found himself at a loss for words to articulate his astonishment. Even remarking, "Ziyuan, did you study physics during your university years? I wonder which esteemed scholar you studied under." Perhaps that distinguished figure is simply a testament to the system's remarkable efficacy. A mere understated comment left Yuan Jialio nearly speechless, while Li Yan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to engage him in discussions on quantum mechanics. In truth, it is not imperative for Nobel laureates to be unearthed. Nurturing a few promising individuals is equally commendable. Chapter 85. Italy. Allies. Indeed, the camaraderie among scholars is both uncomplicated and pure. A simple exchange of dialogue and academic discourse serves to deepen the bonds of friendship among them, a connection profound and unmatched by the external world. Yet, such friendships are inherently confined to the scholarly realm. Beyond this, one must either master the art of toasting or become the recipient of such honors. Clearly, Li Yan belongs to the latter category, for, after all, wealth often proves to be a panacea. A few days later, the royal uncle once again visited Jinhua Company. Upon seeing Li Yan, he exclaimed with excitement, "Ziyuan, it has come to fruition." With that, he waved the telegram in his hand, grinning as he said, "Look, this is a telegram from the homeland. Allow me to read it to you. The nation is overwhelmed with refugees. If we can settle them in North Borneo, it would indeed be a prudent strategy. The execution of the immigration agreement must prioritize the protection of the rights of the Chinese people. The North Borneo Company must ensure that the legitimate rights of the Chinese are safeguarded and must adhere strictly to the terms of the agreement, ensuring that upon their arrival, adequate housing is provided and schools are established for the education of their children." The telegram was rather lengthy, with a significant portion reiterating the protection of Chinese interests. Li Yan wholeheartedly resonated with this sentiment. The establishment of housing and schools was indeed paramount, and the rights of the Chinese would undoubtedly surpass those of the locals. As Li Yan set down the telegram, the royal uncle remarked, "Ziyuan, after my earnest advocacy, the homeland has fully acquiesced to your conditions, provided that the rights of the Chinese are assured. After all, with a populous homeland and limited land, facilitating immigration to North Borneo is undoubtedly beneficial." The royal uncle's words were clearly meant to curry favor, as seeking the goodwill of a billionaire carries no shame. Grateful, Li Yan acknowledged this favor, aware that only he could gauge its true value. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions, and upon learning that the merchant fleet was soon to arrive in Havana, the royal uncle stated, "The Americans have agreed to permit merchant vessels through the Panama Canal. Once through, they can proceed directly to India." Whether due to intentional clarification or other reasons, the royal uncle emphasized, "Yuan, rest assured, these supplies will undoubtedly be allocated to the front lines in the war effort." Li Yan couldn't help but harbor doubts about their integrity, yet there was little recourse, given their position in the homeland. He inquired directly, "What is the current status?" After a moment's reflection, the royal uncle replied, "However, the capacity of the Sino-American Joint Aviation Force is currently limited, able to transport only over 12,000 tons of supplies each month. This is primarily due to a shortage of pilots. While the Americans can provide more transport planes, They cannot supply additional pilots. China too lacks sufficient pilots, and those we do have are prioritized for combat aircraft. Thus, until the pilot shortage is resolved, we cannot expect an immediate increase in transport capacity. The true efficacy of the hump route will only be realized in 1945, with the conclusion of the European conflict. A substantial number of pilots arrived in India, witnessing a remarkable surge in transport capacity from over 10,000 tons monthly to 60,000 tons within a few short months. The transportation of gasoline via the hump route ultimately reached 100,000 tons, with 65% of that attributed to the hump route itself, and by that time, it was already July 1945. Contemplating this, Li Ian inquired, "So, the fundamental reason for the insufficient transport capacity is the lack of pilots?" Ji Yuan responded, "You may not be aware, but America can manufacture several hundred aircraft daily. However, they do not possess an equivalent number of pilots. The United States was drawn into the war due to the Pearl Harbor incident, yet their policy prioritizes Europe. Pilots must first be supplied to Europe, and the Pacific also requires a significant number of pilots. As for Asia, the situation on the hump route," shaking his head, the uncle remarked, "it is entirely outside the Pentagon and APOS as considerations. When I negotiate with them, they always say the same thing. We can provide as many transport planes as you need, but pilots, that's a problem we must resolve ourselves." Upon uttering this sentiment, the uncle sighed deeply, embodying the helplessness of a weak agricultural nation. Despite their utmost efforts, they could only cultivate a meager number of pilots. Reflecting on the nation's backwardness, Li Ian's mind wandered to the unemployed pilots he had encountered in Italy, who found themselves in a state of limbo due to the Allies' distrust. The Italian military was essentially stagnant, with even the pilots idling at the airfields. How long would they remain there? Until the war concluded, and what was their common plight? Poverty. With this thought, Li Ian's eyes brightened as he spoke. "Does that mean if we have pilots, the Americans will provide us with transport planes?" Upon hearing this, Li Ian declared, "Then let us inform them that we have pilots." "What?" the uncle exclaimed in astonishment. "Pilots? Where?" "In Italy." Li Ian replied succinctly. "There are thousands of pilots in Italy, and as long as we are willing to hire them, they would certainly be eager to work for us." While the uncle processed this surprising information, Li Ian added, "Bear in mind, Italy is also an ally now." Chapter 86. Intelligence. Italy, too, was an ally. However, this ally had essentially been disarmed. Apart from the millions of Italian soldiers who surrendered to Germany and were subsequently incorporated into the puppet government of the Italian Social Republic, the remaining troops loyal to the crown in the South had, by the end of 1943, effectively been disarmed. Their aircraft were grounded at airports, and their weapons secured in warehouses. As for national security, well, since they were allies, let Britain and its allies take care of that. In light of this situation, Italian Prime Minister Badoglio, seeking to alleviate the financial strain on the government, announced a mass demobilization overnight, resulting in the discharge of hundreds of thousands of Italian soldiers. It must be noted that the eventual disintegration of the Kingdom of Italy was directly linked to this decision made by Badoglio. Among those demobilized were thousands of pilots, many of whom had fled southward from northern airfields following Italy's capitulation. Little did they anticipate being abandoned by their king overnight. During his time in Italy, Li Ian frequently encountered soldiers who, after losing their jobs, found themselves without prospects or pay. Upon learning of the domestic shortage of pilots, he naturally proposed a solution. Italian pilots? The uncle pondered, contemplating the feasibility of the idea. "Is it possible?" "Certainly," Li Ian replied. "After all, we are not sending them into battle. If Italian soldiers are unfit for combat, surely they can operate transport aircraft." He continued, "We could employ them under the guise of a domestic airline, utilizing them to pilot the transport planes. Did not Marshall say that as long as there were pilots, planes would be provided? If he supplies us with aircraft, we can transport as many supplies as possible back home. If he refuses, we can expose the Americans' true nature." The uncle paused, taken aback by Li Ian's insight. His expression shifted as he considered the proposal, and after a moment's reflection, he replied, "Very well, I shall attempt to make contact domestically. If, yes, it should pose no problem." As it turned out, there were indeed no obstacles on the domestic front. For a nation urgently in need of weapons and ammunition, the willingness to employ not just Italian pilots, but even Japanese pilots, was evident. By 1944, the situation at home had become dire. Regarding Marshall's assertions, he spoke the truth. The United States indeed had aircraft but lacked sufficient pilots. At American airports, thousands of C-46 planes, often derided as flying coffins, awaited pilots. These transport planes, overlooked by the military, had been relegated to second-tier status, even receiving orders prohibiting their involvement in airdrop operations. Yet, they remained the optimal choice for flying over the hump and served as the backbone of the hump airlift route. Only the C-46 possesses the capability to contend with the vast array of adverse conditions faced along the hump route, including unpredictable and violent weather, heavy cargo loads, mountainous terrain, rudimentary facilities, and frequently inundated airfields. With skilled pilots at the helm, these oft-disdained transport aircraft can fulfill their purpose. As for the so-called flying coffins, the loss of life seems to concern only the Italians. As long as no Americans perish, it is deemed acceptable. Even the likes of Marshall and others view the employment of Italian pilots as a prudent measure to mitigate American casualties. Thus, merely half a month later, over 500 Italian pilots and ground personnel, under the guise of airline employees, boarded Allied aircraft bound for India, arriving at the airfields in Assam. While Italians may not excel in warfare, as Li Yian aptly noted, they are indeed competent in operating transport planes. In fact, to a certain extent, these Italian aviators demonstrate a greater adaptability to the hump's challenging environment, having undergone extensive training that included flying over the Alps. Thanks to the endeavors of these pilots, the transport volume along the hump surged by over 60 within a month, surpassing the 20,000-ton threshold, of which 8,000 tons were supplies donated by Li Yian. Upon concluding the report, Lautre made a point to address Li Yian directly. "Mr. Li, domestically we have begun to supply these weapons to our elite frontline units. With these advanced armaments, our soldiers will be able to shed less blood and swiftly reclaim lost territories." As she stored the report away, Lautre could not help but scrutinize the young man before her. Youthful and strikingly handsome, his mere presence could quicken one's heartbeat. However, there was a hint of infidelity in his character. He seemed to be cohabiting with a Hollywood starlet. Indeed, he was a man of many affections. For the 17-year-old Lautre, this judgment appeared sound. One could only hope it was so. Li Yian nodded, his expression still somewhat grave. He glanced at the calendar, noting it was already February 27th, and time was running short. "By the way, Miss Lautre, please relay to Chairman Song that I have learned through certain channels of Japan and Oppo's intent to launch a new offensive, aiming to secure a continental transportation route. They are amassing hundreds of thousands of troops to simultaneously assault Guangxi and Hunan. I hope the homeland can prepare in advance." Contemplating the ramifications of potential defeats, Li Yian felt a disquiet in his heart. He was uncertain whether these weapons could effect any change. Yet taking action seemed preferable to inaction. Would the intelligence shared aid the homeland in preparing adequately? Li Yian was unsure. But the limited options available to him compelled him to rely on the current liaison secretary to convey the information to the esteemed uncle of the nation, hoping for early preparations and bolstered defenses in both regions. "Is that truly the case?" Lautre exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. Please inform Chairman Song that the intelligence was provided by a friend of mine in Europe." Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, Li Yian smiled. He understood, of course, after all, that esteemed relative had once pondered how the fleet could navigate the vast Atlantic without a hitch. Though Li Yian refrained from stating the obvious, the nobleman had conjured various possibilities in his mind. Some things are universally acknowledged, and among the ranks of the Sandetsis, there are indeed many akin to that nobleman. "Very well, I comprehend. Is there anything else?" Once assured there were no further matters, the girl rose to take her leave. As the door closed behind her, she cast another glance at the calendar. Li Yian furrowed his brow slightly, leaning back against the chair, murmuring to himself, "I hope this will bear some fruit." At that moment, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Rising to answer, the voice on the other end caused his expression to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "How could this be? Is everyone all right?" Chapter 87. Key Figures in February. Washington was blanketed in ice and snow. Observing her cautious husband, Wu Jianxiong remarked, "It seems that Li Yian has made considerable contributions to the field of physics." "Indeed," replied Yuan Jiaoyu. "Once we arrive in New York, if time permits, we can engage in discussions regarding certain intriguing and even groundbreaking concepts he has proposed in quantum mechanics." Soon, the couple found themselves engrossed in a dialogue about Li Yian's hypotheses concerning the quantum realm, completely oblivious to their surroundings in the vehicle. If his hypothesis is validated, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire academic community. As Wu Jianxiong's words trailed off, she suddenly became aware that the car's speed had inexplicably increased. Jiaoyo, the road is slippery. Slow down and be cautious. Before she could finish her sentence, the vehicle spun violently. Jiaoyo. Wu Jianxiong gasped in terror, clutching her husband's arm. Before she could articulate her fear, the sound of skidding tires filled the air, and in an instant, their BMW careened off the road, tumbling down the hillside. Several hours later, Yuan Jiaoyo found himself in a hospital, staring blankly at the flashing red lights of the operating room, his mind consumed with regret. How could this happen? How could I have been so careless? The incident had occurred so suddenly that it left him utterly unprepared. The car came to a halt after colliding with a large tree, preventing it from rolling over or catching fire, an immense stroke of fortune. Eventually, passing motorists noticed the accident and assisted in extracting the couple from the wreckage. Yuan Jiaoyo was fortunate, aside from some abrasions. He had sustained a rib injury from striking the steering wheel. Unfortunately, Wu Jianxiong was not as lucky. The impact had caused multiple fractures in her ribs and an arm fracture, and she was currently undergoing critical treatment. It was not until the following morning that the doctor emerged from the operating room. Upon seeing the doctor, Yuan Jiaoyo hurried over and inquired, "Doctor, how's my wife? What is her condition?" "Sir, the surgery was successful. However, due to multiple fractures, her recovery will take approximately 4 months," the doctor replied. At that moment, Yuan Jiaoyo finally exhaled in relief, muttering, that is good, as long as she is safe." Receiving a call from Yuan Jiaoyo, Li Yan felt similarly relieved. As long as she is unharmed. He shuddered at the thought of the consequences had the situation been more dire. The idea of lending his car had led to such an unfortunate incident, and he was filled with apprehension. What if the physics community lost a prominent figure? "I shall never lend my car again. It is simply too frightening, unless, of course, I lend the driver as well." Reflecting on this, Li Yan added, like many affluent New Yorkers, he owned a villa in Southampton. It was a sound investment. That beachfront property, now valued at merely over $10,000, would later soar into the millions, becoming a coveted asset. Upon this realization, Li Yan promptly picked up the telephone and issued a directive to his secretary. Soon, Ding Yin dispatched someone to retrieve the Yuan couple. Was it not mentioned at the school that the lady would reside with her husband in New York after her discharge? Colonel Nikes furrowed his brow, expressing his perplexity. "We have visited thrice, yet no one has been home." Another individual, perusing the letters in hand, remarked, "We cannot continue to wait indefinitely." Gazing at the firmly shut door, Colonel Nikes stated, "I believe it is unnecessary to linger any longer. We have awaited their presence for a week. I trust Mr. Oppenheimer will understand." Several hours later, Oppenheimer received a long-distance call from New York. Upon learning of Wu Jianxiong's unfortunate traffic accident and subsequent injuries, he inquired anxiously about her condition, only to breathe a sigh of relief once her safety was confirmed. Although the timing was far from ideal, Oppenheimer had no alternative. After concluding the call, he resumed his examination of Fermi and Oppo's report. The persistent chain reaction of the nuclear explosion proved elusive. Neutrons generated from the impact inexplicably vanished, depriving the reaction of its sustaining force. The sudden disappearance of neutrons posed a formidable challenge for Oppenheimer, Fermi, and their fellow scientists, placing the development of the atomic bomb in jeopardy. Xenon-135. One of the byproducts of nuclear fission was likely the culprit behind this malfunction. We suspect that Xenon-135 acts as a neutron poison. However, we currently lack sufficient confidence in a solution. As Oppenheimer reviewed the report, his brow knitted in concern. Without a resolution to this issue, the continuous chain reaction necessary for the creation of the atomic bomb would remain unattainable, and thus, the bomb itself would not materialize. Who could possibly resolve this dilemma? In Oppenheimer's estimation, only Wu Jianxiong, his former pupil, possessed the capability to tackle this conundrum. As early as 1939, she had independently conducted experiments exploring the byproducts of uranium nuclear fission, discovering that uranium produced a significant amount of the radioactive isotope xenon-135 during the fission process, and proposing that this isotope exhibited a certain absorptive quality towards neutrons. It was precisely due to her pioneering research in this domain that Oppenheimer sought her out, even personally traveling to Washington to address her confidentiality authorization concerns. Unfortunately, fate had dealt a cruel hand, resulting in her accidental injury. With no recourse, Oppenheimer could only sigh in resignation. "Very well. I shall await her recovery in a few months' time before proceeding." Chapter 88. 1,000,000 pieces of jade. Splendid when the wings of a butterfly begin to flutter, none can foresee the consequences that may ensue, nor whether a tempest might arise. Yet, it is often the most trivial of mishaps that can trigger a series of unforeseen chain reactions, such as the nature of certain events. Indeed, once a critical link is severed, the repercussions can be immeasurable to outsiders. Much like the butterfly's wings, the resultant effects remain a mystery to all. But does this matter? Not in the least. In fact, if it were possible, it could be deemed a fortuitous occurrence. If they could shatter into 1,000,000 pieces, it would be nothing short of splendid, as the Yayan envisioned this promising future of fragmentation. Wu Jinxiong and his wife were indulging in rare leisure at their opulent residence in Southampton. They were, of course, filled with gratitude towards Li Yayan. Yet a tinge of guilt lingered, for they had damaged his vehicle. Who could have anticipated that he would not only be unfazed, but would also invite them to his seaside mansion for recuperation? This gesture of camaraderie profoundly touched their hearts. At times, the connections between individuals can be remarkably simple. In their idle moments, the couple extolled Li Yayan's virtues in correspondence with friends. Through their letters, the Chinese students in America came to recognize Li Yayan, the proprietor of Zhenghua Company, as a man of profound knowledge and warmth. In a mere few months, he had forged connections with numerous international students, actively supporting those facing financial hardships, thus garnering a wealth of goodwill. Simultaneously, news regarding him began to circulate. As the weapons he donated arrived in the country in significant quantities, the media was quick to report on the matter, elevating him to the status of the most notable figure in the village. This news caught the attention of both the overseas Chinese community and the students in America. After all, he had generously donated military supplies valued at over $100 million, captivating people not only with his financial prowess but also with his selfless act of philanthropy. However, fame often brings its own burdens. After his overnight rise to prominence, Li Yayan found himself inundated with various invitations from organizations, some urging him to visit and inspire military personnel and civilians alike, while others sought his contributions for causes like refugee relief and orphan care. In short, with fame comes an abundance of affairs to manage. Though he chose to forego many engagements, he felt compelled to express his sentiments through monetary donations. At times, visitors from back home would come to America, and the incessant interruptions frustrated Li Yayan. To escape this chaos, he retreated into what he referred to as his laboratory. In truth, this laboratory was an airport. Indeed, the airport was situated in Southampton, a veritable paradise for the affluent of New York, boasting beautiful beaches, exquisite dining establishments, and vast stretches of farmland. However, at this moment, Southampton was not yet the grand estate it would become in later years. Vast stretches of farmland prevailed instead. The airport purchased by Li Yayan was situated amidst these fields, essentially a sprawling farm covering an impressive 600 acres, with an airstrip for agricultural aircraft at its center. After a modest expansion, the airport was capable of accommodating twin-engine aircraft such as the DC-3. Two DC-2s rested beside the grain barn, where Cohen was illustrating his recently completed design for a new aerial refueling facility to Li Yayan. The refueling aircraft would deploy a fuel hose from beneath its fuselage or from wing-mounted pods, the hoses end featuring a funnel-shaped cone that resembled an oversized funnel. This cone was equipped with an automatic locking mechanism, designed to stabilize the hose in midair and guide the probe into the connector. A probe extended from the side of the aircraft or the leading edge of the wing, allowing the pilot to insert it into the cone to establish a connection. Once the probe engaged with the connector, the lock would secure it, enabling the refueling process. Gazing at the schematics drawn by Cohen, Li Yayan recognized without explanation that this was the soft hose cone system for aerial refueling that would gain popularity in later years. As history recounts, Cohen invented this technology during World War II, yet it was not until after the war that the British and American Air Forces adopted it for bombing missions against Russia. Now, with Li Yayan's support, this aerial refueling technology, which had remained confined to blueprints during the war, was on the verge of becoming a reality. To facilitate testing, he had even expended considerable resources to acquire two DC-2 transport aircraft, not out of a lack of desire for the DC-3 or larger planes, but simply because they were unattainable. What is the refueling rate? Li Yayan pondered. According to my calculations, it should be around 300 gallons per minute. 300 gallons is approximately 1,000 liters. Although somewhat slow, it would suffice, especially considering that the B-29's fuel capacity during bombing missions was only a little over 10 tons. After a brief mental calculation, Li Yan inquired. When can we manufacture this refueling system? Colum contemplated for a moment before responding. It will likely take about 2 months. We need to reconfigure the aircraft's fuel lines and conduct tests on the refueling apparatus. For our first trial, we will probably need to wait until June. Could we expedite it to an earlier date? Li Yan pressed. By June, the situation would have evolved. As 67 B-29 bombers would take off from Chengdu to attack Japan's Shikoku Island. This bombing would herald the commencement of extensive bombardments against Japan, undoubtedly garnering a wealth of votes for Roosevelt, as at that time, Americans harbored greater animosity towards the Japanese than the Germans. While the Americans urged China to hasten airport construction ostensibly for the war effort, the underlying motive was clear. The bombings aimed to secure electoral support for Roosevelt. Could we manage it within a month? Li Yan asked plainly. It is now March 12th, before April 15th. Is it possible to install the first set of aerial refueling equipment on the aircraft and conduct at least 5 aerial refueling operations before the 20th? As Cohen hesitated, Li Yan stated, I will provide you with everything you require, personnel, machinery, the entire car metal company. Everything you need will be at your disposal. You have 30 days. In 30 days, I must see results. Chapter 89. From one shore to another with sufficient manpower and resources, nothing is insurmountable. This is a universally accepted truth. Akin to the United States launching 3 Liberty ships daily, essentially a testament to the accumulation of human and material effort. Under Li Yan and Appo's unwavering determination, all technical resources of the Car Metal Company were devoted to the manufacture of the aerial refueling system. Hundreds of skilled workers joined the endeavor, rapidly producing thousands of components. Within mere days, the first refueling machine was constructed and installed in the cabin of a DC-2 aircraft. Soon, Kahan and his team commenced ground trials, which essentially involved the docking and locking of the conical fittings. Within a short span of 5 days, they conducted hundreds of tests, identifying several emerging issues. Finally, on April 3rd, 2 modified DC-2 aircraft stood poised on the runway, basking in the sun's rays, their unpainted bodies gleaming like the most radiant of stars. Boss. Our planes lack formal names, and naming them is essential for good fortune, Kahan reminded. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yan announced, the first aircraft shall be named Jinling, and the second, Tokyo. From Jinling to Tokyo, a simple wish, devoid of ulterior motives, solely driven by a desire for retribution. Li Yan merely wished to fuel Tokyo, igniting a metaphorical barbecue. A profound silence enveloped the group of technicians upon hearing this, their eyes sparkling with a unique fervor. Their expressions conveyed excitement, but predominantly, an overwhelming anticipation. The distance from Jinling to Tokyo may not be vast, yet they had traversed this journey for 7 long years. Soon, the tail of each aircraft bore their respective call signs, inscribed in both English and Chinese characters. At 11 o'clock in the morning, after the final inspections, the roar of the engines heralded the simultaneous takeoff of both planes. Upon ascending, they did not venture far, but circled above the airport. Shortly after, the leading aircraft released a hose extending over 20 meters, its end fitted with a funnel-shaped float anchor. The second aircraft began to glide closer, equipped with a 1-meter-long refueling pipe protruding from its nose. Thus commenced the operation. Peering through the telescope at the aerial refueling maneuver, Li Yan furrowed his brow. Muttering to himself, how could this be? The float anchor appeared stable, yet it oscillated continuously, causing the trailing aircraft to make multiple attempts before successfully aligning the refueling pipe with the funnel anchor, achieving the aerial connection. A minute later, the refueled aircraft communicated via radio to the ground, and a wave of jubilant cheers erupted below. We did it. We succeeded. Amidst the euphoria, Ren Zhuan shouted to the boss, Boss, we did it. We succeeded. Release the refueling hose again. Release it again? Did we not just complete the refueling? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, the aircraft once more released its hose. Initially, the floating anchor appeared remarkably stable, yet soon began to sway slightly, evidently influenced by the airflow. Several hours later, standing beside the plane, Li Yan meticulously examined the conical sleeve of the aircraft and Appo's floating anchor. The conical end of the hose was a funnel-shaped, all-steel closed structure with an impressive diameter of nearly 80 centimeters. Grasping the hefty steel cone, weighing several dozen kilograms, Li Yan's mind conjured images of it swaying in midair once more. Boss, the dimensions and weight of the cone are meticulously designed. If it is too light, it will be severely affected by airflow disturbances. Too heavy, and it will be ineffective. Moreover, we must ensure the fuel pipe can fit precisely inside. Turning to Cohen, Li Yan countered, "What if we alter its shape?" Before Koum could respond, Li Yan dashed to the edge of the airport, retrieved a shuttlecock from a table, and struck it into the distance. As the shuttlecock soared through the air in an arc, Li Yan exclaimed, "A shuttlecock. Its shape is far more stable than a funnel." The inspiration struck him because, in another world, fuel conical sleeves were designed in the form of a shuttlecock, even being collapsible, which made them lighter and ensured a more stable docking trajectory. Sometimes, what appears to be a simple image can yield insights derived from years of research by predecessors. With Li Yan's suggestion, the shuttlecock-shaped fuel conical sleeve was manufactured within just 2 days and promptly tested. As he had predicted, it was indeed lighter and exhibited a more stable docking trajectory. After several successful aerial refueling operations, as soon as he disembarked from the aircraft, Koum called out to Li Yan, "Boss, we can notify the army to come and observe." Not just to observe, but to promote, Li Yan corrected, emphasizing that they aimed to market their product to the military. Although the patent had been acquired by the company, Koum, as the inventor, still yearned for this aerial refueling technology to find application in warfare. No need to rush. Unlike his previous urgency, Li Yan now felt a sense of calm. Let us first manufacture several refueling aircraft and the necessary fuel pipe components, preparing for large-scale testing and production. As for the army, he glanced toward Washington with a subtle smile. The time is ripe. It is time to take action. Gently tapping the file folder, Li Yan remarked with a smirk, "All right, now is the moment to make our move." With a cold grin, he retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and gazed at the file folder. He had been preparing for this day for months. Drawing a deep breath from the cigarette, as if making a momentous decision, he picked up the phone on the table. Chapter 90, Betrayal, Second Update. On this day, a guest arrived at the airport. The visitor was none other than Harry, who, as the company's lobbyist in Washington, had proven himself not only competent but had also exceeded expectations by providing substantial assistance to Li Yan, even assisting the company in scouting numerous talents. It was only after the establishment of the headhunting firm that his responsibilities eased somewhat. "Li, you didn't summon me here just to admire your aircraft, did you?" Harry inquired directly. "Of course not. Come, let us converse indoors." After inviting Harry inside, Li Yan approached the liquor cabinet and asked, "What shall you drink?" "Whiskey, with ice," Harry replied. Pouring 2 glasses of whiskey, Li Yan took a sip before asking, "Are you acquainted with Dewey?" "Dewey?" Harry, still with his glass suspended in midair, replied in astonishment, "Li, you aren't considering supporting him, are you?" "Dewey cannot win the election." Thomas Dewey, the governor of New York, was indeed Roosevelt's challenger. Despite the high expectations surrounding him, many held reservations about his chances. Once the ship has set sail, one does not change the captain. This is a basic principle, Li. Before Harry could finish, Li Yan shook his head and interjected, "I do not intend to fund him. Rather, I need him." After taking another sip of his drink, Li Yan continued, "I require his assistance with certain matters only he can address." "What?" Harry looked at Li Yan, puzzled. "You need Dewey to assist you? Why would he do that for you?" With a slight smile, Li Yan reclined against the sofa and said slowly, "For his campaign." A frown creased Harry's brow, his gaze filled with confusion. Currently, the only one capable of troubling Roosevelt is him. If there had been uncertainty before. Now Harry was utterly bewildered. "What are you implying? To trouble the president? To create complications for him? My God, you." Suddenly, Harry fell silent. Thanks to their interactions over the past 6 months, he understood well that this young man before him was exceptionally astute. He would not engage in creating chaos without purpose. He must have ulterior motives. Having made this deduction, Harry took a sip of his drink and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Li, your objective is likely not to create chaos, but to resolve it. Am I correct? Engaging with intelligent individuals makes communication effortless. One does not require extensive explanations for the other party to grasp the intent." Li Yan nodded, saying, "You see, to compel others to act on your behalf, you must first make them indebted to you. And you wish to make the president indebted to you, correct?" Harry gently swirled the ice in his glass, the cubes clinking against the amber whiskey. Few can accomplish such a feat, given the disparity in our positions. Despite his words, Harry expressed his anticipation. "Unless you have a brilliant idea. Good ideas always require some appropriate ammunition. As you know, the United States entered the World War due to the Pearl Harbor incident. And the fundamental reason for America's involvement was revenge, a desire for retribution against the Japanese. However, over the past 2 years, America has allocated the vast majority of its resources to Europe. At this point, Li Ian paused, smiled briefly, and continued. On the surface, the Navy and the Marine Corps seemed to have invested significant strength in the Pacific, yet in reality, the Marines were akin to a group of neglected children, wielding rifles from World War I to combat the Japanese, while almost all resources were supplied to the British and Russians. Li Ian reached for a thick envelope resting on the table. Europe first? Harry interjected. Are you suggesting to use Roosevelt's Europe first policy against him? Indeed. But you know, Dewey has already done this. Not sufficiently. He needs some additional support. What? Harry looked at Li and Appos, and with confusion. To combat the Germans. The White House provided the British with $10 billion in supplies last year and $30 billion to the Russians. Do you know how much went to Asia? That region held back over 1 million Japanese troops. The president even stated last year that without Asian resistance, over 1.5 million Japanese would have swept through the Pacific, occupying Hawaii and possibly the entire West Coast. Thanks to the whirlwind caused by last year's visit of the First Lady, Harry and all Americans recognized the importance of Asia. I understand that Asia is the main force resisting the Japanese. However, last year, it only received $49 million in supplies. What? How could it be so little? And that was merely the amount sent to India. In reality, the vast majority of supplies were siphoned off by the American Chief of Staff sent there. From 1942 until now, for a full 2 years, only 1,000 rifles reached their destination, while the remaining 80,000 rifles were withheld under various pretexts in India. Denied passage. When mentioning this matter, Li and Appos' dissatisfaction with the so-called ally, America, had transformed into sheer anger. This exemplifies the sordid relationship between Americans and the British. For America, Britain is its true progenitor. Thus, rather than targeting the Japanese at Pearl Harbor, America preferred to use the pretext of Japan's attack to assist the British. As for Asia and Japan, they were merely excuses for America's involvement in the war. Just excuses and reasons. They would exploit such justifications to aid Europe, which held no interest for them, yet they would never be inclined to spend even a cent more on Asia. This, in essence, reveals the most hypocritical aspect of Americans. They incessantly proclaim that all our endeavors are aimed at vanquishing Japan, yet in reality, they allocate all resources to Europe, while Asia remains utterly neglected. How can one not feel a surge of indignation? You may use Asia as a pretext, but to disregard it entirely is unconscionable. In the face of such circumstances, how can one not be enraged? This anger inevitably festers within, accumulating a profound resentment. However, Li and Appos' intentions extend beyond mere venting of frustrations. He seeks to create a significant dilemma for Roosevelt, subsequently capitalizing on the ensuing chaos for his own gain, all the while providing ammunition to Dewey, akin to a dagger thrust into the back of the limping Roosevelt. Just as that treacherous maneuver, he aims to deliver a piercing blow to that fellow. Chapter 91. The dog that licked has nothing what? Only 1,000 rifles. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this figure, Harry felt as though he were experiencing a cerebral ischemia, casting a dubious glance at Li and Appos, and the sound of an airplane propeller echoed from outside the room. Li and Appos, and placed the documents before Harry and stated, within this dossier lies a telegram from the Chief of Staff of the Asian Theater to the Pentagon, reporting how supplies have been withheld and refusing to send them to Asia. It also contains telegrams requesting the delivery of these supplies, along with the handover files upon arrival, all of which unequivocally demonstrate one thing. Roosevelt never had any intention of waging war against the Japanese. If this is indeed true, looking at the documents before him, Harry could feel his heart racing violently, rendered almost speechless, the words barely escaping his lips. He endeavored to raise his voice. If this holds any truth, it indeed seems to substantiate that claim. However, do you comprehend what this implies? This is not merely ammunition, it is a dagger. A dagger aimed at the president, potentially altering the outcome of the election. Li raised his glass and glanced elsewhere, remaining silent as he gazed out the window. As Marshall expressed, he was entirely unconcerned about the outcome in the Asian theater. His focus was solely on Europe. The president shared this sentiment. It must be acknowledged that a touch of human sentiment within the Pentagon proved exceedingly advantageous. This intelligence was provided by friends within the Pentagon, albeit those marginalized by Marshall, who were eager to witness someone challenge his authority. Turning to Harry, Li countered, "Do you think I care whether Roosevelt is elected? Ridiculous. I am not an American. Why should I concern myself with Roosevelt's fate? Even if I were American, this would not be a matter of consideration for me. My sole focus is to maximize my own interests. As for that crippled fellow, What relevance does he hold for me? Yet, beneath this exterior, a flicker of anger persisted. After all, that individual was utterly devoid of humanity. You claim you wish to utilize them to defeat the Japanese, then go ahead and exploit them. However, that individual seeks to exploit this urgency, this yearning, time and again attempting to ascend to a position of absolute power, akin to a divine savior. This is America. This is their modus operandi, simple and brutal, desiring to manipulate and control everything. These Americans even aspire to command a nation's military, seeking absolute dominion over it. Is this not a delusional fantasy? In another realm, scholars have likened the tense relations between nations during wartime to drawn swords among allies. For a nation that has endured a century of humiliation, the presence of a hegemon issuing commands is utterly intolerable. The status sought by the Americans is precisely the bottom line for many, both now and in the future. It is for this reason that throughout the entirety of World War II, so-called allies were repeatedly betrayed and deceived. And now, he, the limping man, desires to prioritize Europe before Asia. That is his concern. However, we must never compromise our interests. The child who cries receives milk, and the sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. This time, they must realize that others can also feel anger. Gazing at the thick file, Harry remarked, "You surely have a backup plan, right? Dewey is merely a tool in your hand, is he not?" Taking a sip of whiskey, Ian chuckled, "I am a businessman. My focus lies on profit. Ultimately, it depends on what he can offer me." Shaking his glass and observing the amber liquid within, Ian felt a surge of excitement. For in this moment, he might be influencing history. This could even impact Roosevelt's potential fourth term. What would happen if Roosevelt failed to secure re-election? It wouldn't have much effect. Rather, Dewey would intensify his assaults on Japan, as throughout the campaign, he has been denouncing Roosevelt's policy of prioritizing Europe over Asia. Is not the blood of our young men precious? This was Dewey's assertion, and also Ian's retort. By the way, there is a Mr. Song in Washington. If Dewey is willing, he could acquire more from him. I have heard that in Asia, construction has halted because Washington refused to dispatch payment for airport construction. The airport in Chengdu is intended for bombing Japan. Ian's cards were not too many. Since the Americans are unwilling to provide funds, let the airport construction cease. Although Asia has not experienced such a situation, under the shifting circumstances, the domestic front should know how to compel the Americans to transport more resources and funds to Asia. Rather than engaging in foolish wordplay, bombing Japan is the simplest desire of millions, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians even brought their own rations, demanding not a single penny, to construct 4 large airports using the most primitive manpower. Yet, the bombings of Japan severely strained the capacity of the hump airlift route, resulting in a backlog of vast amounts of aid meant for China and India until January 1945. Prior to the B-29 bombers relocating to the Pacific, bombing Japan, while it may satisfy vengeance, it is best left to the Americans. I will ensure that this information reaches Dewey through certain channels. Harry pondered, speaking earnestly. I guarantee it will not implicate you, as your ultimate aim is to assist Roosevelt in overcoming this major dilemma. My God, I truly wish to see what occupies your mind. What is your next move? Observing Ian intently, Harry inquired, Dewey is a tool in your hands, but what about Roosevelt? Do you intend to wield this tool to compel Roosevelt to increase his support? Placing the empty glass on the table, Ian's lips curled into a smirk. There is a saying, the child who cries receives milk. This is merely an additional gain. For him, I have other plans. Chapter 92. It's over. Someone has betrayed me. The weeping child does not concern himself with the absence of milk. What truly matters is the need for appeasement towards those who instigate discord, particularly when they wield significance. Moreover, when others brandish this instigator as a weapon, the ramifications are profound. Soon, major newspapers in Washington and New York disseminated a report. In a bid to support the European theater, the Allied command mandated a redirection of resources towards Europe, resulting in the cessation of funding for the construction of airports intended for bombing Tokyo. This seemingly insignificant news struck a chord within the American populace, who had entered World War II primarily to confront the Japanese, seeking vengeance for the attack on Pearl Harbor. In recent years, the focus had been predominantly on Europe and Russia, with scant attention paid to the Pacific. The public's discontent had reached a boiling point. Now, even the construction of an airport for bombing Tokyo had been halted due to financial constraints. This was a fundamental aspiration of the American people, and yet, vast resources were allocated to the British and the Russians. The extinguishing of such a modest desire could not be met with acquiescence. Amidst the uproar, Dewey, Roosevelt's rival, seized the opportunity to launch a scathing critique, employing various channels to denounce the government and Oppo's European First policy. He accused Roosevelt of manipulating American patriotism. America had entered the war against Japan due to the attack on Pearl Harbor, yet the government was diverting hundreds of billions of dollars in supplies to Britain, Russia, and even the defeated France, while China, which had been battling Japan for 12 years, received a mere few $million in aid. Furthermore, even the Marine Corps, engaged in fierce combat against the Japanese in the Pacific, were armed with outdated rifles and malfunctioning submachine guns from the previous war. Meanwhile, American troops in Britain wielded semi-automatic rifles under the sun. The blood of the British is precious, as is that of the Russians. Why should the blood of our young men be deemed any less valuable? Their blood too spills in the Pacific. As Dewey plunged his metaphorical knife, it struck directly at the heart of the matter. Concurrently, someone had handed him another blade. In the past 2 years, only a mere 1,000 rifles had actually reached China as aid, with the remainder being withheld from shipment. The fate of the battlefield in China was of no concern to me. My focus lies solely on Europe. The blatant words in Marshall's telegram ignited public outrage. For the battle against the Japanese was being fought on the Chinese front. Consequently, a wave of condemnation swept through America, as citizens rallied around the notion that they were indeed fighting the Japanese. Posters adorned with slogans urging the killing of Japanese enemies stood in stark contrast to the government's apparent disregard for the struggle against them. The blood and sweat of the common people were being squandered on Europe. Dewey's accusations were sharp and well supported by data, ultimately asserting that the White House was pursuing a European-first agenda, with little regard for the extermination of the Japanese. A multitude of daggers plunged into the White House, targeting the crippled Roosevelt. Unlike previous accusations, Dewey has indeed presented irrefutable evidence this time. Who has betrayed me? Although Roosevelt was exceedingly furious about Dewey's acquisition of Pentagon documents, it was no longer a moment for wrath to resolve matters. Consequently, he was compelled to cast the Pentagon as a scapegoat, asserting that Marshall's views were personal and did not reflect the stance of the White House, while attempting to justify the distribution of materials under the Concession Act, calculated according to the intensity of the war, seeking every possible excuse for himself. In response, Dewey naturally countered that de Gaulle, basking in the sun in Britain, had done nothing yet received over $1 billion within a year, whereas China, engaged daily in battles against the Japanese, received only a meager sum of several $1 million. And even then, merely 1,000 rifles were delivered to China. Is this combating the Japanese? It is evidently aiding the Japanese against their own allies. Not only were resources withheld from being transported to China, but last year, a significant portion of the meager aid originally designated for China was redirected to North Africa. Dewey's sharp words pierced through to Roosevelt, who was weary from the confrontation, in an effort to quell public opinion. While using the Pentagon as a scapegoat and ordering the replacement of the theater chief of staff, he even redirected the previously planned aid for Britain and Russia to India, announcing through a press conference that the United States had transported another 1,000 tons of supplies to Kunming and Chengdu via the Hump route. Of course, they would not mention that half of those supplies were transported by the Chinese themselves, nor that they were not American goods delivered by Italian pilots. They merely conveyed to everyone that they were assisting China. As for the cessation of airport construction, that was an unfounded rumor. It was not a matter of funds being allocated to Europe, but rather a communication issue between both parties. Soon, under Roosevelt's direct intervention, the Gold Loan Agreement was finally executed, and fortuitously, the United States pledged to provide no less than $5 billion in aid to support China's resistance against Japan in 1944, ensuring that $5 billion worth of supplies would reach China. Unlike in the past when they were merely sent to India, falsely counted as aid to China, just as American public opinion was in an uproar. With Roosevelt and Dewey embroiled in heated debate over European matters, news arrived from Asia about a significant victory in the Central Plains. For the first time, albeit merely a single battle victory, it indeed signified a great deal. Perhaps the future would be less burdensome. This recent offensive by the Japanese was the largest since the Meiji Restoration, and their defeat indicated that they had lost their offensive advantage on the continent. The initiative in the war would no longer lie in their hands. Contemplating this, Li Yan could not help but smile, a genuine smile radiating with brilliance. For this was the first step toward a brighter future. The intoxicated geisha beneath Mount Fuji was now a little closer. Amidst his reflections, Li Yan cast his gaze afar, standing atop the Empire State Building, He gazed upon Manhattan and the surrounding skyscrapers, the most bustling metropolis of the 20th century. With this thought, a smile crept upon Li Yian's lips, and in his elation, he even let out a soft whistle, speaking to himself. Grant me 20 years, and I shall return to you a miraculous Borneo. In that fleeting moment, his ambitions transcended North Borneo, encompassing the entirety of Borneo itself. After all, human aspirations are ever prone to expansion. Chapter 93. Let us purchase a nation. Ambition tends to expand, often shifting in accordance with changes in the environment. As the American political and military sphere grappled with the repercussions of a scandal involving aid, Li Yian had already set his sights on another territory, the Kingdom of Brooke. What? Spreading out a map, he gazed at this vast island, the third largest in the world, nestled in Southeast Asia, encompassing over 700,000 square kilometers. If it were a nation, its land area alone would secure a place within the top 40 globally. Pointing to the northeastern corner of the map, Li Yian declared, Wei Luan, look here, this is the territory of the North Borneo Company, covering 74,000 square kilometers. It is colloquially known as the land beneath the wind. Despite its proximity to the equator, it has never been besieged by tropical storms. This company, as you know, I have already acquired. As he spoke, Li Yian felt an urge to place his hands on his hips, reveling in the pride of being a major landowner. 74,000 square kilometers, a truly substantial estate. Alas, such thoughts were fleeting. As an influential figure, one must maintain composure. Zhang Weiluan cast a cursory glance at the map and inquired, and then? Below it lies the Kingdom of Sarawak. To him, the North Borneo Company seemed merely a fanciful dream. Would the British truly relinquish tens of thousands of square kilometers to a foreigner? Yes, precisely the Kingdom of Sarawak. Li Yian nodded. The founder of this kingdom, James Brooke, was a British man, and his tale of creation is nothing short of legendary. In 1835, he utilized the inheritance of 30,000 left by his deceased father to purchase a royal merchant ship, embarking on an expedition to Asia. In 1838, he arrived in Borneo, reaching Kuching in August of that year. There, local Chinese miners and indigenous people instigated a rebellion. He then met with the Sultan of Brunei, offering assistance in quelling the uprising. Armed with cannons from his ship and the muskets of his sailors, he suppressed the revolt, subsequently being granted the title of Raja of Sarawak by the Sultan. After solidifying his position, he boldly demanded independence for his new nation. The Sultan dispatched troops to quell him, only to suffer a resounding defeat, resulting in significant territorial concessions. Not content with this, he continued to expand his dominion until the majority of Brunei and Apos' lands were under his control. Indeed, Mr. James Brooke is a figure of legend. As an outsider, he managed to turn the tables, claiming vast expanses of land and becoming the local monarch, a feat truly unimaginable. However, boss, that was over a century ago. And he was British. What of the British? Li Yian waved his hand dismissively. Britain has entered a phase of decline. In the past, they could secure their holdings, but that is no longer feasible, nor will it be in the future. After the war, Britain will undoubtedly seek to exert control over these nations once again. Li Yian was uncertain about the historical circumstances surrounding Britain's acquisition of Sarawak. Yet the fact that it had become a state within Malaysia implied that the nation had effectively met its demise. In the eyes of Li Yian, this presented an opportunity. When the British demand the relinquishment of their nation, I believe I could easily finance the acquisition of that territory. What? Purchase a country? Observing Zhang Weiluan's astonishment, the corners of Li Yian's mouth lifted in a grin that undoubtedly exceeded 70 degrees. Indeed, I am speaking of acquiring a nation. £1 million would certainly be insufficient. So perhaps £2 million, or even £3 million. Investing £3 million to procure 450 square kilometers of land would undoubtedly be the most advantageous transaction imaginable. I suspect that the British government may have acquired Sarawak through financial means, regardless of their offer. If I can surpass them by a mere £1 million, it will suffice. After all, human nature is often driven by greed. Watching Li Yian contemplate the purchase of a nation, Zhang Weiluan was at a loss for words and bluntly stated, Boss, do you even comprehend what you are proposing? I know, it merely involves the acquisition of a nation. Merely. Zhang Weiluan scrutinized his boss, questioning his awareness of the implications. Boss, I am not trying to dampen your enthusiasm, but you must understand, this is a sovereign nation. I am aware, it is indeed a nation. You are proposing to purchase a nation. Precisely, it is a matter of selling the country. Whoever offers the highest bid will prevail. Given his boss and Apos, demeanor. Zhang Weiluan responded directly, "Boss, while that may be the case, it remains a nation. How could the British possibly hand over their protectorate to you? Even if it were the North Borneo Company, legally speaking, acquiring this company might hold validity. But do you truly believe the British would not engage in litigation against you for a decade, or even two? By the time the legal proceedings conclude, that territory could have transformed from a company into a colony, leaving you with merely a compensation payment." Li Yi and oppose, and concurred with Zhang Weiluan and oppose, as assessment. Such a scenario was entirely plausible if unforeseen circumstances did not arise. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. In the past, this possibility was nearly inevitable. However, the present differs. Previously, I had only a 70% certainty, but now I possess complete confidence, tenfold assurance, that I can compel the British to concede. I am resolute in my belief that I can secure this prized territory. Once North Borneo is within my grasp, I can extend my reach to Sarawak, and even the entirety of Borneo. In that moment, Li Yi's gaze became resolute, and a smile graced his lips. How could this be possible, boss? As Zhang Weiluan gazed at his boss in astonishment, the sudden ringing of a telephone shattered the moment. Upon answering, the voice on the other end intensified the smile on Li Yi's face. At last, the long-anticipated call had arrived. Despite the excitement bubbling within, Li Yi maintained a calm demeanor, for everything was unfolding precisely as planned, from acquiring that shipment of arms in Italy to this very moment. After nearly 6 months of diligent effort and meticulous management, every step taken has culminated in this very phone call. Once he calmed his restless heart upon hearing the voice on the other end, Li Yi responded, "Understood. I will take a flight to Washington this afternoon." Chapter 94. Do not idolize me once again. He arrived in Washington. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted Lao Tre standing by the roadside, having come in haste, without bodyguards or anyone to greet him, and had hastily enlisted a female recruit to serve as his driver. "Hello, Mr. Li, where shall we go? To the hotel or?" Lao Tre was quite taken aback when she received a call from Li Yi. Although she acted as a liaison between him and the Defense Supply Company, their direct interactions were infrequent. Most communications were routed through secretaries. However, this occasion felt distinctly different. "Well, as a driver, I ought to be a competent one." After pondering for a moment, Li Yi scrutinized the young woman before him and inquired, "Do you have any plans for this evening?" "What?" The girl felt a sudden flutter of anxiety, her gaze nervously fixed on the man. Just as she was about to respond, he continued, "I have dinner at a friend's house tonight. It would be rather inconvenient for me to go alone. If you have no prior engagements, would you accompany me?" Subsequently, Li Yi closed his eyes, contemplating this unexpected invitation. The reason for his hasty arrival in Washington was due to an invitation he had received, not from just anyone, but from Truman himself. What could have compelled Truman to summon him to Washington with such urgency? The answer was straightforward. Roosevelt was in a state of alarm. Following Dewey and Oppo's relentless attacks, public sentiment towards Roosevelt had turned overwhelmingly critical. Despite Roosevelt and Oppo's desperate attempts to mend the situation, it was to no avail. Americans were furious. After all, many had shed blood in the Pacific, and yet the White House appeared indifferent to the Japanese threat, seemingly preoccupied with Europe instead. This had rekindled painful memories of betrayal from the last war. Consequently, the chorus of criticism against Roosevelt grew louder and more intense, surpassing even Li Yi's expectations. Roosevelt's Europe First policy had become a focal point of public scorn, with many within his own party voicing their discontent. Dewey's assaults were proving to be fatal, pushing Roosevelt to a state of urgency. In this climate of desperation, Truman sought out Li Yi, precisely as anticipated. 2 months prior, Roosevelt had announced his choice for vice presidential candidate, Senator Truman, a decision that had taken everyone by surprise, given the numerous more suitable candidates available. As for Truman himself, while he had mentally prepared for this eventuality, he found himself even more eager to meet with Li Yi and Oppos. When, after waiting patiently, all Truman received was a congratulatory phone call from Li Yi. "Nothing more. If possible, I hope to host you at my home this evening, my friend." Li Yi recalled Truman's words, a slight smile curving his lips. An invitation to be a guest in Washington. This signified that in Truman's eyes, Li Yi and Oppos had ascended from benefactor to friend, and what did he require? Precisely the support of a friend. But is the support of friends truly so urgent? Li, perhaps you are unaware that here in Washington, almost everyone is eager to meet you, the affluent Eastern magnate. After all, Who would refuse the opportunity to befriend a wealthy individual? If they knew that you, this opulent figure, had just disembarked from your flight and come to see me, they would undoubtedly envy my fortune. As Truman's words echoed through the air, laughter erupted in the restaurant, and Mrs. Truman remarked, "Harry, let them be envious. The camaraderie between friends is beyond their jealousy." She then turned her gaze toward Lowther, saying, "Dear, Harry and Lee are very close friends. They have known each other for quite some time." Lowther, bewildered, nodded in disbelief. She could never have anticipated that Li Yian's invitation to dine with a friend would lead her to the home of a vice presidential candidate. Was this truly happening? She thought to herself, "I am merely a driver." Lowther murmured inwardly, realizing that since Li Yian had flown into Washington, she had been summoned to pick him up. He had mentioned meeting a friend for dinner, inquiring if she could join him, as taxis were inconvenient in the area. Who could have imagined that this friend was, in fact, the vice president? My goodness. And now Mrs. Truman looked at her as if she were his girlfriend. God knows she was just an ordinary employee. And a part-time one at that, while he still had studies to attend to. Who would want such a flighty character as a boyfriend? The dinner left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. For a young girl in her teens, being brought to dine at the vice president's home was undeniably daunting. Was this an occasion meant for someone of her age? Noticing Lowther's unease, Mrs. Truman suggested, "Lowther, let us retreat to the living room for some music, leaving this space to the gentlemen." Truman chuckled, "Elizabeth, please take care of Miss Lowther while Lee and I step into the study for a cigar." This was a gift from Churchill, following the President and Appos' announcement of my candidacy for vice president. This simple statement concealed a wealth of information. The crux being that Churchill had only presented him with cigars after he had become the vice presidential candidate. Such a friend, of course, was hardly a friend at all. "Harry, I believe this is merely the beginning." As Li Yian lit the end of his cigar with a lighter, he remarked, "I have told you. One day you will be president, my friend. I am utterly convinced of this." Truman took a puff from the cigar and replied, "In my eyes, you resemble a magician. I dare say many share this sentiment. Billions in arms have never been so generously offered, even to one's own nation. Harry, those arms were merely collected by me." Just as Truman had placed the cigar to his lips, he was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Li Yian, utterly astonished. "Did you truly find it?" Truman and Appos' voice was laden with skepticism. How could he not doubt? Such a tale, if shared, would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. "I took a trip to Italy." Exhaling a ring of smoke, Li Yian recounted, in the most nonchalant tone possible, how he came across that cache of arms. Meanwhile, Truman listened in utter astonishment, scarcely able to trust his own ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing his reaction, Li Yian shrugged and remarked, "Do not idolize me. This is merely a legend." Chapter 95. The Mind Mentor of the Supreme Leader. Ah, well, you are indeed a legend. Truman took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling the smoke as he spoke. "This matter is indeed legendary. However, Lee, it would perhaps have been more prudent if you had retained that batch of arms." Truman's suggestion left Li Yian momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. "What? North Borneo?" Truman stated bluntly. "I am aware that you have acquired the North Borneo Company. Perhaps I could offer some assistance when the war concludes, but the British will certainly endeavor to thwart your efforts. Therefore, I believe you should contribute to the war effort." As a quintessential politician, Truman was acutely aware of his responsibilities. His advice left Li Yian somewhat bewildered as he inquired, "Contribute? Harry, what do you mean?" Truman, cigar in hand, regarded Li Yian intently. "I mean, engage in the war." "Engage?" Furrowing his brow, Li Yian asked, "How do I participate?" "I am merely a company. The North Borneo Company is not just an ordinary enterprise, my friend. It possesses its own colonies. If you wish to ensure that land remains yours post-war, participating in this conflict is the most effective means to safeguard your personal interests. After all, as participants, we must ensure your benefits, by which I mean those of the United States." Truman fixed his gaze upon Li Yian, his tone earnest. "After all, the United States is also a victor. It will safeguard its interests and ensure the triumph of the winning side." Truman's words plunged Li Yian into deep contemplation, and he suddenly realized that his perspective had been rather limited. He had previously thought of himself as merely a business entity, overlooking the fact that he was at the helm of a company with colonies, and to some extent, a participant in the war, no, rather, a party to the conflict. If he could integrate himself into the war effort, might that not imply that he could later claim a position as a belligerent nation, thus joining the ranks for reparations from Japan? My goodness. In that moment, Li Yian felt a surge of agitation. Although seeking reparations could provide North Borneo with funds for post-war reconstruction, more importantly, it would allow him to enter Japan as a victor, the land beneath Mount Fuji, adorned with its intoxicating beauty. How many have dreamed of such a thing? With this thought, Li Ian remarked, "It seems I do not possess an army to engage, and the expenses required for military involvement would undoubtedly be considerable." His words elicited a hearty laugh from Truman. "Li, my friend, I meant for you to engage in the endeavor, not to wage war against the Japanese. Many matters hinge upon participation. The absence of an army poses no issue. You could recruit a mercenary force. I have heard that there are numerous expatriates in Cuba who would likely not refuse the opportunity to confront the Japanese invaders." 3 years ago, following Cuba's declaration of war against the Axis powers, Batista signed an agreement with the United States, permitting the construction of airfields in Cuba to safeguard shipping in the Caribbean. I believe the military would not object to training a commando unit for North Borneo there, ready to join the Allies in their counteroffensive at the opportune moment. As these words were spoken, Truman reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring a puff of his cigar. Just a few months prior, he would have been unable to propose such a notion, but now, as the prospective Vice President of the United States, he could offer certain recommendations. This was not merely a suggestion, it was a form of commitment. As a distinguished politician, Truman understood the essence of negotiation, giving in order to receive. "Harry, thank you for your suggestion. I shall give it serious consideration." Li Yan nodded. Did this matter even require contemplation? Not in the slightest. Initially, he had planned to strategize for North Borneo post-war, but Truman's proposal unveiled a new opportunity. Seizing this chance, regardless of British opposition, North Borneo would inevitably belong to him. What? The British refuse? Let us first deploy my forces. They soon shifted their conversation away from North Borneo, discussing politics in Washington and the politicians therein, naturally leading to Truman's most pressing concerns. "Lee, you know that I have now been declared by the president as his campaign partner and the future vice presidential candidate, just as you once prophesied. A prophecy about the future." This was precisely why Truman had summoned Li Yan to Washington. His insights were indeed required, or rather, not merely insights but predictions about what lay ahead. However, as his campaign partner, should I not take some action? After all, this is our campaign. Li Yan pressed his lips together, took another draw from his cigar, and gently waved away the smoke before speaking. "Harry, Mr. President, why were you chosen?" After a moment's reflection, Truman replied, "Initially, the president favored the former vice president, Wallace. However, Henry's excessively liberal stance led to his marginalization within the party. Given the current intense internal strife, the president opted for me to maintain balance, as I bear no overt factional affiliations. I am merely a candidate for vice president whom all sides can accept. This arrangement primarily aims to secure victory in the election." Truman was acutely aware of his role, which elucidated why he had directly declined when Roosevelt called him. "In truth, at the outset, I did not accept the president's nomination until he informed me that my refusal might lead to a fracturing within the party, a burden of responsibility I would have to bear. Only then did I acquiesce." With that, Truman's gaze fell upon Li Yan, a man who had foreseen this turn of events long before. His acceptance was motivated not solely by a sense of duty. A more significant factor loomed: the White House. A man remains youthful in spirit until death, and who among us is devoid of some youthful ambition? Although Truman had not received a university education and had previously run a clothing store that went bankrupt, as a failed businessman and a barely competent politician, he was certainly unwilling to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers, even if he could not ascend to the presidency. Serving as vice president and subsequently exiting the political arena would suffice to render his life complete. Indeed, Harry, you are merely a candidate who balances various interests. But what does the president require? Gazing at Harry, Li Ian countered. He seeks someone who will not eclipse his brilliance or pose any threat to his upcoming term. If that is the case, then tell me, what do you believe you should do? With a smile directed at the mascot before him, Li Ian remarked, "Let me share a story with you." Chapter 96. Commander Luo's desire to pluck the fruit. As a mentor in life, it is essential to narrate stories. Not mere tales, but rather, a form of inspiration. The individuals of the 21st century have long developed an immunity to such motivational narratives. However, for those living in the 1940s, these stories were profoundly beneficial. One might regard Truman, who transitioned from a high school student to a failed businessman and ultimately to a politician, as a quintessential protagonist of inspiration. Yet, Even the most determined figures experience moments of uncertainty, which is when the presence of a spiritual guide becomes invaluable. In this regard, Li Yian is undoubtedly competent. He possesses a deep understanding of history and has been exposed to a plethora of inspirational narratives. Any single story from his repertoire would be considered a delicacy in this era. After an engaging session of motivational storytelling, Truman found clarity, his purpose in life illuminated, and his confidence bolstered. Naturally, this also strengthened the bond between him and Li Yian. At last, after absorbing the wisdom shared, Truman remarked, "Li, you must be quite curious as to why I abruptly summoned you to Washington." "It is indeed a bit sudden," Li Yian responded, reclining comfortably against the sofa and Appo's backrest, a smile adorning his face. "Shall we delve into the crux of the matter?" Truman continued. "In truth, it is not solely my assistance that is sought. There is another who requires your help." "Oh?" Li Yian gazed at Truman, fully aware of the identity of this individual. Who could compel Truman to seek him out? After all, few were privy to the nature of their connection. Clearly, this person's influence is substantial. The answer was self-evident. Moreover, this entire situation was orchestrated through his meticulous planning. Yet, a semblance of cooperation was still necessary. "Is it the president?" Truman blinked in surprise. "You know?" As silence enveloped the room, he leaned forward slightly, stating, "Indeed, the president requires your assistance. His circumstances have become quite challenging due to the policies concerning Europe." And Dewey's criticisms cut deeply. Even John Ballon has lamented to reporters about his rifle, suggesting it may have been the M1903 used by his father in Europe, deriding the Marine Corps as being poorly supported. For a man like the limping Roosevelt, who ardently aspires to secure a fourth term, it is imperative that he extricates himself from his current predicament. The pressing question remains, what type of assistance does he desire? Or rather, what price is he willing to pay? Truman serves merely as an intermediary in this affair. Thus, the president must demonstrate to the world that his commitment to the Asian front is no less significant than that to Europe, and moreover, he has undertaken numerous initiatives personally. Li Yian's tone remained steady. As he orchestrated these events, he pondered the potential ramifications of his actions and the impact they might have on Roosevelt's re-election prospects. Ultimately, however, such considerations were of little consequence. Historically, Roosevelt had been elected by a narrow margin, and Dewey was far more than just a supporting character. Thus, Luo Chiesi found himself in a state of heightened anxiety, for this marked his fourth consecutive term. Would the American populace acquiesce to this? Luo Chiesi was now in a frenzy, apprehensive that this matter might jeopardize his re-election. Consequently, he felt compelled to secure a safeguard for himself. And where lay this safeguard? Within my very being. Hence, he sought out Truman. Everything unfolded as meticulously orchestrated. Even Truman himself was but a mere cog in the grand design, unaware of his role. This is the distinct advantage of standing upon the shoulders of giants in history. Truman found himself momentarily frozen, gazing at Li Yian in astonishment. "You are aware of all this?" he inquired. Casting a calm glance at Truman, Li Yian smiled silently, relishing the moment. "Arms," Truman declared. "The president hoped you would inform the public that the arms in question were arranged under his authorization by General Clark of the 5th Army Corps of Italy, who facilitated the transfer of seized German supplies to you, to be subsequently transported to Asia by your shipping company, naturally as a personal donation." Upon concluding his statement, Truman fixed his gaze upon Li Yian, who remained silent, taking a sip of tea. The unexpected influx of arms had ushered in a plethora of transformations. Recently, due to that batch of munitions, he had ascended to the status of a renowned patriotic tycoon, yet simultaneously had become a target in the eyes of many, all of whom sought to extract something, be it wealth or advantage, from him. Yet they would forever remain oblivious to the fact that once he resolved to donate that shipment of arms, he had already begun to play his cards. In this house of cards, where would the ultimate trump card be wielded? It would be directed at Luo Chiesi. Little did Luo Chiesi imagine that he had already been ensnared in this web months prior. Now, he had come knocking at the door. In truth, Li Yian held little regard for the hollow fame brought about by that shipment of arms. After all, it was merely a fade. However, he required Roosevelt's assistance. Business, after all, necessitates negotiation. "It's quite straightforward," Truman elucidated. Retrieving a document from his desk, he continued, "These photographs were captured by a photographer at the front lines." Presenting the file, Li Yian beheld images of soldiers exulting in victory. With that, Truman turned his gaze toward Li Yian, awaiting his response. Chapter 97. The value of billion-dollar connections after a day of labor. All the credit belongs to the leaders. The intelligence was deciphered by the Americans. The arms were supplied by them, and it seems even the transport ships were at the behest of the Allies. The Italian pilots must have been a stroke of genius from President Roosevelt. Indeed, everything has been orchestrated with great foresight and strategic planning by President Roosevelt. His calculations are remarkably astute. In the face of Truman's eager anticipation, Lee Ian appeared remarkably composed, casually holding a cigar, leisurely propping up his feet, and quietly contemplating the intricacies of humanity and society and the dichotomy of war and peace. All of this is mere rhetoric. The crux lies in the benefits. What truly matters is what one stands to gain. After all the careful plotting over time, each strategic move has been aimed at this very moment. If you wish to take something away, you must first offer something of value. The atmosphere in the study shifted into a peculiar silence. One person deep in meditation while the other was fraught with anxiety. In truth, the mastermind behind all of this is none other than Truman himself. As Roosevelt's campaign partner and future vice president, he needed to assist Roosevelt through this tumultuous time, which he deemed the optimal solution. Of course, after he proposed this idea, Roosevelt and others were equally astonished, all praising Captain Truman's brilliance with enthusiastic thumbs up. However, the challenge lies in convincing the individuals involved. Hence, this matter naturally fell into Truman's hands, leading to this familial gathering. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Truman began by emphasizing the significance of the matter, then addressed Lee Ian, stating that this was the very purpose behind Lee Ian's meticulous planning. With the president's support, all issues would cease to be problematic. Noticing Lee Ian's momentary daze, Truman couldn't help but feel elated, a smile creeping onto his lips. To have the President of the United States owe you a favor is an exceedingly rare opportunity, not one that just anyone could seize. Without Truman's suggestion, how could this matter have even reached Lee Ian? No one would have considered him for it. Observing Lee Ian's expression, Truman felt assured that he understood the depth of his intentions, leaving him feeling quite satisfied. Although this favor indeed comes at a considerable cost. Yet, how could Lee E. and oppose and be unaware that this is an opportunity? The chance to have the President of the United States indebted to him is indeed scarce. Is this not the very reason he orchestrated all of this? However, having only one president indebted is insufficient. Harry, Lee Ian said, I do not concern myself with what he can offer. What matters is that this matter must benefit you. When it comes to favors, it is best if both presidents are indebted, for that would be ideal. Moreover, with Roosevelt's time short, he can only live for another year. His indebtedness is too brief. It is better for the current president to owe this favor. That could be a decade's worth of goodwill, nearly equivalent to 2 5-year plans. Truman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication behind Lee Ian's words. He nodded earnestly and replied, Thank you. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation, discussing various topics of mutual interest, which, in essence, revolved around the pursuit of benefits. After all, personal connections are one thing, while reality is another. A few $100 million in goodwill? Such a thing certainly cannot be obtained merely by speaking. It invariably comes at a cost. All right, Lee. We can now deliberate on matters that concern us both, particularly how to safeguard your interests. Indeed, I believe that, first and foremost, I need to. The two spent nearly an hour deliberating on what demands to strategically propose, after which Lee Ian rose to take his leave. As he stepped outside, he was captivated by a beautiful melody, only to discover that it was Lautre playing the piano. Compared to the earlier tension, she appeared significantly more relaxed, her face adorned with a charming smile. Observing the girl at the piano, Truman remarked, Lee, Lautre possesses a captivating Eastern charm. I am aware, he replied. Standing at the edge of the living room, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before bidding farewell amidst the applause of Truman and his wife, who had just concluded their performance. Accompanying Lee Ian to his vehicle, Truman earnestly stated, Lee, my friend, I shall always stand by your side. This is a promise between friends. In response to his commitment, Lee Ian smiled. Harry, as you said, we are friends. Friends indeed. The more friends one has, the smoother the path becomes. Is the dinner you mentioned to be at Truman's residence? Once in the car, Lautre cast a wistful glance at the man beside her. Yes. Lee Ian opposed and confirmed. It is merely a casual gathering. Casual indeed. Lautre could not help but roll her eyes. Dining with the president, and you call it casual? How utterly ordinary. Is such an ordinary gathering something children from families like ours can partake in? Her words left Lee Ian feeling somewhat helpless. In truth, the invitation had been a spontaneous thought. Noticing his silence, Lautre continued, What I mean is, For such an occasion, I should at least have prepared myself in advance. Perhaps by dressing more formally, considering we are visiting the home of the vice president. Although he is not yet the vice president, he undoubtedly will be in the future. Indeed, I was negligent, Li Ian nodded, acknowledging his oversight. However, at that moment, he had not considered the details. He merely needed someone to accompany him. Whether it be Lautre or Trila. Your piano playing is exceptional. You must have started practicing at a very young age. Yes, my mother taught me when I was little. And when I came to study in America, relatives arranged for a music teacher for me. Such is the life of a child from an ordinary family. Yet, at present, Li Ian did not dwell on how ordinary her family truly was. His mind was occupied with the matters he and Truman had previously discussed in the study. The accolades could all be attributed to the leaders. The remaining question was the benefits. How much gain would he derive from this affair? With his eyes closed, Li Ian's fingers rhythmically tapped on his knee as he pondered the gains and losses of the matter at hand. In truth, he had not lost anything at all. Although it appeared that he had ceded credit to the lame man, the benefits he reaped far exceeded his expectations. Firstly, for the high-ranking officials of various nations. This situation allowed them to perceive a remarkably close relationship with the president. He could even serve as the president's proxy, adeptly managing matters that were inconvenient for official handling. This role may seem inconsequential at first glance, yet in reality, it was akin to wielding a powerful banner. It need not even be utilized for operations. It could simply serve as a symbol of authority. With this banner in hand, regarding the issue of North Borneo, even the reluctant Chubby Chew would have to acquiesce. One could even anticipate that soon enough, the British would come knocking, eager to discuss the future of North Borneo, a stark contrast to their previous impotence. Now, he possessed a significant emblem to brandish. Of course, this was merely a nominal advantage. There was an even more substantial benefit to consider. As he contemplated this, an involuntary smile crept across Li Ian's face, his lips curving into a near 70-degree arc. The girl driving the car glanced at him with curiosity, wondering what had sparked such joy. Had he perhaps stumbled upon a fortune? Chapter 98. The intention of the drunken old man lies in talent. Did you manage to find the money? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. The following morning, in the Oval Office of the White House, after listening to Truman's report, Roosevelt involuntarily felt a surge of joy, the corners of his lips curling upwards. Harry, I didn't expect you to resolve this matter so swiftly. Initially burdened by the relentless pressure exerted by Dewey, which had caused him considerable discomfort, Roosevelt finally exhaled in relief. The president, with his far-sighted vision, sought to utilize the seized German resources to bolster military strength in Asia, strategically orchestrating victories on the distant battlegrounds of the East. Furthermore, this strategy would serve to create a clear distinction between himself and the bureaucrats at the Pentagon who were solely preoccupied with Europe. Marshall, let him bear the brunt of the responsibilities. Once this news circulated, it was bound to sway public opinion. Americans have always been enamored with tales that possess a hint of the legendary. They relish such narratives, so let us share them. Mr. President, as I previously mentioned, Lee is an exceedingly generous individual, Truman remarked. Hardly had he finished speaking when Harry Hopkins interjected, serving as a presidential advisor. He not only presided over the War Resources Allocation Committee, but was also the de facto second-in-command at the White House, often referred to as the shadow president. He was acutely aware that there is no such thing as unearned generosity in this world. Mr. Hopkins, most importantly, his assistance can guide us through our current crisis. Mr. President, we now need to present everyone with a compelling narrative. Nodding in agreement, Roosevelt gestured for Truman to continue. Mr. President, the crux of this story lies in our relentless efforts to aid Asia. Given that the Asian armies had extensively imported German weaponry prior to the war, we are facilitating the transportation of arms from North Africa to Asia through Lee, resulting in Asian victories on the battlefield. The question is, what comes next? Truman inquired, gazing at the president. What comes next? Roosevelt pondered. Harry, are you suggesting that we should amplify our assistance to Asia? Senator, we have already planned to provide no less than $15 billion in aid to Asia this year. Hopkins, as the head of the War Resources Allocation Committee responsible for distributing war materials to Allied forces worldwide, spoke with a hint of irritation. During this turbulent period, he too had faced considerable criticism, with some even labeling him a Russian agent for allocating vast resources to a country that had not declared war on Japan, and for selling oil and ores to Russia rather than to the Asian fronts engaged in combat with the Japanese. Indeed, for Hopkins, nothing was more paramount than aiding Russia. He had even advised the president that not only did they require Russia as a formidable ally to defeat Germany, but ultimately, they would also need Russia as a partner in vanquishing Japan. Moreover, they would need Russia as a true friend and benefactor in the post-war world. Under his leadership, the resources acquired for Asia were exceedingly limited. Tainted by his ulterior motives, he required Russia as an ally to vanquish Japan, rather than wholeheartedly supporting Asia to become a partner in the defeat of Japan. In his plans, there was no consideration for Asia. Even Marshall's strategy revolved solely around utilizing minimal resources to merely bog down Japan, rather than achieving its defeat. They had never contemplated aiding Asia. Mr. Hopkins, plans are merely plans. What the world needs to witness is action. Truman countered directly, asserting the necessity of further measures to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to combating Japan. Indeed, Harry, the senator's words resonate profoundly. We must undertake decisive actions. In contrast to everything else, the campaign remains paramount. Roosevelt turned to Truman and inquired, "What suggestions do you propose?" "To continue supplying the captured German weaponry to the Asians, just as we have previously done." His proposal left both Roosevelt and Hopkins momentarily astounded. Yet they began to contemplate its implications. The former understood it as a continuation of the plan, signaling to the American public that we were still ardently supporting Asia, albeit through a different approach. The latter quickly recognized it as a beneficial move, obviating the need to allocate resources meant for Russia to Asia. It seemed a commendable choice. After all, Asia required arms, rather than specific types of weaponry. Nodding in agreement, Roosevelt furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears we have not seized many German weapons." Truman replied with a light tone. Of course, this was his desire. He envisioned assisting the Allies in their counteroffensive in Europe, concentrating the captured weapons to be transported to Asia via his ships. What he truly sought was to follow the Allies' advance into Europe, gathering resources along the way, not solely to transfer the captured armaments to Asia, but to seize the opportunity to extend his reach into Germany, recruiting talents from various sectors. The notion of assistance was merely a pretext. In essence, every nation was diligently seeking to exploit Germany's intellectual resources. In this context, to recruit talent and harness German intellect, one must act preemptively, gaining a time advantage before others embarked on their endeavors. Yet, how to infiltrate the war zone? How to extricate individuals? Collecting the captured German military weapons and supplying Asia served as the optimal guise. With this cover, his personnel could enter the conflict zone unobtrusively, donning American military uniforms, traveling in jeeps, and following the footsteps of the American forces all the way to Berlin, where they could then transport resources and personnel out of Europe. Chapter 99. Do you wish to bomb Tokyo? "Oh, is that so?" Roosevelt remarked without hesitation. "That poses no issue at all. Coordination with the military will suffice. I believe Eisenhower would appreciate assistance in resolving certain troubles." It turns out they were merely trailing behind the Allies, scavenging remnants, contemplating the imminent implementation of Operation Overlord. He realized that upon its success, a substantial bounty of supplies would be seized. The military held no interest in the German scrap metal, at most. They would transport some for testing purposes. If anyone were willing to remove that scrap, it would certainly alleviate some burdens for the military. Regarding the cost of collection and transportation, they would undoubtedly be far less than the expenses incurred from reproduction. After promptly agreeing, Roosevelt chuckled. Does he have any further requests? As a seasoned politician, Roosevelt understood that this minor request could not equate to billions of dollars in prestige. The other party in Oppos's demands extended beyond this. The true intentions of that individual likely lay further down the line, but having requests in hand alleviated concerns about additional stipulations. After all, the exchange of interests is mutual and serves as reciprocal assurance. Transport vessels, Truman addressed the president. He hoped the U.S. government would provide 50 Liberty ships to the North Borneo Shipping Company under the Lend-Lease Act. Instantly, the Oval Office fell silent, and the smile on Roosevelt's face gradually faded, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Upon Truman's proposal, he immediately dispatched individuals to investigate Li Yan, who hailed from Nanjing and fled to French Indochina to escape the turmoil of war. He later ventured to France, where he became stranded until last year, when he managed to escape to Britain. His life subsequently unfolded like a fairy tale, acquiring multiple enterprises, including North Borneo Company, at bargain prices, ultimately becoming a supplier for the Pentagon. Among all his enterprises, North Borneo Company was the most distinctive. His furrowed brow was not due to the value of 50 Liberty ships amounting to $100 million, but rather the implications they entailed. Sir, the North Borneo Company is a British chartered company with administrative functions. If we provide merchant vessels under the Lend-Lease Act, we would undoubtedly be indirectly acknowledging their control over North Borneo, which would inevitably displease Churchill, Hopkins interjected. In the Oval Office, the air conditioning hummed softly. Though the cool breeze was refreshing, the minds of those present were somewhat tumultuous. Thus, he wished to provide merchant vessels to the North Borneo Shipping Company rather than the North Borneo Company itself. In truth, everyone understood this was merely a game of semantics. By supplying merchant vessels under the Lend-Lease Act, it would signify the United States' stance of recognizing the North Borneo Company's authority, thereby validating their ownership. Roosevelt's brow remained tightly knitted. In reality, he was aware that this matter would come at a cost. However, he had not anticipated that the individual in question was coveting a colony. Would this impact relations with Britain? It would undoubtedly provoke Churchill's discontent. As Roosevelt contemplated the potential repercussions, he found himself ensnared in a certain dilemma. Even instinctively inclined to refuse, he mused that perhaps he could offer more compensation through alternative means. However, Roosevelt fixed his gaze upon Truman and pondered. Harry, do you believe we should acquiesce to his request? Among the recipients of the Lend-Lease Act were both French and British colonies. Mr. President, regardless of what we provide them now, it will not alter Britain's or France's stance towards their colonies in the post-war era. After glancing at Truman, Roosevelt grasped his implication. Yet, he turned his attention to Hopkins. Mr. President, I believe Prime Minister Churchill will comprehend, especially at this juncture. North Borneo is merely a distant tropical rainforest in Asia. Roosevelt remained silent for a moment, the office enveloped in an unusual stillness. Then, he waved his hand and chuckled. He is indeed a remarkably skilled negotiator, adept at presenting the right terms at opportune moments. Harry, if time permits, we could extend an invitation for him to visit the White House. As the acting president, how could he possibly refuse such an invitation? Subsequently, everything unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Under the White House's auspices, Li Yan granted an interview in which he disclosed that the arms donation was a clandestine operation orchestrated by the president. The terms president and clandestine operation in themselves were captivating. As several major newspapers reported on his interview, journalists eagerly unearthed more intricate details through various channels. There were tales of intelligence agencies intercepting Japanese military communications and of the president seeking to evade bureaucratic interference, resorting to a fictitious benefactor to facilitate the donation of substantial arms. Even the agreement with the Italian aviators was a testament to the president's farsightedness. In summary, the president had not been as inactive as the outside world suggested. Rather, he had undertaken numerous actions, albeit unbeknownst to the public, with meticulous planning and presentation. The unfounded rumors of Europe first, no fighting against the Japanese dissipated effortlessly, allowing Roosevelt to navigate this crisis with ease. As the acting president, Li Yan naturally attended the White House reception, engaging in cordial conversation with Roosevelt. Yet, all of this was merely a fade, a performance for external observers. Li Yan was well aware of this reality, yet the other attendees remained oblivious. The nobleman who expressed gratitude to the president was unaware, and the British ambassador, too, was in the dark regarding the intricacies. In fact, the ambassador approached Li Yan, hoping to discuss North Borneo matters at an appropriate moment, and conveyed that the Colonial Office had deemed his acquisition efforts in North Borneo compliant with British law. He would undoubtedly not allow a single North Borneo company to jeopardize his grand strategy for counteroffensive operations on the European continent. At the inception of the plan, Li Yan had already considered Churchill and Roosevelt as integral players, one striving for a fourth consecutive term, the other aiming to launch a counteroffensive on the European continent. The timing, it was impeccably orchestrated. After conversing briefly with the British ambassador, the Russian envoy approached, prompting the former to take his leave, thus granting them privacy. However, there was little of substance to discuss with the other party, merely polite exchanges of greetings. At the White House banquet, Li Yan was certainly not the focal point. The true star remained Roosevelt. He observed the president, seated in his wheelchair, radiating an aura akin to that of a celestial body surrounded by admirers, while Truman lingered unnoticed in a corner. Who could have predicted that the genuine victor would emerge from an unexpected quarter? Contemplating this, Li Yan shifted his gaze towards Truman and offered a subtle smile. This fellow was indeed the true champion. For him, aligning himself alongside the victor was all that mattered. Yet, in that moment, The predominant winner was still Roosevelt. With this thought in mind, wine glass in hand, Li Yan approached Roosevelt. As the president welcomed him with a beaming smile, he quietly inquired, "Mr. President, do you wish to bomb Tokyo? At this very moment?" Chapter 100. Let us bomb Tokyo together. Second update. Do you wish to bomb Tokyo? At this very moment. It is a dream that haunts me. Each bomb that descends upon Tokyo serves as invaluable propaganda for Roosevelt, a guarantee of his victory over Dewey. Although Li Yan's voice was not loud, it captured Roosevelt's attention. "Li, do you have any suggestions?" "Not a suggestion, but a technological advancement, Mr. President," Li Yan replied with a smile. "I would like you to watch a film." In the film, the refueling aircraft completed its task, and as two planes disengaged, Li Yan stood to elucidate. "Mr. President, the aerial refueling aircraft can refuel at a rate of 300 gallons per minute. Through this process, the range of long-range bombers can be increased by over 30. Last year, the American forces reclaimed Attu Island from the Japanese. If we could establish an airstrip on Attu, bombers could utilize aerial refueling to strike targets deep within Japan, including Tokyo." Attu Island. Li Yan had chosen this location as a bombing launch base for the American military. Is this technology complicated, Li? I mean, in terms of its implementation. Roosevelt was concerned about the duration required for modifications and training. "Mr. President, only simple modifications to the aircraft are necessary for it to be operational. Any skilled pilot can easily accomplish the aerial refueling process," Li Yan assured Roosevelt. It is well known that the military initially planned to launch bombing missions against Japan from Chengdu. However, we are all aware that every drop of fuel and every bomb for the bombers departing from Chengdu must be airlifted via the hump route. And for every ton of bombs dropped on the Japanese, 18 tons of various supplies must be airlifted, traversing half the globe to reach India. You mean that utilizing the base there to bomb Japan is highly inefficient? Indeed, the military had repeatedly emphasized this point. Yet Roosevelt needed to bomb Japan to aid his campaign against Dewey and secure his election. "Yes, if we continue this way, victory will elude us." Li Yan pointed at the refueling aircraft on the screen. "Thus, this is the solution, albeit temporary. As we progress, perhaps next year we will capture islands suitable for constructing large airstrips. But until then, with just one aerial refueling aircraft and a few tons of fuel, we can rain bombs upon the very heart of Japan, upon Tokyo." In that moment, Li Yan felt an indescribable sensation, his heart racing with anticipation. As the film concluded and the lights illuminated the room, amidst the murmurs of the generals, Roosevelt gazed at the young man before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, exceeding 60 degrees. "This young man possesses something remarkable. I will personally call General Arnold. Li, please liaise with him. I hope to hear good news soon." The voice seemed to emerge from the distant horizon, gently reaching Li Yan's ears, reminiscent of celestial melodies. A surge of fervor flowed to the crown of his head. "Mr. President, you shall not be disappointed. Hello, is this Mr. Li Yan? Indeed. I am Henry Harry Arnold, currently at your hotel restaurant. If convenient, I would like to meet with you today. Arnold." The commander of the United States Army Air Forces and the Vice Chief of Staff was instrumental in the development of the B-29 bomber program. It was under Arnold and Appos' unwavering support that the United States established the world and Appos' largest fleet of long-range bombers, ultimately bringing devastation to Germany and Japan. And now, he was just downstairs. "Please hold on. I shall be right down." Moments later, Li Yan and Appos met Arnold in the hotel restaurant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Arnold expressed his purpose. 2 hours ago, I received a call from the president regarding air-to-air refueling. You have successfully realized the practicality of this technology, correct? Why had Arnold arrived so swiftly? Not merely due to the president's call, but rather because he did not endorse the idea of launching bombing missions against Japan from Chengdu. Not for reasons of exorbitant costs, but because aircraft departing from Chengdu could not reach Tokyo. Bombing Tokyo, that was the essence of meaningful strikes. Yes, the president mentioned an increase in operational radius of 30, correct? At least. Excellent. The distance from Attu Island to Tokyo is 200 kilometers, while the B-29's operational range is 600 kilometers. A 30 increase could nearly encompass all of Japan. In that instant, Arnold made his decision. "Bring your aircraft and technology to Washington. If successful, we will adopt your proposal. General, you shall not be disappointed." Often, the advancement of certain matters is even simpler than anticipated. A single phone call can resolve all issues. The following morning, two DC-2 aircraft departed from New York, flying directly to Washington. That afternoon, they conducted an aerial refueling demonstration for high-ranking officials at the Pentagon, including General Arnold. Upon landing, the Army Air Forces swiftly placed an order for 100 refueling aircraft and 100 refueling devices. As for the two DC-2 aircraft, they were purchased by the Air Forces at a premium price of $150,000, intended for pilot training and aerial refueling. In compensation, the Air Forces transferred 6 B-17 bombers to the company for aerial refueling experiments and further research, although not B-29s. This transaction transformed the Cohen Company into the world's largest private user of B-17 bombers overnight. While these aircraft were designated for research, they still retained military equipment, including the Norton bombing site. In truth, Lee and Oppos desired the DC-4 even more than the B-17, as they were civilian aircraft better suited for transporting cargo. Moreover, the DC-4's range was sufficiently extensive, though options were limited in those times. Soon, the Cohen Company began delivering the initial batch of aerial refueling and receiving equipment, while simultaneously, heavy machinery was transported from the mainland to Attu Island to undertake the first phase of airport modifications, as Boeing was retrofitting the B-29. The operation to bomb Tokyo progressed in an orderly manner. Chapter 101. The Allied Task Force. In May, Washington had already embraced the summer, which seemed to arrive rather early this year. Despite the oppressive heat and the absence of air conditioning in the vehicle, Lee devoted countless hours to the road, striving to coordinate the military's establishment of a task force to facilitate the reception of captured arms, while concurrently negotiating with American official agencies regarding the leasing of supplies. He was perpetually occupied. The bureaucratic inefficiencies in the United States were equally burdensome. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, he finally managed to complete the necessary paperwork. As for the outcomes, aside from the promised lease of 50 Liberty ships, the most significant achievement was that Genoa's company could enter the war zone under the auspices of the Allied Command's task force as military personnel. This status was of paramount importance, granting access to the entire European theater, allowing free entry into various battlefields to collect weapons seized by the Allies. The privilege of accessing these battlefields was indeed the most critical aspect. The subsequent arrangements became considerably simpler. The military dispatched several liaison officers to the company, and after a brief period of preparation as June approached, a group of several dozen individuals boarded a seaplane bound directly for North Africa. In Tunisia, the sun hung high, casting a fierce glare. The stones, heated by the sun, radiated warmth. The ground was strewn with gravel and debris, while the wild grass, growing amidst the rubble, swayed gently in the breeze. The shepherd dog, upon command, sat down. Lee instructed the military dog beside him. This German shepherd, discovered upon their arrival in Tunisia, was likely a German military dog, comprehending only commands in German. Responding to the command, the shepherd sat on the sandy ground like a statue, its gaze fixed ahead. Before them lay the sandy terrain, lined with rows of vehicles, tanks, and artillery, all captured American weaponry, carelessly stacked and exposed to the elements. These spoils of war could easily arm hundreds of thousands of troops. However, the Americans, with their vast resources, had no need to utilize German equipment, nor did the British. In fact, typically, industrial nations refrain from arming their forces with captured weapons, as the ammunition is often incompatible. Yet, Germany was an exception, extensively employing captured arms. Among the heaps of booty were Soviet-made F-22 field guns used by the African Army and the German Model 7, 62 cm FK-296R. Thousands of weapons lay strewn about carelessly. This was a treasure trove. P-08 pistols, 1, 861 P-38 pistols, 2, 145 K-98K rifles, 197, 856 MP-3840 submachine guns, 7, 521 ZB-2630 light machine guns, 1, 542 MG-34 machine guns, 5, 674. Gazing at the thick inventory list in his hands, the numbers meticulously outlined the supplies. Although the list was detailed, it remained uncertain how many of these items were in pristine condition, necessitating thorough verification. In order to expedite this task, Lee and Oppos had no choice but to enlist the military and Oppos' assistance, procuring several hundred German prisoners of war to aid in the handling of weapons. "Sir, when can we expect the crates to arrive?" Colonel Heinrich inquired once more. "We have already organized and repaired 32, 712 rifles, but they are now exposed to the sun. If we are to transport them, we must have crates. As the logistics officer, Heinrich had spent the past several days leading his subordinates in the restoration of weaponry, which essentially involved reassembling damaged arms, a relatively straightforward task, given that the parts were interchangeable. They had even managed to repair a few artillery pieces. This undertaking was held in high regard by Heinrich and his men, for compared to the prisoner camp, this place was akin to paradise. Not only was there an abundance of various foods, but they also received a modest salary. Save for their lack of freedom, they were afforded nearly every comfort, including the company of local women. Soon, very soon, I have already ordered the crates from Italy. They will arrive shortly, he reassured. In North Africa, aside from sand and sheep, there is nothing else. Even wooden crates must be imported from Italy. The backwardness is quite astonishing. By the way, Colonel, what do you require? As the overseer, Ian was well aware of how to motivate these individuals. Boss, if it's possible, we would greatly appreciate having some butter. Since our arrival in Africa, we have not tasted butter, as it melts. We have only been able to use olive oil. I've heard that Americans have refrigerators where butter can be preserved, Heinrich emphasized, fearful of rejection. If it's convenient, sir, after all. You have taken such good care of us. For these men, being well-fed each day was already considered a significant privilege. They were not foolish simpletons, rather. They were prisoners who could scarcely fathom that their current existence not only included ample food but also coffee and cigarettes. Each man received 5 cigarettes daily, with additional rewards for exceeding their work quotas, including extra cigarettes and even chilled Coca-Cola as a special treat. Not an issue, but it may take a while. Butter will likely need to be purchased from Italy, Ian replied. He had never hesitated to grant material rewards to his personnel. The several hundred individuals before him, though labeled as captives, were, in essence, his restoration team. If all went according to plan, following the Allied landings at Normandy, they would accompany him into France to assist in repairing damaged equipment. Meanwhile, the actual manpower was en route. Before departing the United States, Ian had met with a high-ranking official, directly requesting an allocation of 5,000 men. What will these individuals be doing? They will collect and repair weapons in the wake of the Allied liberation of France, and those weapons will be sent back to the homeland. Of course, the gathering and repairing of weapons was merely a fade. To a certain extent, these individuals would become the first armed force under his command. The crux of the matter lies in the expenses. It is others who bear the financial burden while the American side must cover the costs associated with the procurement and transportation of arms, alongside the labor costs, of course. Essentially, the United States is supporting the sustenance of this army. Upon their arrival in North Africa, they will undoubtedly require fundamental military training, as they will be delving deep into the battlefield. 5,000 individuals, an impressive total of 5,000. Moreover, all of them are youths with at least a high school education, including a notable number of university students. The thought that these individuals will become his employees caused a subtle smile to grace Ian's lips. In his delight, he addressed the individual beside him, the hairdresser, saying, "Come, let us take a stroll together." Naturally, this stroll led them to the midst of the heap of scrap metal, which included over 100 Panzer III and Panzer IV tanks. What the Americans regarded as mere scrap is, in fact, a formidable arsenal for combat. Suddenly, amidst this assembly of steel behemoths, a uniquely shaped automobile caught his attention, causing his eyes to brighten. To his astonishment, there was a barrel car. In his excitement, he hurried over in swift strides,